In the vast expanse of Daqiao Kingdom's eastern region, where mountains stretch endlessly and azure waters flow eastward, lies the Yushi sect, perched atop the lofty peaks. Towering pavilions rise amidst the verdant landscape, where verdant orioles flit gracefully, creating a myriad of enchanting vistas. Behind the grand plaza of this illustrious sect, there is a gentle slope leading to an ancient pavilion that stands in stark contrast to the sect's bustling vibrancy, exuding a serene tranquility akin to the stillness of night. This pavilion is known as the One Dao Pavilion. Here, disciples of the sect can ascend to seek guidance whenever they encounter perplexities in their cultivation, with the pavilion's guardians being the most erudite elders. Well-versed in various scriptures, a single word of insight from them is worth more than a decade of arduous training at this moment. Under the midday sun, a devoted disciple stands respectfully within the pavilion, listening attentively to the gentle and aged voice emanating from behind the bamboo curtain. Your understanding of the broken sword technique has stagnated for 3 years due to a significant misdirection. The essence of the broken sword does not lie in severing the enemy's blade, but in nurturing the sword intent. The 8-character essence comprises Hongmai, Zhongqi, Shuqi, and Du-Ji, which require careful contemplation. The disciple, slightly taken aback, responded, "Third Elder." The essence of the broken sword technique, as I recall, comprises only the first 6 characters. Hongmai, Zhongqi, Shu, Qi. Why is Du-Ji not included? Nonsense. The elder rebuked. The 8-character essence of the broken sword technique has the first 6 characters as a foundation, while the latter 2 provide direction. The term Du-Ji refers to the integration of your entire vital energy with the sword in your hand. The elder elucidated. The disciple's initial confusion transformed into a look of enlightenment. The pavilion bell chimed softly, signaling the conclusion of the discourse. The disciple performed a deep bow towards the bamboo curtain, placed a bundle gently upon the table, and retreated from the One Dao Pavilion, bowing once more at the entrance. Before gracefully ascending into the air, content with his return, he vanished from sight. The bamboo curtain fluttered open, revealing the youthful face of a young man, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, possessing a strikingly handsome visage. His eyes sparkled with keen alertness as he scanned the surroundings, swiftly snatching the bundle from the table and darting out from behind. Behind him lay a small courtyard, where a young girl, around 12 or 13 years old, awaited though. She had yet to blossom fully into womanhood. Her features were enchanting, and her laughter crinkled her nose, reminiscent of a fairy tale princess. The girl rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother, did anyone notice? Impossible. My acting skills are already unparalleled," the young man teased, gently pinching her nose as he unveiled the contents of the bundle. As the items tumbled forth, a substantial ingot of glistening silver emerged, alongside a wild chicken. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the silver, and she exclaimed, "Wow, 5 taels. Go and store it away." The little money grubber clasped the silver tightly and dashed towards her room, dragging out a ceramic jar from beneath her bed. The sound of the jar clinking signified the addition of their newfound wealth to their modest treasury. The girl scampered back, brimming with excitement. "Brother, we already have nearly half a jar. I never imagined that within just 10 days since Master left, you could trick so much." "What do you mean, trick?" the young man retorted, his eyes widening. "I have corrected you several times. This is called guidance from a distinguished master. With reasonable fees." Yes, brother is so reasonable with his tricks." The girl nodded eagerly, as if pecking at grains. "Brother, what do you intend to do with this money?" "What to do with this money? Now, that's quite a question." The young man gazed towards the horizon at a 45-degree angle. "Typically, men save money for purchasing cars, buying houses, or preparing dowries. However, in this cursed place, everything is turned upside down. All I desire is to gather enough fare to descend the mountain and explore the world beyond." The girl suddenly gasped. "The elder forbade your descent. It was explicitly instructed." "I am aware, but what alternative is there if I do not descend?" The young man sighed. "This is a sect for cultivation, where everyone is fervently striving for enlightenment. As a person without any foundational roots in the path, What am I to endure here? After years of perseverance, I would likely struggle to even catch a rabbit from a sect. The girl tilted her head and earnestly said, Brother, do not speak of yourself that way. In Xiao Yao's eyes, you are truly remarkable. Take today's disciple, adorned in purple robes, a direct disciple, yet he still shows you great respect. The girl, having grown, now possesses the ability to offer comfort. The young man smiled gently, affectionately ruffling her hair. The girl squinted her eyes in delight, her gaze narrowing into a crescent shape. Suddenly, the young man halted his motions, his gaze lifting, lost in contemplation. Her words had struck a chord within him. The disciple who arrived today was a direct disciple. What does it mean to be a direct disciple? Such an individual is the direct successor of the sect leader or a top elder, a figure of the highest echelon among disciples. How could he possibly make such a fundamental error? In the essence of the broken sword technique, he had unwittingly overlooked the two most crucial words. This is abnormal. Where lies the issue? His consciousness sank, delving in his mind. Within his mind lay a hidden mystery, a withered tree divided into 3 branches. The leftmost branch, though barren, bore hints of green, sprouting dozens of leaves. One leaf magnified within his consciousness, revealing itself as the sect's secret manual. Broken sword technique. The young man perceived with clarity the inscription, Hongmai, Zhangqi, Shuqi, Duji. This is his secret, a secret unknown to any other. His name is Lin Su, a traveler from another realm. Upon his arrival, the first thing he encountered was this tree residing within his mind. He was uncertain whether this withered tree was a boon for travelers or an innate skill of his body, but he understood that this ability was extraordinary. Whenever he touched a book, the tree in his mind would sprout leaves, each leaf perfectly replicating the text. With this skill, he had nearly emptied the second floor of the sect's library of cultivation manuals, interpreting them with insights far surpassing those of his era, mastering them in a short span. That it was precisely due to this remarkable advantage that he could assume the role of the gatekeeper when his master departed from the inquiry pavilion, guiding disciples and subtly altering the tradition of free services to earn a little fare, deceiving others for food, drink, and wealth. And as of yet, avoiding the deceit of romance. Everything had been progressing smoothly until Todian's unexpected turn of events where the text, understood by the direct disciple, did not align with his replicated versions. This is no trivial matter. It is a significant issue concerning his very livelihood. If the knowledge system is not authentic, he would lack the confidence to deceive others. Lin Su raised his head and said, Xiao Yao, am stepping out for a moment. Please pluck the feathers from this wild chicken, and I shall prepare a braised dish for you upon my return. But a glimmer of tears unexpectedly welled at the corners of the girl's mouth as she mentioned the wild chicken. She wiped her saliva while plucking the feathers. It was evident that winning her heart was a simple task. A mere silver coin, combined with a roasted chicken, would surely suffice. Having exited the inquiry pavilion, Lin Su made his way to the Library of Classics. Displaying his status as a registered disciple, he ascended to the second floor. He sought out the sword-breaking technique, and upon opening the second page, he was astounded. The text recorded within the sword-breaking technique consisted of merely 6 characters. However, as his mind processed the information, he found it had inexplicably expanded by 2 additional characters. And not just that, but the entire sword technique was evidently more than a third longer than the original. He had witnessed exact replicas before, yet who had ever seen a copy that was more detailed than the original? Unsure if this was indeed his first encounter with this particular text, he sought out another volume to conduct an experiment. Having largely completed the second floor's collection, he could not ascend to the third due to his status. Therefore, he sought out any omissions, which primarily consisted of incomplete texts. He soon discovered a partial text, fleeting steps. Upon contact, a leaf materialized in his mind, and the complete fleeting steps vividly unfolded before him, tenfold the clarity of the incomplete text he held. The text was no longer incomplete. Suddenly, a chorus of voices called out, "We pay our respects to the Saintess." Lin Su's chaotic thoughts were abruptly reined in as he turned to observe the direction in which the disciples bowed. Just one glance sent a shiver through his heart, prompting a poem to spring forth in his mind. Clouds yearn for garments. Flowers for beauty. The spring breeze caresses the railing. Dew blossoms profusely. Had I not seen her atop the Jade Mountain, I would encounter her beneath the moon, at the Yao Terrace. This poem, penned by the audacious Li Bai as flattery to women, felt forgivable to Lin Su in this moment. Were it not for the moonlit Yao Terrace, how could such a celestial being exist? The woman before him was exquisitely crafted, her gaze akin to an ethereal being surveying the mortal realm. Her skin was as white as jade, her demeanor exuding unmatched elegance. Should she appear on the streets of modern society, it would not be surprising if drivers lost control of their vehicles due to her beauty. Yet, she was aloof, gliding past without acknowledging the bowing crowd, ascending effortlessly to the third floor, leaving a lingering fragrance in her wake. Someone nearby remarked, "The saintess appears to be in low spirits. Could it be that her journey southward has not gone smoothly?" Another replied, "Indeed, it has been rather tumultuous. She encountered a great fish." At this juncture, he seemed to brush against a taboo and quickly fell silent, departing the library. Lin Su lightly rubbed his head, filled with uncertainty. A great fish? What could that possibly signify? Why was it referred to as a singular entity rather than a plural? Never mind, cultivators are often illiterate or semi-literate. Who understands such nuances of quantifiers? Regardless, it was time to return and prepare the wild chicken for Xiao Yao. Tomorrow, he would continue his charade, gathering enough funds for his journey to leave this wretched place. Lacking the constitution for cultivation, he could not enter that realm, yet he refused to believe that this was the sole path available in the world. To traverse from the modern era into antiquity, only to engage in a futile struggle within their realm of expertise. Wasn't that madness? Upon returning to the small courtyard, Xiao Yao had already stripped the wild chicken to the bone. Lin Su took up the kitchen knife and began to chop with great fervor. Soon, with a sharp sound, steam rose from the iron pot, and the savory aroma of meat wafted throughout the courtyard. The first piece of meat was devoured by her, while Xiao Yao gnawed with grease smeared across her face. The last morsel, however, was also hers, and she consumed it with an expression of sheer bliss. She repeatedly called him brother, though he was not truly her sibling. She was an orphan within the sect, having lost her parents at a tender age. The first time Lin Su encountered her was over a month ago, when she had just emerged victorious from a skirmish with a wild dog, triumphantly clutching a bone she had wrested from. The creature, Lin Su, had gently patted her shoulder and said, "Little girl, I've just cooked a fish, come and join me." From that moment on, her world revolved around this small courtyard, never straying beyond its 10-zhang radius. Thereafter, she began to call him brother. He relished the notion of having someone in this unfamiliar realm who referred to him as such, and he took great pleasure in watching her blissfully gnaw on chicken legs, her eyes half closed in contentment. Amidst the clouds at the horizon, a silver vessel suddenly emerged in the sky, with a beautiful maiden standing upon it, resembling a celestial being. The silver vessel gracefully descended, landing on the azure stone path beneath the pavilion of inquiry, transforming into an exquisite earring that dangled from the maiden's earlobe. With a gentle lift of her hand, a surge of energy shot towards the inquiry bell, producing a melodious chime. This was known as the bell of inquiry. The disciples sought to inquire. First, by striking the bell. Lin Su raised his gaze, peering through the gaps of the courtyard, astonished at the sight of the young maiden. Was it truly her? The little saintess he had encountered earlier in the library pavilion. "Brother, another sister has come to deceive," whispered Xiao Yao, her voice piercing Lin Su's ears. Having just devoured a wild chicken, her greasy mouth left marks on Lin Su's shoulder. This girl had a persistent flaw. She could never learn proper hygiene. Lin Su turned his head, signaling her to be quiet, and swiftly entered through the side door into the debating chamber, which was devoid of windows and tightly sealed. With a gentle lift of his hand, a small hammer struck a nearby bell, its crisp chime resonating in acknowledgement of the disciples' inquiry request. Beyond the bamboo curtain, the little saintess appeared, performing a slight bow. "Elder, the disciple fears there may be a complication in my cultivation. I have come today solely to seek clarification." Lin Su inhaled deeply, altering his voice. "What sort of complication? Speak, if you will." "Indeed," the little saintess replied with utmost respect. 3 days prior, after breaking through to the realm of Dao flower, I experienced sudden and incessant bleeding. I examined my entire body, tracing my meridians. yet found no internal injuries and felt no pain. Thus, this situation must surely be abnormal. Lin Su's eyes widened in the darkness. Was I truly hearing this as a monthly cycle? As her symptoms were described, it became evident. He was completely certain. The little saintess had matured. Experiencing this for the first time, with her scant knowledge of physiology and having just recently broken through in her cultivation, she instinctively attributed this natural phase of life to her practice, and upon failing to comprehend it, she became flustered. Lin Su's myriad feelings coalesced into two words: no matter. This response, upon reaching the little saintess's ears, electrified her. Elder, can you cure it? Cure? Even if I could, I wouldn't dare. What if it led to a premature cessation of your cultivation? I fear your parents might come after me. His hesitation was misinterpreted by the little saintess. The disciple earnestly requests the elder to employ your miraculous hands. Regardless of success or failure, I will be eternally grateful. Upon hearing this, Lin Su reconsidered. Why not seize the opportunity for a favor without cost? Close your six senses and relax your entire being. The saintess obeyed, her eyes closing, her consciousness retracting, genuinely cooperating for the sake of her ailment. Lin Su positioned himself behind her, admiring the exquisiteness of her form. Inhaling the sweet fragrance of youth that danced in the air, while his gaze wandered to her delicate curves, contrasting her earlier sanctity with her current submissiveness. To speak candidly, wicked thoughts did arise. However, it is commendable that when his fingers fell, he managed to score a few points. After approximately 5 minutes, Lin Su forcefully quelled his wandering thoughts, reluctantly withdrawing his fingers and retreating behind the bamboo curtain. He calculated the timing of her affliction and spoke through the curtain. You may return. You shall surely recover by tomorrow. A delicate blush unexpectedly appeared on the saintess's face. She slowly opened her eyes and bowed slightly. Thank you, elder. She retrieved a small package from her bosom, placed it on the table, and exited. Upon returning to her courtyard, she opened the package to reveal 10 taels of silver. Xiao Yao leaped up in excitement. 10 taels. My brother is becoming increasingly generous. Oh no, it is the guidance of a great master, justifiably priced. Lin Su gently patted her head, murmuring, this situation is somewhat peculiar. I am not entirely certain, cough, whether it is indeed justifiable. Huh? Xiao Yao was bewildered. The next day, the saintess's affliction had completely healed. After confirming this, her heart blossomed with joy, which her sister perceptively noticed, smiling gently. Sister, today you appear remarkably cheerful. Unlike the previous days filled with worry. Could there be some delightful news? The saintess replied with a smile. A few days ago, I was plagued by an affliction and feared it would disrupt my cultivation, hence my concern. Fortunately, Elder San's remarkable skills have restored my health. The smile on her sister's face froze. Elder San? Wasn't he with Mother at Guiyuan half a month ago? The saintess frowned. Could it be? For the past half-month, Elder San has been at the Windayoch, frequently sharing profound insights on disciples' cultivation, which many have found immensely beneficial. Her sister, filled with suspicion, thought, how could that be? If others are unaware, I surely am not. I was present when Mother and Elder San departed together. She concealed her feelings. Please, tell me about your affliction and how he rendered his aid. The saintess recounted her experience. Upon hearing about her affliction, her sister's eyes widened in shock. Heavens! Is this not merely your monthly cycle? How could you dare consult a man about such matters? When discussing the methods employed by the keeper of the pavilion to treat ailments, her sister's fury ignited, her heart filled with disdain, internally cursing him. In a fit of rage, she soared into the sky, propelled by an overwhelming tempest aimed at the Windayoch. Within the Windayoch, Lin Su was expounding on philosophical matters in a gentle, aged tone, captivating the hearts of several disciples below. A pouch of silver coins, contributed by 4 or 5 of them, lay upon the table. Just as the discourse neared its conclusion, the furious sister transformed into a whirlwind, bursting into the Windayoch. With a swift motion, the bamboo curtain before her disintegrated into dust, and her delicate hand, reminiscent of divine retribution, pierced through the darkness within the pavilion, seizing Lin Su by the throat and soaring upwards. As Lin Su encountered the sunlight for the first time, he was momentarily bewildered, facing a strikingly beautiful woman. Her fierce expression strikingly similar to that of the saintess, he inwardly exclaimed, oh no. An age-old adage rang true. What goes around comes around. One must pay the price for their actions. The entire Yunshi sect erupted in chaos. Countless disciples were incensed. The most infuriating aspect was the revelation to his disciples that the one who had previously guided them was, in fact, a mere nominal disciple of lower rank, and a failure in cultivation who could not even step through the threshold of practice. This overwhelming indignation surged like a tidal wave. To dare to desecrate the Hall of Inquiry, let him be killed, shouted 10 disciples in unison. To use the name of Inquiry to swindle money, let him be killed, cried 100 disciples in chorus. In front of Lin Su, Xiao Yao bravely stepped forward, hands on her hips. This is not deception. It is what one might call guidance from a renowned master, with reasonable fees. Beat her. A throng surged towards Xiao Yao, who scrambled back to Lin Su's side. Her small face drained of color. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, clad in azure robes with long sleeves, a snow-white beard, and an expression of exasperation. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, dozens of advancing disciples were frozen in their tracks, those on the ground stayed rooted, while those in the air remained suspended in midair. The third elder, Lin Su managed to utter, his voice dry. This was the true guardian of the Hall of Inquiry. The third elder had returned. I am fully aware of all the circumstances. The third elder's voice was deep and hoarse. To profit from inquiry contravenes our sect's principles. All ill-gotten gains must be returned. With a wave of his hand, the jar that Xiao Yao had hidden beneath the bed flew into the air. Xiao Yao shrieked. This is guidance from a renowned master, reasonable. Lin Su swiftly covered her mouth. The jar shattered, and silver coins rained down like a storm. The third elder's voice resonated throughout the gathering. As for Lin Su, I have my own methods of discipline. Disperse. With a sweeping motion of his sleeves, everyone present, along with the scattered coins, was simultaneously whisked away to the four corners. Lin Su found himself in a small courtyard. Now only 3 souls remained, himself, Xiao Yao, and the master, the surroundings eerily quiet. The third elder inhaled deeply, his eyes bulging. Lin Su quickly interjected, there is an ancient saying, do not admonish a disciple in anger, nor a wife at night. Master, please take a seat. I shall prepare a few delectable dishes to welcome you after your journey, and I shall not evade my responsibilities. He tugged at Xiao Yao, pulling her into the kitchen. In the courtyard, the third elder's eyes widened in astonishment, panting heavily, and with a loud clap. He struck his forehead, sending the door behind him flying. In the kitchen, Lin Su remained focused on his chopping, although he was acutely aware of the commotion outside. He felt he could still manage the situation with the third elder. There were 2 tried-and-true methods. The first was that the old man was steeped in tradition. A mere mention of ancient wisdom would earn him some credence, regardless of what followed. The second was the allure of food. As a cultivator sect, they had little regard for culinary delights. Before Lin Su's arrival, the third elder had scarcely tasted the pleasures of the mortal realm. But after he prepared a few simple yet modern dishes in an iron wok, the old man had rekindled his appreciation for earthly sustenance. Today's transgressions were somewhat grave, and Lin Su feared the elder might act out of anger. Thus he employed a dual approach to calm him down and ease the tension. This method is evidently effective. After the old man slapped his forehead, his anger seemed to dissipate by 80%. As several dishes were served, he exhaled deeply and began to eat. Lin Su and Xiao Yao stood respectfully beside him. Once the meal concluded, Xiao Yao took the bowls to the kitchen, and the third elder gestured to the chairs in front of him, prompting Lin Su to sit down. The old man's gaze lifted, and a torrent of emotions flickered within his eyes. Do you comprehend the gravity of your transgression? Lin Su protested, Master, I am wronged. When you were away, fellow disciples sought my guidance. With a sincere heart for our sect, I wholeheartedly assisted my brothers and sisters in resolving their doubts. Can this truly be deemed a mistake? As the ancients say, the third elder bellowed, silence. Abruptly cutting off his reference to ancient wisdom, Lin Su stared at him in shock. The old man slapped his forehead once more and sighed deeply. This matter is also my fault. I failed to inform you of the sect's precepts. I had assumed that within the sect, you were incapable of even besting a dog, let alone committing a transgression. I never anticipated such a profound rebellion, that you would so recklessly provoke calamity. Listen closely. Your offenses correspond to 2 of the 18 prohibitions of our sect, transgressing regulations and desecrating the Dao platform. Any violation of the 18 prohibitions, he panted, cultivating a dreadful atmosphere. Lin Su finally felt a twinge of anxiety. What will happen? The third elder slowly articulated 8 words. Deprivation of cultivation. Expulsion from the sect. Lin Su felt a sudden sense of relief. Is that all? I thought I might have to endure the severing of some organ, which nearly terrified me. The third elder's gaze swept over his face, failing to find panic. Instead, he saw a look of profound relief. What could this mean? Lin Su poured a cup of water for the elder and said, Master, your disciple possesses no root of enlightenment, and without any cultivation, I cannot be said to have wasted my potential, can I? The third elder was momentarily taken aback. The severe punitive measures that practitioners dreaded seemed trivial in his eyes. And the reason lay here. Lin Su continued, as for being expelled from the sect, that is even less significant. To be honest, even without this incident, I had intended to leave the mountain. Lacking a root of enlightenment, my presence in the sect is merely a waste of time. Why endure such a plight? Therefore, I kindly ask you, Master, to tell me about my origins. Do I have a family? This question seemed peculiar. Why would one inquire about their own origins? Yet, from Lin Su's lips, it felt quite natural. Upon his arrival in this world, the previous occupant of this body had perished in a lightning strike, and at that moment, his consciousness had dissipated. He had previously asked his master who he was, but the elder had refused to divulge any information, only advising him to devote himself to cultivation and to forget about worldly concerns. Now that his path of cultivation had been severed and he was preparing to leave the mountain, it was time for his master to enlighten him. The third elder gazed at the cup of water for an extended period. The water within stirred without a breeze, creating ripples that danced outward. After a long pause, he slowly raised his head and said, "Given the circumstances, I shall disclose what I know. Everything I am aware of was initially told to me by you upon your entrance into the sect. Whether it is true or false, that is for you to determine." Upon hearing this, Lin Su's expression turned somewhat perplexed. What does this old man mean? Is he evading responsibility? However, the elder's subsequent words left him in shock. Lin Su, was the third son of the Ding'an Marquis of the Great Song Nation. The Ding'an Marquis faced calamity and sought assistance from the Buddhist realm, where a venerable monk provided him with an enigmatic prophecy: 3 paths unite, breaking the calamity and ushering in prosperity. What could this mean? A plausible interpretation suggested that the Lin family had 3 sons, each destined to pursue a distinct path to avert disaster and elevate the family to greatness. His elder brother was a general stationed at the border, representing the martial path. His second brother was a gifted scholar, already a licentiate, embodying the scholarly path. As for him, he had no choice but to embark on the path of immortality. Cultivation is also referred to as the path of immortality. Consequently, his father, the Ding'an Marquis, dispatched capable individuals to escort him across great distances to the Yunshi sect for training. This was the reason for his arrival at the Yunshi sect. It was also the source of the third elder's considerable inner conflict. He had initially respected the Ding'an Marquis for safeguarding the nation and had accepted this responsibility. Yet he found himself unable to facilitate Lin Su's entry into the realm of cultivation. Now, facing the prospect of expulsion, he felt a deep sense of remorse for this entrusted task. Lin Su sighed. "So, my arrival at the Yunshi sect is rooted in a prophecy from the Buddhist realm. Master, can this monk be trusted?" The elder replied, "I do not even know who this monk is, but given your father's immense trust, he must be an extraordinary individual." Lin Su exclaimed in frustration, "This situation is utterly convoluted." He shook his head. No matter how distinguished he may be or how profound his abilities, there remains an insurmountable dilemma. My arrival at the Yunshi sect is evidently a mistake. He lacks the fundamental roots for cultivation, and this is an undeniable truth. The old man concurred with this sentiment. In truth, I have harbored doubts for quite some time, not regarding the esteemed monks of the Buddhist order, but rather, you may have misjudged your alignment with your elder brother. Perhaps you are more suited for martial arts, while your elder brother is inclined towards cultivation. Lin Su chuckled. I find merit in my master's assessment. It is indeed likely that my brothers and I have erred in our task assignments. Yet, I suspect I have misjudged my second brother's capabilities. I may be more attuned to the literary path. The literary path, that of scholarly pursuits. In his mind, there existed a barren tree, with each leaf functioning as a copier, springing to life upon encountering books, directly reproducing their contents. This remarkable ability, so intricately linked to literature, could indeed be termed a match made in heaven. The old man promptly dismissed this notion. That is utterly impossible. His tone was resolute and unwavering. Lin Su was genuinely perplexed. Why? The old man replied, "What do you think the literary path entails? Do you believe that recognizing a few characters qualifies you for it? The literary path is vast and profound. It stands as the pinnacle of all paths. A master of literature can vanquish formidable foes with a stroke of the pen, shatter the heavens with a single word, and wield the power to reshape the world. Correspondingly, the barriers to entry are exceptionally high. Your second brother is already a scholar, establishing a vibrant literary presence. He is undoubtedly the foremost candidate for the literary path, and you wish to exchange roles with him? What?" Lin Su found himself in a state of bewilderment. What did it mean to vanquish foes with a stroke of the pen, to shatter the heavens with a word? To reshape the world? What was this vibrant literary presence? Why did it seem that the literary path he understood was not the same as what was being described? Master, I am soon to descend the mountain, and I may not have the opportunity to hear your teachings again. Perhaps you could share your insights on the matters of the world with me. As the ancient saying goes, to impart the way, to teach the craft, and to dispel doubts is the essence of a master's grace. Perhaps it is this ancient wisdom that has ensnared the old man in a deeply entrenched mindset. Perhaps it is the tinge of melancholy that accompanies impending farewells. Or perhaps it is the old man's nature as a guardian of the archives. Compelled to expound on the path, he spoke at length, offering considerable detail. Lin Su's heart was tumultuous, as if he were weathering a tempest. This world is a realm of extraordinary wonders. It is a tapestry woven with literature and martial prowess, cultivation, demons, and magic, all contributing to its enchanting essence. The most astonishing of all is the literary path. The scholar is not a feeble figure. Rather, they embody the zenith of combat prowess. Poetry, prose, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting evoke the great power of literature, capable of inflicting real harm. To vanquish foes with a stroke of the pen is not mere abstraction. It is a genuine act of severing heads. To shatter the heavens with a word is not fanciful. It can indeed allow one to soar. To reshape the world is not an abstract literary device. The great scholars can truly make mountains crumble, redirect rivers, and turn the earth itself. He also deciphered a phrase from the previous day's discourse in the archive. One disciple remarked that the saintess appeared displeased. Could it be that her journey southward was fraught with difficulties? Another disciple replied that indeed, it had not gone smoothly, as they had encountered a formidable opponent. At that moment, he thought these illiterate seniors were merely misusing quantifiers. Now he comprehended that they were not speaking of a large fish at all, but rather a great scholar, a unique entity within the literary path. However, there was one peculiar matter that remained. Lin Su inquired, Master, the way of literature is so extraordinary. Yet why has it never been mentioned within our sect? I have been part of the sect for several months, and today is the first time I have heard you speak of it. Upon hearing this, the third elder fell silent, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Finally, he spoke. In the Yunshi sect, the way of literature is shrouded in taboo. I will elucidate the circumstances to you, partly to prevent you from unknowingly transgressing our sect's taboos, and partly as a lesson in the principles of conduct, given our mentor-student bond. The sect has classified the way of literature as forbidden due to the deep wounds inflicted upon our sect leader by it. In her youth, when she was still a saintess traversing the world, she encountered a great scholar of the way of literature who caused her great harm, resulting in the birth of a daughter, the very young lady you met today, the one who pulled you from the hall of inquiry. This scholar was a scoundrel, initiating a relationship only to abandon her, leading the sect leader to forge a profound enmity with the way of literature. 5 years later, the sect leader traveled far and wide to exact revenge upon that beast. What followed was a tangled mess of events. Upon her return, she had another daughter, who became the Yunshi sect saintess, Mengzhu. Having suffered 2 indignities, the sect leader's roots were damaged, and her reputation suffered greatly. The entire Yunshi sect united in outrage, embracing the notion that any affront to our sect leader was an affront to our ancestors, thus designating the way of literature as taboo. Therefore, in your future interactions with fellow disciples of Yunshi, refrain from mentioning the way of literature. Furthermore, you must always remember that the essence of being a person lies in steadfastly maintaining one's principles and knowing what to abstain from. Lin Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, the first time you were wronged, one could attribute it to unfortunate encounters. But what of the second? To embark on a quest for vengeance, full of vigor, only to return with child? What kind of revenge is that? Out of respect for the sect leader and consideration for his status as a disciple of Yunshi, Lin Su refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely nodding as if pecking at grains. The third elder pondered deeply, weighing various factors, and ultimately resolved, it is best for you, in terms of sentiment, reason, and propriety, to leave the Yunshi sect. Lin Su gathered his belongings, while Xiaoyao followed him in and out, her cherubic face losing its smile for the first time. Lin Su gently patted her head and said, Xiaoyao, I must depart. You should stay with the master. Suddenly, her eyes glistened with tears. Lin Su faltered, Do you wish to come with me? Xiaoyao nodded vigorously, Brother, I can cook and wash clothes. I remember all the dishes you taught me. You just said I am particularly good at plucking feathers. She recounted her virtues with fervor, then looked up at Lin Su with longing eyes. From the side, the third elder's voice broke in, Take her with you. It matters little if there is one less pair of chopsticks in the Duke's residence. Lin Su contemplated for a moment, The mountain is tranquil and serene, while everything below is shrouded in uncertainty. It could be the lavish comforts of the Duke's household, yet it may also bring forth numerous trials. Very well. We shall go together. If we find ourselves unable to survive, we can weep together. Xiao Yao cheered, clutching Lin Su's sleeve, wiping her tears with it. On the final night at Yunshi sect, Lin Su prepared a sumptuous dinner for the third elder once more, though regrettably, there was no wine. After the meal, the third elder sat alone atop the discussion pavilion, enveloped in silence. Xiao Yao remained at Lin Su's bedside, urging her to sleep, yet she steadfastly refused. Eventually, as Lin Su drifted into slumber, the girl grasped his sleeve, unable to resist the weight of her eyelids, and succumbed to sleep, even in the depths of her dreams. She did not relinquish her hold on Lin Su's garment, fearing he might slip away in the night. On the following morning, preparations were made for departure. Just as the third elder intended to see him off, a silver boat streaked across the sky, descending gracefully beyond the courtyard gates. Lin Su's heart tightened. Was there yet another trial awaiting him before he departed? Although he had genuinely refrained from overstepping boundaries while treating her ailments the previous day, she was, after all, a saintly maiden steeped in the traditions of feudal propriety. Moreover, he had learned of the painful memories that haunted her family, where men had caused them great suffering repeatedly. The young saintess maintained a calm demeanor as she bowed to the third elder, esteemed third elder, having endured the hardships of travel. Allow me to escort this young gentleman home. Lin Su's heart raced with alarm. No, master, do not acquiesce. If you agree, her farewell will surely transform into something unrecognizable, and I may very well find myself in a precarious situation. Yet, the third elder had already nodded. Then, I must trouble the saintess. Turning to Lin Su, the young saintess beckoned. Young Master Lin, please board the vessel. I shall accompany you part of the way. Though Lin Su felt trepidation, he had no choice but to muster his resolve and step onto her silver boat. It soared into the sky, carrying Lin Su and Xiao Yao on their journey homeward. As they ascended, the clouds drifted by, and in an instant, the Jiangxi sect vanished from sight. Lin Su's gaze shifted to the young saintess at the bow of the boat, his mind concocting a myriad of arguments, some just, some skewed, and some malevolent. He had resolved to employ a grand deception to navigate the impending calamity. The young saintess spoke first. You have transgressed the rules of our sect, and my sister would have summoned you from the discussion pavilion to bear an unbearable burden. You deserve your fate. Yet, you have cured my ailment, and that is an undeniable fact. Today, I sincerely escort you. What? Lin Su was taken aback. She was not here to impose upon him, but rather to genuinely see him off. Had she not communicated with her sister? This was perhaps to be expected. Given her upbringing as a saintly maiden steeped in traditional values, who would dare to discuss sensitive matters so openly? He felt a wave of relief wash over him. The saintess truly possesses a commendable sense of principle. Indeed, the young saintess smiled subtly. In the realm of martial arts, one acts with promptness and clarity in matters of gratitude and vengeance. Those who offend me shall not escape, no matter how far they flee. However, those who have shown me kindness will also be met with kindness in return. What? The thought that departure did not signify an end, and that there might be future repercussions, tightened Lin Su's chest once more. He forced a smile and replied, Saintess, you jest. With your celestial grace and expansive heart, how could you be one to bear grudges? Moreover, your recovery from this ailment is also a testament to your generous spirit. The saintess paused, slightly taken aback. What do you mean? Lin Su explained, your ailment, known as thousand ties, stemmed from obsession but has now reached a resolution. Should it ever resurface, simply release your fixation and attain clarity in your heart, and it shall dissipate in no more than 4 days. His words filled the young saintess with profound gratitude, and she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Fortunately, today, with a heart full of goodwill, I accompanied him on this journey. Otherwise, how could one fathom the profound truth of life's entanglements? The elders say that kindness begets kindness, and I find no deceit in their words. Little did she anticipate that this revelation would stem from her own remark. Lin Su felt a twinge of apprehension about her impending visit next month, fearing a vengeful pursuit across the ends of the earth. Thus, he decided to issue a preemptive warning should that time come. She must first engage in self-reflection and relinquish her obsession with troubling him. Strangely enough, this malady could indeed be cured in just 4 days. However, Lin Su maintained his boundaries. Letting go of obsessions and achieving a tranquil state of mind is a universal remedy, beneficial for anyone, whether they are unwell or in search of wellness. Without leading the little saintess astray, the atmosphere during their journey was quite pleasant, with azure skies, fluffy clouds, and a gentle spring breeze. Lin Su, inspired by the scenery, yearned to compose a few verses, to sing of the clouds drifting in the vast blue sky and the mysteries below. Thankfully, he remembered the tragic past of the little saintess, which restrained his urge to indulge in poetic musings, lest he inadvertently provoke her. After an indeterminate span of time, a silver boat descended from the heavens, revealing a grand river and an ancient city at their feet. They had arrived at Haining City in Suzhou. The Saintess' silver vessel landed outside the city. Should fate allow, we shall meet again in the realm of rivers and lakes. Could there truly be a chance for such a reunion? Lin Su pondered. Indeed. Perhaps you could seek out that esteemed monk from the Buddhist sect and inquire about the reasons for your path remaining closed. Once you unlock that door, you and Yunchi could share the same spiritual journey, and one day, a reunion would surely be in store. The silver boat soared back into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Lin Su gazed blankly at Xiaoyao. You have finally stepped into the mortal realm. What is it that you desire most? Xiaoyao licked her lips. A bag of candy beans. Lin Su shot her a sidelong glance. Is that your ambition? Dare you to wish for something grander? 2 bags of candy beans. Lin Su burst into hearty laughter, taking her hand. Come, let us return to the manor first, and then we shall scour the city for your candy beans. Haining Prefecture is a district of Tuzhou, akin to a modern-day city. In this era, there are no towering edifices of steel and concrete, nor bustling traffic, yet the pavilions and towers are boundless in charm. Lin Su observed the intricately carved buildings lining the streets, noting the passers-by adorned in silks and satins or barely clothed, while the calls from the taverns, "Good sir, please enter," wore an air of novelty. Books suggest that feudal societies were sparsely populated, lacking the density of modernity, but this world defies that notion. In this small prefectural city, Lin Su beheld a vibrant scene reminiscent of the bustling splendor of Bianliang during the Song dynasty. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was not the Song dynasty. This world was far more extraordinary and enigmatic. Even within the city, glimpses of the uncanny emerged, such as peculiar mounts resembling wolves or horses. And he witnessed a solitary figure traversing the waves of the Yangtze, who appeared not as a cultivator, but rather as an intellectual. As Xiaoyao wiped her drool, the tantalizing aroma from a nearby tavern compelled her to do so. She also wiped her mouth as they passed a fruit stall. Lin Su was aware of her hunger. He too felt the pangs of emptiness. The young saintess, accustomed to a life devoid of earthly indulgences, had not prepared any provisions on her silver boat. After several arduous hours, the siblings, newly emerged into the world, were reduced to skin and bones, yet they found themselves utterly penniless. Although they had managed to swindle a modest sum of silver, it had been dispersed by the third elder, leaving them without a single copper coin. Thus, Lin Su could only reassure her, "My dear, bear with it for a little longer. Once we return home, my family resides in a marquis's residence. Surely there will be ample food. I shall prepare a grand feast for you, with roasted chicken and lamb chops served whole." Xiaoyao's mouth watered at the thought. Guiding her to a fabric shop, Lin Su caught the gaze of an elderly shopkeeper. "Young master, are you seeking to have clothes made?" The old man inquired. "Esteemed shopkeeper, might I ask the whereabouts of the Ding'an Marquis's residence?" Lin Su responded. The old man's expression turned peculiar, his brow slightly furrowing. "You are not from around here, are you?" "Why do you ask, esteemed shopkeeper?" Lin Su's brow furrowed in return. The old man replied, "Because the locals are well aware that the Ding'an Marquis has fallen from grace. The Marquis's title has been stripped away." "What?" Lin Su's complexion paled dramatically, and Xiaoyu beside him mirrored his shock. "What transpired? Please, tell us." The shopkeeper glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then lowered his voice to share the somber news. 3 months ago, the Ding'an Marquis was implicated in a grave incident and subsequently executed by imperial decree. His title has been revoked, and his estate and lands have been confiscated. The household has been dismantled, and thus the Ding'an Marquis's residence no longer exists. Fortunately, the benevolent emperor allowed the widow and orphans to retain their former abode, located just over there. At that moment, a sense of despondency enveloped Lin Su, accompanied by an inexplicable sorrow. The home he had finally located was now a shell of despair. After a long journey back, it was not the reunion he had envisioned. Although he was not originally of this world and felt no true connection to the Ding'an Marquis's lineage, he could not shake the profound emptiness that settled within him, a feeling both elusive and achingly real. A gentle touch broke his reverie. Xiaoyao grasped his hand tightly. "Brother, do not be sad. Xiaoyao is here with you." Having experienced the pain of losing loved ones, she understood the coldness of a world bereft of home. It was only with her brother's arrival that she had once again sensed the fragrance of spring and basked in the vibrant hues of sunlight. Yet now, her brother's home was also in turmoil. Unsure of how to comfort him, she could only hold his hand and reassure him. "Brother, do not cry. Xiao Yao is here." Though Lin Su held back his tears, she could not contain her own. He gently wiped her tears away and said, "Let us go home." As they traversed the bustling streets, they arrived at a vast courtyard, nestled against a towering mountain and bordered by the mighty Yangtze River. It appeared to be a prosperous locale, yet the wild grass grew rampant at the entrance, and a solitary stray dog scavenged for food, perfectly illustrating the desolation of a once magnificent marquis' residence. With the mournful creak of the door hinges, Lin Su stepped into the former Ding and Marquis' estate, his fleshly home. The desolate front yard lay empty, not a soul was in sight, only the rampant growth of weeds obscuring the remnants of past glory. Upon entering the courtyard, a young maid emerged from the main hall. The moment her gaze fell upon Lin Su, she let out an earth-shattering cry. "Third Master! Madam! The Third Master has returned." A loud crash resonated from within the hall, as if something had been knocked over. Shortly after, a woman in her 40s, supported by a young man in his 20s, stepped out. Upon seeing Lin Su, her excitement was palpable. A faint, sickly blush suddenly appeared on her pale and haggard face, and tears welled in her eyes. She rushed forward, grasping Lin Su's hands tightly, and wept. "San Lang, you have finally returned. I feared that in my illness, I would depart without seeing you one last time." Feeling the tumultuous waves of her emotions and the warmth in her hands, Lin Su's heart stirred quietly. If he had the habit of keeping a journal, he might have penned, "On the 83rd day of my sojourn in this world, I have returned to the home of my former self. The Marquis lies in tatters, devoid of any glimmer of hope. And it seems that everyone has reached the end of their road. Theoretically, I share no ties with the Ding and Marquis, yet perhaps due to a mysterious pull of blood, I distinctly feel the profound love of a mother and the bond of siblings. After sailing countless miles, I have finally found my way home. My drifting vessel has returned to port." The maid, Xiao Tao, presented a thin gruel that was clear enough to see the bottom of the bowl, accompanied by 2 hard, yellow steamed buns that, if transported to Lin Su's previous world, would hardly entice even a dog. Nevertheless, Lin Su and Xiao Yao devoured the meal with gusto, while their mother clutched at his clothing, as if fearing that if she let go, he might vanish once more. After finishing their meal, Lin Su's second brother spoke softly. "Mother, now that third brother has returned, you can rest assured. I shall write you another guiding chi essay to aid in your recovery. Lang, you must not overexert yourself." "Fear not, mother, I am still able to manage." He produced a sheet of golden paper and opened an ink pot, filling the room with a peculiar, refreshing fragrance. As his brush touched the golden paper, he began to inscribe a composition. From the essence of heaven and earth, the grandeur of literary art, man takes form from bone, and spirit enters the human soul. The golden light radiated, while the sun outside began its descent, as if merging with the very words on the page. Yet, with each stroke, his complexion grew paler, and the effort seemed to sap his vitality. As he neared completion, the golden light flickered and his hand trembled. With the final stroke, he swayed unsteadily. Xiao Tao loosened the clasp at their mother's neck, revealing her skin covered in inscriptions. Layers upon layers of words infused with the essence of heaven and earth. The deeper hues tinged with a faint red, while the lighter shades had nearly faded away. This new text adhered to their mother's neck, the words on the golden paper completely vanishing, transferring to her skin. Her pale face flushed with color as she exhaled softly and gradually closed her eyes. Lin Su watched in astonishment. This was the great power of literary art. Capable of healing? Slowly straightening himself, his second brother said, "Third brother, mother is asleep. Come with me to the ancestral hall to offer incense for father." When the time came for his father's beheading, Lin Su was at Yunshi sect, entirely unaware of the news. Now, having returned home, it was only fitting that he pay his respects to his father with incense offerings. The ancestral hall exuded a solemn and austere atmosphere. Before the spirit tablet, the ancestral tablets of the Lin family were arranged in 10 tiers, a staggered display representing 2 centuries and 10 generations of their forebears. Lin Su's gaze traversed the names. General Lin Shiliang of the northern town of Dazong Kingdom. General Lin Lijun, the brave cavalry general of Dazong Kingdom. General Lin Wanfang, the brave cavalry marquis of Dazong Kingdom. The Lin family, a lineage of military officials for 200 years, had only one exception. The tablet at the very bottom, in the center, bearing just 7 words, "Spirit of Lord Lin Ding'an." This was his father, once known as the Marquis of Ding'an. the commander of Blood Rain Pass, yet stripped of his title and rank. His spirit tablet bore only a name, devoid of any honorifics. His elder brother inserted a stick of incense into the incense holder before their father, kneeling with a thud. Father, as you journey to the afterlife, your third son could not return in time. Today, I have come to offer you incense. Rest assured, no matter how tumultuous the winds of fate may be, as long as I draw breath, I shall protect mother and my brothers. After bowing 9 times, he slowly rose. Third brother, come forth. Lin Su reverently placed the incense stick in the holder and bowed 9 times before standing upright. Brother, how did father meet his demise? His elder brother's eyes glinted with fury as he recounted the many grievances. The situation of the Lin family was, in truth, a common malady of the feudal society. The duty of military officials is to slay enemies and safeguard the borders, adopting a stance of warfare against external threats. In contrast, civil officials, firm believers in Confucian classics, espouse a soft and ambiguous approach to foreign affairs. This has fostered a political environment of conflict between civil and military spheres. Civil officials monopolize discourse, while military leaders become increasingly marginalized, leading to the peculiar phenomenon of military generals absenting themselves from court. In the public eye, military officials have even become synonymous with disgrace, as society increasingly favors civil over military pursuits. In such a broader context, no one dared to act rashly, least of all Lin Dingnan, who understood the treacherous nature of court politics. He had always acted with utmost caution, maneuvering delicately to maintain his marquis title. Yet, misfortune struck unexpectedly. Last year, one of his subordinates colluded with the demonic forces, becoming a shameful traitor to the human race. How could Lin Ding and let this go unpunished? He executed military justice, only to discover that the traitor had deep ties to the court. The Minister of War, Zhang Weiyuan, fabricated lies, accusing Lin Dingnan of treason. His Majesty dispatched a team to Blood Rain Pass to investigate the matter, yet this team was also under the control of court officials, ultimately concluding that Lin Dingnan had indeed committed treason, leading to his execution. Originally, there were plans to annihilate the entire Lin family. But considering their 2-century legacy of military prowess and their formidable reputation in the army, the authorities hesitated, fearing a potential uprising. Thus, the matriarch of the Lin family and her 3 sons narrowly escaped disaster. Lin Su's heart burned with indignation. What sort of court is this? Warriors who defend their homeland are pursued by those seeking their demise, fabricated charges laid against them, and the real culprit is none other than the Minister of War. He resolved to set these matters aside for the moment. Mother's illness. It is not serious, is it? The second brother remarked. Mother has succumbed to illness due to her troubled thoughts. If treated with medicine and supplemented by the guiding chi text, she could recover swiftly. Alas, the physicians in the city are too fearful to visit, relying solely on the guiding chi text, which may prolong her suffering for several more days. Lin Su felt a slight jolt of surprise. What did it mean that the doctors in the city dared not come? Was it still the Zhang family's suppression? Zhang Wenyuan's ancestral home was also in Haining, and the Lin family felt the weight of their oppression everywhere. They sought to sell some wooden goods and furniture to make ends meet, yet no one dared to approach. With mother ill, not even the doctors would come, all terrified of the Zhang family and fearing collateral damage. Do not worry, third brother. I shall venture to the city gate tomorrow to sell calligraphy and compose letters, ensuring the Lin family has at least a warm meal, he reassured. The second brother, considering Lin Su's arduous journey back, urged him to rest. He then made his way, albeit unsteadily, to the study, needing to read and prepare for the imperial examination. Observing his brother's determined posture, Lin Su felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He could scarcely fathom the immense pressure this scholar had endured over the past few months, the death of their father, the illness of their mother, and the sudden burden of their family's estate resting squarely on his shoulders. He was a man of letters, inherently not one to bear the storms of familial strife. Could he truly shoulder all this? Now that he had returned, he was part of this family, regardless of the past. Lin Su returned to the western courtyard, to his once familiar little abode. The courtyard appeared dilapidated, and under the dim light, a maid stood there, Xiao Yao. Brother, she exclaimed, rushing over to grasp his hand and nuzzle her head against his waist. Lin Su gently patted her head, saying, Xiao Yao, I promised to scour the city for sugar beans for you, but I cannot fulfill that promise today. Brother, how could you say that? Xiao Yao protested, as if sugar beans were a delicacy. Yet her expression betrayed her, a glimmer of excitement at the corners of her mouth. Lin Su smiled softly. Go to sleep now. I know you didn't rest well last night. Xiaoyao slept in the adjoining room to Lin Su's, and sooner even breaths filled the air, indicating she had drifted into a deep slumber. Lin Su, however, lay awake on his large bed, tossing and turning through the night until the first light of dawn began to break. The next day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Lin Su finally awoke. Exiting the courtyard, he made his way to the main hall to check on his mother's condition. Just as he was about to enter, a sudden exclamation echoed from within. "Second young master, what has happened to you?" Lin Su pushed open the hall door and found his second brother collapsed on the floor, his face devoid of color. Xiao Tao and their mother were frantically trying to help him up. Lin Su hurried over to assist his brother, asking, "Second brother, what has befallen you?" Their mother, in tears, lamented, "It is all my fault. A typical scholar expends all his energy writing a piece of guiding chi text, yet you, my son, have been composing 2 pieces daily for several days. How could you not be utterly exhausted?" Xiao Tao hastened to prepare some broth for the second young master. Erlang, lie down. Lin Su and her mother worked together to assist the second brother onto the bed. He finally caught his breath and gradually opened his eyes. Just then, a voice suddenly called from outside. "May I ask if Lin Jiaoyang, the second young master, is present?" It was a crisp female voice. Lin Su peered through the window and saw Xiao Tao, who had just stepped out, standing before a petite figure dressed in male attire, yet clearly a young woman. Xiao Tao inquired, "Miss, who are you?" The girl replied, "I am Cui Er, a servant from Yuxiang Tower, here to seek an audience with young Master Jiaoyang." Xiao Tao responded, "The second young master is unwell and is unable to receive visitors." Cui Er became anxious. "What shall I do?" "Sister, please, you must allow me to meet the young master. The matter is urgent and cannot be delayed." "Then, come in." Cui Er entered the main hall with Xiao Tao. Upon seeing the girl, Lin Jiaoyang was taken aback. "Cui Er, why are you here? What has happened to Yulo?" "Second young master," Cui Er exclaimed. "Do you not know that Yulo has bid farewell to the tower today?" To bid farewell to the tower is a customary step for courtesans in their youth. They entertain for a living, and as they age, they seek to marry into wealthy families as concubines, which is often considered the best outcome. Though Yulo was the top courtesan of Yuxiang Tower, she could not escape this inevitable fate. Lin Jiaoyang stood in a daze. She had mentioned her intention to leave the tower, but I did not expect it to be today. "She sent you here to." "The reason I came out today was to conceal it from my sister. Last night, she secretly hid the invitation letter from Yuxiang Tower meant for you, as she wished to prevent you from attending the farewell banquet." She knew that Zhang Xiao, from the Ministry of War, along with several talented scholars from Zhuzhou, have long been intent on obstructing your literary path. Attending any literary gathering would be fraught with peril. I also understand that my sister's concerns are valid, but I am still worried. Zhang Xiao has declared that he will take my sister home from the farewell banquet. How can she refuse? If she were to leap into the flames, how could she ever return to share another mid-autumn night conversation with you? Lin Jiaoyang's heart was in turmoil, his body trembling. Lin Mu gently sighed. "Erlang, Yulo's fears are entirely reasonable. You should rest assured, recuperate, and observe how things unfold." But the Zhang family. Lin Jiaoyang's chest heaved rapidly, his face pale yet tinged with a hint of crimson. Lin Mu said, "The Zhang family schemes harmed your father, and they cannot bear to see the Lin family rise again. As the sole literary figure of the Lin family, you are a thorn in their side. Everyone knows their intent to obstruct your literary path. In this instance, you have lost the protection of the Ho residence. Even with a robust constitution, your journey would be fraught with peril. Moreover, given your current physical condition, it would serve no purpose and might even implicate Miss Yulo." Lin Jiaoyang stared blankly at the rooftop, when suddenly a violent fit of coughing seized him. As he withdrew his hand from his mouth, a startling pool of crimson lingered on his palm. Lin's mother gasped in horror, using her sleeve to wipe away the blood, and assisted him in lying down. Cui Er, equally taken aback, gazed vacantly, her complexion ashen. Lin Su gently tugged at her, prompting Cui Er to follow him out of the room, bewildered. Upon exiting, Cui Er suddenly knelt before Lin Su, exclaiming, "Young master, I truly did not anticipate this turn of events. It is my fault that the second young master has bled and fallen ill." "Cui Er, I understand your intentions were noble. Thank you," Lin Su replied, helping her to her feet. "You have witnessed my elder brother's condition. Can the farewell banquet be postponed?" "It cannot. The invitations have already been dispatched," Cui Er responded. Lin Su pondered for a moment before declaring, "Then, I shall attend." Cui Er gasped in shock. "You will participate? That is a literary gathering, and you are not a scholar. You may return for now. I shall make my way shortly," Lin Su instructed. After a moment's hesitation, Chuyer produced an invitation from her bosom, saying, "Third young master, this invitation was drafted by the host. Sister Yulo hit it upon seeing it, and I secretly retrieved it. I truly do not know if this is correct or not. You and the second young master may deliberate on it. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned to depart. Lin Su opened the crimson invitation, which bore an elegantly penned note, "To the esteemed young master Lin Jiaoyang of Zhuzhou's 10 talents. You are cordially invited to the farewell banquet for Miss Yulo, to be held at Haining Tower on the 21st of April at noon. Your presence is earnestly requested." The signature read, Yuxiang Tower. A farewell banquet, a gathering of literati, the 10 talents of Zhuzhou. Lin Su reflected on the conversation he had just overheard between Chuyer and his mother. Was this banquet an opportunity to sever his elder brother's literary path? He understood that the literary path was essential for a scholar's advancement, but could a mere banquet truly disrupt one's literary journey? How could such a severance occur? Why did his mother deem it immensely perilous? The literary gathering was scheduled for noon, and with 2 or 3 hours remaining, he needed to thoroughly comprehend the intricacies of this world's literary principles. Lin Su proceeded toward his elder brother's study. In Lin Jiaoyang's study, an abundance of books adorned the shelves, all bound in silk, including classics such as the Enacts, the Tao Te Ching, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. These treasured tomes bore signs of extensive perusal, their edges frayed from countless readings. Lin Su's fingers glided gently over the spines, and within his mind, on that withered branch, more than 10 leaves quietly emerged. It was unfathomable to anyone that within a mere stroll, he had transformed into a scholar. Those few steps equated to a decade of arduous study for the learned of this world. Beside the myriad texts of various schools of thought lay a book with a yellow cover, which Lin Su opened to reveal the great Song anthology of poems. The opening passage declared, "This volume encompasses the works of 371 poetic geniuses from the great Song over a millennium, totaling 408 pieces. Each a vibrant or multicolored poem, their fragrance immortalized, echoing through the ages." The first poem, Night Rain in the Western Forest, began. Half the city is shrouded in misty rain over the western forest, as 1,000 peaks enveloped in fog loom like towering trees. The author, Ren Zifu, hailed from the central region of Great Song, born in the year 108 of the Song calendar and passing in 146. This poem, the second, Inscription on the Ling Wall, the third, Winter Day. After perusing over 30 poems, not a single one was familiar to him. Lin Su set the anthology aside, his gaze drawn to a nearby volume titled Discussions on Literature and Dao. Upon opening it, his eyes sparkled. The book meticulously chronicled the literary and Taoist principles of this world, detailing the divine gifts bestowed upon humanity by the sages, the essence of literature and Dao, the various levels of achievement, and the taboos associated with them. Among the taboos, it was clearly stated, should a scholar encounter significant setbacks or suffer public humiliation, the literary world would be sullied. Once tarnished, their creative flow would become obstructed, and progress within the literary Tao would become exceedingly challenging. In severe cases, their literary path would be irrevocably severed, rendering them akin to the destitute. Lin Su's heart raced. It appeared that literary gatherings could indeed lead to a complete severance of one's literary pursuits, annihilating a lifetime of endeavor. As he opened the drawer beneath his desk, a peculiar fragrance wafted forth. Inside lay a piece of yellow paper carefully wrapped around a fragment of incense, its hue resembling that of gold, which was the sacred incense referenced in the book. Contemplating, Lin Su delicately took the half-piece of sacred incense and concealed it within his robe. A gentle sound emanated from the door of the study, prompting Lin Su to turn abruptly, whereupon he beheld Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao held a large bowl. "Brother, there you are. I've searched high and low for you. How's my second brother?" Lin Su inquired. "He is asleep. Sister Xiaotao is looking after him." Xiaoyao brought the bowl closer. "You should drink this porridge. Your mother, oh, the lady said your health is not well, so you mustn't be negligent." After consuming half the bowl of rice porridge, Lin Su felt a warmth spread through his abdomen, but then he noticed a glimmer at the corner of Xiaoyao's mouth. Lin Su could no longer eat. "Have you not had breakfast?" Xiaoyao nodded, then quickly shook her head. "I had a dough ball last night. It was rather filling, so I'm not hungry at all." She swallowed and struggled to control her voice. Lin Su extended the remaining half bowl of thin soup towards her. "Drink this." Hesitantly, Xiaoyao accepted it, finishing every last drop and even licking the bottom of the bowl, rendering it practically unnecessary to wash. Lin Su asked, "Xiaoyao, do you wish to eat meat?" "Meat?" Xiaoyao's throat quivered slightly, and a familiar glimmer appeared at the corners of her mouth as she slowly shook her head. "Brother, Xiao Tao said there is no meat left in the manor, truly. No, I will take you to a banquet, where we can indulge in a splendid feast. Xiao Yao's eyes suddenly sparkled, shining like two little stars. The idea of attending the banquet was mutually agreed upon by him and Xiao Yao at once. Yet it encountered a stumbling block with Lin's mother. What did you say? You wish to attend a banquet? That is a gathering of scholars. What business do you have there? Lin Su produced the invitation. But mother, they have issued an invitation. If the Lin family does not attend, what will they think? They will say our family is insignificant, that we are truly infamous and dare not show our faces in public. Lin's mother's steadfastness wavered slightly. After a long pause, she spoke. You just heard, this literary gathering is unusual. It is highly likely that the Zhang family intends to suppress the Lin family. What can they suppress me with? I possess no literary roots. Can they sever my path in literature? This statement completely dispelled the last flicker of doubt in Lin's mother's heart. Indeed, while the Zhang family might stir trouble at the literary event, the second son faced significant danger. Yet what could the third son truly lose? With nothing to lose, there was nothing to fear. Lin's mother's expression softened. I am just afraid of your temper. Others may provoke you to rage. Very well, remember to listen more and speak less. Yes. Lin Su tugged at Xiao Yao, and they stepped out of the courtyard. The little girl hurriedly wiped the glimmer from her mouth, joyfully setting off towards Haining Tower. Not far from their location, Haining Tower stood on the eastern side of Haizhou City, adjacent to the Yangtze River, with gentle willow branches swaying in the breeze. In this season, it would indeed be a pity not to revel in its beauty. From the outside, Haining Tower appeared to have only 3 stories, rising merely 10 meters. However, upon entering, Lin Su was astounded, almost unable to believe his eyes. The main hall was surrounded by floors, distinctly rising over 10 stories, reaching heights of 4 to 5 dozen meters. 2 individuals entered Haining Tower at the same time, one of whom was evidently taken aback by this strange phenomenon. The other explained, "This is the power of literary prowess. Do you see that character in the corridor? It is Qi. This character was penned by the esteemed scholar Deng Xianxiu. Haining Tower sought it at a great cost. Once this character was hung, the power of literary prowess could change the world." Haining Tower's 3-story structure was replicated 4 times, resulting in an internal space equivalent to a 12-story building. Lin Su was left utterly speechless. A single character had magically added 9 stories in a bustling district. He mused that such a character, if taken to the major cities, would indeed be priceless. What of Xiao Yao? Following her gaze, Lin Su beheld the roast chicken and roasted lamb on the tables to either side. Gulp. Both swallowed in unison as they stepped into Haining Tower. They were blocked at the entrance by a young attendant who smiled and said, "Young Master Lin, it has indeed been some time since we last met. Apologies. But today Haining Tower has important matters to attend to, and the usual entertainment has been temporarily suspended." It seemed this person recognized him. But what could this individual possibly mean? In former times, did one only know of cockfighting and dog racing? Lin Su's expression turned stern. "What are you saying? I am here today for your important matters." "You?" Haha, the waiter chuckled suddenly. A formal invitation appeared before him, and his laughter ceased abruptly, his eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Su strode past him confidently, ascending to the 2nd floor. As he presented the invitation, the reception staff on the 2nd floor exhibited a marked improvement in demeanor, bowing slightly. A distinguished guest from the Lin family. At the banquet table, all the scholars turned their heads simultaneously. In the prime position nearest to the river, a few jovial scholars also shifted their focus. Beneath the window on the right, a lady shrouded in light gauze gracefully lifted her hand, and with a resonant sound, the guzheng welcomed the guests. Abruptly, they all fell silent. Whenever a member of the Lin family attends, it is typically Lin Jiaoyang, yet the one ascending the stairs was not he, but rather a refined young lad recognized by some as Lin family's 3rd son, a frivolous youth lacking both literary and martial accomplishments, who had reportedly gone missing some time ago. What melody was this? The scholars whispered among themselves, slightly bewildered. Lin Su surveyed the surroundings, intending to find a place to sit casually. However, a corpulent young gentleman at the head of the table rose and clasped his hands. "Third young master, has your elder brother not arrived?" Lin Su paused, scrutinizing this gentleman, and inquired of a nearby companion. "This gentleman appears quite affluent. May I ask his identity?" The companion replied, "He is the esteemed Zhang Xiu, the finest in Suzhou. You must have met him before. How could you have forgotten today?" Lin Su smiled. "I beg your pardon, Master Zhang. I recently suffered a serious illness and have lost many insignificant memories." Zhang Xiu's smile faltered slightly. What did it mean to lose insignificant memories? Was he deemed unimportant in Lin Su's recollection? Yet, his expression quickly transformed into one of ease. Master Jiaoyang has long regarded Miss Yulo as a confidant. Today, with her departure from the tower, such a significant event. Yet Master Jiaoyang is absent. Might I inquire as to the reason? Lin Su explained, my mother is ill, and my elder brother has been diligently writing the guiding qi text twice daily for her treatment. Although she has shown slight improvement, my brother has fallen ill. Hence I am here to represent him at Miss Yulo's farewell banquet. It is a pleasure to meet you all, and I apologize for any inconvenience. He offered a round of polite bows to all present. A voice interjected. Miss Yulo was unaware of the Lin family's circumstances and, in her eagerness, hastily sent the invitation. I hope you can forgive any impropriety. Lin Su turned his gaze to the left. Behind a beaded curtain, a group of courtesans could be seen, arranged in 5 distinct formations, each led by a captivating beauty surrounded by 3 or 4 attendants, akin to stars encircling the moon. The speaker was the central figure, adorned in splendid attire, with skin as smooth as cream, brows resembling distant mountains, and a pair of bright eyes reminiscent of 2 spring pools. She appeared to be in her prime, yet with a subtle shift in expression. Her poise revealed an air of maturity, as if the tides of time had flowed through her gaze. She was the protagonist of today's farewell banquet, Yulo. Lin Su felt a stir in his heart. Was this the enchanting confidant his second brother admired? Indeed, she was extraordinary, intelligent, courteous, and exuding grace. Lin Su smiled and said, fortunately, it is all past. My brother has merely exhausted his vitality. His health is not seriously compromised and will recover with a few days of rest. Yulu gently sighed, young master, please take a seat and help yourself to some food and drink. Behind the bead curtain, the women in the 5 formations exchanged glances, perceiving a hint of peculiarity in each other's eyes. These women were all courtesans, Qin Xiangjuan of the 100 Flowers Building, Li Rushi of the Dingxiang Building, and Du Yuebo of the Drunken Fragrance Building. All were favored guests from the Dream Soul Village, delicate flowers in the Garden of Tenderness. Today, Yulu was bidding farewell to the building, and her sisters gathered together to send her off. Though the brothel is devoid of sentiment, it still harbors a semblance of romantic melancholy. The esteemed courtesans shared a common plight, and their fates were intertwined. They regarded the farewell as a second chance at life. Yet they held it in high esteem. Sister, young Master Lin is unable to attend today. Do you truly believe he is gravely ill? Qin Xiangjuan lamented. What an opportune moment this is. How could he simply succumb to illness? Li Rushi remarked, indeed, the guests of yesteryear, always fickle in their affections. Du Yuebo sighed, let us not speak so harshly. Given the current state of the Lin family, whether young Master Lin comes or not makes little difference. The whispers from behind the curtain could not reach the tavern. Only Yulu could hear them. She remained silent, a soft sigh caught firmly between her lips. A gentle pluck of the guzheng broke the stillness of the hall. Lin Su lifted her gaze, and a beautifully adorned matron stepped forward, esteemed talents. Today marks the farewell banquet for Miss Yulu, as well as the headpiece ceremony for Miss Ban Rua. Therefore, the Hai Ning building cordially invites all of you to witness this moment, hoping to borrow your exquisite pens to compose a verse of this snow, moon, and fragrant blossoms. Someone beside Lin Su whispered, enlightening her on the significance of the farewell and the headpiece ceremony. In essence, it marked the retirement of the old courtesan and the ascendance of the new headpiece. The courtesan, once a mere flower of the brothel, upon becoming the headpiece, transformed into a renowned courtesan whose value soared. Even officials would feel honored to be received by such a celebrated figure. Once the matron finished speaking, she clapped her hands, and 8 enchanting beauties emerged from behind her, all renowned courtesans from the 3rd floor of the Yuxiang building. The esteemed courtesans gracefully approached the left bead curtain, lifted it, and bowed in unison, inviting Sister Yulu to perform the farewell melody. The farewell melody, a piece that must be played at the moment of a courtesan's retirement, serves to express gratitude to past patrons and signifies the end of an era. As the saying goes, when the music ends, the crowd disperses. Yulu acknowledged her former sisters with a respectful bow and slowly raised her head. For 13 years, Yulu has leaned against this building, receiving the extraordinary favor of all you esteemed talents and patrons. I am profoundly grateful. Now, as I have aged and can no longer serve my patrons, with the approval of the matron, I bid farewell to this establishment. I offer this piece in gratitude to my patrons and in honor of youth. After the curtain call, as she returned the guqin and let her delicate hands fall, the sound echoed softly at the end of the year, when the flowers had yet to bloom. The southeast was fragmented, and the winding waters flowed with sorrow. My heart, like the moon, yearned for what it could not attain. The lofty hall of Osmanthus was difficult to share with the one I cherished. The melody of the Guqin was gentle, yet her voice entwined itself within the heart. Each word and phrase seemingly rising from the depths of her soul, a tender breath. The hall was silent, save for the poetic lyrics, the picturesque scene of her playing, and the rhythmic echoes of the Guqin as the music concluded and the curtain was drawn. The sounds of celebration in the tavern were thunderous. Only then did I realize the essence of the melodies of the Jade Tower, which once was merely a dance, now revealed as a poignant farewell. The next should be returning to goodness, right? A young nobleman unfurled his folding fan, filled with boundless sentiment. It was customary for renowned courtesans to leave the stage and return to respectable households. Scholars and the wealthy sought such connections, and even high officials could not escape the norm. A famed courtesan becoming a concubine, once adored by thousands, now reduced to a mere possession of one. What an esteemed notion that was. Thus, today's Haining Tower was a gathering of luminaries, each vying for the former flower of the realm. The young nobleman was the first to stand. I am Xiedong, willing to offer 100 taels of silver as a dowry, inviting the young lady to join my family, and I shall treat her with utmost sincerity. Upon uttering this, the hall erupted in astonishment. What concept does 100 taels of silver represent? It could purchase 10 virtuous maidens. This opening bid was so high that it shattered the dreams of 9 out of 10 suitors. A few intended to speak, but quickly sat back down. Their foreheads beaded with sweat. A merchant-like figure then stood. I am willing to offer 300 taels of silver as a dowry. 300. Another rose. I am the master of the Jade Tower in the eastern part of the city. My legitimate wife has just passed away. The lady shall be my concubine in name, yet my true wife in essence. As for the dowry, what of 500 taels? At this proclamation, the merchant who had bid 300 turned ashen, and Xiedong's eyes widened in disbelief. If it's a contest of wealth, how can one claim a recently deceased legitimate wife while allowing the Jade Tower to enjoy the status of a true spouse? Surely, one cannot kill a legitimate wife merely to take a concubine. The standoff lasted only a moment before the first gentleman on the left, Zhang Xiu, gently opened his folding fan. This is absurd. The Jade Tower maiden is a celebrated courtesan of great repute. How could a mere merchant dare to aspire to such heights? He raised his hand slightly, revealing a silver note for 1,000 taels. The hall fell silent. Several merchants exchanged glances and gradually took their seats. Xiedong's expression shifted dramatically as he too settled down. A scholar seated beside Zhang Xiu smiled faintly. Since Brother Zhang harbors such intentions, how can we dare to contend? Congratulations, Brother Zhang. Congratulations, young Master Zhang. The finest talent of Zhuzhou marrying the foremost courtesan of Haining. Truly a tale for the literary world. Congratulations to the Jade Tower maiden. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall transformed. All congratulating Zhang Xiu and the Jade Tower maiden, including the previously eager merchants and Xiedong himself, with Zhang Xiu in the lead. They truly did not dare to contest. Who was Zhang Xiu? The finest talent in Zhuzhou, a genuine genius in both literature and martial arts. His young family still holds high positions in the court, Minister of War. In terms of talent, status, and wealth, they are unparalleled, not to mention the others in the building. Each one is a person of great merit. Behind the pearl curtain, several renowned courtesans all wore dazed expressions. Such grace of the foremost beauty of Zhuzhou, with her extravagant charm and a generosity that could easily part with thousands of gold. Who could possibly resist? The elegantly dressed woman smiled. Yulo is truly fortunate to have caught the attention of young Master Zhang. Young Master, please personally lift the pearl curtain and present your heartfelt intentions to her. Zhang Xiu replied with a smile. Yulo has often received the care of the matron. I will express my gratitude with a heavy gift after my birthday. The elegantly dressed woman beamed like a blossoming flower. In that case, allow me to express my gratitude first. Young Master Zhang, please. Zhang Xiu reached out and lifted the pearl curtain. This was the final step of departing from the building of good fortune, lifting the curtain to take away the courtesan. Lin Su raised her gaze, just in time to meet Yulo's eyes, which were also directed towards him. What kind of gaze was this? It was filled with desolation and melancholy. Suddenly, he recalled the song she had just sung. My heart is like the moon, unattainable. Yulo shifted her gaze from his face to Zhang Xiu, performing a graceful bow. Thank you, young Master Zhang, for your affection, but Yulo has a prior engagement. Apologies for not being able to serve you. Zhang Xiu's smile abruptly stiffened. The entire building fell into a deathly silence. Exchanging glances, she actually rejected him. The Zhang family desires fame, power, and wealth. And Zhang Xiu himself is the most esteemed of Zhuzhou. Do you comprehend what you have turned away? After a moment, the smile returned to Zhang Xiu's face. Miss Yulo, you mentioned a prior engagement. May I inquire with whom you have such an arrangement? This matter does not concern you. Young master, I dare not trouble you with my affairs. Yulo is grateful for your affection and hopes for your understanding. Yulo bowed deeply and retreated to her original position. The tavern was eerily silent. The crowd had heard rumors of an ambiguous relationship between Yulo and a young master of the Lin family. Could it be true? However, the Lin family was now in ruins. The man with whom she had an unclear relationship had not even made an appearance. In this circumstance, she actually rejected Zhang Xiu, turning down the finest refuge that any woman in the world could find. The elegantly dressed woman's expression changed slightly. The event was becoming difficult to manage. And she cast a pleading glance at Zhang Xiu, who coldly ignored her. Her gaze shifted back to Yulo, who at that moment also sat with her head bowed, not looking at her. The air seemed to have completely solidified. Finally, the elegantly dressed woman managed a forced smile. As people say, each has their own aspirations. Since Miss Yulo has her own resolve, let us proceed to the next segment. I invite the top courtesan of Yuxiang Tower, Miss Bian Rua. The top courtesan, the foremost beauty of the brothel, was revealed to be Yulo, and now that Yulo had stepped aside, the new top courtesan would take her place. The right pearl curtain was drawn, illuminating the audience. The right pearl curtain was denser. At first, the crowd could not see what was inside. But as it was pulled open, a surge of youthful vitality enveloped them. 9 young maidens knelt on the ground, highlighting the exquisite beauty in the center like a blossoming flower. That beauty slowly lifted her head, her stunning visage immediately captivating the entire assembly. With a single glance, she illuminated the room with the brilliance of spring. 9 young maidens gradually lifted their heads, and at that moment, the beautiful figure at the center gracefully rose, resembling a flower in full bloom, exuding an aura of beauty. She was Prajna, at the tender age of 19, the most exquisite period in a woman's life. With a delicate bow, she addressed the audience. I, Prajna, shall present a dance for all the talented gentlemen, titled Light Garment. I hope you will remember the image of Prajna adorned in light attire. As she bowed, the 9 maidens behind her simultaneously performed a graceful curtsy, resembling a garden of flowers, yet now infused with boundless dynamism. However, her words, light garment dance. The crowd was taken aback. Someone beside Lin Su whispered, isn't the light garment dance the renowned performance of Miss Yulo from days gone by? Is this not somewhat disrespectful? Today marks the transition of new and old courtesans, where the new courtesan showcases her unique talents to captivate the audience, yet she chooses to perform the signature piece of the recently retired courtesan. How intriguing. The message conveyed is clear. She is confident in outshining the former courtesan, aiming to ascend above her. As the dance commenced, Prajna's form was both graceful and uninhibited. Her body seemed devoid of bones yet moved with fluidity akin to silk. Accompanied by the ethereal sounds of the guzheng, her expressive eyes alternated between melancholy and joy, subtly evoking an intoxicating allure that penetrated the very soul. Listening to the murmurs around her, Lin Su felt a stirring within, her gaze shifting towards Yulo, who remained serene and composed, a tranquil smile gracing her lips. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. The cheers from the 10 beauties of Zhuzhou were particularly fervent, igniting an atmosphere that soared to a fever pitch, far surpassing the earlier applause for Yulo's cello tune. Zhang Xiu rose and approached the right side. Miss Prajna, your dance is the true light garment dance. I am truly fortunate to witness such a marvelous performance. He presented 2,000 taels of silver as a token of his admiration. The 8 beauties of Zhuzhou joined in a chorus of applause, causing the tavern to reverberate with excitement. The faces of the crowd reflected astonishment. The implications were unmistakable. Zhang Xiu had just been rebuffed by Miss Yulo, yet he retaliated with remarkable force. His assertion that Prajna's light garment dance represented the genuine article effectively discredited Yulo's celebrated talent. For a figure of his stature, such a declaration carried immense weight, essentially defining the light garment dance anew. By offering 1,000 taels to Yulo and now doubling that sum for Prajna, he delivered a direct slap to Yulo's face. Though Yulo remained composed and cultured, her expression subtly shifted, and within the beaded curtain, she found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. As the radiant Bana blushed deeply, her enchanting eyes glistening with sweetness, she gracefully expressed her gratitude. The 9 maidens behind her simultaneously leaned forward, their bodies as supple as if devoid of bones, encircling Bana in a tender embrace. Today's grand opening culminated in a flawless conclusion. The elegantly dressed matron beamed with delight. Leading a troop of lovely maidens, now we reach the final chapter of the farewell banquet. I invite all talented gentlemen to indulge in the wine before you. Compose verses for our two esteemed courtesans, present a flower of understanding, and share a tale of romance. The beautiful women behind her gracefully turned, each holding several silk flowers, which they displayed delicately in their hands, their figures exuding an irresistible allure, as if inviting all to partake. The pinnacle of the banquet had arrived, the most crucial moment being the recitation of poetry. This was the time for literary men to showcase their talents. Each poet raised their goblet, draining it in one gulp. Lin Su's gaze shifted to his own cup, which he lifted to his lips and took a sip. Upon tasting it, his cheeks puffed out in surprise. What on earth? Is this wine? It's certainly not vinegar. Perhaps it's sour plum soup? Zhang Xiu was the first to rise, moving to the right, where he picked a flower of understanding and offered it to Bana. Young Master Zhang. Bana's cheeks flushed even more as she accepted the flower, her eyes shimmering like water, reflecting the intoxicating charm of the bloom. Zhang Xiu retrieved a brush from a nearby tray and penned a poem, which the elegantly clad matron recited aloud. In the spring river, the waters flow near Haining Tower. A light garment dances, resting for half a day. If one does not believe in true beauty on earth, from now on, Bana shall reign over Tsuzhou. The young master declared that Bana would henceforth receive his unwavering support. The audience erupted in applause, cheers resonating throughout the hall. Bana's complexion deepened in hue, her eyes sparkling as if nectar would soon spill forth. Another individual stepped forward, presenting a flower of understanding to Bana, inciting raucous cheers. Young Master Jane. This gentleman was also among the 10 beauties of Tsuzhou, and his verse echoed. A light shadow dances upon the tower, the fragrance of flowers speaks volumes. The crowd erupted in admiration once more. One after another, 13 individuals presented poems, and Bana found herself cradling a vast bouquet of flowers, while on the opposite side, the esteemed Yulu remained empty-handed. The 5 courtesans behind Yulu exchanged glances and gradually rose to depart, while she remained seemingly oblivious, sitting quietly with a smile. As half an hour passed, the giving of flowers and recitation of poetry finally drew to a close. Bana was engulfed in a sea of blossoms, while Yulu still held not a single flower. She continued to smile, yet a discerning eye might catch a hint of solitude lurking in the corners of her gaze. A trace of cruel amusement played upon Zhang Xiu's lips. You shameless wretch, taking advantage of kindness, I shall show you the harshness of the world. With a gentle flick, he opened his folding fan, revealing the phrase literary style emblazoned upon it. He turned slowly to Lin Su and inquired, Young Master Lin, are you truly here merely to partake in the banquet? The topic had finally shifted to him, and Lin Su tilted his head to regard him. Young Master Jean also unfurled his fan, adding, though today is the farewell banquet, the essence remains a gathering of literary minds. Participants are expected to compose a poem. You have feasted well, so it may be time for you to depart and allow your ailing brother to pen a verse to join the revelry. Upon the utterance of those 4 words, a wave of laughter erupted. Lin Su also chuckled. Writing poetry? That need not be done in private. My elder brother entrusted me to bring this. Oh, suddenly, the entire assembly fell silent, for they were not fools. They understood that although the ostensible star of today's banquet was Yu Lu, there were, in fact, 2 hidden protagonists, one being Ban Rua, favored by the governor, and the other the Lin family, whom the Zhang family sought to undermine. The Lin family had dispatched their ineffectual 3rd son, and the crowd sighed, recognizing this as a strategic move, allowing them to gather strength while their blows landed softly, akin to striking cotton. For he could evade all challenges. He was a useless scion, so who could he fear? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, this 3rd son dared to engage. Was this not akin to the dawn breaking? Only to urinate in bed at the last moment? Lin Su gradually rose, all eyes converging upon him. He picked a flower of understanding, while Ban Rua appeared conflicted, unsure whether to bow to this person. If she treated him with the same courtesy, would it provoke young Master Zhang? Conversely, if she neglected to bestow the necessary respect, it would tarnish her own courtesan grace. Lin Su passed by her. He moved forward. He approached Yu Lu. Ban Rua no longer needed to fret, yet her lips subtly pressed together. On one side stood an outdated and oblivious matron, while on the other was a youthful and celebrated courtesan, adored throughout the city. Even a blind person could discern the choice. How could one choose wrongly? Yu Lu lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Lin Su extended his hand, presenting the flower of understanding. Sister Yu Lu, my brother asked me to bring you a poem. Yu Lu's eyes brimmed with warmth. Please, write it down. Lin Su turned to the adjacent table and picked up a brush. The onlookers were filled with scorn. Could he even wield a brush? As Lin Su's brush touched the paper, it danced with elegance, and soon, he completed his work. Recited. Young Master Jean smiled. Let us see what our second young Master Lin can compose. The elegantly dressed matron smiled as she received the poem, but suddenly, her smile faltered. And she slowly recited. May I inquire, how do the river's tides compare to the waves of the sea? Is it not like your affection for my heart? The enmity of our hearts is less steadfast than the tide's assurance. The longing I feel reveals that the sea is not as profound. Upon finishing, disbelief marked her countenance, yet she offered no commentary. In previous compositions, she would always append a concluding remark, implying that since the young master praised Ban Ruo, henceforth, the Yuxiang Lu would rely upon his patronage. However, for this poem, she remained silent. A figure seated at the top among the scholars suddenly opened his eyes from a semi-closed state. Zhang Xiu's fan halted abruptly mid-motion. Young Master Jin's smile froze entirely. The 5 prominent courtesans who had concealed themselves in the adjacent room exchanged glances, astonished expressions reflecting in their eyes. The assembly was enveloped in silence. How could it be? How could such exquisite poetry exist? Its structure was sublime, its spirit boundless. Each word resonated with an intimate tenderness and heartfelt affection. Such a wondrous poem would undoubtedly secure its place at the most prestigious literary gatherings in the capital. In a secluded corner of the tavern, a young scholar glanced this way and that, quietly inquiring of the disheveled young literatist beside him, Brother Deng, what think you of this poem? The scholar exhaled deeply. To resent each other is not as reliable as the tide. To long for another reveals that the sea is not as deep as one believes. Truly, it is a remarkable line that astonishes the world, a poem that fills the entire hall. Suddenly, a soft cough emerged from the side, startling the scholar into silence. Although he ceased his commentary, some had still overheard, including the woman named Ban Ruo. The smile on Ban Ruo's face had stiffened. She had gathered all the flowers in the hall. Yet one had eluded her grasp. Ironically, the one she missed was the most significant. This poem, in terms of weight, surpassed the sum of the 50-odd verses she had received. If this poem were likened to a fine wine, the others would merely be sour water. The taste in her heart was far from pleasant. Yulo took the poem and gazed at it for a long while before slowly lifting her gaze and softly saying, Third young master, please convey a message to your brother. Sister Yulo, please speak. The young master is still unwell, yet he remains concerned for Yulo. I shall personally visit the Lin residence to prepare a nourishing broth. In hopes of restoring the young master's health, the hall erupted in uproar. This declaration had truly set the tone. To prepare a nourishing broth meant to align with the Lin family. Even though Lin Xiaoyang was not present, he had, through a single poem, won the heart of the beauty. Zhang Xiu's face turned ashen. The group that had just competed for the title of Flower Queen now wore expressions of discontent. At this moment, the gathering at the concluded successfully under the leadership of the elegantly dressed woman, with the beauties departing one after another. The 2 generations of Flower Queens nearly exiting simultaneously. At this juncture, Ban Ruo and Yulo reached an unspoken understanding. Their final gaze was directed entirely at Lin Su, albeit with entirely different meanings. Another individual also cast her gaze upon Lin Su, the girl with the zither, her eyes sparkling brightly. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table spoke. It is rare for the 10 distinguished talents of Zhuzhou to gather. Since we are assembled, why not take this opportunity to discuss the re-evaluation of the 10 talents? Upon hearing this, those who had prepared to leave settled back into their seats. The re-evaluation of the 10 talents? This was a monumental affair, indeed a significant event in the literary world of Zhuzhou. And anyone with even a slight connection to literature would hesitate to depart. Lin Su felt a stir in his heart. Was this a new scheme? Today's banquet was undoubtedly a trap set by the Zhang family, aimed at suppressing the Lin family. What were the steps involved? The first step involved Zhang Xiu taking Yulo. Using her to undermine Lin Xiaoyang. Yulo's ambiguous relationship with Lin Xiaoyang was known even to Lin's mother. There was no reason for these individuals to be unaware. If Zhang Xiu claimed Yulo, how could Lin Xiaoyang maintain his composure? Now, with Yulo extricating herself, Zhang Xiu had missed his mark. The opponents immediately executed their second move, the re-evaluation of the 10 talents of Zhuzhou. What was the purpose of this maneuver? It had become clear. This group aimed to use this opportunity to strip Lin Xiaoyang of his title as one of the 10 talents of Zhuzhou. The title of the 10 talents of Zhuzhou was merely a name. It appeared to be a hollow accolade, yet its impact on one's literary reputation was profound. Originally recognized as one of the 10 talents, how could one accept being cast out today? A slight wavering of determination may lead him to succumb to despair, ultimately obscuring his literary path and severing his connection to the world of letters. Very well, let us see how you perform. Mr. Lei's suggestion was in perfect accord with the student's wishes. Zhang Shou's pallid countenance gradually eased. Suzhou, with its profound cultural heritage and graceful literary flair, claims a significant share of the vibrant spring of the vast Songshan. The illustrious name of Suzhou's 10 talents is indeed a splendid honor. Only those of exceptional literary merit are worthy of such a title. A public evaluation today is essential. The truly deserving shall rise, while the fraudulent shall fall. I implore Mr. Lei to preside over this grand event and contribute to a remarkable chapter in the literary world. He bowed deeply. Mr. Lei gently shook his head. What merit or ability do I possess? How could I dare to judge the talents of Suzhou? Perhaps you should seek a more worthy individual for this esteemed duty. The crowd urged, Mr. Dongyang, you need not be so modest among those present. Most are merely budding literati. Even we are but scholars, merely shaping the literary landscape, while you, Mr. Dongyang, are a jiren, having already forged a path in the realm of letters. Indeed, in the pursuit of literary excellence, the status of one's literary achievements takes precedence. Even a single step upon the ladder can qualify one as a teacher. Lin Su was aware of this, having recently perused it in discussions on literary pathways. The literary path is divided into 7 tiers: literary roots, literary circles, literary mountains, literary hearts, literary roads, literary realms, and sages. Literary roots represent the first tier of the literary path, attainable in 2 ways. One can earn them through the Tongsheng examination, granted by the Sacred Hall, or, through extraordinary fortune, the Sacred Hall may bestow them directly. While there may be shortcuts to obtaining literary roots, no such expedients exist thereafter. Those who acquire literary roots may partake in the provincial examination, with successful candidates being honored as scholars, thus entering the literary circle. Scholars can then participate in the metropolitan examination. Those who succeed are titled jiren, thereby entering the literary mountains. Jiren may then take the palace examination. And those who pass are titled jinshi, receiving the literary heart. Lei Dongyang's attainment of literary mountains signifies his status as a jiren. In terms of academic standing, a jiren surpasses a scholar, making him the consensus choice for this role of adjudicator. After much humility, Lei Dongyang finally acquiesced. Savoring a sip of wine and proclaiming, the world is resplendent with grandeur, and each of you is filled with fervor and ambition. Let us express our aspirations through poetry, thereby determining the 10 talents of Suzhou. Is there any dissent? A poem of aspirations is a requisite for all. Naturally, there is no dissent. There is no dissent. A chorus of agreement erupted, all affirming their consensus. Lin Su observed coldly, this cunning ploy is rather pointed. A poem of aspirations must be imbued with fervor. The second son, after enduring the relentless grind of society for over a month, how can one expect him to be filled with such zeal? A poem about the vast unknown of life and death after 10 years would be more fitting. After the scholarly individual above declared there was no dissent, all eyes turned to Lin Su. Lin Su spoke. Why do you all gaze at me? Do you require my opinion? Well, there is indeed a matter I wish to inquire about. Mr. Lei above responded. Young Master Lin, please proceed. Lin Su continued. My elder brother was originally listed among the 10 talents of Suzhou. Today, he is unwell and cannot attend. I ask, will you evaluate only 9 talents and include my brother to complete the 10? Or will you disregard my brother entirely and assess 10 talents outright? Given that this is a re-evaluation, the previous 10 talents shall naturally no longer hold weight. Lin Su nodded, taking advantage of my brother's illness. We hastily re-evaluate the 10 talents. It seems you are quite adept at seizing opportunities. I am beginning to understand. You harbor a significant apprehension towards my brother. Haha. The crowd erupted into laughter. Apprehension? Haha. What is Lin Jiaoyang, after all? The inclusion of him among the 10 talents of Suzhou is merely to fill numbers. Indeed, his inclusion was solely for the sake of the Duke of Dingnan's reputation. Where is the Duke of Dingnan now? That remark was rather harsh. Lin Su raised his gaze, fixing it upon the speaker, who, as he had heard earlier, was the young master of Guiyang. The young master of Guiyang unfurled his folding fan. What? Are you, the third young master, dissatisfied? If you are displeased, you may return and summon your brother. I shall make it abundantly clear that he shall be utterly disgraced. There is no need to invite my brother, Lin Su replied. I shall amuse myself with you all. Is it not merely poetry? I have, after all, studied under my brother for a few days. While I dare not claim the heights of literary excellence, I can certainly engage in some playful verse with you. You? Ha ha ha. The crowd could not contain their laughter. Even Xiao Yao, having eaten her fill, looked at him in astonishment. Brother, you have only had a single cup of wine and you are already tipsy? You can write poetry? How was I unaware of this? The third young master intends to compose poetry. Shall we not give him a chance? Zhang Xiu laughed. Very well. It is not as though there are prohibitions against the inept attempting poetry. Then right away. Who would have imagined that a literary gathering would bring forth such delightful amusement? Sheets of paper were distributed across the table. Lin Su picked up his brush, and someone tugged at his sleeve. Turning, he saw it was Xiao Yao, who leaned in close and whispered, Brother, how about I hurry back and have the second young master write instead? Xiao Yao is full now and can run quickly. Lin Su retorted, Why are you making a fuss? Go gnaw on your chicken leg. Oh. Xiao Yao obediently leaned against the pillar, picking up her chicken leg. The brush danced across the paper, producing a captivating spectacle, the hall filled with aspiring poets. Time passed in increments, and finally, Lin Su also put pen to paper, producing a considerable amount of writing. Time's up. Please put down your brushes. Lei Dongyong called out. A maid, swift as the wind, entered from the periphery to collect the poetry from before the attendees. Upon reaching Lin Su's table, the maid appeared somewhat astonished. He truly wrote something. Of course, she could not discern the quality of the poetry and would leave that to the scholars. Lei Dongyong picked up the collected manuscripts. Nodding in satisfaction, read. A bystander stood up, taking the poem to recite. Young master of Gidang's poem, the tower soars 100 fathoms, yet is but ordinary. Gazing upward, I behold the vast sky. A splendid poem. The crowd erupted in applause, countless maidens dazzled, seemingly immune to the allure of true literary talent. Lin Su found such a phenomenon not surprising in the ideal literary realm of the Song dynasty. Even an old poet like Lu Yong could charm his way through the ranks of courtesans with his verses. Here, the literati were not feeble, but rather robust in every aspect. Young master of Juling's poem, the Yangtze flows for 10,000 miles, straight to the heavens. Another splendid poem. Once more, cheers erupted in abundance. The poetic works of Master Qingyang. The poetic compositions of Master Li Ding from Luozhou, although he is not originally from Suzhou. His ancestry traces back to it. The verses reflect. In the blink of an eye, dozens of poems have been recited. Lin Su does not particularly excel in classical poetry, yet possesses a modest understanding. He estimates that the quality of these verses aligns closely with his own creations. Neither exceptional nor overly deficient. The locals indeed have a penchant for poetry steeped in profound cultural heritage. Even a nameless scholar, lacking prominence in the literary sphere, manages to craft a line imbued with novelty within a single poem. Master Zhang Xiu's latest work, At the Crest of a Yangtze's Tide. Why must one question departure or stay? The tide knows not of lofty aspirations, yet another autumn breaks through the clouds. Bravo! Everyone rises in unison, applauding. Lei Dongyong strokes his beard and sighs, a splendid line, yet another autumn breaks through the clouds, truly a stroke of genius. This poem shall be deemed the pinnacle of this gathering. Is there another? Indeed, another poem, by Master Lin San. The young reader's expression turns peculiar. Surely there is no need to recite it? Lord Jean interjects, it may dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Do read it. Zhang Xiu chuckles. Let us see if the poem has any limits. Laughter ensues. The notion of a poem's limits is indeed an amusing topic. Mr. Lei smiles gently. Literature embraces all. What limits are there to speak of? Please, read on. The poet clears his throat and begins. You compel others to come without freedom. The audience momentarily pauses, for it is indeed poetry. And the opening line is remarkable. Dragon soars, phoenix soars. The momentum is hard to restrain. Lei Dongyong is visibly moved. The hall intoxicated with 3,000 guests. One soared cold as frost over 40 states. Everyone is taken aback, a sense of disbelief washing over them. Is this truly the work of the seemingly inept Master San? How can it be so? The girl with the zither fixes her gaze upon Lin Su, her eyes shimmering with infinite brilliance at this moment. Bravo! A loud shout emerges from a corner, belonging to a middle-aged man, dressed in plain cloth, yet rising now with a certain elegance. Bravo! Someone boldly exclaims, igniting a rhythm that countless others echo. Who among the attendees lacks discernment? This poem, upon its unveiling, possesses unmatched grandeur and sharp brilliance. Although most of the 9 talents of Tuzhou align with Zhang Xiu, hesitant to applaud, they ultimately cannot deny the fundamental truth that devalues this poem. Young brother, This poem's spirit is unparalleled, yet it seems the sentiment is not fully expressed. The elder raises a hand, interrupting the applause. Lin Su responds, "Esteemed elder. Remarkable indeed. This poem consists of 8 lines. Please, let us hear the remaining 4. The poet continues, "The drums and horns reveal heavenly auspice. The winds and waves stir the autumn of mountains and seas. The southeast eternally stands as the golden pillar, who envies the lords of myriad households from days of yore." As the final 4 lines are spoken, silence blankets the hall. If the first 4 lines exude audacity, the latter 4 evoke a sense of melancholy. The elder sighs deeply. The southeast eternally stands as the golden pillar, who envies the lords of myriad households from days of yore. Once a golden pillar, now merely a soul lost beneath the blade. Ah, heaven, earth, time, and fate. As he raised his hand, a slender character for wind materialized out of thin air. Inside the tavern, a tempest erupted, and the old man soared away with the gust, vanishing into the heavens in the blink of an eye. What a pinnacle of literary finesse! Which esteemed scholar could this be? Lei Dongyong was taken aback, with a mere stroke of his hand. The single character had propelled a person into the sky. What extraordinary power was at play? The visitor must undoubtedly be a great sage, one who had honed his literary prowess to its utmost zenith. Such individuals are akin to deities in the vast realm. It must be the venerable Deng Xianqiu. A voice rang out, "Look over there." The crowd followed his finger to the character rise at the end of the long corridor, radiating with golden light. A unique resonance left by the previous owner. Lin Su's heart stirred. He gazed longingly in the direction where Deng Xianqiu had vanished. A generation's great sage, encountering him, was akin to a soaring phoenix that traverses the heavens. This was the essence of a true literatus. This was the path he had been seeking. Gradually, his gaze returned, turning towards Lei Dongyong. "Mr. Lei, does this poem composed with such ease still capture your esteemed attention?" "Composed with such ease." Cough. Lei Dongyong began to cough. "A counterpoem." Zhang Xiu shouted loudly, "Bold knave. Do you dare to inscribe a counterpoem? Are you plotting rebellion?" The crowd gasped in shock. "Your father once safeguarded the southeast. You have deemed him the golden pillar of the southeast. Then, what position do you assign to his majesty? A tyrant who would overthrow the pillars of the court? Based on this, you intend to rally troops for your father, bringing forth a gathering of intoxicated guests, while your sword chills 40 states." Lin Su's hair stood on end. How could he forget that in a feudal society, there existed a literary inquisition? Had he already stumbled on his first appearance? If this poem were to reach the capital, with the Minister of War inciting from the sidelines, this foolish emperor would undoubtedly resort to bloodshed. The Lin family would face imminent disaster. With imperial power reigning supreme, how could one escape the consequences of their own folly? Thoughts raced through Lin Su's mind, and a perilous idea surfaced, yet it was the only solution. Originally a poem to express aspirations, it had been maliciously misinterpreted by a petty person, leaving him unable to clear his name. There was but one recourse: to seek the sacred words. He raised his hand, revealing a half-stick of incense, remarkably unique, entirely golden, resembling a half-gold bar. This was sacred incense. Lighting the sacred incense would enable him to reach the celestial realm. The sacred incense serves as a conduit for scholars to communicate with the saints, exceedingly precious, one of the high-end 5 treasures of the Confucian temple, valued comparably to an equal weight of gold. It goes without saying that ordinary individuals are entirely unqualified to utilize it. Even authentic scholars could only purchase one upon promotion. The half-stick in Lin Su's possession was taken from his elder brother's study. Initially, he had intended to set a trap, using this half-stick of incense to lure Zhang Xiu into a snare, for instance, subtly igniting the sacred incense. Employing modern rhetoric and psychology to entice Zhang Xiu into uttering disrespectful words about the saints. However, at this moment, having played himself into a corner, he could only rely on this half-stick of incense for salvation. Before the crown's authority, only the sacred oracle could rescue him. The saints are the true embodiment of supremacy. As long as he passes this test of the saints, no one in the world would dare to pursue him over this poem. If not for the pressing circumstances, he would not have dared to present the copied poem before the saints, for he was uncertain whether they would discern the truth. If the saints discovered he was merely a literary plagiarist, he would be utterly doomed. However, now there exists no alternative. He must take a gamble. As the incense ignites, a wave of astonishment sweeps through the assembly, compelling everyone to rise and kneel. The burning incense signifies that this establishment now lies beneath the watchful gaze of the sages. Hearts race in trepidation. Lin Su declared, I humbly present to the sages, I am Lin Su, a disciple who has been maliciously misinterpreted in my poetic endeavor, leading to dire consequences. The flourishing of literature should encompass all, yet if poetry can serve as a basis for condemnation, who would dare to compose verses? How can the literary arts thrive under such constraints? I beseech the sages to intervene on my behalf. Suddenly, the clouds parted in the heavens, and a resonant voice echoed, "Present the poem." Zhang Xiu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. The words of the sage? Although theoretically, every scholar could directly appeal to the sages, the vast majority merely submitted their works without any expectation of response. What did this imply? One could pray to the sages. Yet such prayers seldom yielded even a single utterance of wisdom. The emergence of sages' words today was as if the sage stood before him. What merits did this youth possess? How could it be that divine words would be bestowed upon him? This was not a favorable sign. Yet Lin Su felt a profound sense of relief. The divine fragrance had bridged the gap. He had employed psychological insight. The sages, exalted as they were, would not concern themselves with the fate of an ordinary individual, but they would undoubtedly care for the prosperity of the literary arts. If the literary arts languished, the schools established by the sages could not flourish, a grave affront to their legacy. Establishing a literary inquisition only serves to stifle cultural prosperity. In contemporary times, sensitive terms in online literature are often censored, leaving writers to feel the weight of their craft, not to mention the challenges faced in a feudal society. If individuals were required to meticulously avoid taboo subjects before creating, what would be left to write? How could the literary arts thrive? Indeed, his opening, akin to a gentle scratch upon an itch, had a significant impact. The sage had spoken. Present the poem? How to present it? Lin Su paused for a moment before recalling that within the discussions on literature, it was stated that poems submitted to the sages should not be recited nor inscribed with ordinary ink and paper, but rather upon precious paper with exquisite ink, of which he possessed none. Who had such precious materials? He sought to borrow. Lin Su's gaze turned towards the proprietor of the Haining building. Quickly, procure the precious paper and ink. Though the proprietor felt a tempest of emotions, he was equally stirred with excitement. This precious paper and ink would serve as the medium for communicating directly with the sage, a remarkable honor. A sheet of golden paper and a golden brush constituted the precious materials. Typically, ink would be required, yet the high-end golden brush was a dual-purpose tool, infused with the essence of mystical beasts, offering an inexhaustible supply. Naturally, the Haining establishment would provide the finest for the sage's presence. Lin Su grasped the golden brush and began to inscribe. Suddenly, radiant white light shimmered upon the paper, manifesting in three distinct forms. When poetry is inscribed on ordinary paper, its secrets remain concealed. However, when written on precious paper, it is immediately subject to evaluation. Poems are classified into 7 tiers, ranging from the lowest to the highest. Grass poem, a piece devoid of distinction, akin to common weeds, utterly overlooked, lacking in color and light. Floating light poem, a poem that shines slightly on that day, granted a hint of luminescence. White light poem, a poem that stands out within the month, receiving 3 beams of white light. Silver light poem, a poem that exhibits notable brilliance within the year, receiving a single beam of silver light. Golden light poetry, a rare masterpiece within a decade, is bestowed with the brilliance of gold. Multicolored poetry, a notable work of the past century, is remembered for its vibrant hues. 7-colored poetry, destined to endure for a millennium, is commemorated with the splendor of 7 colors. The eternal azure sky poetry, a creation that remains immortal for 10,000 years, is regarded as legendary. As Lin Su set his pen to paper, 3 streaks of white light emerged, marking the essence of white light poetry. The onlookers were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could he possibly compose such a piece? Was it possible that Lin Jiaoyang had prepared this in advance, allowing his younger brother to present his finest work? Yet, Lin Jiaoyang had only ever penned one white light poem, born from a surge of inspiration that secured his place among the 10 luminaries of Tuzhou. Since then, he had struggled to replicate such brilliance. How could it be that Lin Jiaoyang's path to literary success opened up amidst the family's turmoil? As Lin Su penned the second line, a gasp resonated through the air. The white light transformed into a subtle silver. With the third line, the silver gleamed brilliantly, leaving the audience spellbound. Had an annual masterpiece truly emerged in Haining Tower? The fourth line flowed forth, a sort of frost chills 40 states, with a soft sound, and golden light enveloped the scene. Before the crowd could exclaim, the golden hue suddenly shifted to a vibrant multicolor. The audience stood frozen in astonishment. The poem blossomed into a tale of colors, a legendary masterpiece of a century. The subsequent 4 lines were swiftly inscribed, and as the final stroke was laid down, the light transformed once more, enveloping the entire tavern in a spectrum of colors. This was a poem destined to be cherished for 1,000 years. With a sound akin to a steel seal descending from the heavens, 6 characters appeared above the poem, painting Yangzi, Lin Su. The verses soared with the wind. Ascending to the clouds, Lin Su was dumbfounded. The 7-colored completion of the poem was anticipated, as it was originally meant to endure for a millennium. His only surprise lay in the fact that he had not inscribed a title or his own name, yet the poem bore his name and a title. As if sanctioned by a sage, he had refrained from signing it out of concern that the sage, with his vast knowledge, might recognize the poem as a mere copy. However, the sage had bestowed a title, unequivocally designating him as the author. This development was intriguing. He had not claimed authorship, it was the sage's decree. Should any controversy arise, the sage would bear the blame. Even more fascinating was the implication that the sage remained unaware of the poem's origin. They could not traverse the chasms of time. Lin Su's path of literary imitation suddenly stretched infinitely high, capable of overwhelming the world in darkness. Obscuring the sun and moon, a desolate voice echoed from the heavens. To achieve a poem in 7 colors is no small feat. I grant you the roots of literature. Cultivate them well. Suddenly, a poem in the sky transformed into a resplendent phoenix, descending from the heavens and enveloping Lin Su entirely. As the vibrant light retracted, a root unexpectedly sprouted beneath the desiccated branches in Lin Su's mind. The moment this root emerged, the withered tree was revitalized, no longer lifeless but brimming with vitality. Its leaves swaying with an enchanting grace, as if awakened to life. Lin Su's comprehension of the profound and esoteric sacred texts in his mind significantly enhanced, and his memory became extraordinarily exceptional. Every word and phrase from the countless books he had previously perused materialized with crystal clarity. Lin Su's heart raced with exhilaration. He had acquired a literary root, igniting his literary path. The once barren tree in his mind was indeed intricately linked to this path. Possessing a literary root was akin to the finishing touch on a dragon, soaring into the skies, irreplicable. All abilities related to literature surged forth with fervor. The audience stood in a state of shock. The bestowment of a literary root? What was transpiring today? The original intent had been to suppress the Lin family to the point of no return, yet it seemed they had inadvertently birthed a genius. Thank you, revered master. Lin Su proclaimed, I am deeply honored by your recognition of my poetry and the granting of a literary root. I am at a loss to repay your kindness. But there is one matter I must voice. The sky fell silent, yet the profound mystery lingered. Lin Su continued, what I wish to express concerns the flourishing of the contemporary literary path. Literature is akin to a road. When opened, it flourishes. When closed, it perishes. Many scholars, adhering to the noble aspirations of the sages, have tirelessly forged ahead to create the current literary renaissance. However, some treacherous individuals fabricate falsehoods, establishing a literary prison to sever the roots of literature. If this trend persists, the repercussions will be endless. Zhang Xiu was struck with a profound sense of crisis. There is truth in your words. 2 words echoed from the heavens, followed by a piercing shriek from Zhang Xiu as his body curled in on itself. A crimson mark appearing at his brow, where his literary realm had shattered into irreparable fragments. As the clouds in the sky dissipated, the sacred fragrance also reached its conclusion. The 9 distinguished scholars of Zhuzhou raised their heads simultaneously, their faces pale, while Mr. Lei was drenched in sweat. He had previously received instructions from a noble in the capital to coordinate all actions with Zhang Xiu. The courtesan's farewell had been utterly transformed by Lin Jiaoyang's exquisite poem. In this poetry gathering, Lin Su emerged as an unexpected prodigy, gaining fame and the direct blessing of the sage with a literary root. Meanwhile, they faced utter defeat, completely vanquished. The shattering of Zhang Xiu's literary realm signified the destruction of his life's path, rendering him unable to traverse the literary road. This was the gravest punishment for a scholar. A fate worse than death. If an ordinary person suffered such a fate, there might still be a remedy, perhaps seeking out a sect or a high-ranking member of a demon clan to procure a miraculous elixir to restore their literary root and rebuild their realm. Yet, for Zhang Xiu, it was the sage who had broken it. Who would dare to restore him? Who could possibly restore him? What? My dear brother is merely stating a fact. Everything is the sage's decree. Do any of you have objections? Zhang Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face flushed with rage, wishing to devour Lin Su, yet ultimately refraining from uttering a word. The remaining crowd, gazing at Lin Su's smiling countenance, suddenly felt a chill of trepidation. Zhang Xiu is indeed a remarkable figure of the younger generation. In an unexpected turn of events, he astutely identified a flaw in the young man's demeanor, using a reverse poem as a guise to corner him, leaving his companions in utter admiration. At that moment, an ominous feeling enveloped the tavern, leaving everyone convinced that the Lin family was doomed. Yet, against all odds, the young man managed to turn the tables, skillfully transforming Zhang Xiu's accusations into the very essence of the most taboo doctrine among the sages. Not only did he reap numerous advantages for himself, but he also employed the hands of the saints to utterly ruin Zhang Xiu. This young man is truly formidable. Now, presenting a smile before them, he appears amiable and benevolent, but could he be digging a pit for them? Should they leap in, would they meet the same fate as Zhang Xiu? Let us depart. The individuals in the front row hastily vacated the area. The enchanting lady cradling a guzheng also rose, gracefully advancing towards Lin Su. In that instant, Lin Su felt the chaos around him dissipate, as though he were transported into an ethereal palace, leaving only himself and the lady in existence. She raised her hand, removing one of her earrings and casting it towards Lin Su, accompanied by an exquisitely poetic phrase, "I gift you a golden pearl, to accompany me through the tides of life." Splendid! Lin Su extended his hand to receive the earring. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted beside him. "Halt! You demon!" With a resounding crash, the illusion before Lin Su vanished, and the tavern reappeared. A towering and imposing figure stood before him. The guzheng playing beauty had vanished, leaving only her instrument, which gracefully tipped over in the corridor. "Mr. Baoshan," exclaimed the tavern keeper, bowing deeply. The crowd echoed the salutation. Lin Su gazed at the robust figure, slightly puzzled. Is he truly a scholar? Or a butcher? With such stature and presence, coupled with the bushy beard that wrapped around his face, it would indeed be a waste if he were not a butcher. Mr. Baoshan slowly turned, and Lin Su beheld his countenance, thick brows, large eyes, and a beard intricately woven, his features decidedly resonating with the essence of a butcher. Yet he donned the attire of a scholar. "Young man, do you realize you almost fell prey to a fox demon?" "A fox demon?" Lin Su's eyes widened in astonishment. "Look!" Mr. Baoshan raised his hand, cradling a golden pearl, upon which a phantom of a fox slowly dissipated. The tavern keeper gasped. The guzheng maiden was a fox demon? "I am deeply ashamed. I failed to perceive this." The remaining young patrons in the tavern were equally shocked, realizing that the beautiful maiden who had subtly stirred their youthful hearts was, in fact, a creature of the demon clan. Lin Su furrowed his brow. "Why would she target me? I have not wronged her. She is intrigued by your talent and intends to share a fleeting moment of passion with you, to siphon your vitality." "What? A fleeting moment of passion?" Lin Su exclaimed. "Will I die?" "Not exactly. You will be utterly exhausted." "What? Who wouldn't be drained after such an encounter? This is something any man would relish and desire. And just as this splendid opportunity arises, you, old man, leap in and spoil everything. How excessive." More egregiously, he stood there, basking in his own satisfaction, awaiting Lin Su's expression of gratitude. Lin Su glanced around, cursing the wretched feudal etiquette internally, and bowed to Master Baoshan. "Thank you for your gallant assistance, sir." The sage once said, to thank someone with mere words is akin to insulting them. Master Baoshan chuckled. "Young Master Lin, such a hollow expression of thanks simply will not suffice." If Lin Su were of the modern era, he might have leaped high with indignation, exclaiming, "You old curmudgeon! Do you seek to shame me? After all, it is one thing to disrupt my fleeting romantic fortune, but do you expect me to pay you for it? I would be remiss not to contest you." Yet, ensconced in the old society, he was compelled to show deference to his elders. "What is it that you desire?" "Poetry." The few who had reached the doorway of the tavern simultaneously halted in their tracks. Master Baoshan was a man of literary prowess, a poet renowned far and wide. Such a figure would scorn the verses of the average person. To request poetry from another was indeed a novel concept. Master Baoshan continued, "You wield your sword as a pen, crafting vibrant verses. If you were to use wine as your muse, what exquisite works could you compose?" With a resounding cheer, the patrons of the tavern became electrified. Would young Master Lin compose poetry once more? Should he produce another masterpiece? It would mark the grandest event in the literary world today, a rare chance to witness the birth of verses destined to endure through the ages. This excitement was palpable among the literary elite. The tavern's owner was even more animated. After all, what could be more illustrious than a renowned piece celebrating wine in his establishment? If such a poem were to emerge from Haining Lu, it would surely gain fame throughout the realm. Indeed, the proprietor possessed an astute sense of opportunity. He reached out, seizing a nearby individual and promptly summoned the finest wine. Instantly, 8 maidens entered in procession, each bearing a bowl of wine, forming a grand circle around Lin Su. Lin Su's countenance shifted. What do you mean by this? In modern Miao culture, there exists a custom of serving a welcoming drink during weddings. Could it be that such an antiquated practice transcended time to reach this world? Were they barring his exit unless he partook in the wine? Should he be compelled to consume all this liquor, he would surely leave sideways. The owner chuckled. Young master, your poetic talent is unparalleled. Haining Lu wishes to add another splendid tale to your repertoire. This wine is meant to elevate your spirits. Enough of this. What good can your sour plum juice do? The proprietor's face twitched. All right, I shall compose a poem. But do not force me to drink. The expressions of everyone present contorted. The proprietor's heart surged with joy. Yet his face wore a mask of despair. A beautiful woman stepped forward, presenting fine paper and ink to Lin Su. Lin Su lifted his brush. Turning to Master Baoshan, before I begin, I have a question for you, Master Baoshan. You mentioned earlier, to thank someone with mere words is akin to insulting them. From which classic does this derive? Why does it strike me as odd? Seeming so out of place with the revered texts? Indeed, the gathered scholars felt a shared resonance within their hearts. Master Baoshan replied, It is only fitting that it feels out of place. This is a saying from a friend of mine, a merchant named Li Jinzi. The entire assembly was enveloped in astonishment. Due to his name, Li Jinzi, even his flatulence seemed to echo the words of the sage. Lin Su was utterly speechless. Very well, I shall refrain from further inquiries and instead compose poetry. With the stroke of a pen, the first line emerged, grapes and fine wine in a luminous cup. As the verse resonated, 3 beams of light burst forth. Every breath in the room was held in unison. Heavens, another miracle was upon them. The desire to drink from the azure vessel surged forth. Radiant silver light illuminated the space, amidst which the battle drums of the azure vessel resounded, echoing the distant sound of iron steeds. In this enchanting silence of the night, a transformation was imminent. Do not mock the one who lies drunken upon the battlefield. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? Suddenly, a dazzling rainbow enveloped the entire tavern, while outside, the tumultuous river seemed to reverberate with the sounds of fierce combat, a grand yet mournful symphony. Yet a waft of wine fragrance penetrated through. Lin Su's thoughts abruptly faltered as the nascent poem slipped into the hands of Master Baoshan. With his left hand, he grasped the poem, while his right hand gestured in the air, conjuring a massive character for boat, which transformed into a vessel, drifting to the heart of the river. Parting the waves, leaving behind the words, This is the token of gratitude you bestowed upon me. I graciously accept. Ha ha. Old rascal. This belongs to the tavern. Leave it to me. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from above the tavern, and with a swift motion, a figure soared through the air, appearing atop Master Baoshan's boat. A beam of sword light aimed directly at him. Wow. Lin Su's eyes widened. Who could this be? A sword immortal, perhaps? Baoshan raised his hand, and a colossal character for seal materialized in the air, intricately woven like a vast net. The sword light was extinguished within the web. Yet the web itself was also diminished by the sword's brilliance, as the extraordinary duel between the two vanished simultaneously, leaving Baoshan and another elder facing each other upon the river's surface. Ding Hai, do you possess no shame? This is clearly the lad's token of gratitude to me. And you dare to seize it? Baoshan declared. This is evidently inspired by the wine of my establishment, Ding Hai retorted. Absurd. If the poem is to be attributed to the wine of the tavern, then it rightfully belongs to you. But should he compose a poem about your daughter, does that mean she belongs to him? Indeed. What? Baoshan was taken aback. Lin Su's eyes widened in astonishment. These 2 old fellows must adhere to their words. The conversation shifted as Ding Hai remarked, Baoshan, this poem, being inspired by wine, naturally belongs to the tavern. Your possession of it is futile. You are merely a connoisseur, not a vendor. How about this? Relinquish the poem to me, and I shall grant you a decade's supply of the finest wine, free of charge. A decade's supply of the finest wine, free of charge? This proposition struck at the very heart of a wine aficionado. Conversely, should you refuse to honor my request today, I shall instruct all my establishments to refuse you service. Throughout Suzhou, you shall not procure even a drop of wine. Ding Hai added ominously. The assembly was rendered speechless. Baoshan, a renowned scholar, Ding Hai, a titan of commerce, who also happened to be a practitioner of the mystical arts, were embroiled in a dispute over a mere poem to such an extent. Baoshan shook his head vehemently. Ding Hai, let us speak plainly. I will never relinquish this poem to you. However, We might consider negotiating an alternative arrangement. What arrangement? The two engaged in a whispered discussion, the content of which Lin Su could not discern, but the two elders returned from the river, their gazes glimmering with intent. A sense of wariness washed over him. What could these two old fellows be plotting? Why do I feel that you have ulterior motives? Third young master, look at the commotion this has caused. Ding Hai gently rubbed his hands before him. I have known Brother Bao Shan for 2 decades. To turn against each other over a mere poem of yours would be unthinkable. You are a person of integrity. And I trust you would not wish to witness such a scene, would you? Lin Su blinked. Actually, how should I put it? I must admit, I rather enjoy this spectacle. This is the truth. One is a scholar of literature, the other a practitioner of the Dao. The clash of these two great masters could be nothing short of spectacular, something not even captured in films or dramas. What? Why are you deviating from the script? Ding Hai was momentarily speechless. Bao Shan then spoke. Enough. Let me say it. Third young master, in the realm of wine, it is most fitting to compose verses. Writing one poem is as good as writing two. Since Boss Ding has broached the subject, why not compose a piece for him? It need not be flawless, just adequate will suffice. Lin Su rolled his eyes at him. I knew you two old rascals were conspiring. And it was certainly not for anything good. Indeed, they had united their forces against him. Mr. Bao Shan, you are a venerable figure in the literary world. You must understand that poetic inspiration requires time to ferment. To produce 3 pieces in a single day would be quite the imposition. Yes, indeed. Bao Shan nodded in agreement. Everyone around them nodded as well, for they feared Lin Su, should he truly compose 3 poems within a day. It would be a devastating blow, leaving scholars everywhere questioning their own worth. Fortunately, this prodigy had finally encountered a moment of poetic inadequacy. However, Ding Hai seized the opportunity. I do not expect third young master to write immediately. Simply agreeing to it is all that is required. 10 days or half a month would pose no issue. Lin Su hesitated. Ding Hai pressed on. If third young master has any conditions, do not hesitate to speak. Conditions? Huh. This is precisely what I was waiting for. Lin Su's gaze lifted, fixated on the precious ink and paper he had just used. Ding Hai, astute as ever, immediately declared. 1 stick of sacred incense, 2 top-tier brushes, and 10 sheets of exquisite paper to be gifted to third young master Lin. In a flash, a beautiful woman appeared in the tavern, gracefully bearing a tray that held the sacred incense, the 2 brushes, and the 10 sheets of paper. The scholars around them were all wide-eyed with envy. These items were treasures in the eyes of scholars, things they could not even purchase, yet now being offered for free. One cannot help but feel disheartened when comparing oneself to others. In that instant, the once dilapidated Lin family seemed to bask once more in the glow of its former glory. Lin Su accepted it, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Young Master Lin, do you have any further conditions? Ding Hai felt a sense of assurance. Lin Su lowered his gaze and spotted Xiao Yao, who was contentedly leaning back in her chair, cradling her belly with both hands, seemingly reluctant to move. Xiao Yao, what do you desire? Xiao Yao stood upright. 2 roasted chickens. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. She glanced around, then shyly nestled closer to Lin Su, adding, well, 1 would suffice. Xiao Tao hasn't eaten yet. Lin Su playfully tapped her on the head, left speechless. Her aspirations may have been modest, yet the fact that she remembered her friend hadn't dined was commendable. Ding Hai chuckled. 10 roasted chickens, 10 jars of fine wine, and 10 sheep. Delivered to the Lin residence. Indeed. The beautiful lady smiled brightly and turned to leave. All right, Boss Ding, deliver the poetry within 3 days. Ding Hai's heart finally settled, his face alight with joy. Lin Su turned to Bao Shan. Mr. Bao Shan, that golden pearl, kindly give it to me, after all. It was a gift from that young lady. Bao Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. That is a fox demon. She is no ordinary fox demon. What? She is a female fox demon. Someone, unable to contain their amusement, sprayed their drink. Mr. Bao Shan raised his hand, presenting the golden pearl into Lin Su's possession. Young man, those who are overly sentimental have always suffered. Why must mortals endure heartache? Be cautious. Do not play with fire lest you be burned. Those who are overly sentimental have always suffered. Why must mortals endure heartache? What a splendid verse. Did you compose it yourself? Has it reached the level of brilliance? Lin Su's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Lin residence was now in the afternoon. A group of young servants clad in blue carried 10 roasted sheep, 10 chickens, and 10 jars of wine to the entrance. The once resplendent Duke of Ding and S residence, renowned for its grandeur, now bore only 2 solitary characters overhead, Lin residence. These characters were penned by Lin Jiaoyong himself. With his skill, he could have illuminated the night with his calligraphy, yet these characters appeared dim, reflecting the somber state of his heart at the time of writing. There was no gatekeeper. What could there be inside the Lin residence? Even thieves entered with tears in their eyes, fearing no theft. More than 10 individuals pushed open the grand door and entered the courtyard, which was overrun with weeds and in a state of disrepair. In the eastern courtyard, Lin Jiaoyong lay quietly, his eyes tightly shut. He was neither asleep nor unconscious. A shadow lingered in his heart, reminiscent of that night at Yuxiang Tower during the Mid-Autumn Festival, where fragrant sentiments filled the room with spring-like warmth. Her visage, ethereal as a celestial being, lingered in the gentle smoke. Her eyes brimmed with affection, her voice elegantly resonant. "Young master, may I ask you a question?" "Speak." "The brothel is no true haven. Where should this life venture henceforth?" He replied, "My father returns to the manor in March, during the blooming of the peach blossoms. I shall open the side door for you." She smiled. "Then my farewell banquet shall be set for April." At that moment, the smile on her face was as enchanting as a peach blossom. As time passed and petals fell, March arrived, yet her father did not return home. Instead, he was taken to the capital for execution, the marquisate seized, and the family fortunes declined. The peach blossoms bloomed before his very eyes, only to wither away. The people of the past have become mere memories, as today's farewell banquet fades into obscurity, leaving one to ponder who will inherit the fallen flowers. Spring has waned, and the spirit has withered. The past remains beautiful, while the future holds no promise of a return. The vicissitudes of life breed futile melancholy. The marquisate today is but a scene of chaos. Lin's mother and Xiao Tao sat quietly at his bedside, neither disturbing him nor uttering a word, for an entire morning. Suddenly, a commotion arose from outside, startling Lin's mother. "Someone is coming in. Xiao Tao, please check." Xiao Tao approached the door. Upon opening it, her gaze was immediately drawn to the golden roast lamb and the succulent roast chicken. It had been so long since they had seen meat after the troubles at the Dingyan Marquisate, and her cravings intensified, making everything appear like roast lamb. She closed her eyes, shook her head, and upon reopening them, still beheld the roast lamb and chicken. "Please inform the madam, I am the steward of Haining Tower. Young Master Lin has secured the top prize at today's poetry gathering, and Haining Tower sends a few gifts to express our respect." "What?" Lin's mother stood up abruptly. As if jolted from a state of inertia, her complexion suddenly vibrant. Lin Jiaoyong opened his eyes wide, disbelief flooding his expression. "Am I dreaming? My third brother won the top prize? His prowess in cockfighting and dog racing may have had a chance, but what does poetry have to do with him?" As the roast lamb, roast chicken, and fine wine flowed in, Xiao Tao could hardly contain her drool. Yet Lin's mother approached the entrance herself, stewardly. "What brings you here?" The figure before her was no mere servant. He was a dignified middle-aged man. Before the Lin family fell into disarray, Lin's mother had accompanied her husband to Haining Tower and had met him once. This steward was no ordinary character. Why would he personally visit the Lin household? Steward Li bowed slightly. "It is an honor to meet you, Madam Lin. Your son possesses unparalleled poetic talent, blessed with the literary grace from the esteemed masters. He is destined to soar like a phoenix in the heavens. As a fellow townsman of the Lin family, I should have paid my respects sooner. My visit today is indeed overdue, and I hope you will not take offense." "How can this be?" Lin's mother stammered, her lips trembling. My son, possesses poetic talent? Bestowed with literary grace? Not merely talent, he is a prodigious genius. The third young master's 2 vibrant poems have not only immortalized Haining, but also added threefold beauty to the entire region of Tuzhou. Congratulations, madam." With a respectful bow, he withdrew. Lin's mother trembled with excitement, her ailment momentarily forgotten as she hurried to the bedside. Erlang, what is happening? Did you write him a poem? Lin Jiaoyong looked bewildered. "No, how could I possibly compose vibrant poetry? My poetic prowess is such that even the golden verses cannot touch it." Outside, a voice called out, "Mother, second brother. The third brother has returned." Lin Mu suddenly turned around and saw Lin Su and Xiao Yao. The Lin Su who had left home that morning appeared soft and languid. Yet now he glowed with vitality, and Xiao Yao too. Oh no, she was glistening with oil. "Third brother, you?" Lin Mu, overwhelmed with questions, received an immediate affirmative response. What could this possibly mean? Lin Su offered an explanation. "Mother, perhaps it is the blessing of Father's spirit in the heavens. I suddenly feel like my literary path has opened wide, as if aided by divine intervention. This is the only silver lining of feudal society. When faced with the inexplicable, one turns to the deities, as if the answer has been found." and everyone in the room shared that sudden realization. Lin Mu also beamed with joy. "Third brother, accompany me to pay respects to the ancestors of the Lin family, to thank your father's spirit in the heavens." They departed, and Lin Jiaoyang watched them go, a thread of sorrow just subdued by joy now resurfacing. There was something he hadn't had the chance to ask, or perhaps he was too fearful to inquire. He wished to know what had become of Yulo. In truth, he already had an answer in his heart. Yet this answer was one he dared not confirm. The Lin family had fallen to such depths. Today, he had not even attended her farewell from the tower. The promises of year had become mere memories, and with Zhang Shou's intentions set, who could escape his grasp? Especially someone so vulnerable as her. Lin Jiaoyang coughed violently once more. Suddenly, a figure appeared at his bedside. "My lord." Lin Jiaoyang looked up in astonishment. Standing before him, with a gentle smile and tender eyes, was none other than Yulo. Lin Jiaoyang felt his whole body stiffen, hardly able to believe his eyes. "Yulo, is it truly you?" "My lord, have you forgotten? On the day I departed the tower, you opened the side door for me." Her soft voice echoed, and Lin Jiaoyang felt as though he were in a dream. Yulo gently nestled into his embrace. "Today, I left the tower without informing you, intending to arrive quietly tonight. Yet you were aware, and even had your third brother bring me such a beautiful poem. With your heart so. Why should I concern myself with others' opinions? From this moment forth, I belong to you." Lin Jiaoyang's heart trembled. "A poem? What poem?" After a lengthy and intricate ritual, Lin Su and his mother exited the ancestral hall. As they made their way back to the second brother's eastern courtyard, they suddenly halted. A figure emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large bowl. Though she was clad in plain garments, her beauty was still unrivaled. "Sister Yulo," Lin Su exclaimed, smiling. "You have come." "Third young master," Yulo replied. Her gaze fell upon Lin Mu, and her expression shifted slightly. She vaguely discerned the identity of the person before her, the only obstacle she faced in entering the Lin family. If there was any hindrance, it was this. On the day Lin Jiaoyang sought to take her as his wife, her identity as a courtesan was not accepted by the Marquis and his wife. Why? In this era, the significance of matching social statuses is paramount. Affluent families often forge connections exclusively with those of similar standing. Consequently, it is exceedingly rare for officials or their progeny to take courtesans as wives. Courtesans may serve as fleeting amusements, yet to grant them a legitimate position would tarnish one's reputation. Although the Lin family has experienced a decline, it remains a prominent household. The adage that a dead camel is larger than a horse holds true. Might the matriarch reconsider her views? The future of Yulu is uncertain. "Yulu, this is my mother. Allow me to introduce you." Yulu performed a deep bow. Yulu pays her respects. "Madam." Lin Mu's expression shifted like the weather, her nod reluctant and her silence palpable. Yulu observed this change, fully aware of the unspoken sentiment swirling in her heart, anxiety gnawing at her. "Yulu, please first serve the soup to my brother," Lin Su instructed. "Of course." Yulu rose to comply. Upon entering the room, she aided Lin Jiaoyang, feeding him soup with a spoon, steam rising as her lashes fluttered delicately. "Yulu, what troubles you?" he inquired. "My lord." "Madam." "She seems displeased. I fear the outcome may be." "What?" Lin Jiaoyang felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. In the courtyard, Lin Mu's gaze gradually turned towards Lin Su. "San Lang, this cannot be. Are you referring to Sister Yulu and second brother? Why is it not possible?" Lin Mu nodded slowly. "Why?" Lin Mu sighed. "San Lang, you are still young. There are many matters you do not comprehend." She recounted her thoughts in full. "Mother, I indeed lack understanding in many areas, yet one truth resonates with me. A person's standing in society is founded upon their character. The Lin family has fallen to such depths that even our servants hasten to flee. Sister Yulu could have accepted 1,000 taels of silver from the Zhang family, securing a life of luxury, yet she chooses to return to the Lin family. How admirable is that? If we were to turn her away, who would not feel disheartened?" Lin Mu was moved. Lin Su continued, "As for the impact on second brother, please do not worry. Sister Yulu merely wishes to remain by his side and does not concern herself with titles." Lin Mu's eyes brightened. "As long as it does not affect your second brother, I shall not be the cruel matron. Have her come to me. I wish to speak with her." Lin Su entered her brother's chamber, where Lin Jiaoyang and Yulu both looked up simultaneously, their expressions a mixture of trepidation, contemplation, and unspoken sorrow. "Sister Yulu, my mother wishes to have a word with you." Yulu trembled lightly. "Very well, I shall go at once." She cast one last glance at Lin Jiaoyang before exiting the room. "Third brother, what does mother think?" Lin Jiaoyang's hands quivered. Rest assured, second brother. Mother has already consented. The moment the words left Lin Su's lips, Lin Jiaoyang felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a burden had been lifted from his soul, and his ailment had improved by half. As Lu stepped out of the door, she felt a sudden tremor coursing through her, her footsteps becoming light and buoyant. She had just spent a considerable amount of time conversing with Madame Lin in the main room, and upon emerging, her cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue. Her heart unburdened. Madame Lin's spirits also lifted, and she spoke regarding the affairs of the household. Today, the Haining Tower has sent an abundance of meat. We shall not be able to consume it all. Let us send some over to Main Yang and Old He. Main Yang and Old He were both members of the Lin family. With the downfall of the Lin family, most of its members had scattered. But Main Yang and Old He remained as exceptions. When the Lin family faced scarcity, they chose to leave to reduce expenses and seek out jobs outside. Occasionally, they discreetly placed a few steamed buns at the doorstep, which deeply touched the elderly matriarch of the Lin family. In times of poverty, the matriarch remained quietly resigned to her fate, while in times of prosperity, she sought to uplift the world. The Lin brothers, however, were unaware of the depth of matters that needed to be addressed. What indeed did Lin Su's two colorful poems convey? Naturally, it was Lin Jiaoyang who yearned to uncover the meaning. Lin Su penned these verses, and Lin Jiaoyang perused them innumerable times. Overwhelmed with emotion by the exquisite beauty of the colorful poetry, he then shifted the conversation to another inquiry, asking if his younger brother had composed any additional works apart from these two. He gazed at Lin Su, his eyes imbued with profound significance. Lin Su promptly comprehended. On behalf of our second brother, I composed a poem for my sister-in-law. You. Lin Jiaoyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed. I suspected as much when Yulo asked me to request a poem from you. What does it say? May I inquire about the river's tide and the sea's patterns? How do they compare to your affections and my heart? Our mutual resentments are no more reliable than tides. While longing only reveals that the sea is not as deep as it seems, Lin Su recited, concluding with a cautionary remark. Second brother. Please don't let it slip to sister-in-law. Lin Jiaoyang pondered for a considerable time, exhaling a deep sigh. Our mutual resentments are no more reliable than tides. While longing only reveals that the sea is not as deep as it seems, such extraordinary poetry ought to be regarded as colorful poetry as well. Truly, the talent of my younger brother is remarkable. After a gentle shake of his head, Lin Jiaoyang declared, Today is a joyous occasion for the Lin family. Let us write a letter to our elder brother. He is always anxious about our family's situation, and it is time to put his mind at ease. Lin Jiaoyang took up his treasured brush and inscribed a letter on exquisite paper, crafting over 1,000 words with graceful strokes, concluding with a character resembling a soaring wild goose. As the pen lifted and the paper fluttered, it transformed into a flying goose heading southward. The transmission of letters by wild geese is a traditional practice of scholars. Possessing literary roots cultivates both physical strength and clarity of thought. Once one enters the literary realm, one may wield even the most rudimentary literary powers, such as the method of sending letters by wild geese. This practice, unlike more elaborate forms of writing, consumes little literary energy. Even if the second brother remains ill, he can still employ this method. As our elder brother battles far to the south, upon receiving this letter, he shall find solace. Lin Jiaoyang remarked, Third brother, you have stepped into the realm of literature and should strive for further advancement. From this day forth, devote yourself to quiet study. There are only 2 months left until this year's provincial examination, and I will not elaborate further. 3 years hence, you must achieve success in one fell swoop. The literary path is exceedingly arduous. Lin Su's literary roots did not follow the conventional route. Rather, they were bestowed upon him directly by a sage in exchange for a single poem. However, such fortunate occurrences are unlikely to recur. The literary world henceforth mandates adherence to established procedures, comprising the provincial examination, the metropolitan examination, and the palace examination. Thus, Lin Jiaoyang, assuming the role of the eldest brother in the absence of their father and eldest brother, devised a life plan for his siblings. Lin Su raised his gaze. Did you not say that this year's provincial examination has yet to occur? Lin Jiaoyang shook his head. This year? There are less than 2 months remaining until the provincial examination. Such a brief period is insufficient. The provincial examination occurs once every 3 years, encompassing an extensive array of subjects, including classics, histories, and philosophies. To master these works comprehensively is a feat that even a lifetime may not suffice for the average individual. Those with literary roots, endowed with intelligence, may require over a decade of diligent effort to stand a chance of passing the provincial examination. Even if the third brother possesses unparalleled poetic talent, it matters not. The examination scope extends far beyond poetry, which relies on inspiration and innate ability. While the provincial examination tests the depth of one's knowledge accumulation, Lin Su scratched his head and asked, "Second brother, what are the subjects of the provincial examinations?" Lin Jiaoyang, having traversed the path of the provincial exams himself, once attained the title of scholar with an impressive 7th place. He was quite engrossed in the topic, quickly adopting the role of both senior and mentor. The classics he listed included the Enacts, the Book of Documents, and the Tao Te Ching. Lin Su listened with sparkling eyes. To be candid, he had never read these essential texts before. Who among those engrossed in contemporary literature would delve into such ancient works? Yet now, he had read them all. If one were to inquire how he managed to grasp them, he would simply touch the pages. And even the most profound texts would etch themselves into his mind, surpassing the clarity of those who have studied by candlelight for decades. I ask you, how could one not thrive in such circumstances? In the southern frontier, blood stained the earth for miles. A brutal battle was nearing its conclusion, with thousands of corpses strewn across the ground, and the last cries of conflict echoed from the western hillside. Over 100 individuals were trapped on a small slope, their long spears poised defensively as they fought fiercely. Their adversaries were exceptionally tall, with scales faintly glimmering upon their bodies. As the long spears pierced them, azure blood flowed forth. They were not of the human race, but rather of the demon tribe. The demon forces, numbering 700 to 800, alongside 300 massive demonic beasts, exuded an overwhelming presence. The 100 or so humans were akin to a fragile boat amidst a raging tide, ready to be capsized at any moment. A young general bellowed, "Brothers, the iron guards of Ding'an stand firm. 1 against 10, fighting to the bitter end, we shall prevail." A chorus of affirmation surged in response as the warriors brandished their long spears and swords, a tempest of murderous intent filling the air. Just as the demon forces surged up the slope, they were met with slaughter. The beasts fell to their blades, turning to nothing but pulp. This wave of assault was pushed back once more, with over 10 human lives lost, while the demons suffered over 30 deaths and the loss of 20 beasts. With his sword planted firmly in the ground, the young general braved the gale, standing resolutely like a pillar of heaven. He was none other than Lin Zhang, the eldest son of the Lin family. In a single day, he charged into battle 17 times, single-handedly slaying 2,000 demon soldiers with the strength of 800 iron guards. At this moment, he was utterly spent, his vital energy waning. Yet he could not betray a hint of fatigue. He understood that those around him represented the last vestiges of the Lin family's martial prowess. Should he falter, the entire unit would crumble. If the unit fell apart, it would spell doom for the Ding'an Marquisate. As the demon flag was raised, the beasts took their positions, and the demon soldiers howled to the heavens. A new wave of assault was imminent, one that would see the entire army commit to an all-or-nothing attack. This onslaught would surely lead to mutual destruction. A nearby general sighed softly. "The heavy burden of the Marquisate rests upon us. I wonder if second young master can bear it." Lin Jing lifted his gaze towards the north, where layers of clouds loomed over the vast frontier, illuminated by the blood-red setting sun. "Second brother, I too must depart, yet I regret that I cannot leave behind even a single letter." With their father slain, all 800 loyal guards would perish today, leaving only you, the last of the Lin lineage, to carry forth our legacy. Suddenly, a radiant light streaked across the sky, and a wild goose descended, landing in Lin Jing's hand, transforming into a shimmering piece of gold-embossed paper, a letter from his second brother. Lin Zheng felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. In his final moments, he had received a letter from home, perhaps the greatest comfort he could hope for in this life. The onlookers beside him cast glances filled with a blend of excitement and trepidation. As soldiers of the Lin family, their hearts were tethered to their lord, and they were acutely aware of the unprecedented predicament that the family faced. In such dire circumstances, good news seemed implausible. They fervently hoped that nothing had befallen the second young master. Even the passing of the matriarch would pale in comparison to such a calamity. Lin Zheng's expression transformed like the shifting clouds, transitioning from worry to astonishment, then soaring into overwhelming joy, culminating in a thunderous laughter that echoed throughout the gathering. The crowd, over 100 strong, remained bewildered. His younger brother had emerged from obscurity, composing 2 vibrant poems in a single day, bestowed with literary roots by the revered saints. Lin Jing laughed heartily. "Allow me to recite my brother's unparalleled verses as I prepare to step onto the battlefield. Thus, I shall have no regrets in this life, for even in death, there is glory. The pressure of nobility is confining. The dragon soars and the phoenix dances. Yet the momentum is hard to contain. His resounding recitation pierced the boundless shroud of blood, seemingly invigorating the entire battlefield. The hall is intoxicated with 3,000 guests. With each line recited, countless ethereal figures manifested on the battlefield, revealing the valiant spirits of the 700 fallen warriors. A single sword's frost chills 40 states. As the bloodlust dissipated, it transformed into a colossal sword of unparalleled might. The opposing demon army recoiled in shock. A battle poem? This is impossible. As the magnificent sword descended from the heavens, the leader of the demon army let out a shriek as he was obliterated into ashes. Shards of the giant sword hurtling towards the crowd on the hillside. The weapons in their hands suddenly blazed with renewed brilliance. In that instant, their strength surged back to its peak, and their courage and vigor multiplied tenfold. Kill. With a resounding roar, the warriors surged forth, clashing with the demon army. In the first encounter, 100 demons fell. The clarion call of victory resounded as the winds stirred the mountains and seas in autumn. Southeast eternally stands as the golden pillar, who envies the marquis of countless households. As the final syllable left Lin Zhang's lips, his sword swept through the air, cleaving the demon flag in twain, while a general beneath it met a similar fate. Simultaneously, the family letter in Lin Zhang's hand lost its holy radiance, reverting to its original form. Over 100 warriors collapsed simultaneously, as their vitality seemed to vanish along with the departure of the divine light. The spectral forms of the valiant heroes faded in unison. After a prolonged silence, Lin Zhang exhaled deeply, murmuring, "A battle poem. My younger brother's composition is indeed a battle poem." Such poems are rare. Why? Because, as the name suggests, they are crafted for the battlefield. And in a society that prioritizes literature over martial prowess, which esteemed scholar would deign to write for the lowly warriors? That would be a degradation of status. Thus, battle poems are exceedingly scarce. Only a handful exist, each utilized to its utmost by the military. It can be said that the first task of a soldier upon enlistment is to memorize these verses. Although they are frequently employed, their effectiveness is often limited. This is due to the relatively low caliber of existing battle poems. The highest ranked among them is the decades-old March of the River, a colorful poem suited for naval combat, yet ill-fitted for land warfare. Lin Su's poem, however, is applicable to all battlefields and is also a 7-colored poem. Furthermore, with the saint's endorsement, its power is truly extraordinary. Relying solely on this, one cannot achieve the miraculous effects witnessed today. There exists another element that maximizes the potency of this poem: the extraordinary relationship between Lin Zhang and it. This poem was penned by his own brother, infused with the aspirations of the Lin clan. How terrifying it is that the spirits of the Lin family can be summoned back. As the sun sets over the Lin residence, Yulo has returned, her radiant face invigorating Lin Jiaoyang, who rises from his bed as if endowed with divine assistance. Yulo brings forth several cups of tea, and the brothers engage in a discussion within the study regarding the taboos of the provincial examination. At this moment, Lin Jiaoyang exhibits no trace of illness. Suddenly, Lin Su experiences a slight tremor. What is it? Lin Jiaoyang halts his instruction. Lin Su bears a peculiar expression. Something extraordinary has occurred. It seems my martial root has been awakened. How is that possible? You must be mistaken. A martial artist must establish a flawless foundation to cultivate a martial root. However, the third brother has never endured the hardships of martial training. How could he have laid such a perfect foundation? Their father had sent him to the Taoist sect primarily because the third brother possessed neither literary nor martial roots, hoping merely to test his fortune there. Unexpectedly, upon his return, he has been bestowed with a literary root, and before the excitement has subsided, he claims to have activated his martial root. Is this conceivable? Lin Su himself is perplexed. Within his dantian, a strange root has indeed awakened, connecting with the energy coursing through his body, seemingly in sync with his breath, which aligns with the characteristics of a martial root he has come to understand. What confounds Lin Su further is the clear connection between this martial root and the withered tree in his mind. An invisible thread links his dantian to his brain, connecting to the middle of the withered branches. Upon this connection, it seems that this branch has also come to life, albeit devoid of leaves. A withered tree in the mind, 3 withered branches, the activation of the literary root, and 1 branch revived. What does this signify? Lin Jiaoyang's contemplation ceases as he fixes his gaze on Lin Su. Third brother, is this poem of yours, perchance, a war poem? A war poem? Perhaps so. Lin Su responds in astonishment. What of it? Lin Jiaoyang exclaims with fervor. There are 2 methods to activate a martial root: through arduous martial cultivation to establish a perfect foundation, or by composing a war poem. where poems enhance the combat prowess of warriors while simultaneously reflecting back on their creators. Is there such a method of subterfuge? Lin Su muses. If I were to compose 100 war poems, would not the battles of the world be fought on my behalf? Lost in thought, he feels an overwhelming urge to write, or rather, to transcribe poetry. However, he has a pressing question to resolve. Second brother, have you heard of the phrase 3 paths unite, break the calamity, and prosper? Lin Jiaoyang remains silent for a moment before gently nodding. This phrase was once sought by their father from a high monk of the Buddhist order. Yet, it has now been proven inaccurate. For the 3 sons of the Lin family were each assigned to a separate path, and ultimately, they did not avert the calamity that befell the Lin family. Moreover, this esteemed monk is not truly a monk. Over a month ago, he was apprehended in hanging for deceitful activities and was subjected to a beating before being released upon returning all the money he had swindled. As he processed this information, Lin Su appeared to grasp it, yet simultaneously seemed oblivious to its significance, as another notion began to take root in his mind. The concept of the 3 paths merging as a means to transcend calamity. Does this refer to the 3 sons of the Lin family belonging to their respective paths? Or could it indicate the possibility of one individual embodying all 3? In Lin Su's mind, a desolate tree stood. Its 3 barren branches, 2 corresponding to the literary and martial paths, while the third remained in a state of withering. Could it be that this branch represents the fundamental essence of the path he has yet to uncover? As Lin Su exited his elder brother's study, the sun was setting in the west. Xiao Yao was perched on a stone stool ahead, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the sunset. Even from a distance, Lin Su could discern the pout of her elevated little lips. What troubles you? Has the food in your belly not digested? Or do you have some new woes? Madam has given away all the meat, what? Xiao Yao expressed her grievances regarding the situation. Was it all given away? It was entirely given away. There is still a little left, but it will be gone by tomorrow. The girl was on the verge of tears. Fear not. Lin Su reassured her. This little bit was merely a stopgap. Do you intend to feast on it for a lifetime? Besides, the fare those people prepare is hardly palatable. Let us seek something delicious instead. Xiao lifted her head, her lips curling into a familiar glimmer. Is that so? You consumed an entire chicken and 2 legs of lamb today, and your belly remains round. Haning's nightlife was indeed vibrant. In what manner is it vibrant? Courtesans dance amidst the flowers, wealthy young men indulge in their desires beneath the moonlight, beggars roam the streets. And the taverns are bustling with patrons. Several grain shops remained open, for nighttime was their prime business hour. Most people labored during the day and had no time. Hence they ventured out at night to procure daily necessities. Not bad, Lin Su mused, somewhat vexed by the curfews of feudal society. If he were to traverse those peculiar dynasties, where curfews were enforced nightly, half the joys of life would be lost. Ahead lay a pawn shop, and Lin Su made his way there, producing a gold bead to present to the shopkeeper. Can this be pawned? The shopkeeper scrutinized the bead closely. Its exquisite design and superior quality of gold caught his eye, causing it to gleam with interest. Is it a dead pawn or a living pawn? A dead pawn essentially equates to a sale, allowing the shop to sell it outright. A living pawn serves merely as collateral. The pawn shop cannot dispose of the item until the agreed period has elapsed. Either is fine. If you desire it, you may purchase it outright. How much does the young master wish for? The shopkeeper, squinting at the bead, examined it once more. What will you offer? 3 taels of silver. Very well. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Even more astonishing was that the young man tore up the pawn ticket upon receiving the silver, signifying that the pawn was irrevocably dead. He could not possibly redeem it. Could there be an issue with this gold bead? The shopkeeper seized the opportunity before the young man departed, inspecting it again. No fault could be found. Its quality was impeccable and its design exquisite. Yet, the true value of this bead lay not merely in its form, but in the hook atop it, which, if he was not mistaken, was made of Arctic blue crystal. Arctic blue crystal was exceedingly rare, and such a hook alone was worth at least 100 taels of silver. Who was the unsuspecting fool behind this? Lin Su had just left the pawn shop and entered a rice and flour shop. Soon, he returned home carrying a large sack in each hand, one filled with rice and the other with flour. Little Yu followed closely behind, holding a jar of oil and clutching a peculiar bag. Within the jar was oil. While the contents of the bag were largely unfamiliar to her, she could only recognize pepper and scallions among the assortment. Some items had been purchased from the grocery store, while others had come from the apothecary. The strong scent emanating from the bag caused little Yao to shed tears as they walked, yet Lin Su was in high spirits. The combined weight of the 2 hefty bags was no less than 150 pounds, yet he effortlessly carried them, showcasing a remarkable transformation in his physical prowess. Furthermore, the purchasing power of silver in this locale was impressively robust, with just 3 or 4 taels of silver. He had acquired all these provisions and still had some change left over. As they approached home, Lin Su suddenly noticed someone lurking outside the gate, a suspicious figure. How audacious to have designs on such a dilapidated home, just as he was about to call out. The shadowy figure knelt and bowed 3 times before the Lin family's front door before swiftly fleeing. Upon reaching the entrance, they gently pushed open the creaky gate, which emitted a familiar squeak. He mused that the door could certainly use some oil, as the sound always reminded him of the Lanhua temple from a Chinese ghost story. Everyone knew the Lin family's state of disrepair. Such embellishments were unnecessary. Beside the door lay a small package. Lin Su opened it, revealing 3 black steamed buns, his expression morphing into one of curiosity. His elder brother, Lin Jiaoliang, emerged, his eyes widening at the sight of the offering. Third brother, where did this come from? This was sent by that person outside. He even bowed 3 times. Lin Su replied, gesturing toward the bushes where the figure had hidden, mistakenly believing he was unseen. Unbeknownst to him, both Lin Su and Lin Jiaoliang were astute observers, perceptive to their surroundings. Lin Jiaoliang's gaze shifted to the indicated direction. It's old he. He is an honest man. Mother just sent him some meat, and he insists on returning the favor. But where did these come from? He pointed at the large sacks at Lin Su's feet, clearly marked with the name of the rice and flour shop, indicating they could not have been a gift from old he. I bought them, Lin Su declared. Where did you get the money? Today, at the tavern. A fox spirit sister gifted me a gold pearl. He recounted the entire episode. Lin Jiaoliang's eyes widened in disbelief, his astonishment palpable as he regarded Lin Su. After a long pause, he gently shook his head. Third brother, you ought not to accept that gold pearl. After all, humans and demons are on separate paths. A gentleman maintains his integrity, and no one can fault you for that. Alternatively, if you do keep it, you must guard it well. It is, after all, a gesture of goodwill. Accepting and selling it is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. I wish to keep it too, but little Yao is nearly starving. We must have some rice and flour. Little Yao gazed up at her elder brother with wide, innocent eyes, undoubtedly thinking how wonderful her brother was, devoid of any notion of being a scapegoat. In the emptiness of the kitchen, the fire was finally rekindled. Xiaoyao, standing scarcely taller than the stove, leapt to wash the pot with dexterity. Lin Su rolled up his sleeves to open a bag of flour, when suddenly, Lin Jiaoliang's voice echoed from outside. Third brother, come out. A gentleman should steer clear of the kitchen. It is not a place for you. Allow me to teach Xiaoyao. This time, however, Xiaoyao refused to play the familiar scapegoat, asserting, Brother, I can manage it myself. I don't need your instruction. What can you possibly make? He inquired. Steamed corn buns. The kind oldie made just now? Yes. In that case, perhaps it's best you refrain. I shall prepare something I enjoy instead. Lin Jiaoliang, stretching his neck outside, contemplated entering the kitchen to drag his third brother out, intending to impart to him the principles of scholarly conduct and gentlemanly behavior. Yet, he restrained himself. Although it was theoretically appropriate for the second brother to reprimand the third today, the latter's performance was so astonishing that Lin Jiaoliang felt a lack of authority before him. Ultimately, he decided that a scholar in the kitchen was not a grave matter. He could indulge in his whimsy. A waft of enticing aroma drifted in the breeze emanating from the kitchen. Merely a scent ignited a profound appetite within Lin Jiaoliang. Soon, Lin Su emerged holding a large bowl, filled with strands of something, adorned with flecks of green onion. This is Lin Jiaoliang accepted the bowl, examining it closely. Noodles. Noodles made from flour? What logic is there in crafting them into such shapes? Lin Jiaoliang was perplexed. Craft them into what? Show me, he challenged. Wait, is there truly no such thing as noodles in this world? Upon inquiry, it turned out there was none, here. Flour served only to be kneaded into a ball and steamed into steamed into corn buns. In the eyes of the public, flour was merely sustenance, not a medium for artistry. Regardless of its form, it ultimately would descend into the stomach, transforming into in the realm of gastronomy, they were all but terminators. Lin Su, a proponent of process theory, felt quite solitary. Never mind, he thought, as he refrained from seeking out profound truths regarding the significance of noodles from the sage's classics, and instead pushed his elder brother towards the main hall. This bowl of noodles should be delivered to our mother. Filial piety, after all, was ingrained in the everyday. The fragrant noodles, undeniably, were meant for her. Let me do it, spoke a figure emerging from the moonlight. It was Yu Lu. Let us do it together. Lin Mother had already intended to rest. She had not truly relaxed in quite some time. As for dinner, she had chosen to ignore it. In her former life as the lady of a marquis, she had enjoyed regular meals, but now, having fallen from grace, her meals had become irregular. When hunger struck fiercely, she would procure something to eat. When it was so severe, food could not be squandered. Today, she had consumed nearly half a leg of lamb. Had she kept a diary, this would certainly have merited a note. Having dined on lamb, how could she possibly have room for dinner? Indeed, she felt a bit hungry, but sleep would quell that hunger. Suddenly, a knock resounded from outside. "Mother, third brother has prepared some fresh delicacies for you to taste." As the door swung open, Lin's mother accepted the bowl presented by Yulo, gazing at the noodles within with the same perplexity as Lin Xiaoyang. However, upon bringing it closer to her nose, she felt her stomach stir with anticipation. It was indeed something novel, so white, so fragrant. She lifted a noodle and brought it to her lips, her eyes suddenly brightening. After devouring half the bowl, she offered the remainder to Xiao Dao. Upon tasting it, Xiao Dao's restraint dissipated. Her chopsticks moved with increasing urgency, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she left not a drop of broth behind. Who would have thought that such delightful flavor could emerge from mere flour? Could this possibly have been Sanlang's idea? No, it was San Di himself who cooked for Mother. Cooking himself? This scoundrel, a gentleman, distances himself from the kitchen. How could a renowned poet and distinguished scholar demean himself in such a manner? What kind of elder brother are you? You ought to have intervened. If this word spreads, it would be a disgrace. After a scathing rebuke, Lin Xiaoyang's face shifted from red to pale. I did try to intervene, but to no avail. Xiao Dao, you go and convey my message. From this moment forth, the third young master is forbidden from entering the kitchen. Yes, madam. When Xiao Dao arrived at the kitchen, Lin Su had already finished his noodles and had saved 3 large bowls for Xiao Dao, the second brother, and Yulo. With his sleeves rolled up, he was still kneading dough on the countertop, while Xiao Dao clutched an empty bowl, licking the remnants of the broth. Third young master, why are you still engaged in such menial tasks? Madam has decreed that you are no longer allowed in the kitchen. Xiao Dao, stop licking that. How dare you eat while letting the young master work? Startled, Xiao quickly set down the bowl. It is essential to address Xiao Yao's position. In Lin Su's eyes, Xiao Dao was a younger sister. In Xiao Yao's perception, Lin Su was an older brother. However, in the eyes of others, a hierarchy must be maintained. From the moment Xiao Dao encountered Xiao Dao, she began instilling a multitude of etiquette principles, rolling her eyes whenever Xiao Dao called out to her brother. Xiao Dao refrained from provoking her and addressed Lin Su as young master instead. Young master, allow me. Xiao Dao, your timing is impeccable. Xiao Dao is still too young to reach the stove. Many delightful dishes are beyond her grasp. Lin Su smiled. Come, come. I shall teach you how to make something fresh called baozi. Lin's mother emerged from her room and quietly approached the kitchen, spotting Lin Xiaoyang scratching his head in confusion. Has your third brother come out? Not yet. Did Xiao Dao fail to call him? Xiao Dao. He is teaching her how to make fresh food, claiming he will prepare the best breakfast for Mother tomorrow morning. This child. Lin's mother felt her composure slip away. Erlang, your third brother loves to play and be merry. Let him be with those trifles. But there is one condition. From now on, you must diligently supervise his studies. If he fails the provincial examination in 3 years, I shall hold you accountable. Fear not. Mother, San Di is a prodigy. He is no ordinary person. In 3 years, he will surely make his mark. As night fell, Lin Su settled into slumber. With a sharp clap, Xiao Dao smacked her own thigh. Lin Su, momentarily roused from his drowsiness, opened his eyes. In the darkness, he possessed a peculiar sight, allowing him to see the mosquitoes flitting through the air. Strangely, the mosquitoes did not approach him at all. They seemed to collide with an invisible barrier 3 feet away, naturally veering off. Was it a protective aura? The power of the literary path was becoming increasingly wondrous. In summer nights, mosquitoes often represent the first fortune for many who traverse realms, as they craft mosquito coils to amass wealth. However, here it appeared to be a different matter altogether. Those standing at lofty heights, wealthy and influential, possessed either literary or martial prowess, or even the might of formations, rendering mosquitoes no threat to the affluent. The scheme of profiting from mosquito coils faced an immediate challenge, given the low financial capacity of its intended audience. Never mind, such trifles were beneath his consideration. The following day, Lin awoke and surveyed his surroundings. Lacking toiletries, he took a deep breath, feeling surprisingly refreshed. This was indeed the effect of the literary path, which had a remarkable capacity for self-cleansing. If the power of the literary path reached its zenith, could it even produce the fragrance of orchids from flatulence? Lin was curious, but certainly would not indulge in such triviality. He had more pressing matters at hand, making buns. His traversal into this realm did not mean he had to rely solely on the cheats in his mind, showcasing his true abilities which surely astonish others. What were his true abilities? Research in high-performance materials. If he could create high-performance materials, crafting buns would be a mere trifle. The night prior, he had prepared a batch of sourdough, which was crucial for softening the flour. This world lacked yeast, so he had utilized a substitute. Uncertain if it would succeed on the first attempt, as it was merely a spontaneous endeavor without any verification. Alas, the two girls had already risen. He hoped they wouldn't turn the dough into steamed buns of inferior quality. As he hurried to the kitchen, he arrived just in time. The fire was lit. The water was hot, and the steaming rack was set up. The sourdough was cradled in Xiaodao's hands, poised to be placed on the rack for steaming. Her only hesitation was that the dough was rather small. If steamed as it would yield only a single bun. Who would eat that? Lin swiftly reached out, taking the dough to examine it closely. A gentle whiff filled him with delight. It had fermented well, a complete success. For the next 2 hours, Xiaodao's eyes remained wide open, meticulously observing every step taken by the young master. When the steamer lid was finally lifted, she gasped in astonishment. Heavens! A dozen plump white buns lay inside, incredibly soft to the touch. At the young master's prompting, when she took a taste, she nearly swallowed her tongue. Surely, the lady would love these. She cradled the buns and dashed toward the ladies' chamber. Just as she ascended the main hall steps, the courtyard door suddenly swung open. A formidable elder, sniffing the air like a giant hound, approached her, drawn by the tantalizing aroma. Xiaodao instinctively hugged the plate of buns to her chest, eyeing the elder with caution. The elder inhaled the scent of the buns, his eyes lighting up. How delightful! What is this? It's breakfast prepared by the young master for the lady, sir. The handiwork of that lad? Allow me to sample. The elderly gentleman seized a bun, taking a hearty bite as it disappeared into his mouth. Xiaodao's jaw dropped in astonishment. Having just exited the kitchen with a bun in each hand, Lin Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness! Mr. Baoshan? Has your old age stripped you of all literary decorum? Not only did you pilfer my poetry, but now you dare to snatch my bun? Lin Jiaoyang emerged from his room and was taken aback upon seeing Mr. Baoshan, exclaiming, Mr. Baoshan. He bowed deeply, recognizing the esteemed local scholar. How delightful! Such exquisite delicacies could only be conjured by this lad. Mr. Baoshan paid Lin Jiaoyang no heed, his hand reaching for another bun on the tray. At that moment, the door creaked open softly. Mr. Baoshan's hand, poised to seize the bun, suddenly withdrew, and in a silent instant, the bun in Lin Su's grasp vanished, filling the gap left on the tray. Mr. Baoshan appeared as a sage, exuding an air of nonchalance. As Lin Mu opened the door, she was startled to find the eminent figure before her. Mr. Baoshan, she gasped. Having benefited from the prestige of the affluent circles in her youth, she was acquainted with many elite individuals in Haining. Mr. Baoshan was indeed a paragon among them. With a slight bow, Mr. Baoshan addressed her, Madam, you honor me. Sir, you flatter me. Lin Mu responded with a deep reverence. Today, I have come for your son. The 2 poems he penned yesterday are imbued with a divine essence that must not be neglected. Yet, he has not received guidance from a master, thus the path to the imperial examination remains arduous. I, lacking in merit, would be honored to offer him some direction. Lin Mu nearly fainted with joy. She recognized her son's poetic talent, yet was acutely aware of the challenges posed by the examinations. This urgency compelled her to pressure her second son, making it clear that if he did not succeed in the provincial examination in 3 years, there would be consequences. Although her second son provided substantial support, her third son, despite having a slightly elevated starting point, was still merely a scholar. Last night, she had pondered extensively, hoping to secure a superior tutor for him, perhaps someone of higher rank. She never anticipated that upon opening the door, she would encounter a renowned scholar of the realm, a true luminary. Mr. Baoshan was a genius, a man of literary brilliance. Such a person surpassed even the most esteemed of those merely holding the title of Ju Run by countless measures. Given the current financial and social standing of the Lin family, they were scarcely worthy of conversing with such an eminent figure, yet Mr. Baoshan straightforwardly accepted the third son. O ancestors, witness this. The Lin family is truly blessed. She exclaimed, Third son, come forth, pay your respects to your esteemed teacher. Lin Su stepped forward, standing before his mother, and respectfully said, Mother, Mr. Baoshan is a renowned scholar who traditionally eschews mundane formalities. Isn't that so, Mr. Baoshan? Mr. Baoshan smiled at him, neither affirming nor denying the statement. Lin Mu, growing anxious, thought, why can't this foolish son be taught? Shouldn't he quickly kneel and solidify the opportunity? Lin Su extended his hand, saying, Mr. Bao Shan, I have prepared some delightful delicacies for you to try. At this moment, Bao Shan finally lost his serene demeanor and was drawn away. It is a well-known truth that a wine enthusiast often possesses a fondness for food. A conclusion Lin Su had brought from another realm. This conclusion proved to be accurate. Had Bao Shan not tasted a single bun, he likely would not have been captivated by the offerings. However, having savored it, the flavor was utterly unparalleled. Fresh delicacies? With just this single remark, his attention was entirely diverted. Out of the 10 buns, he devoured 8. Moreover, he consumed them one after another, leaving Lin Su utterly speechless. Were you a prodigy of the human realm, or a creature of the demonic clan? Such a voracious appetite was astonishing. He indulged in 3 bowls of noodles. Finally, he set down the last half bowl. Perhaps now he could eat no more? Not at all. He produced a wine flask. Unable to contain himself, Lin Su exclaimed, Mr. Bao Shan, do you drink in the morning as well? How can one relish such exquisite food without wine? Bao Shan replied, seizing Lin Su's teacup, and with a swift motion, discarded its contents, pouring the wine from his flask into the cup. Though the flask appeared modest in size, it miraculously filled 3 cups. And yet, the angle at which it was tilted remained unchanged. This was extraordinary. Noticing Lin Su's gaze, Bao Shan smiled slightly. The treasures of literary and martial arts contain profound mysteries. My wine flask originally held 300 pounds, and now merely 10 remain. Ordinary folk could not hope to drink even half a cup from me. Sipping wine and savoring noodles was indeed a delightful combination. The more one drank, the more enticing it became. To the esteemed gentleman's fine wine, I shall taste it as a mark of respect. Lin Jiaoliang lifted his cup and took a gentle sip, exclaiming, what exquisite wine. In all my life, I have never encountered such a superb vintage. Bao Shan regarded him with a rare expression of intrigue, his gaze settling on Lin Su's face. You should also partake. Lin Su followed his elder brother's example, raising the wine cup and taking a delicate sip. The expression on his face became peculiar. It was entirely unlike any grape wine he had ever encountered. Possessing a significantly higher alcohol content, yet devoid of the rich fragrance typically associated with fine wines. Instead, an odd taste lingered. Was this truly good wine? This resembled nothing more than the inferior, artificially concocted alcohol of modern society. The coldness was striking. How incredible was this old man, carrying with him 300 pounds of subpar, counterfeit wine, and yet he remained unscathed? So, what do you think? Bao Shan casually inquired, exuding an air of nonchalance. It is quite different from grape wine. Naturally, my strong liquor is not something to be compared with mere grape wine, he retorted. Fruit wine is but a woman's drink. This is the true liquor of men. This notion did hold some merit. Indeed, referring to grape wine as a woman's drink was an understatement. It was nothing more than sour plum juice. Ha! Bao Shan laughed heartily, full of vigor. But suddenly his expression shifted. After consuming this wine, is there poetry to be found? Indeed, I wish to compose a poem to denounce this counterfeit. Of course. Lin Su refrained from voicing such sentiments, for his matron was keenly observing this interaction. Should the old man become irate, it would spell trouble. Lin Su hesitated momentarily. Mr. Bao Shan, do you truly appreciate poetic verses about wine? Of course. It is well known that Mr. Bao Shan has always cherished the pleasures found within a cup. And naturally, he delights in the poetry inspired by wine. His second brother interjected. At this moment, he too wished for his younger brother to cater to his preferences. Mr. Bao Shan remarked, what the promising young lad has said is indeed correct. I have a fondness for the contents of the cup, as well as for poetry inspired by wine. But do you know why I hold this affection? Why? Does a drunkard require a reason? Lin Su furrowed her brow. Lin Jiaoliang was equally perplexed. Do you know what my literary root is? It is quite amusing. Really, my literary root resembles this very object. He picked up the wine jug from the table. Lin Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Your literary root is actually a wine jug? I thought my own literary root was peculiar, but yours is even more so. My literary root is not of the finest quality. Those with inferior literary roots find it exceedingly difficult to attain the pinnacle. Mr. Bao Shan declared, I have traversed the summit of literary inspiration for a full decade. Yet I have been unable to glimpse the mysteries of the ultimate realm. Lin Su's gaze flickered. Does one need enlightenment? Enlightenment? Though this notion was novel, it was indeed apartment. Mr. Bao Shan continued, in days of yore, Dang Xianchu, while observing an extraordinary painting from beyond the heavens, experienced a surge of inspiration that led him into the ultimate realm. He took the painting as his literary route and ultimately entered the Tao through art, which is akin to the enlightenment sought by cultivators, is it not? Deng Xianqu's literary route was a painting. By discovering an exceptional piece, he broke through to the ultimate realm. As for Mr. Baoshan, his literary route is embodied in the wine jug, thus. Lin Su pondered for a moment. So, you wish for me to compose wine poetry for you, hoping to glean some new essence from the verses? Yesterday, upon receiving your poem, I studied it through the night and felt a loosening of the bottleneck that had stymied me for a decade. It was truly a remarkable occurrence. Hence, he had come today, desiring more verses to assist him in stepping into the realm of literary inspiration. The realm of literary inspiration is an extraordinarily unique threshold. Although it is considered a minor level within the broader category of literary inspiration, it obstructs the majority of literati. The adage states that literary inspiration is easily attained. Yet the ultimate realm is hard to seek. The ultimate realm resembles a rigorous qualification examination. Only by passing through it may one embark on the path of literature. What is the path of literature, if not one's own journey? Those possessing literary inspiration are abundant in the world, yet those who can forge their own path in literature are but 1 in 10. It is this enigmatic threshold of the ultimate realm that effectively blocks over 90% of individuals. As for enlightenment, Lin Su had to concede that he was utterly ignorant of it. He understood that poetry could evoke poetic sentiment. Yet could such ethereal sentiments truly unlock the pinnacle of literary inspiration? How could that possibly be reliable? As Lin Su contemplated, Mr. Baoshan savored his wine, seemingly indifferent. Yet his silent drinking revealed his deep concern, for his sipping was devoid of sound. Ordinarily, one could hear him gulping from 3 paces away. Slowly, Lin Su raised her gaze. Mr. Baoshan, have you considered an alternative possibility? What might that be? What you truly require may not be wine poetry, but rather, exquisite wine itself. Your literary route is rather peculiar, a wine jug, and the ultimate realm, as its name implies, necessitates achieving a state of perfection throughout. Without fine wine to accompany the jug, how can one attain completeness? Mr. Baoshan responded, this I am well aware of. Thus, over the past decade, I have journeyed across the lands, and the wine before me has indeed flowed from the sacred grounds of the demon clan. Lin Jiaoyong remarked. It is said that in the sacred realm of the Western Paradise, there exists a true elixir of heaven and earth. I wonder if you have sought it, sir. I have ventured there 3 times, yet each time I was unable to gain entry. However, with the assistance of an old friend, I was fortunate enough to taste it once, yet it was merely the drink of cultivators, filled with extraordinary substances that enhance the practitioner's cultivation. Quite unlike the wines of the mortal realm. I have indeed tasted it. Lin Jiaoyong sighed in admiration. The path of literary and philosophical sages is beyond my comprehension. I find myself devoid of any insight. Lin Su interjected, give me some time. I shall endeavor to brew a wine for you, sir. Lin Jiaoyong was taken aback. Just yesterday, we spoke of how a gentleman should steer clear of kitchens, and even more so from distilleries. Thus, who among literati can brew wine? My dear brother, you have scarcely sipped a few cups, and yet you wish to brew? Mr. Baoshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. You can brew wine? Just a little, Lin Su replied. Can you create a brew that surpasses this exquisite elixir of the demon clan? Lin Su lifted his cup of wine and posed a rather harsh question. Mr. Baoshan, would you care to hear a rather cruel truth? Cruel? Baoshan laughed heartily. Do tell. To speak candidly, this elixir of the demon clan is, at best, subpar. Baoshan's eyes widened. Is that your polite assessment? What if you were to be blunt? To be blunt, Lin Su declared. This wine pales in comparison to the tea you just discarded by more than 1 tier. I would rather consume 10 pounds of tea than partake in this single cup of wine. This is the unvarnished truth. Lin Su has been in this world for several months and has gained some understanding of it. How to describe this world? In certain aspects, it is remarkably advanced. For instance, tea production here bears no distinction from that of the 21st century, perhaps due to the abundant spiritual energy in this realm. The flavor of the tea surpasses that of the previous world. Furthermore, the craftsmanship involved is quite sophisticated, nearly reaching a level of automation. How is this automation achieved? It is rather astonishing. Tea typically grows in deep, remote mountains, which are the domain of the demon clan. Thus, tea has become a flagship product in the demon market. With high demand, handcrafting becomes somewhat cumbersome, prompting the demon clan to adopt automation. Take the process of killing green tea, for example. The demons employ a fire-type serpent to coil around a large iron pot, maintaining its high temperature. The tea leaves are tossed within, effectively completing the process. Is this not automation? Conversely, certain aspects remain quite primitive, such as the production of alcohol. Here, there exists no concept of distillation. It is merely the most rudimentary fermentation. Wine is produced by allowing grapes to rot, while fruit wines are created similarly. One can only imagine what such flavors might be like. Even the celestial-like sects of cultivation produce wines that are haphazardly mixed with various supplements, adding anything believed to possess nourishing properties. Distillation is merely a thin veil. And while it may seem deceptively simple in terms of technicality, it serves as a barrier known as the obstacle of perception. The wines of the 21st century emerged from the breakthroughs in distillation technology during the Song dynasty. For thousands of years prior, numerous connoisseurs existed. Yet who truly pierced through this veil of perception? Li Bai, renowned for his ability to compose 100 poems after consuming copious amounts of wine. Would he be able to pen a single character after sampling a measure of distilled liquor? That would be a feat indeed. Mr. Bao Shan gazed intently at Lin Su for a considerable time, as did Lin Jiaoliang. Lin Su met their stares with a smile. What rare materials do you require? Speak. Bao Shan inquired. 1,000 pounds of white rice, 1,000 pounds of white flour, 100 pounds of unhulled rice, a large iron pot, and, no, rather a sizable sheet of thin iron. He initially contemplated requesting a sealed container, but realizing that such a notion might compromise the secrecy of his recipe, he adapted his answer. A mere large sheet of thin iron would suffice. After all, he is quite strong and can easily fashion it into a sealed container. Is it truly that simple? Bao Shan could hardly believe it. High-end cuisine often derives from ordinary ingredients, Lin Su replied, echoing a classic line from the documentary A Bite of China. High-end cuisine comes from ordinary ingredients. Bao Shan repeated thoughtfully, finding the wisdom in it. With a wave of his hand, a character for wind appeared, and with a whoosh, he vanished from the courtyard. Lin Su observed the direction in which he disappeared and nodded. He recognized that he still held some distance from Deng Xianchu, who summoned winds to envelop an entire building, vanishing without a trace. In contrast, Mr. Bao Shan had merely lifted himself a dozen meters above ground, leaping away like a rabbit. Lin Jiaoliang's voice rang out. Third brother, can you truly brew wine? I know a thing or two. Is it really just using common ingredients like white rice, white flour, and unhulled rice? The plain rice and white flour are for our own consumption. That old man came to our door and devoured 8 buns and 3 bowls of noodles without paying a dime. He should contribute something, after all. Individuals like him are hardly lacking in wealth. Lin Jiaoliang's eyes widened, leaving him speechless. Approximately 10 minutes later, a wild gust of wind swept through the air, and Bao Shan descended from the heavens, handing a bag to Lin Su. Upon opening it, Lin Su was astounded as 30 smaller bags tumbled out, transforming upon hitting the ground into their true sizes, at least 500 pounds of rice, 500 pounds of flour, 200 pounds of patty, and an unusually large pot. Large enough for a person to bathe in. There was also a substantial piece of thin iron sheet, which looked remarkably like a large iron door that had been forcefully flattened, freshly so. Is the material sufficient? If not, do not hesitate to speak. Bao Shan inquired. Yes. Thank you, sir. Lin Su replied. Upon hearing the initial words, Bao Shan felt reassured, but when he caught the last 4 words, unease crept in. Young man. Why do you say thank you? Is it a premonition of failure? Fear not, sir. This matter shall surely succeed. It is simply that I feel guilty for your expenditure and the need to run away. Bao Shan smiled broadly. Ah, so that is the case. You startled this old man. Should this endeavor prove successful, I will owe you a debt. Here is my precious paper, upon which my seal is affixed. Write anything you wish, and I shall receive it. He handed Lin Su a stack of this precious paper, numbering in the hundreds. Bao Shan lingered no longer, having confirmed the materials were ample. He wrote a character for wind and vanished into thin air. He dared not stay longer, fearing Lin Su might have a change of heart. This matter was of utmost importance to him, his lifelong passion for wine, and his quest for the ultimate literary realm. Such trivial materials were of little consequence to him. For Lin Su, it was a moment of immense joy. With these 3,000 pounds of food, the Lin family's grain crisis had truly been averted. Once Bao Shan departed, Lin Mu, who had been anxiously waiting but unable to approach, rushed over. Upon arrival, she was taken aback by the mountain of rice and flour piled on the ground. What on earth is this? It was sent by Mr. Bao Shan. Ah? Lin Mu's mind swirled with elation. She was not merely rejoicing over the rice and flour, but rather over the fact that her son had finally succeeded in apprenticing himself. Only a master-apprentice relationship could elicit such concern from Bao Shan for the Lin family. Thank the heavens. Shout out, bring out the incense and pay respects to our ancestors. Lin Su, his head bowed as he entered the ancestral hall, muttered, Mother, if you continue like this, I might just lie down flat. You perform ancestral rites, and yet you are not afraid of raising their blood pressure? After paying respects to their ancestors, with the sun high in the sky, Lin Mu spoke again. Take a bag of rice and a bag of flour. And send them to that girl, Shui. Ah, are we extending our charity again? Lin Su shot a glance at his second brother, who seemed unfazed. But Shout Out reacted vehemently, Madam, I will not utter a word if you send to anyone else, but for Xiao Shiwei, she deserves to starve. Why such animosity? Because Xiao Shiwei had once served as one of the two maids to the madam, and they had shared a close friendship, akin to modern-day confidants. The Ho residence had undergone tremendous upheaval, and all the servants had fled, including Xiao Shiwei. As others seek higher branches, Shout Out harbors no grievances. However, Xiao Shiwei's flight has left her with a lingering sorrow, for in her heart, Xiao Shiwei ought to endure trials alongside the Ho residents, while she can accept others' departures. Xiao Shiwei's departure feels like treachery in her eyes, a notion she cannot bear. The matron sighed. Xiao Shiwei was left with no choice. Her father is on the brink of death. She returned to care for him, not wishing to burden me with her worries. Do you recall the bundle of vegetables left at our doorstep half a month ago? That was her doing, at a time when her father had just passed, yet her thoughts still lingered on the Lin family. Shout Out stood in stunned silence. Lin Su was equally taken aback. In times of the Ho residents' adversity, they had grown accustomed to the coldness of human sentiments. Yet there remained individuals and events that could warm the heart. Mother, I was unaware of Xiao Shiwei's plight. Lin Jiaoyang remarked. I shall personally deliver this sack of rice to her. Perhaps it would be better to send someone else, Lin Mu suggested. Erlang, San Lang, from now on, you are to study in seclusion. Should you require anything, let Shout Out bring it to you. Ah, is that permissible? This feels akin to confinement. Lin Su quickly devised a rationale. Mother, how can second brother find someone to deliver it at this hour? I shall accompany him to deliver the rice and flour to Xiao Shiwei. Lin Mu's expression darkened significantly. Lin Su hastily added, My studies differ from those of ordinary individuals. Being confined to a room yields little progress. Wandering about often fosters greater advancement. It is said that reading a myriad of books pales in comparison to traveling countless miles. Lin Mu fell silent. In matters of family law, she held authority, yet in the realm of knowledge, as a woman, she dared not voice her opinion. Thus, she had cultivated a commendable habit of agreeing with anyone who spoke of learning in her presence. While she possessed limited knowledge herself, she held great respect for those who were learned. Lin Jiaoyang murmured, To read countless books is inferior to journeying vast distances. The profound meaning in Sandi's words is boundless. Mother, let him be. I shall accompany him. Very well, you too must exercise caution. The Zhang family's influence is not to be underestimated. With the destruction of Zhang Xuan's forum yesterday, retaliation is inevitable. Fear not, Mother. I carry the precious paper bestowed by Master Baoshan. Should any trouble arise, it will take but a moment for Master Baoshan to appear. The frown on Lin Mu's brow transformed into a radiant smile. How could I forget that my son is already a disciple of Master Baoshan? Today truly brings joy. Shout Out. Shout Out stepped forward. Lin Mu hesitated briefly. Oh, I had just forgotten to honor our ancestors. Really? More rituals? Lin Su tugged at his brother, each shouldering a sack, and they dashed away. Lin Su's destination is known as Bai Ji Yuan, located on the outskirts of Haining, merely 5 li from the city. Why does he choose to venture there personally? While a desire to escape the confines of solitary study is one reason, another lies in the fact that he has heard his second brother speak of this riverside area, particularly mentioning a unique crop that merits first-hand observation. Bai Ji Yuan is indeed a riverbank. In the feudal society, the concept of water conservancy was non-existent. Thus, during the rainy season, the riverbanks would flood, rendering the cultivation of staple crops impossible. The locals cultivate a peculiar type of grain known as tingmi, which is entirely unique to our planet. This extraordinary plant produces grains on its stalks, with blossoms blooming atop the grains themselves. It thrives in damp conditions, capable of flowering even when submerged in water year-round, showcasing an astonishing resilience that allows it to flourish in such extreme environments. What is the utility of tingmi? Some may argue that since it is a type of rice, it must be edible. However, that is not entirely accurate. The true value of tingmi lies not in its potential as a food source, but rather in the fragrant flowers that bloom at its apex. These blossoms emit an exceptionally enduring fragrance, making them highly sought after by various sects for the production of secret perfumes, which are then sold in imperial capitals. serving as a significant resource for these sections. In the grand capital of Ditsang, a small vial of this perfume can command a price as high as 100 taels of silver. At this point, those familiar with tales of transmigration might surmise that Lin Su intends to concoct this potent perfume. However, that assumption is misguided. The value of the perfume has already been fully realized. What could a powerless, impoverished young man like him hope to seize from the hands of the affluent? Lin Su's focus is solely on the tingmi itself. What is tingmi? The locals refer to it as huangquanmi, which translates to yellow spring rice. The name derives from its notorious reputation. It possesses a hard outer shell that humans cannot digest, resulting in bloating and an inability to expel it from the body. It is indeed rice, albeit diminutive, and the hard shell cannot be individually removed. When ground into powder, the shell remains intact within, leading to gastrointestinal distress and inevitable constipation. Consequently, the locals find themselves utterly helpless against this rice. They may be on the brink of starvation, surrounded by rice, yet unable to consume it. Even to feed dogs or chickens, what a lamentable predicament. Thus, this rice has developed two primary uses. The first is to rot and be used as fertilizer. The second is for the unfortunate souls who have lived their entire lives in poverty, never having experienced a full meal. When faced with their impending demise, they may indulge in a final feast, regardless of whether they can expel it, thus becoming a glutton of the underworld. Hence, it is aptly named huangquanmi. While the people of this world are powerless against this rice, it does not imply that Lin Su is equally helpless. He wishes to ascertain whether this rice can be linked to his grand aspirations. Should it prove feasible, the Lin family may secure a stable and controllable means of generating wealth. Upon traveling 5 li from the city, the main road diverges towards Baiji Yuan. The official road is broad and smooth, wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side, while the path leading to Baiji Yuan is merely a dirt road overgrown with weeds. Lin Jiaoyang halted and said, "Third brother, hand me the bag." The third brother, possessing only literary roots and yet to enter the literary realm, must recognize that those within the literary sphere possess far superior strength and physical capabilities compared to those merely aspiring to it. No need. Second brother, let us test our stamina. Third brother, you fail to comprehend the disparity between the levels of literary and martial prowess. When I truly take flight, my speed surpasses yours tenfold. I refuse to believe it. Come. With a swift motion, Lin Su propelled himself forward, his speed akin to that of a galloping steed. Lin Jiaoyang smiled faintly, and with a slight shift of his form, he kept pace, gliding effortlessly over the grass without disturbing the mud beneath. Well, like treading on snow without leaving a trace. Lin Su quickened his pace, swiftly surpassing the ridge ahead. Silently, Lin Jiaoyang maneuvered past him, appearing in front with an expression of astonishment. Third brother, your speed is truly uncharacteristic of one with a literary foundation. Do not forget, I possess both literary and martial roots. Upon uttering these words, he surged forward even faster. Lin Jiaoyang was taken aback, realizing that it took 80% of his literary power merely to keep up. The existence of individuals with dual foundations is exceedingly rare in this world. Why is that? Because the societal norm favors literature over martial skills. If one can attain literary roots, who would choose martial ones? Those who opt for martial roots are invariably those who have no means to acquire literary ones. It is akin to modern society. If I can attend Tsinghua University, why would I settle for vocational high school? Yet Lin Su is a remarkable exception. Born into a family of military lineage, he initially chose the path of martial roots. But they could not be activated. He intended to seek fortune in a cultivation sect, hoping to unlock a path, but returned empty-handed. Eventually, he exchanged a poem for a blessing from a sage, which granted him literary roots. Little did he know that the poem he penned was a battle poem. And through its resonance, his dormant martial roots were unexpectedly awakened. Thus, he embodies both literary and martial foundations. As Lin Su ran faster, he felt an exhilarating rush. The essence of his literary roots coursed down to his feet, invigorating him, while the energy of his martial roots spiraled, seemingly intensifying. Unbeknownst to him, his contact with the ground diminished with each stride, each landing propelling him further than the last. Approaching a bend, he suddenly lifted off the ground, sliding over the grass and ascending the slope ahead. With a whoosh, Lin Jiaoyang appeared before him, his face brimming with excitement. Third brother, I have expended all my cultivation. My speed is merely on par with yours. Lin Su gazed ahead. Have the tender rice flowers been harvested? Not a single bloom remains. Before them lay the riverbank marshlands, stretching for miles. A month prior, He remembered it being ablaze with vibrant blossoms, but now, not a single flower remained. Only the heavy stalks of tinder rice hung at waist height, untouched and unharvested. That is nature. How precious are the tinder rice flowers. They are the essence for crafting perfumes. Throughout the entire process from bloom to harvest, over a dozen experts from the Bai Shui sect stand guard, ensuring not a single blossom falls into common hands. Bai Shui sect? A major cultivation sect? Lin Jiaoyong glanced at him. Third brother, do you know? The betrothal you arranged. The second daughter of the Zhou family, she is within the Bai Shui sect. Ah, I have a betrothed? Lin Su felt a surge of excitement. How was I unaware of this? You were but an infant at the time of the engagement. How could you have known? Lin Jiaoyong's tone turned somber. But after the incident with our Lin family, the Zhou family came to visit, and when they departed, Mother wore a rather grim expression. There may be complications ahead. Is it a matter of fickleness and adding insult to injury? Lin Jiaoyong shook his head. My brother, you do not fully comprehend this situation. It may not have reached such extremes. Even if it has, with Sandy's poetic talent, the Zhou family would inevitably reconsider. Worry not, my brother. I truly do not care about this. Lin Su interjected. Since I am already engaged, what about you, second brother? Have you found a fiancé? Yulo is not a genuine engagement, Lin Jiaoyong replied, shaking his head. The world is fickle. It is human nature to pursue gain and avoid harm. I am indifferent. And in fact, I feel somewhat relieved that the engagement has been called off, sparing Yulo the awkwardness of being caught in the middle. It turns out he too has experienced a broken engagement. Lin Su, intrigued by these matters, shifted the conversation towards their elder brother, asking, what about him? Has he found a match? Ah, our elder brother, Lin Jiaoyong sighed deeply. He was once in love with a foreign woman, a pursuit fraught with challenges, and now it has become even more difficult. Lin Su gently patted his elder brother's shoulder, saying, second brother, do not take it to heart. There are countless flowers beyond the horizon. Countless flowers beyond the horizon. Lin Jiaoyong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Third brother, is this also a line of poetry? It is truly enchanting. Have you composed the entire poem? Lin Su casually recited, as the flowers fade, the last red petals fall, the green apricots are small. When the swallows take flight, the green waters embrace the homes, the catkins on the branches are blown away. Where in the world is there no fragrant grass? Lin Jiaoyong silently recited it, his gaze brightened. The poetic talent of the third brother is indeed unparalleled. Although this poem does not conform to the strictures of form, it is fresh and translucent, rich in charm, as if it opens a new window to poetry. Third brother, you must write it down, inscribe it on fine paper. Second brother, you should write it. How could I? This is an original work of the third brother. For me to inscribe it would be the utmost disgrace of a scholar. Third brother, come, write it down. Lin Su sighed inwardly. Second brother, your words put immense pressure on me. I have always been a plagiarist. I wish to leave you with a vibrant poem, but you are too traditional. The boundaries of literary integrity cannot be breached. Very well, I shall take the liberty to breach them. After all, as J women, we are accustomed to receiving clients. Whether it is once or 10 times, it remains the same. With the treasured brush in hand and fine paper spread upon the rock, Lin Jiaoyong clutched his garment tightly. There has never been such poetry in this world. It is a true innovation. People say that literary talent is easily obtained. Yet the path to literature is arduous. Why is this path so difficult? Because to carve a path in literature is to forge one's new route. There are myriad new paths, yet each one is as challenging as climbing to the heavens. For instance, offering a fresh interpretation of the teachings of sages, or pioneering an entirely new literary genre. The latter is even more challenging than the former. There are countless literati in the world. Yet how many can create a new literary form? Even figures of great scholarly stature find it exceedingly difficult. Take the eminent scholar Deng Xianchu, for instance. His greatest aspiration is undoubtedly to create a new literary genre, yet he remains unable to do so, trapped in the pinnacle of literary spirit. And what is the third brother doing now? He aims to forge a new literary genre. If he succeeds, what would it signify? It would mean that if one day he steps into the pinnacle of literary spirit, he could seamlessly transition into the realm of literature. The insurmountable chasm that others cannot cross does not exist for him. What a terrifying prospect. The pressing question now is whether this new literary form will be acknowledged by the sages. Lin Su lifted his treasured brush and began to write, as the flowers fade. The last red petals fall, the green apricots are small. When the swallows take flight, the green waters embrace the homes, the catkins on the branches are blown away. Where in the world is there no fragrant grass? As the ink flowed upon the fine paper, it merely reflected the paper's original hue, devoid of any radiance. Lin Jiaoyang's garments were tattered from his grip, and a chill crept into his heart. It was over. The sages would not recognize it. The sages did not acknowledge this form, thus the paper imbued with their will relegated this poem to the realm of trivial poetry, denying it any brilliance. Lin Su himself felt somewhat perplexed. Alas, not even a glimmer of white light. Oh, venerable sages, are you not afraid that Mr. Su will rise up and strike your knees? Regardless, let us proceed. Within the walls, swings sway. Outside, the path awaits. Passers-by beyond the walls, while within. A fair maiden laughs, her laughter gradually fading, her voice growing faint. Such passionate feelings, yet they are vexed by indifference. Lin Jiaoyang sighed deeply. Third brother. Although this poem may lack rhyme, its freshness and uniqueness are unparalleled. Why, then, does it seem so? Second brother, I do not consider it a poem. I deem it a lyric. The title of the lyric is Butterfly Lovers. No sooner had the words left his lips than the earth trembled violently. Amidst the clear sky, a beam of golden light suddenly illuminated the expanse, while simultaneously, the manuscript in Lin Jiaoyang's hands radiated brilliance, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that enveloped the riverbank in a misty glow. On the golden pathway in the void, a grand inscription appeared, Butterfly Lovers. Et by Ji Yuan. The flowers fade, leaving only the pale blossoms of green apricots. As swallows take flight, the green waters encircle the homes. The willows shed their fluff. And where in this vast world is there no fragrant grass? The sacred melody resounded. Upon the literary path, a new door opens, named as lyrics. The foundational lyric, Butterfly Lovers. Lin Su's mouth fell agape, while Lin Jiaoyang suddenly knelt, cradling the manuscript in his hands, tears streaming down his face. Across the vast skies, the sacred sound reverberated across 9 nations and 13 continents. Atop a great mountain, 2 individuals engaged in a game of chess, one of whom was Deng Xianqiu. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the heavens. Butterfly Lovers. At by Ji Yuan. The flowers fade, leaving only the pale blossoms of green apricots. As swallows take flight, the green waters encircle the homes. The willows shed their fluff, and where in this vast world is there no fragrant grass? With a crack, the chess piece at his fingertips shattered into dust. Who has opened the grand literary path? The literary path is divided into broad and narrow ways. The narrow path carries the sacred sound for 100 miles, while the broad path resonates across 9 nations and 13 continents. The narrow path is abundant each year. Yet how often does one hear of the broad path? Du Tiange? Jin Yekon? Su Jianke? The elder beside him mentioned 3 names, all of whom had long since entered the pinnacle of literary mastery. Butterfly Lovers. At by Ji Yuan. Regardless of who he may be, he must have recently been at by Ji Yuan. Go. A fierce wind arose, and the two soared into the clouds. In the outskirts of the capital, a beautiful woman held her silent guqin, gazing blankly at the sky. The flowers fade, leaving only the pale blossoms of green apricots. As swallows take flight, the green waters encircle the homes. The willows shed their fluff, and where in this vast world is there no fragrant grass? Who is it? Who can compose such exquisite verses? Who can traverse the boundless void and penetrate my heart? Third brother. Lin Jiaoyang tightly embraced Lin Su. Spinning around 3 times, Lin Su marveled. Second brother, your strength is truly remarkable. Third brother, you have yet to enter the literary world. Yet you have already opened the literary path, and it is a path that draws the attention of the ages. Let us return home. Mother will surely wish to honor our ancestors once more. Haraha. He laughed joyfully like a child. Lin Su quickly interjected, Second brother, have you not noticed a certain issue? The sacred sound only proclaims the opening of the new literary path to the world, without mentioning any names. What is the reasoning behind this? The sages do not wish for me to gain fame across the world at this time. Glory is a double-edged sword at this moment. I am not yet capable of bearing the weight of such renown. Lin Jiaoyang abruptly halted. Indeed, to open the grand literary path is a formidable undertaking, one that has not occurred in the great realm for centuries. Currently, third brother, you are but a minor figure, insignificant. The burdens of fame are indeed heavy. Should the news of your opening the literary path spread throughout the world, how many would rebel against it? What is even more terrifying is that the demon and monster clans, which have long been at odds with humanity, do not wish for another genius of the literary path to emerge among the human race. They will resort to all means necessary to extinguish him. The other 8 nations also do not wish for Dachshong to produce such a talent and will similarly plot his demise. My younger brother is correct. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. We should return home immediately. However, that is unnecessary. Let us continue our journey. The two picked up their bags and pressed on. Just as they departed, two beams of radiant light appeared in the sky, and two elderly figures materialized in the void, surveying their surroundings. These were Deng Xianchu and his chess companion, the master of Wuyue Mountain, and Bai Ji Yuan. There was no aura of a great scholar to be found. Deng Xianchu remarked, there is also a Bai Ji Yuan in the ancient state of Nanyang, where it is said a mysterious scholar has secluded himself for 10 years. Could it be him? With a flash of light, the two vanished simultaneously. Just as Lin Su had anticipated, those exalted figures of the scholarly realm ultimately regarded the insignificant beings of the underground as mere ants. They could hardly fathom that the mysterious individual who would open the path of literature and spread the sacred sound far and wide would be a fledgling scholar hidden beneath by Ji Yuan. The lofty and majestic scene above had no connection to the earth below. On the banks of Bai Ji Yuan, countless refugees roamed. A few makeshift frames, adorned with thatched grass, formed rudimentary shelters. A layer of dry straw on the ground served as bedding. If there were a morsel of food, this place could resemble paradise. Yet, how many could sustain themselves throughout the seasons? In the summer, the mosquitoes were larger than flies, and in winter, the biting cold winds penetrated to the bone. It was hardly a place for humans to dwell. The locals would rather reside deep within the mountains than in this desolate area, where most inhabitants were refugees. Displaced by calamities in their homeland, they borrowed land for temporary shelter, a common plight shared by all residents of Bai Ji Yuan. However, for some, this temporary stay had extended over several generations. Why? Because their homeland was perpetually stricken by disaster. Whether it be natural calamities or military strife, locust invasions or human-induced catastrophes, the cycle of misfortune never ceased. In comparison, Bai Ji Yuan offered a semblance of betterment. Even if food was scarce and floods claimed lives, there remained an advantage. This stretch of barren land was unclaimed, free from the burden of exorbitant taxes, and situated on the outskirts of Haining, devoid of wild beasts. Yet, even if there were beasts, it could be a boon. The strong young men might venture forth and perhaps catch a few for sustenance. At a bend near the riverbank, a young girl named Xiao Shui gazed quietly at the flowing water. Once a maid in the residence of the Duke of Dingnan, she was regarded with envy by the villagers for her life of luxury. However, she had returned just over half a month ago due to her father's illness. She had summoned a physician and procured medicine, yet ultimately failed to save her father's life. When he passed away, the sect of immortals forbade the burial of remains in this land. She could only fashion a raft from bamboo, cover it with dry grass, and set it alight in the river's center. Before her very eyes, her father was reduced to ashes, while her mother fainted in her embrace. Schwerer, Schwerer. Her mother called softly from within the makeshift dwelling. Startled from her reverie, Xiao Shui opened the door made of thatched grass and said, "Mother, you must be hungry. I just gathered the freshest wild vegetables. I will cook them for you." The elderly woman on the bed appeared pale and exceedingly frail. Yet she reached out her hand to grasp her daughter's. "Schwer, you must return. It is not wise to remain away from your employer's home for too long. They may come to resent you." "Mother, you can barely get out of bed. Who says I cannot rise? I am merely a bit weary." The old woman struggled to sit up. "Go with peace of mind, all right?" Tears welled in Shue's eyes. She dared not reveal to her mother that she could not return. The household had fallen on hard times, and even a single meal was a challenge. To return to the Lin family now would not be to assist them, but rather to add to their burdens. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Shuer." Her heart raced. She recognized the voice as belonging to Lin Jiaoyang, the second son, the most esteemed individual in the entire Dingnan Marquis household. Why would he appear at Jiangtan? Surely, something significant had occurred in the Lin family. Heaven forbid. Let it not be anything grave. "Shuer, are you there?" Another voice followed, sending a shiver through her. The third son had arrived as well? There must be trouble in the Lin household. "Shuer, who is it?" It is the two young masters from the Marquis' residence." "What?" Her mother hurriedly got out of bed. "Shuer, quickly invite the young masters in." As the door swung open, Lin Su and Lin Jiaoyang appeared, each carrying a bag. "Shuer," Lin Su exclaimed. "This bag contains some rice and flour. My mother sent us to deliver it." "Madam, is she well?" Shue's lips trembled slightly. Lin Su smiled. "My mother is in excellent spirits, often at home venerating our ancestors, expressing gratitude for their blessings. I told you, Shuer. When you return, you must persuade her to moderate her ancestral worship. Doing it excessively is overwhelming, don't you think?" His playful banter conveyed a vital piece of information. The Lin family was well and had weathered their hardships. Shue's heart surged with emotion, as if she were suspended in a dream. As they conversed, Lin Su noticed a sack of barnyard millet in the corner and casually picked it up. Shue, I shall take this bag of millet with me. Shue gasped, young master, that millet is inedible. I am aware it is not for consumption. Lin Su replied with a light-hearted grin, but I ponder a question. Can it be brewed? With that, he waved farewell and departed. The millet slung over his shoulder. The journey back revealed no abnormalities, yet Lin Jiaoyang remained perplexed. Third brother, why are you carrying that millet? It is unfit for consumption. Not even suitable for feeding pigs or dogs. It is only good as fertilizer, and even then, it pales in comparison to manure. Lin Su replied candidly. I intend to conduct an experiment to see if this millet can be used to produce wine. In a feudal society, brewing wine was not as straightforward as one might imagine. The availability of raw materials posed a significant challenge. Common folk subsisted on husks and wild vegetables. Where would they find sufficient grain for winemaking? Each cup of wine could symbolize the starvation of an ordinary citizen. Would that not weigh heavily on one's conscience? Throughout the dynasties following the Song, authorities recognized the peril of brewing as a means of competing with the populace for sustenance. Thus, Lin Su was reluctant to use staple grains for wine production. However, barnyard millet was an entirely different matter. The value of the sweet millet for consumption is negligible. He utilizes it to brew liquor, which does not compete with the grain supplies of the common people. On one hand, he produces exquisite wine and amasses wealth. On the other hand, he provides the residents of the riverside with a means to earn a living. Is this not a harmonious solution? Perhaps the sages, moved by his benevolent deeds, would bestow upon him titles such as literary sage and heart of literature, which would surely elicit a hearty laugh. He speaks with such ease. Yet Lin Jiaoyang's heart trembles with doubt. Is this truly feasible? This path is not merely a literary pursuit, but rather a lifeline for the common folk. The people are helpless and suffer greatly, a plight vividly depicted by countless literati, yet how many genuinely concern themselves with the welfare of the populace? His third brother, however, is deeply attentive. Moreover, he actively engages in the endeavor. Third brother, to read thousands of books is inferior to traveling thousands of miles. Lin Jiaoyang exclaimed. I truly understand now. Lin Jiaoyang declared, if one day I become an official, I shall not betray the trust of the people. Lin Su placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Very well. One day I shall elevate you to a high office. Lin Jiaoyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. But first, you must attain an even greater position, third brother. Your awareness of this is commendable. Upon your return, seclude yourself and focus on your studies for the imperial examinations. Lin Su slapped his own mouth. Forget I said anything. The two brothers returned to the Lin residence and entered the expansive backyard, which was adorned with numerous structures. They set about crafting the apparatus for brewing wine. In times past, Lin Su would have struggled with such specialized tasks, yet now he found himself capable. With a determined effort, the thin sheet of iron gradually shaped itself into a circle. However, a dilemma arose: how to weld it. Before Lin Su could contemplate a solution, Lin Jiaoyang ingeniously fashioned two grooves on the edges, bringing them together seamlessly. Lin Su gazed at his second brother in bewilderment. Did the ancients not use nails for construction but rather interlocking joints, a skill akin to his brother's innate talent? His second brother, too, marveled at the fact that this thin iron sheet was evidently a flattened door, truly a testament to the prowess of Master Baoshan. Indeed, there is always someone greater. After approximately an hour, all preparations were complete, and an oddly shaped iron vessel appeared in the courtyard, accompanied by several lengthy iron pipes, which were likewise molded by his brother's hands. Quite impressive, indeed. Lin Jiaoyang was filled with fervor and, once everything was in place, inquired of Lin Su when they would officially commence their work. Completely forgetting the serious warning he had given his third brother the previous day, a gentleman should steer clear of kitchens, and even more so from distilleries. People, after all, are ever-changing. Master Baoshan, a renowned figure among scholars, displayed such ardor for wine. This liquor directly impacts the livelihoods of countless refugees along the riverside, prompting him to take it to heart. Yet Lin Su cautioned him that brewing wine is no simple task. It requires the preparation of the fermentation starter and several rounds of steaming the sweet millet. Ultimately, whether they could produce wine remained uncertain. The time frame would span at least 7 to 10 days. As for the fermentation starter, Lin Su was confident he could craft a sourdough starter overnight, and thus could also prepare the fermentation starter, merely a matter of selecting the right ingredients. However, he was uncertain whether the sweet millet would yield wine, as he lacked knowledge of its internal composition, necessitating experimentation. The matters at hand have reached a temporary conclusion. The two brothers emerged from the backyard, only to encounter an elderly gentleman in the front yard, the proprietor of Haining Tower, who had brought along some wine and delicacies. Although he did not explicitly mention the request for poetry, how could the brothers not comprehend his intentions? The owner of Haining Tower was indeed pursuing poetry. Lin Su had promised Ding Hai that he would compose a poem about wine within 3 days, and this news had spread, drawing even renowned scholars from the capital to travel great distances, eager for a glimpse of his work. Ding Hai felt a tinge of pressure upon seeing Lin Su approach. Lin's mother spoke up. "San Lang, you promised Haining Tower that you would deliver a wine poem tomorrow, correct?" "Yes, mother," he replied. "A person without integrity cannot stand tonight. You must ponder it well. I ventured out today and gathered much inspiration. I have already conceived my ideas. I can go to the proprietor now." The owner was elated, exclaiming, "Master Lin is truly remarkable." Lin's mother was also filled with joy. A mother is happiest when her child excels. Previously indifferent to poetry, she had suddenly developed a fondness for it since yesterday. She meticulously copied her son's 2 poems multiple times, placing them in her bedroom, where she admired them from every angle, finding them increasingly delightful. Only Lin Jiaoyang's eyes reflected a hint of unease. "San, you specifically mentioned that your fruitful ideas came from your outing. Is this a subtle hint for future escapades? I know you dislike being confined to study, but the imperial examinations demand such discipline. What can be done to keep this prodigious yet restless brother in the study? Unless we find him a lovely maid. With a maid by his side, he might be persuaded to remain. Heaven bear witness." It truly took considerable effort for Lin Jiaoyang, who was nearly driven mad by his studies, to devise such a plan. As Lin Su departed, Lin Jiaoyang approached his mother. "Are you not going to Haining Tower?" "I shall not. As long as the third brother writes poetry, it will soon echo throughout the realm. Am I to fear missing out on his verses? Any poem composed will surely gain renown." His mother's eyes sparkled with pride, nearly overflowing. "Mother, is it true that there is no turning back concerning the third brother's engagement?" The smile on Lin's mother's face faded suddenly, and she sighed softly. "Let us hope that is not the case. A fortnight ago, when San Lang's name was not yet known, the engagement was called off. Today, with such talent, who does not recognize him? Perhaps the Zhou family will reconsider in a day or 2, in my opinion. It is for the best that it was annulled. With such extraordinary talent, what need does he have for a suitable match? The Zhou family, ever opportunistic and lacking in integrity, is hardly a fitting match for him. Is there not an abundance of fragrant grass in this vast world? Is that not so?" Lin's mother softly recited. "Mother, you know this line? Who does not?" This morning, the noble verses resonated across 9 nations and 13 provinces. Even a secluded woman like myself could not help but take notice. This poetry, oh no, such exquisite words resonate deeply with me. I am utterly enchanted. Yet I am unaware of which great scholar crafted such miraculous verses. Lin Jiaoyang almost voiced his thoughts but quickly refrained, intending to suggest, if mother is fond of it, let third brother write more in the future. "Mother, please find a warm companion for third brother." "Ah?" Lin mother exclaimed, startled yet delighted. "Did your third brother ask you to say that?" This son, once indulgent in worldly pleasures, had not strayed too far in his youth. A redeeming quality that had now shifted. Third Lang was now a renowned scholar, and scholars often possessed eccentricities, some indulged in wine, others in art, while some detached themselves from worldly concerns to become monks. Naturally, she wished for her son to be conventional, and a sign of normalcy would be a fondness for women, ultimately leading to a robust grandson. Lin Jiaoyang's expression turned slightly abnormal. "No, he never mentioned it. It's merely my own conjecture." Lin mother's countenance began to darken. "Your brother never suggested this, and you merely speculate? Are you perhaps harboring your own desires, seeking solace in a warm companion, and projecting that onto third brother? I have long wished to establish some ground rules with you. Your primary focus must be your studies, not frivolities that could lead to ruin." "Mother, if you would allow me to explain, you would understand. Third brother is admirable in many respects. Yet he cannot settle down to study. He is always eager to venture out and play. I ponder that if he were tethered to a beautiful companion, perhaps he could remain seated in his study." Lin mother's expression shifted dramatically. "Did you not just say this morning that reading 10,000 books is inferior to traveling 10,000 miles? While traveling is undoubtedly beneficial, one cannot perpetually roam. One cannot study the classics on the road. The rigors of examinations are unforgiving. Relying solely on poetic inspiration will not suffice. You make a valid point. What about Xiaotao? Would she do? This companion for the night must not be an ordinary person. She should possess some education to engage with third brother in his studies. However, Xiaotao has not received any formal education, which may pose a problem. Most women capable of reading are from distinguished families. Which noble lady would consent to such a relationship without a formal recognition? Indeed, this presents a dilemma. The mother and son engaged in a thorough discussion, entirely unaware of a young woman behind them. On the verge of tears, she was none other than Xiaotao. At Haining Tower, the hall was filled with esteemed guests, and Lin Su was personally welcomed by Ding Hai. The expressions of the literati varied. Some were filled with envy, others with disdain, while a few wore sarcastic smirks, fanning themselves in a manner suggesting they were ready to stir trouble. Among them were two individuals known to Lin Su, the young master of Guiyang and Du Yulong, both distinguished figures from the 10 talents of Zhuzhou. The previous day, Lin Su had forcefully struck Zhang Xiu across the face, the wind from his palm inadvertently sweeping across the faces of these two as well. In the presence of a sage, none dared retaliate. Yet it did not mean that these proud individuals had relinquished their grievances. No one was the son of a poetic sage, and no one could guarantee that every poem would be extraordinary. Many a genius has occasionally experienced bursts of inspiration, astonishing the world, only to later fade into obscurity. Today, they had come seeking any flaw. Should his poetry reveal any weakness, should it fall short of excellence, they would seize the opportunity. Just a single chance would allow them to tarnish Lin Su's reputation, disseminating the stigma of his deceitful fame throughout the realm. Moreover, they firmly believed that should he be sullied even once, his literary foundation would falter, and his poetic talent would swiftly decline, ultimately rendering him indistinguishable from the masses. In the grand realm of Datsang, the emergence of such an extraordinary figure among the youth is unequivocally unwelcome. This sentiment resonates with all young souls across the land. Lin Su, at the tender age of 18 in this world, possesses profound insights into human nature and societal intricacies. How could these fledgling feudal natives possibly deceive his discerning gaze? He need not even glance to perceive the devious machinations swirling within their minds. Boss Ding, I acted impulsively yesterday, pledging to compose a poem for your esteemed establishment. My mother has repeatedly reminded me that one must honor their word, and I have come today to fulfill my promise. His tone was neither subservient nor arrogant, exuding grace and humility while conveying the virtues of his family's values. The young gentleman seated at the head of the table, initially displaying disdain, softened his demeanor. He was Zhang Haoran, a figure of considerable stature. Ding Hai's smile blossomed as he exclaimed, "A promise from a scholar is worth its weight in gold. You truly embody the essence of a distinguished individual." A beautiful woman approached, presenting a tray adorned with a precious pen and 10 sheets of exquisite paper. As Lin Su grasped the pen, he hesitated momentarily, inquiring, "What type of wine does your esteemed establishment specialize in?" This question sent ripples of astonishment throughout the room. You've prepared for nearly 2 days and remain unaware of what to promote. How insufficient is your preparation? Is this what you call a well-structured concept? It appears to be an impromptu idea. The onlookers were invigorated, eager to see what poetry this lad might conjure. If I did not exploit your weaknesses today, I shall devour this entire platter of paper. The young gentlemen were animated, as if imbued with new vigor, though Ding Hai maintained his composure. The reactions of the crowd were not lost on him, and a chill coursed through his heart. Was he merely toying with the situation? While the cost incurred by the establishment was modest, the price paid by the old man from the mountains yesterday was even less significant. As a businessman, he had reveled in what he perceived as a great bargain, only to realize today that his perspective had been somewhat narrow. The lesser the cost, the less value placed upon it, ultimately leading to his own detriment, a painful revelation indeed. Ding Hai felt an overwhelming urge to strike his forehead in despair. Time, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. Now, both Lin Su and he found themselves ensnared in a precarious predicament. With such a grand display of expectation, should he only procure a lackluster poem, the reputation of Haining Tower would be irreparably tarnished. I hope you possess some dignity, at the very least provide me with a decent piece of poetry. The wine our establishment specializes in is called Shilling. Oh, what does it look like? Bring it forth. A patron erupted in laughter. Initially, confidence in the situation stood at 50%, but now it soared to a full 100. The young man had evidently come unprepared, though a smile lingered on Ding Hai's face. It bore a hint of sorrow. With a wave of his hand, a stunning beauty presented the Shilling wine, its pale yellow hue captivating, elegantly displayed in a jade bowl. However, Lin Su had no intention of partaking. He genuinely feared it would mar his appetite. Isn't advertising merely an exaggeration? In contemporary society, even celebrities promoting food often force themselves to declare it is truly delectable, despite feeling nauseous. Thus, when Lin Su promotes this wine, or rather, pins poetry without any psychological barriers, he writes, the exquisite wine of Shieling, like a tulip, devoid of any radiance, not a glimmer of light. Merely a marketing phrase. The young gentlemen exchange glances, all aflame with excitement. The jade bowl brims with amber light. Suddenly, a silver gleam emerges. Startling everyone as the esteemed Zhang Haoran's folding fan abruptly halts its rhythmic motion. Only if the host can intoxicate the guest will they remain oblivious to their foreign surroundings. A golden radiance appears, followed by a spectrum of colors unfurling like a peacock's plume, enveloping the entire tavern. Silence befalls the room. Those poised to drink halt their gestures, and nearly all folding fans in the air cease their fluttering. Zhang Haoran exclaims, "Excellent." His companions regard him with the awe reserved for extraterrestrial beings, for he is the ace they summoned to vanquish their rival. Yet here he stands, silent and surrendering without uttering a word. What now that you have defected? What shall we do? Ding Hai instinctively reaches out to seize the poem. But as he clutches the manuscript, he remembers that it was originally his, rendering the act unnecessary. Lin Su offers a faint smile. I have not failed my mission. I take my leave. With a flick of his pen and a respectful bow, he exits the tavern. He departs with such nonchalance that the young gentleman lacked the opportunity to react. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Su is taken aback to find a young gentleman clad in white standing before the door, gazing at him quietly. Who might you be? The visitor smiles gently. I now believe that you were not merely feigning indifference. You truly did not pay attention to anyone. Indeed. But pray tell, why is that? Do you find no one worthy of your attention? It is not a matter of worthiness, but rather necessity, Lin Su replies. One can deduce with a moment's thought that all who come are indeed remarkable individuals, and with a touch of introspection, it becomes evident that few harbor good intentions towards me. Since we understand this, why bother to pay heed? If our paths diverge, why expend energy? A hearty laugh escapes the young man. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Haoran, a resident of the capital. They summoned me to confront you, but I have defected. I would rather engage in dialogue than compete for supremacy. Lin Su is taken aback. Why? I am a practitioner of the Dao, believing in an inexplicable intuition. A practitioner of the Dao? Lin Su chuckles. Did they enlist you to sever my head with a flying sword? Do you think those who cultivate the Dao rely solely on blades? I wield a pen as well. Lin Su is momentarily stunned. Dual cultivation of literature and martial arts? He is adept in both, yet the person before him excels in the harmonious integration of the two? This dual mastery was thrust upon him. Little does one know how domineering my sister is, compelling me 3 years ago to ascend the mountain to decipher ancient tomes, causing me to miss the provincial examination, yet inadvertently guiding me into the realm of the Dao. Haha, it appears we share some commonalities. I, unexpectedly endowed with literary talent while failing to activate my martial prowess. And you, ensnared by the charms of a maiden, have inadvertently acquired the essence of the Dao. Do come in. You are the first guest to visit me since I have taken on the guise of a faux literati. A faux literati? Zhang Haoran chuckled. Am I to be regarded as a faux literati merely for composing 3 vibrant poems? 3 vibrant poems? At that moment, Lin Jiaoyang entered, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light beneath the setting sun. Third brother, more vibrant poems? Lin Su, feeling somewhat bashful, rubbed his nose. Second brother, this is Zhang Haoran. Hailing from the capital. From the Zhang family of the capital? Lin Jiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Could it be the Zhang family from the Green Willow Villa in the outskirts? I reside in the Western Alley. Oh, so it is not. Lin Jiaoyang immediately calmed down and inquired about the poetry from the tavern today. Zhang Haoran eagerly recited, and upon finishing a poem, Lin Jiaoyang became entranced once more. Zhang Haoran sighed. A millennium of vibrant poetry, the poetic talent speaks for itself. What is even more astonishing is that this poem is displayed in the tavern. With such a poem, Painting Tower shall soar to unparalleled heights, unstoppable by any force. I cannot fathom what fortune has befallen Boss Ding to have discovered a peerless genius like Brother Lin. Surely not? What do you mean by not? Are you unaware of the power of your own poetry? Zhang Haoran remarked. In today's world, fraught with turmoil, how many souls have been severed from their homeland? This life may not permit a return to one's roots, and perhaps only Brother Lin truly comprehends the weight of such longing. Yet, if the host can intoxicate the guests, oblivious to the whereabouts of their homeland, it encapsulates the essence of homesickness, a sentiment that 1,000 cups cannot quench. Brother Lin, do you have any wine? At this juncture, one ought to have wine. A lady approached from the sunset, bearing a wine jug and cups. It was none other than Xiao Tao. Young master, for tonight's dinner, shall we indulge in meat dishes, or would you prefer noodles and buns? Upon hearing this, Lin Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this really Xiao Tao? How curious her speech has become. Previously, she would always come from afar, asking, Young master, are you hungry? What would you like to eat? How down-to-earth and familiar. Today, however, she speaks in such a refined manner, it feels quite disconcerting. Yet Zhang Haoran found it quite familiar. He was accustomed to Xiao Tao's manner of speaking, though the items she mentioned were foreign to him. Noodles? Buns? Young master. Noodles and buns are novel creations that I have recently devised. Master Baoshan has praised them highly, and so has Madam. Lin Su nearly clutched his ears in disbelief. Who taught her to speak in such a manner? The very thought sent shivers down his spine. Yet Zhang Haoran was overjoyed. If that is the case, may I sample Brother Lin's exquisite innovation? Go fetch some for me. With a wave of his hand, Lin Su dismissed her, and Xiao Tao bowed gracefully before departing. Lin Su's gaze fell upon his second brother's face, filled with curiosity. Surely it was his influence? In their household, there were but a few individuals. Xiao Yao could not have taught her. It must either be their mother or his second brother. What does this imply? The Lin family is no ordinary household. Even the maidservants must keep pace with the times. Very well. Perhaps it is best to refrain. A candid maidservant is far more delightful. His second brother caught the brotherly gaze, though he remained oblivious to the implications. Being of ancient origins, he encountered no barriers. Regardless of how ostentatious the language, no one knows that after Xiao Tao fled the scene, she took a deep breath, patted her chest, and resumed her graceful stride. In her heart, she vowed to become a learned individual, worthy of warming the bed for the third young master. This predicament was all instigated by a single remark from Lin Jiaoyang today. As the buns and noodles were served, Zhang Haoran began to taste the food. After the first bite, he could not put down his chopsticks, devouring an entire bowl of noodles and 5 buns in one go, neglecting even the wine he had ordered. Taking a breath, he remarked, Lin brother, if it were not for your extraordinary brilliance before me, I would be tempted to compose a poem. Lin Su rolled his eyes in response. Go ahead and recite. Reflecting on life's exquisite delicacies, today I feel my appetite awakening. Haha. Write that down on precious paper. I wish to see the color of your words. Lin Jiaoyang genuinely retrieved fine paper, but Zhang Haoran pressed down. That was merely a spontaneous utterance. If you truly inscribe it, we shall immediately fall out, creating chaos. Zhang Haoran then shifted the conversation. Lin brother's talent is truly remarkable. I wonder, apart from poetry and these whimsical thoughts, do you delve into other subjects? What areas? For instance, the 5 elements, astronomy, or arithmetic. The 5 elements? Astronomy? Let us refrain from that. I am familiar with the 5 elements. Yet the people here are all about Dao and formations. The 5 elements are but a heritage to you. As for astronomy, my studies are based on Earth. Who knows in which celestial realm you reside? I possess a slight understanding of arithmetic. Do you have any mathematical queries for discussion? I have an interesting problem. Zhang Haoran slowly began. Listen closely, Lin brother. There are 30 heads of chickens and rabbits in a cage, with a total of 88 legs. How many are chickens and how many are rabbits? Lin Su's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Jiaoyang's eyes also grew wide, but their feelings were entirely different. Lin Jiaoyang was utterly perplexed, having no idea how many rabbits or chickens there were. Although arithmetic has its arithmetic classics, it is merely a minor path, not classified among the esteemed texts of the 100 schools of thought. The students here generally struggle with arithmetic. The best among them might only manage this level. If you tell them there are 30 animals total, with 10 being chickens, they can tell you how many rabbits there are. What astonished Lin Su was the simplicity of this chicken-rabbit problem. How could you ask me such a serious question? Do not think I did not notice the gleam in your eyes, clearly believing you could perplex me. Is my level in your eyes so low? Zhang Haoran completely misinterpreted the situation, genuinely believing this question was exceedingly difficult for the 2 brothers. This fellow, however, was quite decent and cultured. Quickly seeking an exit, this problem requires the use of counting rods, which you do not have here. So naturally, I cannot provide an answer. Let us discuss another topic. Lin brother, are you participating in the provincial examination this year? Indeed. Lin Jiaoyang had yet to speak, but Lin Su had already given the answer. Zhang Haoran raised his hand, and a small package appeared in his palm. Upon unfastening it, a multitude of documents spilled onto the table. Brother Lin, it is a pleasure to reunite today. I, Zhang, am currently in the capital, benefiting from both favorable circumstances and timing. These materials have been annotated by my mentor and may prove useful to you. Lin Jiaoyang was overjoyed. Documents with the renowned teacher's annotations were indeed treasures beyond price. Do you not require them for yourself? My own teacher is right beside me, and consulting him is far more direct than relying on you. Brother Lin, I too shall partake in this year's provincial examination, though regrettably, we are not in the same examination zone. Let us both strive to overcome our challenges, and may we find ourselves together in the palace examination venue in the future. After bidding farewell with a wave, Zhang Haoran departed. Once he was gone, Lin Jiaoyang seized Lin Su. Third brother, do you truly intend to participate in this year's provincial examination? Indeed, there are but 2 months remaining. You must dedicate yourself to rigorous study day and night. Even if you ultimately fail, you must exert every effort. Brother, to be honest, I have already thoroughly studied the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as the various historical texts. I do not require seclusion for my studies. Lin Jiaoyang fixed a stern gaze upon him. Nonsense. When have you studied? You have never seen me compose poetry before. Does that mean I am incapable of writing poetry now? With that single retort, Lin Jiaoyang was rendered speechless. Although not a modern individual, he too possessed a genius's world, a perplexity that ordinary people might not comprehend. Indeed, he had never witnessed his third brother write poetry before. Yet here he was, potentially becoming an extraordinary poet. Had he truly been studying diligently in secret? Regardless, neither he nor their mother had any expectations for this year's provincial examination. Let me first attempt it in my own way. If I succeed, I shall dictate my future studies. If I do not, then you shall have the final say on my studies. Agreed? Lin Jiaoyang nodded gently. Very well. It is settled. He turned to head towards their mother's room, unaware that their mother was still oblivious to the fact that his third brother had penned a third poem of vibrant hues. Yet, after taking a few steps, he halted again. Third brother, although your talent far exceeds mine, the provincial examination entails numerous techniques. I briefly glanced at the materials left by Zhang Haoran. The guidance of a renowned teacher is indeed as exceptional as rumored. You must seize the time to contemplate them thoroughly. Just be cautious not to emulate him in pursuing trivial knowledge. Subjects like arithmetic can easily ensnare one's attention and lead to mental exhaustion. Lin Su chuckled. Rest assured, the elementary problems he proposes do not warrant my mental effort, let alone lead to exhaustion. Such folly. While arithmetic may not pertain to the examination's primary focus, it is profoundly intricate and constitutes a significant field of study. You must not trivialize it, third brother. Lin Jiaoyang's expression darkened. I am not belittling arithmetic. I merely assert that his questions are too simplistic. Lin Jiaoyang furrowed his brow deeply. Third brother, can you solve this? 16 chickens, 14 rabbits. Lin Su retreated to his small courtyard, while Lin Jiaoyang contemplated for a moment, shaking his head to dispel his distractions before heading to their mother. Unbeknownst to anyone, Xiao Tao quietly returned to the inner room from the shadows, retrieving a box containing counting rods. Lin Mother awaited at the door, her eyes glimmering faintly in the darkness. San Lang had just returned from Haining Tower, and before she could meet her son, a scholarly youth arrived. The 3 students were engaged in lively conversation, making it difficult for her to interject. Now was the moment to discern the outcome. Upon Lin Jiaoyang's arrival, she directly inquired, how did it go? Another splendid poem. Splendid? Lin Mu's voice suddenly rose. Truly, my third brother's poetic talent is akin to that of a poetic sage. Each piece he produces is nothing short of extraordinary. The realm of vibrant poetry, which countless individuals strive for throughout their lives, flows from his pen as if it were the most natural thing. Recite it for me, dear. Speak slowly. I shall write it down. Shilling fine wine and tulips, in a jade bowl reflecting amber light. As she gazed at the poem before her, reading the enchanting verses that resonate through the ages, Lin Mu's spirit blossomed. Mother, my third brother has made an appointment to participate in this year's provincial examination. Very well. Lin Mu's gaze remained fixed on the poem, her thoughts drifting. Suddenly, she jolted. This year? Indeed. Lin Jiaoyang replied. My brother has informed me that he has thoroughly studied the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as various historical texts. He requests that we refrain from pressuring him to study before this year's examination. Should he not succeed, he will devote himself to study as per your wishes. Nonsense. Has he truly studied the 4 books and 5 classics? Lin Mu retorted. He is merely indulging in play. I thought he had changed after his time with the celestial sect, but when it comes to serious matters, he reverts to his old ways. Yet, mother, He has never written poetry before. Could you have imagined he would compose 3 splendid poems? Lin Mu fell silent, her eyes gradually brightening. This year's provincial examination held no expectations for either her or her child. Perhaps it was best to let go. Even if he did not succeed, it would merely be a matter of 2 months, and there would be another opportunity in 3 years. With her brother's talent, how could he not achieve something? Lin Mu felt her resolve wavering. Human nature is such. Until yesterday, she would have never forced San Lang to study, for in her heart, she believed he lacked the aptitude. However, with the emergence of 2 splendid poems, she was filled with immense hope. Her expectations had grown. The previous day, she had prayed before her ancestors and deceased husband, promising to dedicate all of the Lin family's resources to help her son embark upon the path of literature. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed from the back room. It was Xiaodao. With a crash, something spilled across the floor as Xiaodao rushed out, her face flushed. Madam, 2nd young master, 3rd young master was right. He was correct. What? Lin Mu and Lin Jiaoyang were both taken aback. Xiaodao grasped the lady's sleeve and exclaimed. That scholar from the capital posed an exceedingly difficult arithmetic problem, and 3rd young master answered it offhandedly. It was correct. Lin Jiaoyang recalled. Was it the classic chicken and rabbit problem? My brother didn't even use calculations, yet his answer was accurate? Indeed. Xiaodao affirmed resolutely. I verified it. 3rd young master is correct. As she recounted the events, the lady stood in stunned silence. How could this be? Arithmetic is so profound and intricate. How could a problem deemed difficult by scholars from the capital be child's play for San Lang? Where did he acquire such remarkable skills? Why does everything about him seem extraordinary? Xiaodao, let us proceed to visit Sandy. Upon their arrival at the western courtyard, they found Lin Su seated on the bed, gazing longingly at the moon. Xiao emerged from the room, carrying a foot basin, nearly splashing water onto Xiaodao. Young master, your solution is indeed correct. You have solved the perplexing problem of the chicken and rabbit in the same pen. Xiaodao was exhilarated, nearly jumping in delight. Yet, Lin Su remained unfazed. Of course it is correct. What of it? Young master, you did not even use counting rods. How could you arrive at such a conclusion? Lin Su was at a loss for words. Well, it is feudal society after all. Allow me to teach you a simple method to solve the chicken and rabbit problem. How do we approach it? We know there are 30 heads and 88 legs, right? Regardless of whether these 30 heads belong to chickens or rabbits, we shall refer to them collectively as animals. 30 animals with 88 legs, that much is true. Now, let us count together. 1, 2, 3, all animals obey my command. Each lift 2 legs. With 30 animals each lifting 2 legs, how many legs are raised in total? A profound silence enveloped the scene. The counting rods in Xiaodao's hands clacked rhythmically. And after 3 minutes, she finally arrived at the answer. 60 legs. Excellent. Now, from the 88 legs, if we subtract the 60, how many remain? Another flurry of clacking ensued, yielding a result of 28 legs. Are these remaining 28 legs chicken legs or rabbit legs? Xiaoyao's mouth began to water at the thought of chicken legs. Lin Su tapped her forehead. Did I not mention earlier? All animals lifted 2 legs. Chickens only possess 2 legs, so what happens when they lift them? They sit down. Xiaoyao finally emerged from her daydream of delicacies. Exactly. Lin Su continued. Since the chickens have lifted both legs and sat down, there are no chicken legs left on the ground. The remaining 28 legs belong solely to the rabbits. Each rabbit has already lifted its 2 legs, leaving only 2 legs per rabbit. Thus, how many rabbits are represented by the 28 legs? Xiaoyao pondered sadly over the disappearance of the chicken legs. Xiaodao resumed her clacking, and after 10 minutes, concluded, 14. Correct. With 30 animals minus 14 rabbits, how many chickens are there? Another round of clacking followed, resulting in 16 chickens. Perfect. Lin Jiaoyang praised, while Xiaodao's eyes sparkled with excitement. And Xiaoyao's mouth watered, her stomach yearning for chicken legs. Xiaodao gracefully stood and curtsied. Young master, your mathematical prowess is truly remarkable. Might I beg you to impart the art of arithmetic to this humble servant? Lin Su grasped her shoulders directly. I can teach you. But you must promise me one thing. Young master, please command. I am at your service. Do not speak to me in such an affected manner. Xiaodao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What was the point of her pretentiousness if not to qualify as your warm bed maid? You have no idea how burdensome it is for me to pretend. Speak as you did before. Call upon me when you need something. Share your thoughts freely. And use your natural tone. I would prefer it that way. Little Tao's frown dissipated, her heart's gloom transforming into a vibrant spectrum of colors, shimmering with intricate patterns. The second young master remarked that without knowledge, he could not warm the bed for the third young master. Yet, the third young master was indifferent to such matters, declaring that the decision rested with him. The ultimate plan faced no obstacles, but the lady could not be left unattended. How could she warm the young master's bed? The following morning, little Tao opened the courtyard door, her eyes suddenly alight with excitement. Outside, a woman knelt quietly on the ground. It was Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui had returned. She entered the lady's chamber and emerged after a considerable time. Her eyes red yet brimming with joy. Little Tao was overjoyed. The household had been dwindling in numbers, and her heart had been heavier than anyone else's. Now that Xiao Shui had returned, this was her long-lost confidant, perfectly aligning with her current thoughts. She wished to draw closer to the young master, and now, with Xiao Shui's presence, her opportunities had multiplied. Lin Su had just risen when he welcomed an unexpected guest, Ding Hai, the proprietor of Haining Tower. Ding Hai presented a package. Upon opening it, a substantial amount of silver gleamed within, 300 taels in total. Third young master, you are a person of high elegance and refinement, and it is beneath you to be sullied by such mundane silver. However, the Lin residents may currently require these trivialities. I hope you will not refuse. Lin Su's gaze sparkled. Mundane silver? Yet all I see is white. Where is the yellow? Ding Hai's complexion turned a shade resembling that of pig liver. Lin Su burst into laughter. Just jesting. It is commendable that after the conclusion of matters, you have provided this supplement, indicating you possess a broader perspective. In light of your integrity in the business world, allow me to offer you an opportunity. Ding Hai's pig liver hue suddenly brightened. What does the third young master mean? An extraordinary fine wine. Ding Hai's eyes sparkled, but has Master Bao Shan mentioned anything about the origins of this wine? Master Bao Shan, standing in the literary realm, is subject to individual interpretation. Yet in the world of wine, he is undeniably a figure of great stature. Consider this. The old man has traversed the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, the 9 nations and 13 provinces. He dares to intrude upon the sacred lands of the wine spirits and even ascend to the Yaopool's celestial palace. Though he adores wine, he has always refrained from discussing it. Ding Hai, having known him for 20 years, has exhausted every effort to extract commercial insights about wine from him, only to be rebuked for his vulgarity and for tarnishing the beauty of wine, leaving Ding Hai seething with frustration. Now, it appears an opportunity has presented itself. This young man before him shares a unique relationship with Bao Shan, and he is indeed one who desires the yellow when he sees the white, an astute individual. Lin Su rolled his eyes. What information can he provide? He is counting on my wine to help him transcend the realms of literary enlightenment. Ding Hai's breath suddenly caught. Master Bao Shan is relying on his wine to break through to literary enlightenment, setting aside the fantastical nature of such a claim. The crucial point is that this young man appears to genuinely understand the crux of Bao Shan's literary enlightenment, which is no small feat. The small door to the western courtyard creaked open, and little Tao entered, carrying a tray. Young master, are you hungry? Steamed buns just out of the steamer, and a dish prepared according to your guidance. Please do taste it, and let me know if the flavor is amiss. Ah, we have a guest? She noticed another person in the western courtyard, undoubtedly Ding Hai, whom she did not recognize. Lin Su said, "It's all right. Let it go. I will give it a try." On the plate were 4 plump, white buns, a bowl of rice porridge, and 5 small dishes filled with fragrant home-cooked dishes. Lin Su picked up her chopsticks and sampled the dish. Quite good. Is it sent to my mother? Not yet. I wanted to check the taste first. Since the young master said it's good, I will deliver it to the madam now. She stepped back. Lin Su sat down to enjoy her breakfast, completely unaware of Ding Hai's gaze, which was fixed on the buns, his eyes unblinking. Third young master, are these made from flour? Indeed. May I have one? Did Boss Ding not have breakfast? If you do not mind the simplicity of the Lin family's breakfast, I can have them prepare a portion for you as well. Then I thank the third young master. Lin Su called out, and Xiao Yao jumped in from outside, each hand clutching a bun, her cheeks bulging like a hamster. One wondered how she managed to fit the buns into her mouth without a third hand. Xiao Yao, please bring me another portion of breakfast. Xiao Yao made a noise as she turned and dashed off. Soon, she returned with a new serving, identical to Lin Su's. Ding Hai immediately grabbed a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes lighting up suddenly. His chopsticks reached for the small dishes, equally bright-eyed, starting with tasting and then swallowing, until all the bowls and dishes were completely emptied. Ding Hai gazed at Lin Su, his eyes gleaming. Lin Su felt a slight stirring in her heart, as if she had perceived something. Third young master, I run a restaurant. I know. Could you share the secret recipe for these buns, and the preparation methods for these side dishes? We can split the profits. Lin Su chuckled. The stir-frying of the side dishes hardly qualifies as a secret. I could tell you right now, and you can try it at home. As for the bun-making technique, it requires some expertise that you won't grasp immediately. How about this? I will prepare the fa mu here, and you can add it to the flour to create such buns. About half an hour later, Ding Hai returned to Hai Ning Lu in high spirits. His visit to the Lin family had proven extraordinarily fruitful. He had learned for the first time that cooking with a cast iron wok could enhance the aroma, and that adding a certain magical fa mu to flour would yield buns that were both plump and delightful. Cooking with a cast iron wok was merely a thin veil, easily pierced. Anyone could replicate it. However, that fa mu was indeed a secret. How could he obtain this secret for himself? Hai Ning Lu was only a few steps from the Lin residence, so it would not be impossible to acquire fa mu daily from the Lin family. Yet the problem lay with the headquarters in the capital, Haizhou, and the branches in several other countries. Ultimately, they would not be able to utilize fa mu. Furthermore, as the business expanded, keeping the core technology under the control of this young man would always provoke unease. What if he decided to cut them off? Ding Hai began to scratch his head. Suddenly, he halted as another thought occurred to him. The young man once mentioned a certain wine so extraordinary that even Mr. Baoshan awaited it with bated breath, linking it to his lofty aspirations. Initially, he dismissed such fanciful claims. Yet now, his thoughts began to waver. Could it indeed be true? If such a wine truly existed, what transformation would it bring to his Haining Tower? The blood of Ding Hai began to ignite. In the ensuing days, several significant events transpired in Haining. Firstly, a vibrant poem about wine was displayed at Haining Tower, attracting throngs of students from Dasong. Secondly, Haining Tower introduced a culinary delight known as baozi, elevating flour from a humble staple to a gourmet delicacy. Thirdly, the flavor profile of Haining Tower underwent a remarkable change, becoming irresistibly fragrant and delectable. At Qiankuan Academy, Mr. Baoshan sat atop the mountain for a full 7 days and nights, intently studying the vibrant poem. Although the ultimate state of literary inspiration he sought eluded him, he gazed toward Haining with eyes still brimming with anticipation. This young man had promised him a remarkable wine. 10 days had passed. Had the wine been crafted? The wine jug he carried was finally empty, and a minute without wine was an unbearable torment for an aficionado. He contemplated embarking on a journey to the sacred land of the demon clan, yet this young man caused him to hesitate time and again. He yearned to soar into the skies and directly confront the Lin family of Haining, but he feared that upon entering, he would be met with the young man's sheepish expression and a meaningless apology. Perhaps it was wise to wait a few more days. If this young man dared to withhold communication, he would face dire consequences. In the ancient realm of Nanyang at Baichi Plain, Deng Xianchu and the 5 mountain men descended like celestial beings before a humble cottage that lay vacant. Exchanging glances, the 2 elders stepped inside, causing a tremendous upheaval as air currents swirled around them. Before the cottage, an ethereal figure of an elderly man with black hair and a white beard materialized. This was the lingering essence of the reclusive sage. Facing the void, the mysterious hermit began to recite slowly. The flowers fade, their crimson petals fall, as swallows soar, green waters encircle homes, on branches, the willow catkins diminish. Where in this vast world is there no fragrant grass? Deng Xianchu and the 5 mountain man exchanged glances, sighing deeply. Indeed, it is he. The ancient land of Nanyang possesses profound cultural roots. How admirable. In unison, they bowed to the ground and ascended into the air. As they departed, the ethereal figure sighed. Such a masterpiece. Why is it not my own creation? I have touched upon this realm, yet lack but a hint of profundity. Who has outpaced me to forge this path? 10 years of arduous cultivation, wasted in vain. With a spurt of fresh blood, the elderly apparition gradually faded away. At the Lin family estate, Lin Su shut his doors to visitors, though, in truth, few sought his company. Despite his renown in Haining, he had offended the Minister of War and numerous literary luminaries. The literary world had its taboos. Forging alliances with the wrong figures could spell disaster, leaving one bewildered as to the cause. Thus, the local literary circle kept a respectful distance from Lin Su, in the meantime, quietly attended to certain matters. What matters, you ask? In Haining Tower, he has secured his first stable income. Every evening, Xiao Tao, Xiao Shui, and Xiao Yao prepare a basin of sourdough, which is quietly taken away by a horse-drawn cart the following morning. This single basin of sourdough is valued at 30 taels of silver, with a mere cost of half a tael. This results in a pure profit of 30 taels daily, surpassing even the normal allowances of the Ding and Marquette. The Lin family, exhilarated by this success, is swept away in a frenzy. Lin Mu, embodying her nature of benevolence, generously distributes money, rice, and supplies to the neighbors and those who had departed from the Lin household, prompting many to bow before their door. Some have returned, including Old He, Ming Yang, Old Zhou, and Xiao Wu. Fortunately, Lin Mu maintains her principles, refusing to welcome back those who had committed grievous acts. She only re-accepts those who left for unavoidable reasons. The unworthy, no matter how much they bow, are resolutely turned away. With an increasing number of people, matters become easier to manage. Lin Su organized a division of labor. Old He and Xiao Wu were responsible for security and miscellaneous tasks. Ming Yang took charge of cooking. Xiao Ta managed the accounts. Xiao Shui cared for the matriarch. Yu Lu looked after Lin Jiaoyang, and Xiao Yao was entrusted with charming antics. Old Zhou had departed the Lin household on a mission from the matriarch to navigate connections in the capital to rescue Lin Dingnan. He approached over 10 high-ranking officials, spending every last coin, yet to no avail. Upon his return to Haining, he bore numerous wounds from a dog bite and had to beg for his way back. Such loyalty is highly valued by Lin Su, who intends to assign Old Zhou a crucial task, brewing wine. He entrusts Old Zhou with the responsibilities of preparing the wine mash and distilling rice, keeping nothing for himself. As for Lin Su, he sits on a chair crafted by Old He, teaching Xiao Tao arithmetic. Driven by her lofty aspiration to become a warm bed maid, she diligently studies. And having long been in charge of the Lin household's finances, she possesses a solid foundation. Under Lin Su's guidance, her progress is remarkable. She can perform addition and subtraction within 10 and even tackle 2-digit calculations without the use of counting rods. She memorized the multiplication table after several days of effort. So much so that Lin Mu remarked that the girl had gone mad, dreaming of reciting the formulas. The direct consequence of this is the emergence of an arithmetic prodigy, by the standards of this world, within the Lin residence. He meticulously organizes everything, while the second son, Lin Jiaoyang, with little to do, incessantly pesters him, daily presenting the materials left by Zhang Haoran for his perusal. Lin Su finally gains a comprehensive understanding of the provincial examination details, with the examination date set for June 18th, precisely 40 days away. Although there are no countdown signs for the examination here, the second son serves as a human reminder, punctual every morning. Third brother, there are still days remaining. As the countdown reaches 38 days, Old Zhou enters. Young master, everything is prepared. We can commence. Excellent. Lin Su springs to his feet. Lin Jiaoyang's eyes sparkle. Can we brew the wine now? Let us go. The two brothers stride into the backyard where Old Zhou firmly holds Old He by the arm. Guard the courtyard. No one is allowed to enter. Understood. Old He stood at the entrance of the courtyard, while Xiao Wu surprisingly climbed up a large tree outside the wall, both of them with knives at their waists. Oh my! Lin Su exclaimed, and began to prepare the liquor. The fire was kindled, and the carefully crafted fermentation agent was mixed with the twice-steamed glutinous rice, placed into the newly inaugurated distiller. As the temperature rose, an enchanting aroma wafted through the courtyard, a scent never before experienced in this world. Lin Jiaoyang constantly inhaled deeply. Third brother, what is that delightful fragrance? Is it the aroma of the glutinous rice itself, or? This is the essence of liquor. It has worked. Is it truly finished? Where is the liquor? Look. Lin Su pointed, and from the iron pipe, a trickle of clear liquid emerged, initially a mere droplet, which gradually formed into a stream, quickening in pace. Lin Su took a small ladle, scooped a bit, and savored it, closing his eyes in delight. Indeed, it is rich and fragrant, even more so than in that other world. Perhaps it is due to the quality of the ingredients. The glutinous rice itself carries a perfume. Otherwise, how could one create flowers that yield fragrance? Such liquor would be considered exceptional in that world. How much more so here? Lin Jiaoyang seized the ladle from him and took a sip. Upon tasting it, his face flushed, and he exclaimed, "Excellent liquor. Old Zhou, you must try this." Old Zhou, who had been by Lin Dingnan's side and was no stranger to grand occasions and fine wines, took a small sip. His eyes widened, his face instantly reddened, and he tilted the ladle to drain every drop. As he exhaled, a wave of alcoholic aroma escaped. Such fine liquor. How can it be this incredible? I can scarcely put it into words, young master. This wine cannot possibly be of this world. Does it not resemble the mundane? Lin Su chuckled. You shall have plenty of surprises to come. Now, let us proceed according to plan. I must make some arrangements. By the way, this liquor is quite potent. So you too should refrain from overindulging. Otherwise, inebriation could lead to mischief. Understood. This liquor is so precious. To taste even a drop is a tremendous fortune. I would never dare to drink more. That is not my intention. I merely fear you may become intoxicated. As for the liquor, what does it matter if it is self-brewed? Drink as much as you can handle. Lin Su exited the back courtyard, and Xiao Yao approached. Brother, when will you prepare the hot pot you mentioned? Do you aspire to nothing more than food? I cannot make hot pot yet, as I cannot find chili peppers. A hot pot without chili is soulless. It is better left untouched. Go, fetch Xiao Shui for me. Xiao Yu dashed off to the lady, calling out, Sister Xiao Shui, the third young master requests your immediate presence. Xiao Shui exchanged a glance with the lady. Go ahead. Xiao Shui entered the west courtyard and bowed to Lin Su. Young master, what are your instructions? Xiao Shui, there are over 100,000 refugees by the riverbank, living in dire conditions. There is something we can do to alter their fate. You must return and attend to this matter. Xiao Shui's heart raced. Young master, do you truly intend to purchase glutinous rice in large quantities? Indeed. Will the lady agree? Of course she will. Xiao Shui suddenly knelt down heavily. What are you doing? Lin Su inquired. Xiao Shui lifted her head. Young master, I am aware that you dislike others bowing before you. Yet this time, I must kneel. I wish to express gratitude on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of refugees to you for your immense kindness and virtue. Lin Su pulled her up gently. Xiao Shui, you are a member of the Lin family. To be frank, purchasing the rice is not solely about aiding the refugees. It is an opportunity for me to transform this into a fortune tenfold or 100-fold. We are engaged in commerce, not charity. Is that truly the case? Xiao Shui exclaimed in astonishment, looking up at him. Trust me, the good deeds are my sole responsibility. I shall handle the business, while she manages the charity, allowing us to collaborate for mutual gain. During her inaugural attempt at brewing wine, Lin Su utilized merely around 100 pounds of rice. The first distillation yielded 10 pounds with an alcohol content of approximately 65 degrees. The second also produced 10 pounds at 50 degrees. And the final distillation yielded another 10 pounds at around 45 degrees. Overall, the wine yield stood at an impressive 30, which is indeed remarkable. 3 jars were lined up in the western courtyard, and both Lin Jiaoyang and old Zhou wore flushed faces, not from the wine but from the fervor in their hearts. Their brother, a man cannot stand without trust. You must contact Mr. Baoshan. Lin Su smiled lightly. All right. He raised his hand and took up a precious brush, inscribing a message on the exquisite paper provided by Mr. Baoshan. Come, let us drink. As the last stroke fell, the golden paper soared into the sky, transforming into a golden crane that flew towards the distant Qiankuan Academy. At the peak of the back mountain of Qiankuan Academy, Mr. Baoshan, holding a wine jug, was idly passing the time. Suddenly, the golden crane descended from the sky, landing in his hand and morphing into a piece of paper. Upon reading the exhilarating 4 characters inscribed upon it, Come, let us drink, Mr. Baoshan erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. He soared into the sky, heading southwest. The mountains quaked, and flocks of birds took flight. On another mountain peak, an old man called out, Baoshan, where are you headed? To drink, came the reply, echoing into the void. The 2 old men exchanged glances. Amused, it was merely a drink, something he did daily. If you hadn't mentioned drinking, I would have thought you had found a youthful companion and were celebrating your second spring tonight. When Mr. Baoshan arrived at the western courtyard, it was empty except for Lin Su and his brother Lin Jiaoyang, along with a table laden with dishes. On the ground lay 3 wine jars, each marked with the numbers 1, 2, and 3. Mr. Baoshan. Lin Jiaoyang sprang to his feet in salute. Mr. Baoshan paid him no heed, his fierce gaze solely fixated on the jars of wine. Lin Su remarked, We have 3 jars of wine, arranged from mild to strong. I suggest you start with the mildest. He raised his hand, indicating the jar labeled 3. With a wave of his hand, the jar marked 3 soared into the air, its lid flying off into the sky. A rich aroma of wine suddenly permeated the courtyard. Mr. Baoshan inhaled deeply, his entire being invigorated. Such a fragrant and intoxicating scent. Good wine. Just a whiff sent him into a euphoric state, as if he were savoring the finest nectar, awakening every cell in his body to a heightened sense of excitement. The jar was at the ready to be savored. But Lin Su halted. Mr. Baoshan, do not drink directly from the jar. There are bowls available. What need have we for bowls? The women of the household use bowls. Just drink straight from the jar. Lin Su rubbed his forehead, realizing that this jar of wine was now rendered useless. As the wine flowed into his mouth, Baoshan trembled. his entire body resonating with a symphony of cracking bones. After downing half the jar in one go, he finally ceased. Raising the jar high above his head, eyes closed, transforming into a statue. After a prolonged silence, Bao Shan let out a breath of wine that soared into the sky, seemingly dispersing the floating clouds above. Ha ha ha, what a fine wine. His voice reverberated throughout the city, startling half of its inhabitants. Ding Hai, meditating atop a building, suddenly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. Bao Shan set down the half-empty jar, and with a swift motion, the second jar soared into the air. Again, he consumed half, striking that same still yet boisterous pose. Ha ha, young man, join me for a drink. With a wave of his hand, the jar flew directly towards Lin Su. Excellent. Lin Su, inspired by his exuberance, caught the jar, deftly pouring 2 bowls of wine that cascaded like a waterfall. Mr. Bao Shan, dear brother, we shall not return without inebriation. He clinked his bowl with Lin Jiayang's, splashing wine high into the air, and both raised their bowls, downing the contents in unison. The fiery liquid surged into their bellies. The third jar, the strongest of wines, reached Bao Shan's hands, and again he consumed half. He called out to the heavens, fiery wine connects to the celestial path. How fortunate is this life? With fine wine before me, where's the poetry? The intoxication surged through Lin Su's mind, prompting him to leap to his feet. Do you not see? The waters of the Yangtze descend from the heavens, rushing to the sea never to return. The wine poured forth, his hair billowing. His voice soared, filled with fervor. Outside the courtyard, Oldie and Old Shou turned their heads, while Xiaoyou and Xiaotao halted in their tracks. Do you not see, in the grand hall? The bright mirror mourns white hair, mourning like green silk turns to snow by evening. In the main hall, Lin's mother suddenly stood, gazing blankly towards the western courtyard, tears marking her face. In life's triumphs, one must revel fully, lest the golden goblet faces the moon empty. Heaven has endowed me with talent. Surely it shall be of use. Even if I spend a fortune, it will return again. Roasting lamb and butchering cattle for joy, one must drink 300 cups at once. Bao Shan, Lin the scholar, let us drink. Do not let the cup cease. Athaha. Bao Shan, Lin the scholar, let us drink. Do not let the cup cease. Bao Shan echoed the words, his laughter carrying 10 miles away. Let me sing you a song. I beseech you to lend me your ear. The sound of bells and drums, fine delicacies are not to be esteemed. I merely wish to remain intoxicated, never to awaken. Bao Shan sang once more. The sound of bells and drums, fine delicacies are not to be esteemed. I merely wish to remain intoxicated, never to awaken. His heartfelt wish, articulated with simplicity, how wondrous. Lin Su downed another bowl. Since ancient times, sages have bin solitary, only drinkers leave their names. Bao Shan raised his hand, the wine jar soaring to the heavens. Since ancient times, sages have been solitary, only drinkers leave their names. In the center of the hall, the essence of the moment was indescribable, drink. Lin Su took another bowl, swaying as he stood. In the past, King Shen hosted a banquet at Pinglu, indulging in 10,000 cups of wine and joyous revelry. Why does the host speak of lacking funds? Just procure the wine and drink with me. 5 flower horses, garments worth 1,000 gold. Call for the boy to exchange them for fine wine, to dispel the sorrows of eternity. Bang! Lin Su fell headlong. He bellowed at the mountains. Galloping steeds, garments of gold, call forth the wine to exchange for merriment, to dispel the eternal sorrows, the timeless elegy. What ancient grief is there? Suddenly, his entire being trembled, as if he had broken some shackles, and in an instant, he felt as though he had risen tenfold. With a single step, he crossed the courtyard walls. With another, he left the city of Haining. With yet another, he traversed the vast expanse of the Yangtze River. A mere moment, yet it spanned the horizon, the realm of literary inspiration. He had truly taken that monumental step. On the Haining city tower, Ding Hai was shaken to his core, soaring into the sky, only to land at the Lin family gate the next moment. Drunk in this revelry, Lin Su was blissfully unaware of the path home. At some unknown time, his eyes gradually fluttered open, revealing the flickering candlelight. A pair of enchanting eyes gazed down upon him, a warm, damp cloth resting on his forehead. Young master, you have awakened at last. The sweet voice of a woman reached his ears. Xiaotao. Lin Su shifted his gaze to the window, where the vast starry sky unfolded outside. It is night. How long have I slept? 5 hours. Young master, are you hungry? The lady is in the kitchen, eagerly awaiting your awakening to prepare a personal dinner for you. Ah, my mother is cooking dinner herself? Lin Su sprang up suddenly. That line you recited, do you not see? The bright mirror in the high hall laments white hair, morning like black silk, evening turned to snow, The lady has been reciting it all afternoon, and weeping for just as long, insisting on making you dinner. A flutter of anxiety stirred in Lin Su's heart. Had he perhaps spoken out of turn in his intoxication? The poem Jiang Jingjiu is quite casual in nature, yet it contains a line about masterfully and Dan Qiuxing. I must have transformed into Bao Shanzi, Lin Shu Sham. If it has changed, that would ease matters, but if not, the poem would become quite amusing. Who indeed knows who masterfully and Dan Qiuxing are? Alas, there is another name at the end, Chen Wang. Lin Su's thoughts raced. Thank heavens. There exists a Chen Wang in this world, a man of great generosity, with friends scattered across the globe. Composing poetry is an art in itself. It must resonate with the moment, for if it does not, one risks being criticized. Those in today's literary circles hold a complex relationship with their work. Grant them the slightest opportunity, and they can craft grand narratives, leaving no room for error. Oh, and one more thing, Master Bao Shan. Third brother. Master Bao Shan, with your fine wine and an ancient, extraordinary poem, has indeed broken into the realm of literary inspiration. The door swung open, and Lin Jiaoyang entered with a large bowl, beaming with joy. This has undoubtedly triggered a seismic shift in the literary world. It has truly broken through. Lin Su exclaimed, exhilarated. Indeed, it has shattered the literary inspiration realm, which has obstructed many eminent figures on their paths. Who could have foreseen that this ancient enigma would find resolution here with my third brother? Do you think other literary giants will seek your counsel? Second brother. You are overthinking it. Master Bao Shan's breakthrough into the realm of literary inspiration relies not solely on a jar of wine or a poem. He was already at the pinnacle, merely lacking a touch of insight. Those literary masters are not blind to this. How could they harbor any illusions about me? However, this certainly elevates our family's reputation greatly. Spring has arrived for the Lin family. The second son handed the bowl to him, smiling. Third brother, your foresight is truly remarkable. Boss Ding has been waiting outside the door for a full 5 hours. Xiao Tao also chuckled. Boss Ding has consumed the remnants of your leftover wine and is now utterly incapacitated, sitting there in a daze. As the door swung open, Mother Lin entered, accompanied by Yu Lu and Mei Yang. She lifted her hand gently to caress Lin Su's forehead. San Lang. Matters at home are for you to decide. Whatever you choose to do, do not feel the need to consult your mother. How can that be? Lin Su immediately embraced her arm. When it comes to family affairs, it is still mother who should take the lead. I shall charge forth into battle, gathering a fortune for your enjoyment. Does this child still resemble a renowned scholar of old? Mother Lin playfully tapped his forehead, casting him a tender glance before stepping out. After finishing the noodles and tidying up, Lin Su took a deep breath, feeling as though he had returned to the pinnacle of his form. He walked into the courtyard and spotted Ding Hai. Ding Hai stood up, his eyes brimming with excitement. Boss Ding, I understand you have come regarding the wine. During the most trying times for the Lin family, it was your chickens and sheep that helped us through. Regardless of the circumstances, the facts remain. Therefore, I am more than willing to collaborate with you on this wine. The wrinkles on Ding Hai's face instantly smoothed out. Third young master, you are indeed straightforward. Pray tell, how shall we collaborate? Starting next month, the Lin family will commence mass production of this wine, with a shipping cycle of 10 days, capable of supplying 3,000 gene each time, at a price of. At this point, Lin Su paused slightly. Everyone was intensely focused. Ding Hai's psychological price point was 100 taels per gene. Exceeding this price would be quite burdensome for him. However, given the wine's extraordinary nature, it would certainly not fall below 50 taels, leaving little room for negotiation. Xiao Tao, too, was intensely concerned, as the price set for these 300 gene daily would determine the Lin household's future earnings. How about 1 tael per gene? 1 tael? Ding Hai nearly leaped to an extraordinary height. What? Does Boss Ding find the price unsuitable? Of course it is unsuitable. It is far too low, utterly absurd. Ding Hai inhaled deeply. Can we maintain such quality? Absolutely. With advancements in technology, the quality will only improve. Excellent. Ding Hai agreed, his heart racing. 1 tael per gene, my heavens, this is an incredible bargain. I have one condition. Ding Hai's heart sank again. Speak. This wine is exceedingly unique and will undoubtedly attract attention from all quarters. The Lin family lacks sufficient protective strength. So I require that Boss Lin dispatch skilled individuals to safeguard the Lin family winery. That is no issue. I will assign the strongest experts to reside in this back courtyard. In truth, even if Lin Su had not made this request, Boss Ding would have suggested it himself. Why? Because this wine had become the most sought after in the market. It was certain that taverns across various regions, as well as numerous factions and even sects, would covet it. If no one were dispatched to firmly control the source, how could they ensure that this wine would continuously flow into Haining-Lu? There would inevitably be attempts to intercept it along the way. Lin Su nodded, acknowledging that Boss Ding was indeed a master of cultivation, and felt assured by the individuals he had dispatched. However, given the presence of many women in the residence and the fact that the winery was situated in the backyard, it would be more appropriate to send female representatives. With that, Lin Jiaoyang formalized an agreement with Ding Hai, marking the Lin family's inaugural business collaboration. Ding Hai felt an exhilarating surge of joy, clutching the signed document tightly. Just as he was about to exit, he paused and inquired, "What shall we name this wine?" The talents of the third young master deserve a splendid title. Lin Su gazed skyward, contemplating for a moment before proclaiming, "Let us call it Baiyunbian." Baiyunbian? Ding Hai mused, "Is there a particular significance to this name?" "Paper," Lin Su commanded with a wave of his hand. As Xiao Tao excitedly rushed to the desk to fetch a piece of golden parchment along with a precious brush. Once the paper was spread out, Lin Su declared, "As this wine is a collaboration between us, it shall be considered our own enterprise. Thus, I shall gift you this poem." He began to write, "Autumn waters of Nan Lake, devoid of smoke at night, 3 beams of white light." Ding Hai's eyes sparkled as he gazed toward the small lake behind the Lin residence, which was indeed Nan Lake, drifting with the current straight to the heavens. Radiant silver light. Let us borrow the moonlight from the celestial realm to purchase wine at Baiyunbian. Colors of the rainbow pierce through the night, as on the golden paper. The vibrant hues swirled like celestial beings descending on the winds, toasting and reveling beneath the moonlight of Nan Lake. With this wine and this poem, Baiyunbian shall be immortalized, and the moon over Nan Lake shall remain unparalleled in the world. At this moment, Ding Hai was akin to a child, dancing with unrestrained joy, devoid of any semblance of a seasoned cultivator. Yulo tightly grasped Lin Jiaoyang's hand, her heart brimming with excitement. Despite the Lin family's previous misfortunes and the many who awaited their downfall, she was witnessing their ascent to greatness. Lin Jiaoyang's face flushed as if he had downed 300 cups. Xiao Tao gazed dreamily at the third young master, as if she had transcended her youthful innocence and stepped into the realm of blossoming love. Only Lin Su, gazing into the distance, silently reflected, "My homeland, my Hubei, my world. Perhaps I shall never return home in this lifetime. But may this cup of homebrew allow me to touch the essence of my roots in my dreams." Upon returning to Haining Tower, Ding Hai turned and descended into the basement. The basement resembled a vast natural cavern, shimmering with ethereal light. He raised his hand, casting a beam of light upon the cave wall, which suddenly illuminated. An ancient voice resonated, "Ding Hai, what pressing matter brings you here?" "Master, our grand plan to connect the world through commerce can now be realized." The master's voice seemed to regain youthful vigor. "Has some extraordinary phenomenon occurred?" "Indeed. A remarkable wine has just been birthed. Its aroma is exquisitely rich, and its potency surpasses that of the demon realm's fiery nectar by 10-fold, perhaps even 100-fold. Is this wondrous wine truly so?" The master's tone grew urgent. "I have just tasted it, and it surpasses all expectations. The esteemed scholar Fu Baoshan, with this exquisite wine, has triumphantly breached the zenith of literary elegance, and this wine has now been accompanied by a resplendent poem." The poem recites, "The autumn waters of Nanhu, devoid of smoke at night. How can one sail straight up to the heavens? Let us borrow the moonlight from the celestial realm, and purchase wine by the edge of the white clouds." The master chuckled heartily. "What a magnificent poem! With such verses and this fine wine, will not all the heroes of the world flock to my establishment? Where could this wine house possibly be opened? This wine must be safeguarded diligently, to become the exclusive offering of my 100 fragrance pavilion." The disciple shared this sentiment. "Thus I require the finest of masters to protect the source." "The source?" "The source lies not in the winery, but in that young man. We must bind him. Who is capable of such a task?" "What binding? Is it not merely the allure of a beautiful woman? Send forth the most enchanting maiden, employing her charms to ensnare him, transforming him into a marionette. Who can fulfill this role? She must meet 2 criteria, unwavering loyalty to the sect, and the ability to utterly captivate him." The master pondered for a long while. "What of Tianyao?" Ding Hai was suddenly taken aback. "Tianyao is currently in the southwestern Buddhist realm, and her cultivation is of the Buddha. She may find it difficult to take this step, though she practices with her hair tied up. She does not count as a disciple of Buddhism. This young man possesses unparalleled poetic talent and is surrounded by women. Who could possibly control him?" Perhaps only a remarkable woman like Tianyao could truly enter his heart. Tianyao may not suffice either. Ding Hai remarked, I know my own daughter best. Though she appears as calm as water, once she becomes emotionally invested, it will surely be cataclysmic. This young man, he undoubtedly possesses the ability to stir her heart. Should Tianyao fall, would she not become a pawn in his hands? The master found himself in a quandary. Ding Hai's words held validity. The less passionate a woman appears, the more steadfast she becomes once her heart is engaged. As the saying goes, an old house, once ignited, burns all the faster. Ding Hai pondered another issue. When it came to dispatching guards, Lin Su had voluntarily requested a woman. Why had this request been made? Even before the plan commenced, specifying a female was highly suspicious. Could it be that he harbored ulterior motives, intending to execute a scheme of seduction, thereby fully controlling the connection between Lin's residence and the Haining Pavilion? Upon uttering this thought, the master was struck with realization. In the realm of commerce, one must consider others' perspectives. They hoped the chains of connection with their partners would heed their command, and naturally, Lin Su would desire the same. He would undoubtedly entice this master, transforming her into his own ally. If that is the case, the allure of a beauty carries substantial risk. For this strategy is inherently reciprocal. The beauty seduces him, and he, in turn, captivates her. The outcome rests entirely in the balance. Either the beauty brings him to his knees, or he leads her to marriage. This young man is exceedingly formidable, effortlessly crafting a resplendent poem, inciting tremors in the business world with but a single idea. And he possesses an exceptional charm. Which woman could possibly withstand such allure? The probability of successfully employing a beauty trap is exceedingly low. The greater likelihood is that it will backfire, resulting in both the loss of the beauty and financial ruin. After a prolonged contemplation, the master concluded, if it is such a formidable task, then it should be abandoned. We shall proceed with someone he cannot possibly charm, adhering strictly to the agreement. On the following morning, Ding Hai suddenly felt an unusual chill in the room. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to see a figure standing by the window. Master, he exclaimed, this is rather ruthless of you. Why have you sent her out? Meanwhile, Lin Su had just stepped out of the western courtyard when he too sensed an unexpected drop in temperature. It was peculiar. Summer had only just begun. Yet the weather had turned cold. Raising his gaze, he saw a figure entering through the courtyard gate. Clad in black, tall and possessing a devilishly alluring figure. She approached him, her face obscured by a black veil, extending an envelope toward him. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered a letter penned by Ding Hai, indicating that the visitor was named In Yi, the very person they had agreed upon. In Yi? What a peculiar name. Is it a nickname or her true name? In Yi offered no reply. What abilities do you possess? He inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, In Yi vanished from sight, only to reappear atop the highest tower. Her movements imperceptible even in broad daylight. Lin Su's eyes widened in realization. Are you a cultivator or a martial artist? Still, she remained silent, appearing to meld with the shadows of the tower. I acknowledge your agility, but you must remove the veil, since we are already in the same abode. It is rather impolite to hide your face, wouldn't you agree? Yet, there was still no response. Frustration mounted within Lin Su. Come forth. I made it clear to Ding Hai that I required a woman. You must prove to me that you are indeed a woman. Prove I am a woman? How would one do that? By removing my trousers? And Yi's eyes narrowed sharply, a glint of light flashing within them. Suddenly, Lin Su felt two icy beams of silver light shooting toward him, causing him to stagger back, hand pressed to his forehead, his face paling. What was that? He distinctly felt something graze his forehead, yet he saw nothing. Xiao Tao rushed over, concerned. Young master, what has happened? Is your forehead injured? She leaned closer, gently moving his hand aside for a better look. No injury, just slightly red. Oh no, it seems as though something has pricked your forehead, leaving a mark that says shut up. What does this mean, young master? In a fit of rage, Lin Su shouted, Ding Hai, that old rascal. I demand a refund. Replace this person. She enters without a word, evades questions, and resorts to violence when pressed further. I am not hiring a guardian. I am not seeking a father. Of course, Ding Hai could not hear him. In Yi had vanished entirely. Lin Su fumed, cursing loudly. Yet no one paid him any heed. Xiao Tao looked around, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. The young master inscribed 2 characters on his forehead, shut up, rendering her utterly speechless. Lin Su, after venting her frustrations, ultimately relented. This woman was simply too formidable. From a distance of 7 or 8 paces, She managed to etch those words onto his forehead without any visible tool. She was not to be trifled with. What if she became truly enraged and resorted to severing his most delicate part? Nonetheless, there was a silver lining. Lin Su had come to understand her unpredictable methods. With such a guardian, the Lin family's courtyard had transformed into a perilous domain. The arrival of the Dark Knight was known only to Lin Su. No one else was aware, including Lin Jiaoyang, who had already forged a blue-hued literary platform and was theoretically regarded as a master. In the southeastern region lay a vast expanse of hills known as Qingqiu. A streak of light ascended from Qingqiu, bending gracefully through the air, and landed in a secluded corner of Haining City, revealing a beautiful maiden, the very same zither-playing girl from Haining Tower. The zither girl delicately raised her slender hands, and a mist of vibrant colors silently merged with the night. Startled, she thought, my earrings should be in the Lin residence to the east of the city, not in the south. Could it be that this young man is also a dashing rogue, entangled in romantic escapades? With a swift movement, she vanished without a trace, only to reappear in a certain bedroom. Upon laying her eyes upon the scene, she was taken aback. The bed was occupied solely by a portly middle-aged man, far from the dashing young gentleman she had envisioned. With a wave of her hand, a cabinet opened, and an earring rose into the air, landing in her palm. Was this not her own earring? Retracing her steps, images began to flicker on the earring, eventually freezing on the night of the Haining Poetry Gathering, where the middle-aged man was revealed to be the pawnshop owner. As the scene concluded, the shopkeeper sank back into slumber. Biting her lip tightly, the zither girl seethed. How dare he pawn my earring for a mere 3 taels of silver? Who does he think he is? This is utterly outrageous. In silence, she suddenly vanished, transforming into a streak of light heading towards the eastern part of the city. Just as the light was about to cross the courtyard wall, a silver beam shot forth from the loft above, enveloping her in an uncanny aura of danger. Alarmed, she instinctively burrowed into the ground, vanishing in an instant. The silver beam redirected back to the loft, melding into the night, revealing 2 exceptionally fine swords. Accompanying the swords was a droplet of silver blood. The dark figure lightly tapped the blood droplet, watching it spin on her fingertip, her eyes reflecting surprise. Has the bloodline evolved to silver? How intriguing. No wonder one could escape under my flying loose sword. Near Nanhua, the zither girl suddenly materialized, her expression turning grave as she touched her backside, where she had been struck by a sword, blood flowing profusely. Damn that Lin scoundrel. I will not rest until I have my vengeance. Lin Su sneezed, brushing the hair from Xiao Yao's face, before turning over and drifting back to sleep. In the loft, the dark figure's gaze pierced through the window, landing on the bed. Pondering thoughtfully, what could my adoptive father possibly be thinking? Desiring the recipe for wine, one could simply seize him and subject him to 7 or 8 forms of punishment. Would it not suffice? Is it necessary for her to keep vigil here? Vigil is trivial. She could endure it for centuries without consequence, yet it seems utterly unworthy. With a century at her disposal, she could traverse the world, visiting various paths, and undoubtedly advance her cultivation significantly. To squander precious time meant for cultivation merely to keep watch over this dilapidated marquise is truly perplexing. On the following morning, Lin Su stepped out of her chamber and encountered her second brother, a veritable human timepiece. Third brother, there are merely 28 days left until the provincial examination. Lin Su replied, second brother, there are still over 100 days until the metropolitan examination. Lin Jiaoyang's eyes widened. Second brother, each of us brothers has our own aspirations. Do not fixate solely on me and neglect your own goals. The provincial examination, the metropolitan examination, and the palace examination may appear akin to the transitions from junior to senior school and from senior school to university. Yet they are fundamentally distinct from the progressive structure of modern education. In contemporary society, the curricula and textbooks of elementary, middle, and high schools differ significantly, revealing a stark generational divide. A high school student participating in an elementary examination would be akin to a dimensional collapse. Conversely, the provincial, metropolitan, and palace examinations utilize the same materials. The progression from the provincial to the palace examination does not signify a leap in levels. Rather, it is a series of selections conducted on the same plane, a triad of eliminations focusing on the best among the best, nothing more. Consequently, the intervals between the provincial, metropolitan, and palace examinations are relatively brief. Should one excel, it is entirely feasible to complete the entire process within a year as a commoner, thereby achieving a significant elevation in social status. The provincial examination occurs on June 18th. The metropolitan examination on October 10th. The palace examination the following May. Lin Jiaoyang cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you think I need to worry about you? Have I squandered these past 3 years for nothing? Let us compete and see who emerges victorious in the metropolitan examination. Victorious? Lin Jiaoyang chuckled. Third brother, I must admonish you, do not utter such nonsensical boasts, lest you become a subject of ridicule. The provincial examination selects the talents of a single prefecture. The metropolitan examination identifies the talents of an entire province. The palace examination discerns the talents of the nation. To claim victory in the examination is no trivial matter. It signifies standing alone at the pinnacle, achieving first place. The top of the provincial examination is the Jiyuan. The top of the metropolitan examination is the Huaiyuan. The top of the palace examination, as is well known, is the Zhuangyuan. To be first is to be addressed with distinction. How remarkable is that? Such is beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Within the attic, the figure of the knight chuckled darkly. It was indeed ludicrous to witness two impoverished scions foolishly discussing the prospect of victory. Lin Jiaoyang added, your immediate focus should be the provincial examination. Do not entertain thoughts of anything else. Concentrate on your preparation. The likelihood of passing this provincial examination is slim, yet the experience gained is invaluable. He departed. Suddenly, the figure in the attic realized that this youth had yet to pass even the provincial examination. How audacious of him to discuss aspirations for the metropolitan examination. Could this be what the adoptive father referred to as whimsical thoughts? Lin Su raised his head, gazing at the attic. My brother does not believe I can succeed in the county examination. What about you? Do you believe in me? His voice was soft, barely carrying a foot beyond, yet the shadowy figure's eyes widened. Was this truly directed at her? Lin Su proposed, how about a wager? If I secure the top position in the county examination, you shall remove your veil for me to see. And you must also prove to me that you are indeed a woman. A flicker of light sparkled in the shadow's eyes. Lin Su, fixated on the dark corner, suddenly noticed a glimmer, spun around in fright, nearly toppling the table. The light in the shadow's eyes flickered briefly, not launching an assault, witnessing Lin Su's frantic retreat. A subtle smile curved her lips. Seated at his desk, Lin Su opened a book, his heart racing. He had just verified that speaking in such a low tone allowed her in the attic to hear him quite clearly. It was utterly astonishing. With her presence, was he under constant surveillance even when he went to relieve himself? What if he conceived some invention? Would she be monitoring that as well? This was troubling. Could it be that Ding Hai, that old rogue, had intentionally set this up, utilizing her as a human surveillance device to control his so-called secrets? Was there no room for him to breathe? Change her. Send her away. Yet, this rising thought was swiftly extinguished. Before her, he seemed to possess no authority whatsoever. If he angered her, and that flicker in her eyes returned, he could find himself flung 8 paces away. In the future, should he encounter a throng of beautiful women, they would merely be a fleeting indulgence. Would his journey through time be in vain? Meanwhile, Bai Ji Yuan was abuzz. Xiao Shui returned with Xiao Wu, announcing a momentous piece of news: the purchase of reed rice at 3 coins for 100 pounds. What did 3 coins signify? It was enough to procure 50 pounds of white rice. In essence, the once worthless reed rice had suddenly transformed into a commodity as precious as white rice, albeit at a slightly lower price. How could this not incite madness among the 100,000 displaced people of Baiji Yuan? For families of 4 or 5, toiling tirelessly in the cultivation of reed rice, a single harvest season, 3 months, yielded a mere 2 taels of silver, leaving each individual with less than 3 coins. Now, simply by harvesting the reed rice from the fields to sell to Xiao Shui, they could earn 2 taels of silver. Their income had effectively tripled in an instant. More importantly, this harvesting task was already part of their responsibilities. Even without buyers, the reed rice still needed to be harvested. Otherwise, the next season's crop would not be able to be planted. This extra income was pure profit. With this newfound wealth, many displaced individuals could stave off starvation. And those with more robust manpower could even afford warm clothing for the long winter. This unexpected windfall sent the people of Baiji Yuan into a frenzy. Yet it also raised a significant question above their heads. Why? Had heaven finally opened its eyes? Had they encountered benevolent souls from a bygone era? Or was it merely a grand deception? Those who harbored doubts remained hesitant, yet Xiao Shui, being a descendant of the riverside migrants and having resided here for over a decade, has cultivated a network of friends. Among them, her childhood companion, Xiao Yu, was the first to respond, harvesting the rice from her family's fields and transporting it to the cart. After weighing it, the total amounted to 460 jin. On the spot, Xiao Shui instructed Xiao Wu to pay her 1 tael, 3 qian, and 8 fun, and the glistening silver was in her hands, causing Xiao Yu to weep almost to the point of fainting. Memories of her starving mother flooded back. Had such an opportunity arisen sooner, her mother might not have perished from hunger. The riverside was in a frenzy, with countless individuals rushing into the fields, bagging rice to load onto carts. Once filled, Xiao Wu rallied several men to push the rice-laden cart to the riverside, where it was loaded onto a boat destined for Haining Dock and subsequently delivered to the Lin residence. With the influx of people, assistance became necessary. Xiao Yu became Xiao Shui's aide, while an additional 20 to 30 men joined Xiao Wu in this bustling rice harvest season, bringing joy to every household. As night fell, the riverside blazed with bonfires, and everyone gathered to celebrate. Finally, Xiao Yu voiced a sentiment she had long harbored. Shui, sir, could you speak to the third young master and see if I might assist at the residence? I shall mention it to him. The third young master has great use for this rice, and perhaps he truly needs extra hands. Upon hearing this, the other girls were stirred with excitement, crowding around Xiao Shui. The following day, Xiao Shui escorted the rice back to the Lin residence, where she encountered Lin Su in the backyard, troubled by the mountain of rice that had accumulated before him. In mere 10 days, they had gathered an immense quantity, maintaining a steady flow of shipments each day. If this continued, there would be no space left in the backyard. The brewing operation required expansion, but hiring new hands was a delicate matter. If she confided in Ding Hai about the need for workers, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of individuals, yet the nature of these recruits remained uncertain. Previously, when Lin Su had asked Ding Hai to find a bodyguard, the individual procured was a source of great concern, having said not a word since entering the premises. Despite the host's attempts at conversation, the hired help had the audacity to silence them, creating a precarious situation. Should more individuals of such caliber arrive, it would become increasingly ambiguous whether the Lin residence was truly under Lin's stewardship or Ding's. Thus, the notion of hiring without consulting the old rascal Ding became an obsession for Lin Su. However, if not him, whom could they turn to? At that moment, Xiao Shui approached him, her demeanor both shy and hopeful as she posed a question. Young master, among the riverside migrants, many wish to assist you in your endeavors. What do you think? Lin Su's eyes lit up at her words. Migrants from the riverside? Indeed, this was the very group he sought. These individuals are destitute, lacking vehicles, homes, spouses, or distractions. Their only desire is to fill their bellies. If you offer them a simple bond, they would readily offer their hearts to you, as if playing a game of ping-pong. He nodded affirmatively, granting Xiao Shui considerable authority, instructing her to manage as she sees fit, emphasizing that character is paramount, and that she should recruit without regard to gender, aiming to enlist 100 individuals, while she and old Zhou would arrange the details. Upon Xiao Shui's exit, her announcement caused an uproar among the crowd outside. She called out names, and over 20 men were on the verge of tears. Xiaoya, who accompanied Xiao Shui, was also nearly in tears. Amidst the chaos, a striking figure appeared at the entrance of Lin Mansion, Lin Su. Greetings, third young master, Xiao Shui exclaimed, prompting the crowd to kneel in reverence. Xiaoya followed suit, but discreetly raised her head to observe the legendary young master of the riverside. Lin Su began to speak, issuing his first command. Everyone, please rise. I need your assistance with a task. Lin Su's initial directive was clear, to separate the Lin Mansion from the back courtyard. The courtyard would serve as a production area for brewing wine, while the mansion would remain a residential space. The two areas would be distinctly divided, with 2 new doors installed, a freight entrance facing the Yangtze River and an employee entrance facing the city. The existing moon-shaped door in the back courtyard would still be present, but restricted to management personnel like Old Zhou and Xiao Shui, ensuring that the bustling business would not disturb the scholarly pursuits of the young masters within the Lin Mansion. The mansion became tranquil, while the back courtyard thrived with activity. The figure in the attic, Dark Knight, finally witnessed the entire process of crafting the fabled celestial wine. A collection of peculiar contraptions was employed to steam glutinous rice, yielding the legendary brew. As she moved seamlessly into the shadows, she meticulously recorded every detail of the transformation from glutinous rice to celestial wine throughout the night. With the dawn approaching, a faint glow flickered as she transmitted the detailed information far away, all without alarming anyone. For someone of her caliber, engaging in industrial espionage was a task executed with effortless finesse. As the data uploaded, she awaited her adoptive father's response. Once he replied, She would be free to explore the vast world and ascend the heights of martial arts. The prospect of idling away time with someone inconsequential left her feeling restless. However, 7 days later, her adoptive father's response took her by surprise. Following the process she had uploaded, he conducted experiments and found that no wine could be produced. The secret to brewing lay not in the superficial steps, but in an aspect she had overlooked, which was crucial to the craft. How could this be? Dark Night meticulously reviewed all the procedures, her attention finally drawn to a small room containing an array of materials. Workers referred to it as juku, not merely the sawdust it appeared to be. The juku was a closely guarded secret known only to the third young master. Even the brewery's owner, Zhou, was unaware of its specific composition or method of preparation. This juku had been prepared before her arrival, and no one knew what it was made from, let alone how it was created. To truly comprehend this, one must witness the entire process of brewing the wine yeast firsthand. However, the demand for such material is rather modest. This entire room filled with yeast can still be utilized for a full 3 months. Lin Su, that scoundrel, has been poring over reference materials day after day, nodding and shaking his head as if he comprehends it all, yet he harbors no actual plans to produce the yeast. In the stillness of the night, a silent sigh escapes me. It seems that the grand ambition of traversing the world must be postponed. At the Baishuasian sect, atop the ethereal misty peak, cascading waterfalls and flowing springs abound, and flying orioles flit about, resembling a scene from a celestial realm. A woman clad in white stands quietly before the waterfall, gazing at the splendor before her, as if she were not of this earthly realm. Indeed, as perceived by all, Zhang Yu cannot be deemed a mundane individual. Although she was born in the capital and once reveled in worldly opulence, it was only upon entering the Taoist path that she truly recognized her destined return. Her master proclaimed that she activated her Tao root upon birth. Her fellow disciples spoke of her as a legendary figure of her generation. Since embarking on her Taoist journey, she has excelled in her studies. The sect's techniques come to her effortlessly, mastering them with remarkable speed. In her first year on the mountain, she broke through to the first realm of Tao root. By the second year, she attained the second realm of Tao platform. In her 5th year, she reached the third realm of Tao mountain, becoming the youngest practitioner among her peers to achieve this feat at the age of 13. 3 years later, she broke into the 4th realm of Tao heart, becoming the 10th disciple to accomplish this. Last year, she forged an extraordinary legend by breaking into the 5th realm of Tao flower. The Tao flower realm is a formidable stage. Among the myriad Taoist sects, those who reach the Tao flower realm are predominantly elders, with few disciples able to surmount this formidable barrier. Yet, she accomplished this at the tender age of 18. Having only been in the Tao path for a mere 13 years, the next realm awaits her, the Tao fruit realm. At 19, she stands on the brink of attaining the pinnacle of Tao fruit cultivation, a daunting prospect for practitioners everywhere. While the flower blooms easily, the Tao fruit is elusive. Why is this so? Because the Tao fruit lacks a fixed template. It is unique to each individual. This next step cannot be taught by any master. It relies solely upon personal endeavor. Most practitioners dedicate their early years to rigorous training on the mountain and the latter part of their lives to worldly exploration, all to lay the foundation for their Tao fruit. As for herself, should she also descend the mountain? Suddenly, a flicker of inspiration stirs within her. An illuminous vision rises from her head, forming an image, a young man, unmistakably Zhang Haoran, whom she had encountered alongside Lin Su. Zhang Haoran sits beside a small pavilion, grinning as he says, "Sister, tomorrow I will partake in the provincial examination. Father has promised me that if I pass successfully, I shall choose my own path forward." Zhang Yu replies, "We have discussed your direction multiple times and reached a consensus. Each examination grants you a 3-month respite. Once the exam concludes, you must return to the mountain and decipher the ancient scrolls." Zhang Haoran shakes his head vigorously. "Absolutely not. The ancient scrolls are not my forte. I will not accompany you back to the mountain under any circumstances." Zhang Yu pouts. "Does your assertion hold any weight merely because you say so? I shall directly seize you and take you to the mountain. If you possess the capability, then escape." Zhang Haoran's demeanor shifted abruptly. "I am the elder brother. And you, the younger sister, have you no sense of seniority? Within our sect, I am the senior sister, and you, the junior brother. This is what is meant by the order of ages." "How outrageous!" Zhang Haoran exclaimed. "Father has also consented. If you have the audacity, then contradict Father as well." Zhang Yu replied with amusement. "Father is not a member of the immortal sect. He remains uninvolved in sect affairs." Zhang Haoran fell back dramatically, then suddenly sprang up. "Sister, Can we not engage in reasoned discourse? I have already reached my limit in deciphering one scroll of the ancient celestial scripture. I cannot unravel any more. I shall recommend someone to you. He is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for deciphering the celestial scripture. You should seek him out. Brother, you have become quite clever. Do share, who is the scapegoat? Zhang Yu inquired with a playful smile, eager to dismantle his argument. His name is Lin Su, a native of Haining. Just a month ago, he was obscure, yet today he has emerged like the rising sun. I assure you, his knowledge surpasses yours 100-fold. Should your celestial scripture fall into his hands, he might well unravel it within 3 days. Haining? Zhang Yu replied, a mere coastal town, and suddenly a prodigy appears. Brother, are you truly at your wit's end? Zhang Haoran countered. You are so secluded in the mountains, utterly unaware of worldly affairs. I must tell you, this individual has composed 4 colorful poems in just 1 month. Keep boasting. Zhang Yu was understandably skeptical, although she was not a practitioner of literature. She held a great fondness for poetry. She was well acquainted with the poems that have endured through time, and the colorful poems were ingrained in her memory. She understood well the difficulty of composing even a single colorful poem, which one does not represent the pinnacle of a literary master's lifelong endeavor. To write 4 in a month, do you truly believe I am a novice? Indeed, the esteemed come and go freely. The first poem flowed from Zhang Haoran's lips. Zhang Yu was struck dumb. What a majestic spirit, what a marvelous poem. This was a composition she had never heard before, yet based on her understanding of poetry, such a piece could only be classified as at least a 5-colored poem. Most likely a 7-colored poem. Grapes and fine wine in a luminous cup. The second poem sent a tremor through Zhang Yu's entire being. Exquisite wine from Shilling in a jade bowl reflecting amber light. The third poem. Zhang Yu's gaze shot up, fixed intently on Zhang Haoran. The autumn waters of Nanhu, devoid of smoke at night. Zhang Yu's heart raced. For consecutive poems, each unparalleled in brilliance. Has a true literary genius truly emerged? Not merely a literary genius. His imaginative ideas flow ceaselessly. Flour, at his whim, transforms into gourmet delicacies. The humble rice you of the Bihue sect disdain, in his hands, becomes the renowned celestial wine by Bien. Sister, I do not know the extent of his literary talent, but his breadth of knowledge is undoubtedly a marvel of the world. For the celestial scripture, who else could be more fitting than him? You neglect such a prodigy. Wasting away my elder brother's studies, it is truly baffling. With communication severed, Zhang Haoran faced south to apologize, saying, My dear Lin brother, I am sincerely sorry. I find myself utterly helpless with my younger sister. Please help me divert some of the attention. If I am confined on the mountain for several more years, I fear I shall go mad. Zhang Yu gazed longingly at the sky before suddenly commanding, Come forth. With a swift motion, 2 disciples landed behind her, both clad in formal disciple attire. The 2 ladies bowed in unison. Senior sister, please give your orders. Investigate whether there exists a Lin Su in Haining. Ah, yes. From the Dingnan Marquis's residence. Lin Su? The beauty on the right trembled slightly, her expression shifting, and she respectfully replied, reporting to senior sister. The 3rd son of the Dingnan Marquis's household in Haining is indeed named Lin Su. He is a man lacking in both literary and martial prowess. I wonder why senior sister inquires about him. Zhou Yueru, do you know him well? Zhang Yu slowly turned her gaze. Zhou Yueru remained silent, her face a tapestry of emotions. Another disciple chuckled softly. Senior sister, allow me to interject. It is rather serendipitous. For Zhou Yueru has been betrothed to this Lin Su since childhood. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Yueru hurriedly interjected. My family has already annulled the engagement. I have no connection with him whatsoever. Annulled the engagement? Zhang Yu's gaze swept over her flushed face. I have heard that Lin Su possesses extraordinary literary talent, composing 4 exquisite poems in a single month. How can you dismiss him as merely lacking in literary achievement? Zhou Yueru's eyes widened, her face filled with questions. Senior sister, you must be mistaken. Lin Su is not of the literary realm. How could he possibly compose 4 poems in a month? Moreover, 7 color poems? Indeed. The nearby disciple concurred. 7 color poems are exceedingly rare. Even the most esteemed literary masters may not compose a single one in their lifetime. For in a month is utterly implausible. Senior sister, you must have erred. Have you heard of a wine called? What is it? By Bien? Both Zhou Yueru and another disciple, Ziyun, spoke simultaneously. We know of this wine. It is legendary, truly the king of wines. Once it emerged, it swept through the wine world, revered as the divine brew. The sect leader has just obtained a jug and is currently hosting Master Shui Wei. Zhang Yiyu's form suddenly vanished, and in the next moment, she appeared at the summit of the sect leader's peak, where two elderly gentlemen were enjoying drinks, the aroma of wine wafting through the air as they reveled in delight. Upon her sudden appearance, the sect leader smiled. A celestial brew, a century-long friendship. Combined with the essence of the Dao, today's Baiyun gathering is truly complete. Come, Yu, have a glass. A cup of wine soared through the air, landing in Zhang Yiyu's palm. She savored it delicately, the atmosphere seemingly suspended in time. Master, who crafted this wine? This person is indeed a legend. He was originally deemed a failure in both literature and martial arts, yet he suddenly rose in the literary realm, composing 4 7-color poems within a month, and skillfully creating a celestial brew. Is he not the third son of the Dingyan Marquis' residents in Haining, surnamed Lin and named Su? Indeed. In her heart, Zhang Yiyu felt a tumultuous storm brewing. She downed a cup of wine in one gulp and bowed deeply. Master, I shall descend the mountain today to seek trials. Very well. Only through the trials of the mortal realm can one attain the fruit of enlightenment. Go forth. She departed, while at the mountain peak, the two old men continued their drinking and dialogue. Yet, the atmosphere had shifted, losing its previous tranquility. They now discussed the momentous upheavals occurring in the contemporary world. In this era, 5 paths coexist. What are those 5 paths? The paths of literature, martial arts, spiritual cultivation, the demonic clan, and the monstrous clan. Conventionally, the first 3 paths are categorized under one major group, the human race. The latter 2 belong to another major group, the alien races. The human and alien races stand in stark opposition on a grand scale, yet internal conflicts abound within each faction. The demonic clan, rooted in the essence of blood and vitality, finds it impossible to cooperate with anyone, for they feast upon humanity. The more they consume, the stronger they become, thus, they devour all humans, monsters, even their own kind. The monstrous clan, too, is unable to forge alliances with them. In recent decades, they have dramatically shifted from a position of extreme animosity towards humans, leveraging their advantages to supply various necessities to the human world, fostering a flourishing trade. As for the human race, though they should unite in the face of external threats, the reality is starkly different. The infighting among humans is more ferocious, as it hinges upon the struggle for supremacy of the great paths. This struggle is fundamentally a contest of faith. The Buddhist sect wishes to establish itself as the singular path in the world. The Taoist sect seeks to have all humanity practice their teachings. The literary path desires for all to embrace education, while the martial path yearns for all to take up arms. Each path repudiates the others, firmly believing in the orthodoxy of its own way. Thus, discord arises. Humans and aliens clash daily. The Taoist and Buddhist sects are in constant contention. For millennia, the literary path has suppressed the martial path, and the rivalry between the martial and the Taoist and Buddhist sects rages fiercely. Even within the Taoist sect itself, the myriad paths vie for territory, talent, resources, and techniques, and a moment's inattention can lead to the rise of one sect and the fall of another. The world is far more intricate than it appears. For over 20 days, Lin Su has been in high spirits. The distillery has been generating a daily income of several hundred taels of silver, which would uplift anyone's mood. This tranquility has allowed him to dedicate himself to his studies. After 10 days of diligent reading, his spirits soared even higher upon realizing that the path of the imperial examination is not as formidable as it seems. The provincial examination focuses on poetry and essay writing. Poetry is straightforward, and as for essays, they have become quite manageable for him. Since he inadvertently opened the gates of literary expression with a poem titled Butterflies Love Flowers, his mind has flourished like a tree nourished by rain. The myriad of texts and poems he had previously encountered now vividly resurfaced in his memory, even those he had only skimmed or seen merely by title. This peculiar phenomenon made Lin Su ponder whether this golden finger of literary talent also manifests in his literary pursuits. Through this newfound method, he has etched down nearly 300 essays, if not 500. It is noteworthy that the essays which have stood the test of time and emerged from the countless compositions are all exemplary. Each piece is a gem. The less distinguished essays have long been cast aside by the relentless passage of time. Examinations pose no concern, yet there exists a slight issue with his calligraphy. In the imperial examination, calligraphy holds great importance. In this realm, it is even regarded as a significant art form. Some scholars, despite their mediocre writing skills, attain recognition through their profound calligraphic expertise. Thus, during this period, he has been diligently practicing his calligraphy. He prefers the yin style, free and unrestrained, with less rigid adherence to form, which aligns well with his personality. Today, his second brother, the human timekeeper, has marked the countdown to its conclusion. Tomorrow signifies the momentous day. This night, all are forbidden from disturbing him, as decreed by Lin's mother. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Lin Su retired to bed early, as per his mother's instructions. However, sleep eluded him, likely a lingering affliction from his previous world. After a brief period of restlessness, he opened his eyes and gazed at the ceiling above. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar object, a slender little sword, hidden in the crevice of the floorboards, suspended in midair. Had it not been for his expansive literary insight and sharpened senses, he would never have detected it. This discovery sent Lin Su's heart racing. What on earth is this? He quietly rose from his bed, sensing that this small object followed him as he made his way to the study. Upon entering, the tiny object darted through the dim light of the moonlit courtyard, and Lin Su experienced a familiar sensation. Yes, it was reminiscent of the last time this little imp had inscribed characters on his face in the dead of night. "Dark night, you have gone too far," he exclaimed. "You wish to steal secrets that everyone on Earth knows." "Oh, wait, not everyone on Earth knows, but I certainly do. You might as well go about your thievery honestly. If you can unravel the conundrum of microbial fermentation technology, I would accept the breach of winemaking secrets. But your persistent surveillance over me is crossing the line. You hover above me with a sword while I sleep. Is this the behavior of a reasonable being? For all these days, you must have witnessed every word I've penned. If I were to inscribe the secret formula, it would indeed be a breach of confidentiality." Lin Su reflected, feeling a sense of relief that during this period, his calligraphy practice had solely revolved around the 4 books and 5 classics, without any deviation into other realms. Indeed, in a society where miraculous skills abound, one must remain vigilant. Although there were no significant losses, Lin Su still felt a lingering discomfort. Peeping, "Very well, allow me to present something novel." He seated himself at his desk, picked up his brush, and began to write. That night, Pan Jinlian had just bathed and was seated at the edge of her bed when Shimin Qing entered the room, his hand reaching towards her. In the attic, Yi suddenly widened her eyes in the darkness, her gaze sharpened like a sword. What did she behold? Not scriptures, nor secret formulas, but a narrative, vividly portrayed. She seemed to witness a man and a woman engaging in clandestine activities in the dead of night. The storytelling was intricate and detailed, and before she realized it, her legs began to tremble gently. The small sword hovering above Lin Su quivered as well, accompanied by Lin Su's exquisite descriptions. The small sword suddenly soared into the sky, returning to the attic, wherein Yu leaned against a pillar, her chin beneath the black veil flushing with a soft red glow. Good heavens, is not a scholar's pen meant to compose texts of wisdom and beautiful poetry? Should not words encapsulate the grandeur of the universe? Why had it so abruptly transformed into something entirely different? Heaven bear witness. She comprehended that this was indeed a lewd matter, exceedingly so, yet his portrayal possessed a peculiar enchantment, gnawing at her very bones, evoking profound empathy, causing her to feel warmth and weakness throughout her body. Lin Su noticed the departure of the small sword, and a smile crept across his lips. A page of risque literature had successfully repelled a formidable opponent. How gratifying. However, as he rose, he found himself momentarily rooted to the spot. The influence of such explicit material was indeed reciprocal. While driving Yi away was one aspect, he himself had also been affected. After a prolonged moment, he gradually regained his composure and made his way towards the bedroom, lost in contemplation. In the previous nights, Xiao Tao would always linger before sleep, seemingly plotting something. But would she come tonight? Xiao Tao did not come that night, for the lady had issued a strict decree prohibiting anyone from disturbing him. Lin Su tossed and turned in bed, flipping pancakes in his mind until he finally succumbed to slumber. His last thought before drifting off was that this tactic should not be employed frequently, as it was indeed torturous. Whether or not it had tormented her, he himself had undeniably felt the sting of anguish. At dawn, Lin Su was roused by his elder brother. Their mother personally brought a bowl of noodles. Her hand made successful examination noodles, as 7 or 8 maidens formed 2 lines, simultaneously congratulating the third young master on his impending success. And Yi in the attic gazed coldly, her heart filled with curses. Success? Let us see you achieve it. With a lowly creature like you, if you manage to succeed, then all the sages must be blind. For heaven would never allow it. Lin Jiaoyang escorted Lin Su to the dock, where a multitude awaited. Local references from Haining, several professors, and Lei Dongeng were present. However, today, he was not serving as a judge but rather as a guardian. The examination for scholars was of utmost importance and must not be disrupted. Thus, every segment was meticulously safeguarded. Stepping over the red cord ahead signifies entry into the examination zone, accessible solely to those participating in the scholarly assessment, with no entry permitted for accompanying personnel. Lin Jiaoyang handed the provisions prepared by their mother to Lin Su, whispering softly, "Third brother, strike up a conversation with Professor Lei. Even if you cannot secure his favor, at least seek to ease any tensions." Lin Su responded, "In an examination, can he cheat? It is impossible. This assessment is a divine observation of the will of the sages. Even the emperor cannot deceive the process, let alone him. Why then should I seek to mend relations?" Lin Jiaoyang gently patted his head, saying, "Third brother, you have just embarked on the path of scholarship. In this realm, one cannot thrive without connections. Three can create a tiger from a hare. Reputations are built over time and through the deeds of many." "All right, I understand," Lin Su replied, patting his elder brother's shoulder as he crossed the red line. In a small grove by the riverbank, a white fox lay concealed in the underbrush, quietly observing Lin Su as he crossed the threshold. At last, this lad has emerged from his shell. Without the protection of that adept within, he is vulnerable, she thought. Yet she refrained from acting, for she suddenly realized that he was participating in the examination. There was no rush to take him down. If he succeeded in the assessment and forged a place in the literary world, he would possess even greater vitality. There would be time to strike later. After all, fruit is sweetest when ripe. However, could this lad truly pass the examination? The little fox felt rather pessimistic. She knew that passing the assessment was not something any genius could achieve through a sudden spark of inspiration. It required extensive study of the classics of the sages. Had he engaged in such learning? Based on her comprehensive investigation over the past few days, the answer was a resounding no. Having crossed the red line, Lin Su approached Lei Dongyang and bowed slightly. "Good morning, Professor Lei." Lin Jiaoyang nodded in approval, thinking to himself, "Very good, indeed. A scholar worth mentoring." Lei Dongyang gazed up at the sky, seemingly inspired by the faint light of dawn, momentarily oblivious to his surroundings. A young man beside Lei interjected, "You must be Lin Su." "Indeed. And you are?" Lin Su inquired. The youth elegantly unfurled a folding fan, revealing the characters Ling Yun. "I am Zhang Haoyue of the Zhang family from Haining. Zhang Xiang is my elder brother." "Ah, the brother of Zhang Xiang," Lin Su replied with a faint smile. "A pleasure to meet you." Within the examination hall, the ultimate contest lies in one's cultural foundation. It cannot be swayed by sporadic bursts of inspiration leading to the composition of a few poems. "And then?" Zhang Haoyue chuckled. "And then? Ha! There is no and then. The Lin family remains the same Lin family. Trash is still trash." Lin Su applauded in admiration. Brother Zhang speaks with profound insight. Indeed. Trash is ultimately just trash. How well put. Take Zhang Xiang, for instance. Despite achieving the title of scholar and being hailed as the best in Suzhou, he ultimately faced obliteration in the literary realm, completely erased from the path of scholarship. This illustrates that trash can only deceive temporarily. It cannot sustain that deception for a lifetime. Zhang Haoyue ceased fanning himself, an ominous glint in his eyes. The young scholars surrounding him also fixed their gaze on Lin Su, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. Even Lei Dongyang's complexion turned ashen. The literary world is indeed a tightly knit circle. The Zhang family, with its deep roots and flourishing literary style, enjoys extensive connections. Thus, it is no surprise that nearly all the literary figures from Suzhou have some acquaintance with them. When Zhang Xiu's esteemed reputation was shattered at Haining Tower, leaving his literary path obstructed, the Minister of War was enraged, and the entire Zhang family was incensed, including those families who had previously maintained cordial relations with them. The literary talents who had once been close to Zhang Xiu, particularly the other 8 literary figures from Suzhou present at the tower, harbored no affection for Lin Su. Almost everyone was holding their breath, vowing to cast Lin Su, the disruptor of the literary realm, out. However, expelling Lin Su was no simple task. This young man possessed unparalleled poetic talent. Each time his exquisite brush touched the fine paper, a kaleidoscope of brilliance became the norm, a divine endorsement that none dared to contest. Yet, this young man audaciously sought trouble by daring to participate in the imperial examination. Upon learning of his registration, Lei Dongyang was elated and promptly disseminated the news throughout half of Suzhou's literary community, igniting a flurry of excitement. Ah, the poetry realm may be formidable, shielded by divine favor and radiant brilliance, yet this young man has chosen to leap into a field in which he is utterly unskilled. He cannot blame others for delivering a harsh lesson. Soon, various schemes were devised, awaiting the grand performance to commence. Today marks the day of the grand spectacle. Are you willing to wager? Zhang Haoyue inquired coldly. Wager on what? Today marks the beginning of the imperial examination. Naturally, we wager on the results. The one who ranks higher wins, while the one who ranks lower loses. And what shall the stakes be? If it involves 1,000 taels of silver, I cannot possibly afford that. As scholars, how can we stake such base coins? Zhang Haoyue replied with a smile. The loser must remove all their clothing and circle Haining City 3 times, shouting I am a fool 10 times. Furthermore, the winner may pose one question to the loser, who must answer truthfully and in detail. The gathering fell into a profound silence. Though it was not a wager of gold and silver, the stakes were immeasurable. The humiliation of running naked around the city while proclaiming one's foolishness would be a total loss of dignity, a lifelong shame, and a tarnishing of one's literary roots, an utter cessation of one's literary path. For a scholar, this was a burden heavier than a wager on their very life. Lin Su erupted into laughter. Running? How amusing. My elder brother once said that when soldiers fight at the border, amidst the desolation, swimming by the river possesses a unique charm. Zhang, you live so freely, it seems akin to the soldiers at the frontier. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Did he truly grasp the weight of this wager? Judging by his expression, it seemed he genuinely did not understand. Initially, he was not a scholar. When warriors were engaged in battle, swimming did indeed occur, but could that be compared to the literary world? Could the wilderness be compared to the bustling marketplace? Zhang Haoyue's heart raced. So, will you wager? Of course. Why not wager? It's a splendid tale for the literary world. Very well, let us draft a contract. Should both of you brothers wish to proceed, allow me to facilitate. A scholar stepped forward, clasping his hands together, holding a piece of golden paper upon which a contract was inscribed. The terms were explicit. Both parties engaged in a wager, staking their examination results. The one with the higher rank would emerge victorious, while the one with the lower rank would face defeat. The vanquished would be required to run 3 laps around Haining City, proclaiming 10 times, I am worthless. Furthermore, the victor would possess the right to pose one question to the loser, who must respond truthfully and in detail. This agreement was to be upheld by both parties. Failure to comply would result in severed ties and abandonment by both heaven and earth. With the contract in hand, Zhang Haoyue signed first before passing it to Lin Su. Lin Su received the paper, hesitating slightly. Should it be written on precious paper with a fine pen? A literary contract, one that is worth its weight in gold, traditionally requires no such embellishments. Yet, since Lin wished to craft a memorable tale, how could one forego the exquisite materials? Zhang Haoyue replied casually. Lin Su picked up the pen, still wavering. The crowd's hearts raced, anticipating his decision. Afraid to sign? If you are, then slap your own face 10 times and declare that your previous words were mere folly. We shall let it go. Lin Su, infuriated, declared, I will sign. He took up the pen and inscribed his name, Lin Su. Since this is a tale worth telling, I shall join the wager as well. The individual who had initially drafted the contract now lifted his pen and signed his name, Zhao Ji. His name was inscribed as part of the opposing party. Are we truly engaging in a 1-against-2? Lin Su was taken aback. Of course not. We never stipulated that the opposing party could consist of only one person. A third individual stepped forward. Wait. Lin Su raised his hand to halt the proceedings. If I defeat one individual but lose to another, how is that resolved? The contract was clear. Should you lose to Brother Zhang, you must abide by his stipulations, and if you win against Brother Zhao, he must follow your directives. After a long moment of contemplation, Lin Su nodded. That seems fair. Very well, let those willing to sign do so. To be candid, the more who sign, the safer my position. Should I find discomfort in the victor, I shall recover my losses from the one who is defeated. In a moment, 23 scholars inscribed their names on the opposing side, representing a singular wager by Lin Su against 23. Once all signatures were affixed, in duplicate, Zhang Haoyue collected the contract on behalf of the 23, while Lin Su gazed slowly towards Lei Dongyang. Professor, is it truly acceptable to engage in a wager prior to the examination? Lei Dongyang appeared quite pleased. Why ever not? Did you not just declare it a literary tale? Lin Su nodded. Professor Lei, would you like to add your signature? Lei Dongyang's demeanor changed abruptly. Nonsense. You are wagering on the examination, and I am not participating in the provincial examinations. Lin Su countered. We could wager on another matter. What might that be? Let us stake my results in the upcoming October examination against your own results from your examination year. to see whose is superior. Lei Dongyang's gaze narrowed. What if you cannot participate in the autumn examination? Then, of course, I would concede. And the stakes? The same as theirs. The expression on Lei Dongyang's face shifted dramatically. Very well, I accept the wager. Thus, an alternative contract was formed, adding another layer to the bet between Lin Su and Lei Dongyang. Meanwhile, amidst the commotion, an outsider remained oblivious. Yet one individual within the circle sent a message to a distant recipient. Ding Hai received this message and leapt 8 feet high. Foolish. Imbecile. So ignorant. He paced frantically on the rooftop. A beautiful woman appeared before him. Master, what has happened? Ding Hai exhaled deeply. The secret formula of Bai Yunbian wine can no longer be safeguarded. Why? The woman gasped in astonishment. Ding Hai recounted the recent events at the dock, where Lin Su had wagered against 23 students, with the loser facing dire consequences. The details of the consequences are unimportant. What mattered was that Lin Su's reputation was ruined and his future destroyed. Ding, however, was unconcerned, as it did not directly involve him. The crux of the matter lay in the second clause of the contract. The victor had the right to pose one question to the vanquished, who must respond truthfully and in detail. That scoundrel Lin Su likely assumed the students would inquire about private matters that would tarnish his reputation. But Ding Hai knew well that they would undoubtedly seek the secret of the wine. Otherwise, why would 23 students engage in this wager simultaneously? The secret of the wine, once known, would never be disclosed. If Zhang Haiyue were to learn it, he would never divulge it to fellow literary peers. Thus, these individuals had taken the initiative, driven by their desire for this coveted formula. Among these 23 was the 9th son of the most powerful faction in Suzhou, Zhaoji. Recently, 3 factions from Heishanzhou had approached the Lin residence, only to be eliminated by the forces of the Dark Knight. Their quest for the wine's secret was relentless. Throughout the entire process, Zhaoji had been an active proponent, a clear testament to his intentions. Even more alarming was Zhaoji's remarkable literary talent. He was a frontrunner for the highest honor in the upcoming provincial examination. Regardless of others' outcomes, Zhaoji was destined to win. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed across the distant river. At the sound of the bell, the morning mist dissipated, revealing a golden light that spread across the water's surface, creating a radiant pathway. Upon this golden avenue, an extraordinary ship emerged, slicing through the waves. Its design was peculiar, resembling an open book, with oars like fluttering pages. The path of the imperial examination, akin to the grand road of humanity, was paved with literary vessels, shunning the wicked and inviting only the earnest. From the ship, a clear voice pierced through the clouds and fog, resonating throughout Haining City. Countless onlookers paused in reverence. Examinees, board the vessel. As the words fell, the ship trembled, and numerous pages detached, extending to the feet of the students at the dock, lifting them into the air and landing them upon the vessel. Lin Su glanced down to see the pages beneath his feet, inscribed with the 3 characters, Very Dao. The student beside him stood on the words, Name that can be named. The student ahead bore the inscription, Dao that can be dowed. The Tao Te Ching served as the vessel. Lin Su marveled. A figure clad in white to his left smiled gently. With virtue as our vessel and the sages as our guides, we shall bravely navigate the treacherous mountain of literature. Undeterred, today marks your first battle, dear junior. I hope you shall give it your all. Lin Su paused in surprise. Who might you be? I am Chiao Mochi, a disciple of Master Baoshan. Today, I serve as the guide for the imperial examination. How is Master Baoshan faring? The master has reached an extraordinary breakthrough, currently in a phase of consolidation and temporarily unable to emerge. Before his departure, he entrusted me with the care of my junior. Yet he never anticipated that the junior would participate in this provincial examination. It was not only Master Baoshan who was taken aback, my elder brother was equally surprised. He had originally hoped that I would take the imperial examinations in 3 years, while I merely intended to join the fray and experience the atmosphere of the exams ahead of time. The junior's perspective is indeed astute. The examinations recur every 3 years. And being young, he should remain indifferent to the gains and losses, focusing instead on self-improvement. This exchange astonished the surrounding scholars, yet it also provided them with reassurance. The shock stemmed from the realization that the renowned sage, Master Baoshan, was indeed the teacher of this youth. Would there be any unforeseen developments? Nevertheless, the youth himself had declared that he was merely here to partake in the excitement, to immerse himself in the ambience of the examinations. Ah, how naive! Little did he know that this seemingly trivial venture could cost him dearly, potentially jeopardizing both his literary path and his secret methods. The onlookers were elated, and Lin Su absorbed it all, feeling a surge of exhilaration himself. A bunch of naive fledglings. Do they think they can toy with me before they have even fully matured? Let us see who truly holds the upper hand. As the bell tolled twice, the examination boat approached the Qian Kuan Academy and the candidates disembarked. Lin Su waved gently to Chiao Mochi, brother Chiao. Do visit the Lin residence for a drink when you have the time. As the pages carried him aloft, Chiao Mochi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was Lin Su's wine that had enabled Master to break a decade-long stagnation and enter the realm of literary mastery. His wine had become a shared expectation among all the disciples. Laughter erupted from those beside Lin Su. Visit your home for a drink? By that time, your renowned Baiyun Bian will be sold throughout the city. Why must we go to your place? The Qian Kuan Academy, nestled against rolling mountains and facing the mighty Yangtze River, was aptly named for its grandeur. Upon stepping into the academy's courtyard, Lin Su beheld the examination venue for the day. The provincial examination, while the second tier of the four-level assessment system, which includes the Tongxing exam, provincial exam, metropolitan exam, and palace exam, is still regarded as a lower-tier test. However, it holds immense significance. For success in the provincial examination earns one the title of Shotsai. A Shotsai can engage in official duties within the county without bowing to the county magistrate, which signifies a departure from peasant status, a leap across social strata. Such a transition is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Thus, the vast majority of candidates are filled with trepidation after a decade of arduous studies. They await this day with bated breath. Yet, Lin Su remains unfazed. He understands that today's examination will be fair, no matter how unjust the feudal society may be. The examination itself remains impartial, insulated from the machinations of the political realm. The examination is a domain governed solely by the sages. No matter how extensive the reach of the Minister of War, he cannot infiltrate the examination process. Even the most foolish of emperors possess little more than the authority to bestow degrees, utterly incapable of altering the fundamental course of the examination. As long as he performs well, not even the emperor can obstruct his path. In this realm of examination, no one can cheat. This is the foundation of his unwavering confidence. As the third bell tolled, the candidates entered the examination hall. Lin Su's gaze swept across Zhang Haiyue's face, which was brimming with self-satisfaction, as she stepped into the examination room marked 335 on the left. With 3,000 candidates from Haining, there were also 3,000 individual examination rooms. From the outside, these rooms appeared merely as plaques, yet upon entering, one would find a space comparable in size to a restroom, furnished with a table, a chair, a stack of writing paper, a lamp, a basin, and a chamber pot. Lin Su settled into her chair, awaiting the sound of the fourth bell. In the serene courtyard nestled in the back mountains of Qian Kuan Academy, bamboo houses and fences adorned the landscape, with bamboo flooring enhancing its elegance. Outside, a bamboo garden flourished, filled with the fragrance of books and the gentle sway of bamboo shadows in the breeze. Just as Chiao Mosai's figure emerged beside the bamboo garden, a small peacock suddenly fluttered down from the bamboo grove, calling out, "Mosai is here, Mosai is here." Chiao Mosai looked up, inquiring, "Is my aunt here?" She is," replied the peacock, as its tail feathers quivered lightly, parting the bamboo shadows to reveal a pathway of bamboo leading directly to a small lake ahead. By the lakeside, a woman clad in white, with her back turned to the bamboo garden, was engrossed in painting. The peacock soared and landed on her easel, leaving an imprint that transformed into part of the artwork. "Aunt, your paintings are becoming increasingly indistinct and elusive," Chiao Mosai exclaimed joyfully. The woman by the lake slowly turned her head. Though she appeared to be a youthful maiden of 18, her eyes resembled a serene lake, shedding the innocence of youth and radiating the brilliance of a sage. "Isn't today the provincial examination? Why are you here instead of guarding the testing grounds?" she asked. "That person has arrived," Chiao Mosai replied, slightly agitated. "Who?" "The one who wrote Let S Drink, the very person who guided my teacher into the realm of literary excellence." "Is it him?" The young woman's eyes shimmered with intrigue. "What brings him here?" "To participate in the provincial examination." "What?" she gasped. "He is taking the exam this year?" I was equally surprised. He mentioned he merely wanted to experience the atmosphere. "Aunt, would you like me to bring him here after the examination?" "You were seeking someone to compose a painting poem, weren't you?" Her aunt, deeply enamored with the art of painting, had nearly reached the realm where reality and illusion intertwine. Yet she struggled to achieve the true separation, lacking a touch of profundity. A figure of tragic romance, her aunt's sorrow stemmed not from genuine love, but from the societal constraints that hindered her aspirations as a woman. Endowed with remarkable talent for literature and art, had she been a man, she would have soared through the imperial examinations, but as a woman, she was compelled to forge her own path. Lacking distinguished mentors, she sought guidance from the classics of various philosophical schools. In the first decade of her life, she navigated a small boat through her hometown's waterways, leaving behind countless exquisite and unique paintings. In her mid-teens, she embarked on journeys to renowned mountains and rivers across the land, all while maintaining her artistic pursuits. In the ensuing decade, she confined herself within the walls of the Qian Academy, where she amalgamated myriad influences, blending the essence of heaven and earth, and ultimately forged her own artistic path. She sought to connect with luminaries of the literary realm through her paintings, including the esteemed master of the art, Dang Xianqiu. Alas, Dang Xianqiu remained elusive, conveying but a singular message: the path of painting is but a branch of literature, without mastery of the literary path. How can one discuss the path of painting? What did this imply? Dang Xianqiu engaged in dialogues regarding the path of painting solely with literary figures. As a woman who was not even a literary person, what could she possibly comprehend about the path of painting? Her endeavors were deemed unrefined, unworthy of the esteemed halls of artistry. She had resigned herself to a lifetime of solitary exploration, until a little over 20 days ago, when Mr. Baoshan, who shared her artistic aspirations, achieved a monumental breakthrough in literary expression, taking a pivotal step forward. This breakthrough was intimately tied to a solitary drink and a solitary poem. Thus she yearned to meet this individual. That person was attending the imperial examination today at the Qian Academy. Her aunt slowly rose, pacing twice before ultimately shaking her head. Mr. Baoshan's success was primarily due to the discovery of exquisite wine. Poetry merely served as an auxiliary. Moreover, while wine and poetry are easily obtainable, the creation of painting poetry is a far more arduous task. If he lacks proficiency in the art of painting, he cannot possibly craft painting poetry. To meet him rashly would only stir the tranquil waters. A resounding chime echoed through the Qian Academy, illuminating the entire establishment with a radiant glow. This brilliance severed all communication, rendering it impossible for any information to be relayed. In these times, extraordinary techniques and abilities abound, and swift communication over vast distances is commonplace. If the examination room were not sealed, the topics of the candidates' papers would swiftly leak, allowing those at home to recruit experts to relay answers with ease, thus rendering the examination futile. Lin Su lifted her gaze, fixated on the oil lamp before her. By night, the oil lamp served as a source of light. By day, it held another purpose. Golden characters materialized above the lamp. Compose a poem, a 7-character regulated verse, reflecting the yearning between two places, hearts resonating in unison. Such a prompt was rather commonplace, familiar to all. Scholars share a common trait, an inclination towards flamboyance. Even those devoid of romantic inclinations could conjure a romantic figure within their verses. How much more so for the charming poets, each harboring a few romantic interests? Thus, this task was essentially a gift, with nearly everyone having mentally prepared their responses, sunshine illuminating the way. A flurry of verses raced through Lin Su's mind. She had to concede that scholars indeed possess an undeniable flair. Today was merely a county examination. Should she deploy her ace? A casual composition would undoubtedly secure her success. Yet prior to the exam, she had engaged in a grand wager with 24 others, a gamble that could only result in victory. Even if her opponent produced a trifling verse, she would unleash her ultimate response. After a moment of contemplation, she began to pen last night. Last night, the stars shone. The wind blew, beside the painted building to the west, east of the Osmanthus Hall, with no colorful phoenix to soar by my side. My heart resonates with a kindred spirit. When it comes to flamboyance, none could rival Li Shangyin. His poetic sentiments are unparalleled. Half of Untitled would suffice to overshadow all adversaries. After approximately 5 minutes, she sat there, gnawing on her nails, anticipating the next prompt. At last, after a lengthy pause, the oil lamp illuminated again. The second poem must center around painting, in 5 characters. This prompt starkly contrasted the first. While the first poem elicited joy throughout the hall, the second brought forth wails of despair. How could one weave the essence of painting into poetry? In the absence of a painting to inspire poetry, how can one craft verses? The art of painting poetry has always been scarce, and to create something remarkable is even more challenging. The examination of today is decidedly obscure. Who conceived it? Not only do the students lament in despair, but even Lin Su feels a pang of frustration. Historically, poems inspired by paintings are indeed limited. and he recalls fewer than 30, with even fewer standing out. After a moment of contemplation, he begins to write. Painting. From afar, the mountains display hues. Up close, the waters whisper not. Spring departs, yet blossoms remain, visitors arrive, and birds remain unperturbed. The term painting is notably absent throughout, yet the essence of a painting resonates clearly. Akin to a riddle intertwined with poetry, refreshingly unique and undeniably talented. Self-praise. Following these verses, the main course awaits. The treatise. Lin Su dares not underestimate the treatise. He has perused countless examples and holds a plethora of treatise types in his mind. However, this society diverges from typical feudal realms. A treatise essentially involves students proposing strategies. If disconnected from the societal structure, a treatise becomes mere scrap paper. By the flickering oil lamp, the topic of the treatise emerges. The 100-year destinies of the Han, Chu, Lu, and Jin states were obliterated in an instant. Compose a treatise on this theme. Lin Su slowly raises his gaze to the heavens. The Han, Chu, Lu, and Jin are 4 nations situated in the northwest of Dezhong, nestled between Dezhong and Dayu. For years, these nations have paid tribute to Dayu, bowing in submission, ceding land, and offering gifts of wealth and women. Yet, despite such subservience, peace remained elusive. 13 years ago, the new emperor of Dayu ascended the throne, and a 1,000,000-strong army swept across the 4 nations, subjugating them entirely. The fall of these 4 states left Dezhong bereft of its northwestern shield, directly bordering Dayu, which posed a significant security threat. Lin Su exhales deeply and begins to write. On the 4 nations. The downfall of the 4 states was not due to ineffective military force or poor strategy, but rather the fault lay in bribery. He pins 1,000 words, flowing eloquently, reinterpreting the renowned masterpiece on the 6 states by Su Sun, infusing it with a distinct flair. The ravenous ambitions of Dayu are well known. In the past, the 4 nations did not lack resistance. However, the mainstream of society comprised individuals too timid, fearing to provoke a formidable foe, as the looming army threatened their esteemed positions, beloved spouses, treasures, and vast lands. Thus, they preferred to exchange territory, wealth, and common folk for a fleeting peace. What, then, is the outcome of such exchanges for safety? Dayu, having acquired your resources, will only grow stronger. The populace loses their psychological anchor, and public sentiment dissipates. If you do not perish, it defies the natural order. Therefore, the demise of the 4 nations was deserved. Now that the 4 nations have fallen, no one seeks to summon their spirits. The essence of this treatise is not to resurrect the past, but rather to draw parallels to the present. How similar is today's situation to that of the 4 nations? Dayu occupies the northwest, gazing down upon Dezhong. Yet the court officials repeatedly acquiesced to Dayu's unreasonable demands, allowing them to advance eastward, seizing cities and lands, leaving the northwest populace in despair. Zhang Wenyuan, the Minister of War, epitomizes the pro-peace faction. It is precisely because Lin Dingnan opposed his political views that he conspired to eliminate Lin Dingnan. Lin Su's pen danced with fervor, infused with emotion, as he became increasingly engrossed in his writing, seemingly transforming into a member of the Lin family. Standing atop the Golden Hall, delivering a passionate oration, countless subjects wept in longing for their sovereign, while the dignitaries in the court swayed like the tail of a peacock. The lamentations of the 4 nations, the sorrow of the people, the grief of the officials, the despair of the king, and the mournful fate of the realm. At this point, he abruptly halted. Lin Su slowly lifted his gaze and set down his brush. The discourse on the 4 nations, comprising a total of 1,013 words, was completed in a single breath. Although there may be imperfections in his prose, he felt no desire to revise it, for this piece might unearth wounds, aligning perfectly with his intentions. Lin Su gently raised his hand, grasping the bell above him, and with a soft shake, signaled the submission of his paper. The examination lasted 12 hours. And at this moment, only 3 had elapsed. While there may be those who submitted early in the imperial examination, it was nearly unheard of to do so within just 3 hours. The significance of the examination was paramount. Every word could spell the difference between success and failure. Who would dare submit without meticulous scrutiny, ensuring not a single flaw remained? Even if the composition itself were flawless, a few additional drafts could always yield more refined writing. A person of his caliber was truly one of a kind. As the bell tolled, a radiant light ascended, and his 2 poems and a discourse soared into the heavens, vanishing. As the examination room door opened, Lin Su strode confidently out, descending the mountain. 100 miles away, within the boundaries of Zhenjiang Prefecture, stood Thunder Mountain. A resounding explosion echoed as a shadow leapt into the air, a creature clad in black armor bursting forth from the ravine, obliterating the surrounding forest in a singular moment, as if the earth itself were quaking. A flash of brilliance illuminated the air, revealing a seven-stringed zither. With the simultaneous pluck of its strings, a myriad of silver lights converged, transforming into a colossal sword that lunged towards the armored figure. With a piercing sound, the black-clad warrior plummeted into the abyss, accompanied by a chilling roar. "You dare pursue me through 100,000 mountains, you audacious girl. Do you know who I am?" Suddenly, a woman appeared beneath the zither, none other than the ethereal flower of the Baishuaxian sect, Zhang Yiyu. Coldly, she retorted, "I care not who you are. To slaughter 12 villages, even if you were a deity, you shall become a soul beneath my strings." As her voice resonated, the myriad shadows of the zither transformed, radiating a golden light. 1,000 golden nets surged toward the depths below. Beneath the abyss, the stream surged like an angry spring, clashing with the illusory golden strings. Yet under their might, it fragmented into countless pieces as the golden zither descended to the valley floor. The black-clad warrior roared once more, crashing through the gap ahead. Flowing down the river, where streaks of blood marked the water. Clearly, the previous strike had wounded him. Yet it was not fatal. Zhang Yiyu stepped forward, the seven-string zither landing at her feet, carrying her through the forest in relentless pursuit. Ahead lay the Yangtze River. As the shadow plunged into the river, it stirred up towering waves. Zhang Yiyu approached on her zither, when suddenly, a massive black dragon head emerged from the waters, roaring mightily, its powerful gust sending her flying far away. In midair, Zhang Yiyu executed 10 somersaults before stabilizing herself, her eyes gleaming like swords. So it is a malignant dragon. Indeed. A dragon entering the water is beyond your control. I shall keep you as my 700th concubine. Zhang Yiyu's expression darkened abruptly. The malevolent dragon, a scourge upon the vast mountains, has wreaked havoc, annihilating 12 human settlements and claiming countless lives. Despite her relentless pursuit and favorable odds, she has been unable to deliver a fatal blow. Now, as the dragon has submerged into the waters, drawing upon their strength, the challenge to vanquish it has become exceedingly daunting. Torrential currents swirl around, transforming the gentle flow into treacherous peaks of ice and steel. With a thunderous cry, Zhang Yiyu exclaimed, "Dragon domain?" The dragon domain is not to be trifled with. Only the royal lineage of the Sea clan can wield such power. Once unleashed, the domain becomes their sovereign territory, where life and death are dictated, and none can stand in their way. This dragon is merely a dragon, not yet transformed. How can it invoke the dragon domain? The black dragon cackled maniacally. "Thus, you remain oblivious to my true identity." With a flourish, the dragon domain converged. The ethereal instrument beneath Zhang Yiyu shattered into fragments. Suddenly, she pressed her finger to her brow and shouted, "How can you presume to know who I am?" The realm of the enchanted zither, activate. A halo of 7-colored light radiated from her forehead, spreading like water, bringing forth the bloom of spring wherever it touched, melting the icy mountains and swords within the dragon domain. The black dragon roared in fury, the flower of the great path. The power of the domain can be wielded by the royal Sea clan, yet it can also be harnessed by adept practitioners of the human race. To summon the domain's power, one must at least transcend the 5th realm, the realm of the Dao flower. Meanwhile, Lin Su had arrived at the riverbank, where an elderly man stared at him in bewilderment. "Young master, are you perhaps one of the examinees for today's test?" "Indeed, I have completed the examination." "Good sir, might you ferry me across the river?" The elder replied, "The golden bell for the examination has only just tolled 3.5 hours ago." "Ah, such a few questions. 12 hours is unbearable. I finished early, submitted my answers, and long to return home for a meal. Is there a rule against leaving early?" "Of course not." The elder hastily replied, "Please board the boat, young master. I shall take you across immediately." He quickly deduced that this young man had not intended to take the examination seriously, perhaps merely skimming through or entirely unprepared, preferring to vacate rather than linger in fruitless contemplation. He had encountered many of such individuals, typically from affluent families, unable to endure hardship or academic rigors, yet unwilling to defy the expectations of their elders, merely going through the motions. The young man's attire was unremarkable, aligning with his assumptions. Once aboard, they departed the shore. The small vessel gliding toward the eastern bank, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. Suddenly, Lin Su's gaze sharpened. "Elder, I sense great waves ahead. Could there be a river beast lurking?" The elder squinted into the distance, his vision limited. Rest assured, young master. The Sea Clan and the human race have a long-standing agreement. Sea beasts do not venture into inland rivers, and who would dare disrupt the tranquility beneath the Chien Kun Academy? It is merely river mist. You are indeed knowledgeable. Lin Su nodded. Let us proceed. He trusted the elder, who in turn believed in the age-old tales. Thus, the small boat sailed straight across the river's heart. Lin Su reclined on the vessel, gazing skyward, the boat gliding over azure waves, a living painting unfolding before him. This Yangtze River was unlike its earthly counterpart, which was murky and uninviting. Here, the river was a picturesque panorama. Suddenly, the elder cried out, "What is that?" Lin Su suddenly sprang up and beheld a colossal black dragon's head emerging from the river ahead. A dragon. Who has seen a dragon on Earth? Not a dinosaur, but a true dragon. The black dragon's head exhaled dark flames, akin to a sword of doom, slicing through the heavens. Above, a woman clad in white soared away, blood pouring like rain. The dragon's tail whipped around, churning the jade waters into a torrent of ink-black liquid, plunging the surroundings into premature darkness. In an instant, Lin Su, who had been reclining in the boat, basking in the setting sun, was confronted with the specter of life and death. He planted his feet firmly, as if nailed to the deck. Even as the boat surged to the crest of towering waves, he remained steadfast. With a flourish of his hand, a precious brush and paper materialized in his grasp. He began to write. What is the intent of today's severed head? The path of entrepreneurship is fraught with countless battles. As the brush lifted, a silver light descended, and a chilling aura enveloped the great river. To summon old comrades at the spring platform. Suddenly, a kaleidoscope of colors illuminated half the river, within which countless ethereal warrior figures emerged. The fleeing Zhang Yi was taken aback. A battle poem? Who penned such a verse? And in vibrant hues? The black dragon in the river was equally astonished, realizing that its formidable aura was abruptly subdued by the might of this battle poem, rendering it incapable of stirring the spring waters. 10,000 banners sever the king of hell. With the final line, a myriad of phenomena unfolded, the colorful glow transforming into a spectrum of hues, as 10,000 souls coalesced into one, raising a colossal sword that struck down upon the black dragon's head. This strike was relentless, imbued with an unparalleled ferocity that could vanquish gods and Buddhas alike. With a thunderous crash, the black dragon was propelled 10 feet away, its neck gushing dark blood. With a flick of its tail, Lin Su's small boat was hurled into the air, soaring into the distance. He clutched the boat's edge tightly, his mind swirling in a haze. He confirmed two things. First, Marshal Chen's poem was indeed a product of a millennium. Second, his current strength was still woefully inadequate. For even the vibrant battle poem could not truly slay a formidable foe. If there were a third point, it was that the battle poem was extraordinarily tyrannical. Upon its recitation, it tugged at his literary and martial roots, rendering his body utterly limp, his mind ablaze with pain. In the next moment, Lin Su's boat crashed heavily upon the shallow waters by the riverbank, splintering apart. Both he and the old man tumbled into the water, and as Lin Su emerged, he caught sight of the black dragon thrashing and roaring in the river's heart. My heavens, it truly has been provoked. He hurriedly fled. With an unexplainable surge of energy, Lin Su sprinted towards the shore, finally reaching the small grove. Behind him, the old man, disheveled and resembling a water ghost, followed closely, his weathered face now etched with terror. Old man, what is that creature? A vile dragon, the old man muttered, his mind clearly unsteady. In truth, Lin Su had fled a tad too early. The roaring and thrashing of the dragon in the river was not aimed at taking his life, but rather, it had sustained a grievous injury. Lin Su's vibrant battle poem had indeed wounded it, though the injury was but a mere scratch. Yet this battle poem possesses an additional merit. It harbors a formidable intent that obliterated its domain and shattered its execution ground. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yi unleashed her full might, transforming the strings of her zither into a sword that pierced the creature's head, extracting its demon core. With the loss of the demon core, the vile serpent was doomed to perish. Its final struggles were but the futile gasps of a dying beast. Zhang Yi collected the demon core and stood upon the still writhing back of the malevolent serpent, scanning the river's surface. Where had the one who had recited the battle poem just moments ago vanished? Within her zither domain, she was acutely aware of every living entity in the river. Yet she could not locate this individual. She first searched downstream for 10 miles before retracing her steps upstream, but still found no trace of him. It appeared he had not fallen into the water. Clearly, someone capable of severely wounding the mutated black serpent with a battle poem must be a venerable figure in literary arts, not easily prone to falling into the water. But who was he? She recalled the grandiose battle poem and the unique structure of each character, distinct from any known literary form, imbued with remarkable recognition. Oh. She also remembered that the poem had emanated a peculiar luminescence upon its recitation, an original divine light. Original. This conundrum was thus resolved. The individual had not borrowed verses from others, but had composed his own. The seven-colored poem had indeed circulated through the world. The creator could be easily identified. Ahead stood a tall building by the riverbank. With a swift motion, Zhang Yu vanished from the river's surface, reappearing before the Haining Tower. She scrutinized the characters of Haining Tower before entering. Upon her entrance, a hint of seven-colored radiance enveloped her. Following the source of the radiance, she beheld the legendary poem, shielding fine wine, tulip blooms, served in a jade bowl glowing amber, as long as the host can intoxicate the guest. Who knows where his hometown lies? Such unparalleled verses always ensnare one's heart, and Zhang Yu was no exception. Gazing at the poem for an extended period before softly sighing, "It has been a long time since I returned home. Perhaps it is time to pay a visit. Innkeeper, bring forth the wine." A beautiful maiden appeared before her. "Esteemed fairy, what kind of wine do you desire?" Zhang Yu replied, "It is said that a rare wine known as Bian has emerged in the rivers and lakes. I would like that." The maiden responded apologetically, "Regrettably, Bian wine is fully booked for today. Our establishment cannot provide it at this time." Reservations extend 10 days ahead if the fairy insists on this wine. "You may reserve it, and our establishment shall present it to you in half a month." Though Zhang Yu was a flower of the great Dao, usually calm and unruffled, she was momentarily vexed. In such a grand Haining Tower, must one wait half a month for a meal? A voice interjected. Haining Tower is not particularly large. Suzhou is indeed vast, and Dazong, along with the 9 nations and 13 prefectures, is even larger. While Bian is exclusive to our establishment, the market is extensive, making it momentarily challenging to accommodate all. However, exceptions do exist. With the esteemed flower of the Bai Shui Xian sect present, what harm is there in making an exception? "This way, please." Zhang Yu slowly turned around to find an elder behind her. It was Ding Hai. "Ah, it is you, Master Ding. A pleasure to meet you." Ding Hai was no ordinary figure. Although merely a merchant, he often graced significant occasions. Zhang Yu had encountered him once in Wuzhou. "Fairy Zhang, please." In the side hall, the atmosphere was no longer as boisterous as that of the main hall. Instead, it resembled a quaint farmhouse courtyard, adorned with a trellis of grapes, a platter of delicacies, a fine jug of wine, and a poem. This poem shimmered with vibrant hues. "The autumn waters of South Lake are smoke-free at night. Shall we ride the current straight to the heavens? Let us borrow the moonlight from the celestial palace, purchasing wine by the white clouds." Ding Hai personally accompanied her, pouring a glass of wine, its clarity and purity reminiscent of flavors just recently familiar to him. "Ding Dongjia, are these 2 remarkable poems indeed penned by the 3rd son of the Lin family?" "Precisely. It seems your friendship with him is quite substantial." Ding Hai's expression began to contort, his teeth gritting as he nodded. "Yes, somewhat." Zhang Yu lifted her wine cup, savoring it gently, and with a faint smile remarked, "Why do I sense that Ding Dongjia's response is rather strained? Did this young man not leave you any profit from your collaboration?" Ding Hai's pent-up anger finally surged forth. "No, it is entirely not that way. This lad, he possesses a sense of loyalty. And he is certainly not a petty individual. In the realm of business, he is a true man. However, he is foolish. Foolish to the extreme." "What is the matter?" Zhang Yu inquired, puzzled. Ding Hai's frustrations finally spilled over. "Fairy Zhang, you too are an unparalleled talent in this world. Do you not agree that the line between genius and folly is remarkably thin? Is it not possible that a genius, at times, must engage in acts of utter foolishness to distinguish themselves from the mundane? Please do not take offense. I am not casting aspersions upon you, but rather upon this lad. Do you know what he did this morning? He participated in the imperial examination. Prior to the exam, he wagered against 23 scholars. Oh, and later added a professor to the mix. They bet on the examination results, and the loser had to strip completely and run 3 laps around the city, shouting, 'I am worthless' 10 times. Furthermore, the defeated must agree to answer any question posed by the victor in detail and with absolute honesty. Tell me, is this behavior befitting a human? Foolish. Foolish. If it were not for the fact that this lad is currently occupied with the examination, I would twist his head off and use it as a ball to kick." The gloom that had weighed upon him for the entire morning was finally released. And Ding Hai exhaled deeply. Zhang Yiyu's lips curved into an arc. Throughout history, renowned figures have been carefree and unrestrained. He likely regards this as a mere game. It appears you are genuinely concerned for him. Enough of this. I wish to inquire, Ding Dongjia, have you ever heard of such a poem? Zhang Yiyu, not being a person of commerce, was truly oblivious to the subtleties of commercial secrets and thus did not grasp the true source of Ding Hai's ire, naively assuming that he held a genuine concern for the young man. To be fair, Ding Hai was indifferent to Lin Su's naked escapade if it did not concern him. He could care less about how far the lad chose to run, even soaring to the heavens. Suddenly hearing Zhang Yiyu mention poetry, his thoughts began to drift. Poetry? After discussing that young man at length, the sudden mention of poetry made him wonder if the lad had penned another poem. Could there be a business opportunity? When one thinks of poetry, one inevitably conjures up business opportunities. This has likely become a reflex for Boss Ding. What is the intent behind today's verse? Entrepreneurship is fraught with challenges and countless battles. I shall summon my old comrades to the spring platform. With banners unfurled, we shall vanquish the king of hell. Ding Hai's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a magnificent poem. Did he compose it? Is it indeed a creation of the vibrant hues of life? This is the first time Ding Dong has encountered such a poem? Indeed. Zhang Yiyu felt a wave of disappointment. This was akin to seeking wisdom from the blind. Oh, the script. His handwriting possesses a remarkable distinctiveness, diverging greatly from conventional forms, smooth and rounded. It flows without restraint. But what does it look like? Zhang Yiyu, unable to replicate it with pen, found her musical domain extraordinarily unique, capturing the essence of the scene in vivid detail. With a mere thought, a scroll of poetry materialized before her, precisely the verse she had just heard. Such peculiar characters, seemingly birthed anew, Ding Hai remarked. Could this be a novel script created by a great scholar? If organized systematically, this script could pave the way for a new literary path, encompassing fresh literary forms, styles, and scripts. Zhang Yiyu again sought understanding in vain. Fairy, please indulge in your wine. I have pressing matters to attend to, all thanks to this young man. What a promising path to wealth he has wrought, yet he has entangled it in peril. I am truly astounded by him. He hurried to address the affairs of the morrow. Tomorrow afternoon would herald the announcement of results. Once released, the secret formula by Bai Yunbian would no longer be secure. This significant matter required preemptive planning. Perhaps tonight he could communicate with the elders of those 23 individuals, should the formula fall into their hands. He must devise a means to become the 24th ally in this clandestine venture. The situation was urgent and fraught with difficulty. Yet Haining Tower could not afford to wait idly. After indulging in wine at the tavern and savoring the two poems once more, Zhang Yiyu departed. Had she not encountered Ding Hai, she might have ventured to the Lin residence that very night. However, with this meeting, she reconsidered. Young Master Lin was not home. Still occupied with the imperial examinations. What purpose would it serve to visit his abode? Better to capture him after the results are announced. As for Lin Su, having exited the small grove, he and the old man found themselves bewildered, lost in an unfamiliar place. Emerging from the forest, they finally stumbled upon a hunter, who informed them they were in the misty mountains, and beyond lay the refugee riverbank. Ah, the refugee riverbank. This place was familiar. The two followed the thatched path until they reached the intersection of the refugee riverbank, where the old man pointed across the Yangtze River and said, "My home is over there. Young man, I must return across the river. This journey was the only time my old father faltered, nearly costing you your life. My sincerest apologies." He bowed repeatedly, retreating to the riverbank, preparing to cross. "Old man, your ferry was wrecked because of me. Allow me to compensate you for a boat, lest you find yourself without a livelihood." The old man was taken aback. No. The mishap was due to my own blindness in misjudging the waters. Almost costing you your life is a grave sin. How could I dare let you pay? Absolutely not. Please accept it. For no other reason than that I can earn money far more easily than you. A small package was handed to the old man, who trembled as he opened it. His countenance shifted dramatically upon revealing a silver ingot, weighing no less than 50 taels. 50 taels could purchase him 10 boats of the same kind he once owned. In 10 years of hard labor at sea, he would scarcely earn 50 taels. "Young sir," the old man exclaimed, clutching the silver, "please wait." Lin Su, however, took long strides and had already distanced himself. Suddenly, from the shadows, a group of horsemen charged towards the old man. With a swift motion, a hand severed the old man's arm, grasping the ingot as the rider let out a boisterous laugh. Lin Su turned abruptly, witnessing this tragic scene unfold. His blood surged with righteous fury. and he swiftly returned to the old man, embracing the fallen figure. The riders circled around them, for horses pinning them in. Is there another lad? Did you give him this silver ingot? How much more do you have? Hand it all over. Lin Su's eyes gleamed with intensity. In broad daylight. Under this clear sky, you dare engage in such murderous thievery? Are you bandits? Ha! What daylight? What clarity? You, a mere peasant. Dare to adopt the airs of a scholar? Surrender everything you possess immediately, or we shall kill you and search your corpse. The four men brandished their knives menacingly. Lin Su had narrowly escaped death in the river, covered in mud, his scholar's cap lost, and they truly mistook him for a commoner. In a sudden burst of motion, Lin Su lunged at the most vociferous of the assailants. The man reacted swiftly, swinging his knife towards Lin Su's head. Lin Su soared upward, delivering a powerful punch that sent the man crashing onto the riverbank, his skull splattering upon impact. Mid-air, Lin Su pivoted, landing a kick that caved in the chest of another assailant, who perished instantly. The remaining two were struck with terror. Who are you? One was silenced as a knife sliced through the air, severing his head. The last one cried out, "We are from the Zhang family of Haining." A swift motion halted the gleaming blade at his neck, rendering his face pale with fear. The Zhang family? Indeed. My master is the father of the Minister of War. If you dare slay me, your entire clan will be annihilated, not a single soul spared. So, it was indeed the Zhang family then. Very well. The knife flashed, and his head fell. With a flourish, Lin Su wielded his long knife, and all four horses collapsed, their riders slain. He assisted the old man to his feet. Old sir, you have suffered due to my actions. Come with me, I shall tend to your wounds. The journey back to the Lin residence from the riverbank took over an hour, primarily due to Lin Su's exertion of his battle poetry, which drained his energy significantly, compounded by the burden of carrying an injured man. Upon reaching the threshold of his home, the old man's face displayed astonishment. This was once the residence of the Duke of Dingnan. Now, only the Lin household remains. I am Lin Su, the third son of the Lin family. The old man, taken aback, suddenly knelt, exclaiming, Lord Dang pays his respects to the young master. The old man slowly raised his head, tears streaming down his face. I am Dang Zhongtong, an old soldier who once served under General Lin. I followed him to battle in Chishui City, Eastern Province. However, as my expertise lies solely in naval warfare, I did not accompany the general when he defended the southern borders. Lin Su felt a stirring in his heart. In the battle at Chishui, 100,000 sailors perished, leaving only 400 survivors, each bearing the scars of war. The old man withdrew his right leg from the tightly bound bandages, revealing a mere stump where his foot should have been. Lin Su gazed at the severed limb, his heart surging with emotion. From this day forth, this shall be your home. Uncle Dang, let us return home. As the gate swung open, the old steward approached with a lantern, startled to see Lin Su. Third young master, you. Lin Su placed a finger on the steward's lips. Do not wake my mother. Bring this old man to the guest room. Find a doctor to tend to his wounds, and take good care of him. Understood. Lin Su turned and entered his own chamber. Just as he crossed the threshold, a shadow flickered, and Lu Jiaoyang appeared behind him. Lin Su turned to meet his brother's stern expression. Third brother. Lin Su managed a bitter smile. Elder brother. Let me offer you a piece of advice born from painful experience. Never submit your examination paper early. It invites misfortune. Submit early? How early? Lu Jiaoyang's face shifted in disbelief. The sight of Lin Su tonight weighed heavily on his heart. He had expected his brother to still be struggling through the examination at Qianquan Academy. How could he have returned home so abruptly? Now it dawned on him that Lin Su had indeed submitted his paper early, by 3 hours. 3 hours in advance. You. Lu Jiaoyang's frustration boiled over, but then he furrowed his brow in confusion. Wait, if you submitted 3 hours early, you shouldn't have been able to leave the examination hall until tomorrow morning. I never said I submitted 3 hours early. I merely completed it in 3 hours. Lu Jiaoyang nearly erupted. Rest assured, I guarantee I passed. What can you possibly base that guarantee on? I shall go find mother. He began but then reconsidered. No, let her sleep peacefully tonight. If I disturb her now, she will not rest again. Third brother, I understand you are merely testing the waters with this examination, but your attitude is simply, never mind, you've had a long journey. I shall have Xiao Tao prepare some water for you to wash up and rest. A heavy sigh escaped him as he left the room. Approximately 5 minutes later, Xiao Tao entered, assisting Lin Su in disrobing and preparing a bath. Lin Su sank into the tub, exhaling in satisfaction, when suddenly he crossed his arms over his lower body and glanced around cautiously, finding nothing amiss. Was there no surveillance in the dark? Uncertainty prevails. Dark night. Shall we establish a boundary? No response came. The room remained silent, and the distant attic stayed still. You may watch me. But there are 3 circumstances in which it is absolutely forbidden. First, while I bathe. Second, during my private moments. And third, while I sleep. In the shadow of the distant attic, Dark Knight clenched his lips. A boundary agreement? Bathing? Private moments? Who would dare observe such things? Disgusting, tedious. Wait. Sleeping. He was aware of her surveillance while he slept. Last night, you arose in the middle of the night to compose a distasteful piece. Are you intentionally seeking to humiliate me, you scoundrel? And you was infuriated. Lin Su stretched her legs comfortably. Furthermore, do not forget our previous agreement, should I pass. You must provide proof that you are indeed a woman. Still fixated on that tune, and yes, fury boiled over, his eyes suddenly wide open. A glimmer flashing within. With a soft hiss, Lin Su's bathtub unexpectedly split in 2, water spilling everywhere. Lin Su sprang up, instinctively shielding her lower half with her clothes, exasperated. Do you have no sense of boundaries? Annie chuckled silently. She relished witnessing Lin Su's flustered and disheveled state. Outside, Xiao Tao rushed in, taken aback upon entering, seeing the 3rd young master without clothes. Holding up a garment, his backside exposed. Xiao Tao immediately covered her face with both hands. You should leave. Lin Su shrank back behind a screen. Xiao Tao, blushing, turned around, surprised by the water flowing at her feet. Young master, what happened? Perhaps you woke up too early. Haunted by spirits. Lin Su stomped her foot in frustration. Never mind. Do not bother preparing more bath water. I am finished washing. The night passed in silence. But the next morning, trouble arose. Lin Jiaoyang had not slept all night, and when Lin Mu awoke, he reported the situation. Upon hearing the news, Lin Mu leaped up. Her immediate reaction to seek punishment. That rascal, has he gone mad? Just because he possesses some talent. He dares to disrupt such a crucial matter as the imperial examination. Truly something I cannot tolerate, not even for our ancestors' sake. If he does not receive a lesson, how can it be acceptable? Lin Jiaoyang seized her, attempting to reason with her at length. Enough, mother. The 3rd brother merely sought to immerse himself in the atmosphere. Do you genuinely expect him to thoroughly comprehend the classics and succeed within such a short span? Moreover, he has been tirelessly managing the winery affairs, single-handedly turning around the family's fortunes. How could he find the leisure to study? Lin Mu's chest heaved. Yet her expression gradually softened, finally releasing a long sigh. Lang, if San Lang isn't cut out for this, I would not force the issue. But he is a genius, blessed with riches, yet he remains ungrateful. How can I not be enraged? Call him to me. I shall establish rules for him now. For the next 3 years, he must adhere to my arrangements and study diligently. If he fails the provincial examination in 3 years, I will no longer recognize him as my son. Mother, the 3rd brother returned home yesterday, encountering danger on the river, nearly not returning at all. He has only just fallen asleep. What happened? Lin Mu was momentarily thrown off track. Is he injured? Did he see a doctor? Is he truly unharmed? I will go and check. Lin Mu entered Lin Su's room, finding him deep in slumber. She gently covered him with a blanket, subtly gesturing for everyone to leave. The moment she stepped out, Lin Su opened one eye. Had he truly been asleep? He simply wished to avoid further discussions about the examinations with his mother and brother, as the results would be announced in the afternoon. Why waste breath on it? At Qin Kuan Academy, the golden bell rang 5 times, marking the official conclusion of the provincial examination. A group of scholars emerged from the examination hall. Their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some radiated confidence, while others appeared dejected and lost. Among the former was Zhang Haoyue, who, with a flourish, opened his folding fan and seemed to glide with purpose. Zhang, how did you fare? Not as well as I had hoped. The second poem posed quite a challenge. Yet fortunately, I have extensively studied the affairs of the 4 nations, he replied. As the son of the current Minister of War, Zhang was indeed privileged to tackle such topics. In the future, I shall engage more with brotherly regarding military and state matters. It may prove beneficial in the examination arena, he added gratefully. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Zhang, exclaimed the fellow student named Li, his face aglow with joy. Writing treatises on statecraft is, in essence, a participation in governance. The imperial examinations test not only literary talent, but also the ability to engage in political discourse. While one's literary prowess may be innate, knowledge of military and state affairs is cultivated through social circles. Zhang Haoyue, having been raised in a family of high officials, was well acquainted with political matters, having been surrounded by the offspring of influential figures. In contrast, those from ordinary families have little opportunity to grasp the intricacies of state affairs, remaining in ignorance. Thus, in the realm of political treatises, the sons of noble families hold a distinct advantage, which is a key reason why they nearly monopolize success in the examinations. For the children of commoners to significantly enhance their skills in statecraft, the only avenue available is to infiltrate the elite circles. As the group proceeded, they found themselves before Zhao Ji, who was accompanied by an even larger entourage of scholars. Why was this so? Zhao himself hailed from a distinguished lineage, his father Zhao Sun holding a rank superior to that of the Minister of War. Furthermore, he was recognized as a prodigious talent among the younger generation in Suzhou, the most promising candidate for this year's Haining provincial examination. Yet, Zhao Ji's countenance bore an unusual expression. This intrigued Zhang Haoyue, igniting a flicker of excitement within him. Could it be that Zhao had faltered in his examination? In the intricate world of scholars, where emotions run deep, it was not uncommon for a friendly rivalry to spark a sense of elation at another's misfortune. Despite their amicable rapport, how did you perform, Zhao? Was it satisfactory? What is there to say? It was as expected, Zhao replied. That fellow submitted his paper early. Submitted early? Lin Su, was it? How much earlier? Not even 3 hours into the exam, he left. Laughter erupted among the scholars, a contagious cheerfulness filling the air. Not only those who had wagered against Lin Su, but even those who had performed poorly found solace in the notion that they were not alone in their struggles. There was someone who had fared worse, a source of unexpected camaraderie. Let us return. We must visit the Lin residence. We cannot allow that rascal to escape. He might just attempt to flee after placing his bets, they mused, reveling in the shared jest. As the scholars made their way home, the city welcomed them with open arms. Countless servants from noble families greeted their young masters, offering heartfelt wishes and showcasing the grandeur of their lineage. The impoverished scholars were also welcomed by their families, including wives, parents, and siblings. In ancient times, there were no age restrictions for examinations. Even elderly men with gray hair could participate. Thus, it was not uncommon for scholars to be older and unmarried, or for fathers and sons to take exams together. For the wealthy, passing an examination merely added embellishment to their status. However, for the impoverished, succeeding in the examination represented a genuine leap across social strata, garnering significant attention. My dear, should I achieve the highest honors this time, galloping through the spring breeze along the 10-mile street, I shall not disappoint you for your years of hard work in maintaining our household. Such words wielded greater emotional weight than any love confession, often moving the modestly dressed young wife to tears. By the riverbank, the snow-white fox reappeared, peeking out from the grass, observing the group of triumphant scholars above. Its peach blossom eyes sparkled with curiosity. The allure of literature and poetry was truly captivating. How could I be so enamored with human verse? My mother calls this a sickness, and if it is indeed a malady, I fear I am thoroughly afflicted. Suddenly, the small fox was startled and darted back into the underbrush, where a young woman in white emerged, Zhang Yu, with a gentle flick of her hand. A strand of fox fur floated up and landed on her fingertip. Zhang Yu softly spoke, "Little fox, do not be afraid. Your paws remain untainted by human blood. I shall not harm you. But remember this, the worlds of humans and demons are ultimately distinct. Should you dare to strike at humanity, your fate shall be death and obliteration." Though her words were gentle, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, causing the little fox to shrink back, its earlier delight extinguished. Above, the group of scholars suddenly surged southward, a collective current driven by whispers of a wager before the examination. 23 scholars were to gamble against one. That one being the recently celebrated poet, Lin Su. Their agreement was. Zhang Yu's expression gradually enriched. This was the matter Boss Ding had mentioned, soon to come to fruition. Suddenly, a voice reached her ears, leaving Zhang Yu momentarily stunned. Lin Su had completed his examination in merely 3 hours and departed the examination hall yesterday from Qingquan Academy. The examination commenced at the hour of Chun, which corresponds to noon. Having taken only 3 hours, he would descend the mountain just as the sun sets. Since he left early, he could not board the examination boat and had to take a ferry across the river. At that hour, who else could it be but him? Could the person who recited a war poem alongside her to vanquish the black serpent yesterday truly be he? Yet, the handwriting was entirely different. She had seen 2 of Lin Su's poetry drafts at Haining Tower, and their characters bore no resemblance to the script in this world, which was rather clumsy, to say the least. The little fox hidden in the grass also heard this revelation, feeling a pang of regret. The talented Lin had crossed the river yesterday. I have been far too playful. If I had acted sooner, perhaps I could have dealt with him last night. The 23-1 wager attracted a throng of onlookers, trailing behind the scholars. A long line of people surged toward the Lin family residence, and Zhang Yu, usually oblivious, sensed something amiss. So many people? Could that young man be truly exceptional? Is this what one calls disgrace, to the point of bringing shame to one's family? If, indeed, they reside in the city. Lin Su meandered around the western courtyard, having awakened some time ago, yet he stubbornly refrained from leaving. Outside, Xiao Yao kept watch at the door, informing any visitors that the third young master was still asleep. Although Xiao Yao had a penchant for food, she possessed a commendable trait, her pure intentions and sense of duty. Whoever offered her delicacies, she would heed their words. Thus, she vigilantly guarded the door for Lin Su, not even stepping away for a moment. Throughout the morning, Lin Mu, agitated, had yet to catch a glimpse of Lin Su. However, by afternoon, a throng of people unexpectedly gathered outside the Lin residence. Upon stepping out, Lin Jialiang was taken aback, while Lin Mu, eavesdropping through the crack of the door, nearly lost her breath upon hearing the commotion outside. "Oh, my ancestors, dear forebears of the Lin family, please open your eyes and witness this unworthy descendant. How could he squander such a promising hand? Where is the family discipline? Bring it forth. Do not obstruct me." Lin Jialiang's face darkened with fury as he marched towards the western courtyard. Xiao Yao, wide-eyed and hands on her hips, was of no use. He reached out and lifted her, striding into the courtyard where Lin Su languorously enjoyed the shade of the trees, appearing as though he had been reclined for quite some time. "Third brother, did you gamble with over 20 individuals yesterday? Have they arrived?" Lin Su retorted directly. "They have all come. The Lin residence is nearly a marketplace. The entire city gathers to witness the spectacle. Third brother, I must admonish you. Do you comprehend what it means for you to be the talk of the town? Do you realize?" Lin Su raised his hand. "Second brother, do you believe in me?" His voice was deep yet imbued with a hint of enigmatic allure. Lin Jialiang hesitated slightly. "Rest assured, I shall prevail." Lin Su rose and strode towards the entrance. At the grand gate of the Lin residence, a multitude had gathered, with 2 or 3 dozen scholars leisurely standing with fans in hand. Old He from the Lin family was extremely anxious, but fortunately, the scholars did not attempt to force their way in, merely standing outside. As soon as Lin Su reached the entrance, Lin Mu in the main hall immediately stood up, grasping her cane. It seemed this cane was to temporarily serve as the family discipline today. Before she could leave the hall, Lin Su had already arrived at the gate, bowing with a flourish. "Esteemed brothers, what brings you all to the Lin residence?" Zhang Haoyue unfurled his fan and approached leisurely. "Lin brother, do you recall the wager made prior to yesterday's examination? With precious pen and paper, ink laid in solemn vow. Witnessed by the saints, how could one forget?" His casually spoken words nearly caused Lin Mu, who was just behind him, to faint. My goodness. A wager inscribed with precious pen and paper, who could possibly renege on such an agreement? The path of the prodigious son in literature and philosophy was on the verge of conclusion. Ancestors, please, do not grant me hope only to have it turn to despair. Why should the Lin family suffer such a fate? In that moment, her heart was filled with confusion. "As long as you remember." Zhao Ji stepped forward. "You left the examination 3 hours early yesterday, and your fellow scholars were concerned that you might flee Haining and breach your promise, thus. Haha. So it was out of concern that I would run away." Lin Su smiled and asked, "Do you all know why I only require 3 hours?" Zhao Ji chuckled softly. "If one cannot comprehend an open book exam, why endure the torment? Departing early does not affect the outcome." The crowd behind him laughed in agreement. "After all, the result remains the same. If I cannot grasp the open book, why not simply slip away?" Lin Su replied, "The true reason is straightforward, to defeat you all. I merely need 3 hours. A hush fell over the audience. Lin Mu was suddenly shaken, her lifeless eyes turning to her second son, Lin Jiaoyang, who was gazing back at her, a glimmer of hope flickering in their eyes. "Huh!" Zhao Ji roared with laughter. "You claim you can complete the imperial examination in 3 hours? Indeed. Strategy. Do you comprehend it? I understand it better than you. Haha." The audience erupted in laughter. "Do you know who stands before you? Have you read the astonishing strategies he has penned? It is likely that even after studying for another decade, you wouldn't match his brilliance, yet you dare to assert that you understand strategy better than he does." The students outside were incensed, unleashing a torrent of scornful words that did not align with their status. Lin Su gently raised his hand, gradually silencing the comments. The bell of the Confucian temple was about to toll. Why not witness the outcome live? Ding, ding, ding. The 6 chimes of the golden bell resonated throughout the 3,000 Confucian temples of Discerns. The imperial examination was about to commence. In a typical feudal society, the grading of examinations would be a monumental task, but in this world, it is simple and efficient. Essentially, once the papers are submitted, they are graded. Do not inquire how this is achieved. The sanctum is beyond ordinary imagination. Thus, a grand procession made its way towards the Confucian temple. Lin Su led the way, followed by Zhao Ji, Zhang Haoyue, and the 2 or 3 dozen others who had wagered against him. Behind them trailed the other students participating in the examination, followed by the spectators. This spectacle was one that the entire city eagerly anticipated. Even the commercial magnate Ding Hai followed behind, and more alarmingly, there were both divine and demonic beings in attendance. The Confucian temple served as a connection point to the sanctum on earth, holding immense sanctity. 3,000 such temples were established throughout Discerns, with only one guardian assigned to each, the bell ringer of the temple. Should one wish to see him, he is invariably absent. Yet when one wanders the streets with no purpose, he stands on the steps, gazing up at the heavens. Every 3 years, during the imperial examination, he is present, for this is his sole duty. Clad in pristine white today, the bell ringer stood on the 2nd tier of the 9-tiered Confucian temple, resembling a deity surveying the mortal realm. With the golden bell now tolling, the students entered the temple. A beam of golden light emerged, hovering at the outermost edge of the temple. This light signified a division. Only those who had achieved honor or undergraduates were permitted to enter this circle. Anyone else who trespassed would face immediate execution. Beings of humanity would perish, demons would perish, and monsters would perish. The power of the Confucian temple repels all evils. A little fox flitted through the forest, at times appearing near, at other times distant, occasionally taking on human form to blend into the crowd. However, when she was still 10 paces from the Confucian temple, she halted, hesitant to advance even a step further. Zhang Yu also stopped. Though she belonged to the human race and the temple bore her no particular animosity, she too dared not challenge the authority of the temple. This was not merely a matter of danger. It was a fundamental principle of respect between paths. She finally caught a glimpse of the fabled individual up close, resembling her brother Zhang Haoran's description to a remarkable extent. The similarity lies in the fact that this person is indeed extraordinary. The difference, however, is that while her brother claimed he was a maverick, she perceived him to be quite peculiar. Scholars are often described as gentlemen, gentle as jade, serene and composed, with an ethereal demeanor, moving with grace and still as tranquil waters. Surely, this epitomizes the essence of a refined sage. Yet, how can one who readily gambles with others, and even removes their garments to wager, speaking in such a manner as to infuriate, be regarded as a scholar? Upon entering the golden circle, the students' laughter and ire vanished. Such is the solemnity of the Confucian temple. The learned are akin to saints, their ancestors alive in spirit. One's demeanor before ancestors reflects one's conduct within the temple. As the night watchman gently lifted a golden hammer, it struck a small chime on the 2nd floor. Resonating with a crisp sound, the sacred bell. Its toll signified that the entire assembly was under the watchful gaze of the sanctum. The students stood in reverent silence. A beam of golden light manifested, enveloping the area into a grand list, towering over Tianzhang. Even from 10 li away, it could be discerned clearly. This was the famed golden list. Being inscribed upon it meant acceptance. Among the 3,000 candidates from Haining, only 200 would be admitted, rendering the acceptance rate remarkably low. The city fell silent, passers-by halted, merchants craned their necks, and ladies in their secluded chambers opened their windows. No matter the direction, east, south, west, or north, regardless of the buildings obstructing the view, one could always behold the golden list, and it would forever reveal its front. The moment of solemnity arrived. A divine light rose from below, akin to the tide of the river swelling. The first name emerged, Sun Yuanming. From the Sun residence in the east of the city, everyone leapt in jubilation. The second name appeared, Du Tianyuan, in a dilapidated house in the west. A woman trembled violently, her water ladle clattering to the ground, tears streaming down her face. After 7 long years of frugality and relentless toil, she was finally rewarded with her husband's name on the golden list. The third name, the fourth name. Each name that surfaced was met with a chorus of cheers. Soon, the count reached 100. The name of Zhou Zong, the individual who had wagered against Lin Su, emerged, filling Zhou Zong with overwhelming excitement. Being among the top 100 meant he had fulfilled the goals set by his family. With a flick of his fan, he spoke. Lin, it seems I do not see your name here. Lin Su replied with a cold smile. Not seeing my name means your defeat. Do you understand? Yet you still revel. Zhou Zong's expression stiffened. You are quite presumptuous. Are you so certain you belong to the top 100? The second name he had wagered against appeared. Li Lai. Li Lai's face turned crimson, as he had been holding his breath, fearing he might fall outside the 100. Now, with a great weight lifted from his heart, he felt rejuvenated, feeling emboldened. He proclaimed, only 60 spots remain, young Master Lin. Who do you think you are to be among them? You have fallen short. Lin Su shot him a sidelong glance. Do you take such delight in watching men disrobe? Congratulations. Today, you can indulge in the spectacle of men shedding their garments. A hearty laugh resonates nearby. It belongs to Yang Hongji, one who has also wagered against Lin Su, currently ranked 43rd. In the blink of an eye, the list of Lin Su's challengers has rapidly expanded, with names like 17, 18, and 19 emerging, including Zhang Haoyue, who has claimed the 8th position. This is a commendable achievement, securing a place in the prestigious Looming Banquet. What is the Looming Banquet, you may ask? It is a grand feast hosted by the governor to honor the exceptional talents of the province, celebrating their bright futures. Only the top 10 luminaries are privileged to attend, making it the highest honor for the younger generation. The goal set by his father was precisely to participate in the Looming Banquet, and he has accomplished it, bringing pride to the Zhang family. This is a moment of elation, but even more exhilarating is the realization that another ambition of his is on the verge of fruition. At the Zhang residence in East City, the patriarch is equally thrilled. Bring me my crimson robe. I am to visit the governor's residence. A flurry of maidens rushes toward the inner chambers to prepare celebratory attire for the elder. In stark contrast, the atmosphere at the Lin residence is somber. Xiao Tao and Xiao Shui gaze vacantly at the towering announcement board, tears welling in their eyes. Lin Mu leans on her cane, standing silently on the steps, while Lin Jiaoyang holds his hands out, bracing for his mother to collapse, ready to catch her. In the side courtyard stands Deng Bo, his right arm bandaged and still seeping blood, yet he remains motionless, fixated on the grand board. Meanwhile, in the distillery, operations have momentarily ceased. Everyone is transfixed by the announcement board, yearning for Lin Su's name to appear. Yet, it does not. The third young master has failed to make the cut. Why? Oh, why is such a virtuous and extraordinary individual denied an opportunity? The hearts of the riverside refugees are torn with anguish. They cannot forget the biting river winds they once endured, nor the cold corpses they have bid farewell to. They are also unable to overlook the monumental changes that have transpired on the riverbank. Nor can they forget that it is all due to a nobleman named Lin Sangongzi. It is undeniable that like attracts like. Those mingling with Zhang Haoyue and Zhao Ji are all illustrious talents. Among the 23 who wagered against Lin Su, aside from Zhao Ji, all have secured their places on the board, while Lin Su's name remains conspicuously absent. The list has reached its conclusion. Zhao Ji gently flicks his folding fan. Lin Su. The list has concluded. Do you dare to speculate whether the forthcoming champion will be you or me? He is brimming with confidence, firmly believing that his prowess surpasses that of his companions. Since they have all made the list, how could he possibly be left out? He is destined to be the champion. A name emerges. It is none other than Zhao Ji. The students present erupt in laughter. A grand wager has stirred the entire city, culminating in a staggering 23-0. Lin Su has failed to pass, while all 23 of his challengers have triumphed. Zhao Ji bellows with laughter. What a splendid tale of literary and martial prowess. Anyone who wagers against the Lin family shall surely succeed. Henceforth, I fear your brother's examinations will be exceptionally lively, with scholars from all corners of the world eager to place their bets. This proclamation ignites the crowd. Countless voices cheer. Yet a few faces, including Ding Hai's, turn ashen. The crisis has finally arrived. Zhang Yu, for some reason, felt an inexplicable reluctance to gaze upon Lin Su's countenance. A genius of literature, having just emerged into the world, now faced such a devastating blow. Would he succumb to despair? At the Lin residence, Lin's mother finally collapsed, falling headlong. The announcement had concluded, yet the miracle she had anticipated did not materialize. Within the winery, someone cried out, "Where is the will of heaven?" Before the Confucian temple, Lin Su furrowed his brow, pondering. Why? Why did he fail the examination? This was inexplicable, absolutely without reason. Suddenly, a divine light surged, illuminating the city. At the pinnacle of the golden list appeared a name, Lin Su. As the golden light dimmed, the sacred light shielded the list. revealing a grand proclamation clearly before all eyes. Ah! Zhang Yiyu's beautiful eyes locked onto the name, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. Ding Hai abruptly looked up. At that moment, the once unassuming figure appeared astonishingly tall, his face, initially ashen, instantly turned crimson. From the thicket, a sudden thud resounded as a small fox tumbled down from a tree, gazing dreamily at the grand list, its fur slightly tinged with red. In the Lin household, Dang Bo suddenly let out a resounding shout towards the heavens. Lin Jiaoyong exclaimed, "Mother, look!" Lin's mother abruptly lifted her head, rubbing her eyes, then rubbed them again, before rushing down the steps towards the courtyard wall, seemingly in hopes of gaining a clearer view. Xia Xue raised a towel high. "Young master is the top scholar. Top scholar. Top scholar." The winery erupted in cheers. On the upper floor, Yu stared at the golden list, disbelief evident in his eyes. How could this be? How could he possibly be the top scholar? He scarcely studied and even penned frivolous essays. The 23 betters stood petrified, having assumed Zhao Ji would be the final name, only to realize the golden list was far from complete. Another name had emerged. This name, like a colossal mountain, loomed above them, suffocating their spirits and extinguishing their joy. Although today marked the celebration of the golden list, the emergence of this name rendered their elation utterly extinguished. This was impossible. A dark line crossed Zhao Ji's handsome visage. Absolutely impossible. Lin Su coldly remarked, "The decree of the divine. Does brother Zhao dare to contest?" Zhao Ji's eyes bulged, yet he refrained from digging himself into a deeper pit. Inhaling deeply, "The decree of the divine. I dare not contest. However, the temple has established strict rules. Should there be any doubts regarding a candidate's results, 20 fellow candidates may jointly appeal to review the examination papers." Indeed, reviewing the examination papers. "I second this." Zhang Haoyue stepped forward. "I also second this." In an instant, all 23 scholars who had wagered against Lin Su stood together. Although the right to review the examination papers belonged to the scholars, exercising this right came at a cost. It would imply questioning the authority of the temple. Thus, invoking this right would stain one's record within the temple archives, a blemish that might not serve as direct evidence for punishment, but would ultimately pose a risk. Hence, ordinarily, no one would dare to take such a step. But what day was it today? They had a wager. This wager pertains to their literary reputation and the trajectory of their scholarly pursuits. Should they indeed fulfill the terms of this bet, the entire city would bear witness to their fall from grace, tarnishing their literary standing. Such a price is one they are utterly unable to bear. The night watchman at the Confucian temple scrutinizes them. "Are you truly intent on perusing? Proceed." Zhao Ji replied solemnly, weighing the two evils to choose the lesser. While questioning the sanctity of the temple poses certain risks, it remains a hallowed institution, vast and boundless, known for its generosity towards scholars. In the future, perhaps through his father's intervention, any adverse repercussions could be mitigated. However, if Lin Su is not removed from his position as the top scholar, he would not be able to navigate today's hurdle. The 23 scholars exchanged glances, and ultimately, with gritted teeth, they declared, "Proceed." They genuinely doubted Lin Su's capability to produce anything of remarkable merit. Being the descendant of a military family, what does it mean to be of such lineage? It implies a singular focus on warfare, devoid of understanding of national strategy. His father epitomized this notion. How could a scion of a fallen military house possibly grasp the intricacies of statecraft? Very well, as you wish. The top scholar Lin Su shall present 2 poems and a treatise for public viewing. With that proclamation, all names on the golden list vanished, replaced by 2 poetic compositions and a treatise. "Last Night the Stars, Last Night the Wind," by the Western Pavilion and the Eastern Hall of Osmanthus. Lacking the colorful wings of a phoenix, yet my heart resonates with yours in silent understanding. The poem shimmered in a spectrum of colors. A 7-colored poem. Above it, a golden circle inscribed with the character for a first class. The second poem also received first class, as did the treatise. All 3 works were accorded the highest honor. Those with expertise discerned the substance within, while laymen marveled at the accolades. 3 first-class distinctions left no room for dispute. Everyone recognized that achieving an in the temple's evaluations is exceedingly arduous. In any examination, securing even a single first-class ranking is a lifelong boast. Yet Lin Su achieved 3 in one sitting. The little fox's eyes sparkled with infatuation. Oh, my unplaceable euphoria. Zhang Yiyu's beautiful eyes shimmered like the tide. A single poem transported her into a realm of enchantment. How could mere words possess such wondrous allure? In just a few dozen characters, why do they evoke such soul-stirring magic? Lin Su's mother, her eyes aglow, urged, Erlang, quickly transcribe it. No, bring me pen and ink. I shall copy it myself. In the dimness of the attic, she stared blankly at the poem, bewildered by her surroundings. By the Western Pavilion and the Eastern Hall of Osmanthus. Does the Lin residence truly have a pavilion and a Hall of Osmanthus? What is the orientation? She happened to be by the Western Pavilion, and indeed, there was a Hall of Osmanthus nearby. My heavens! He penned this poem yesterday. When he referred to last night, he meant the night before. What transpired that evening? He had just written a risque piece. The shock it delivered was indeed profound. Even now, recalling it quickens my heartbeat. You write such lewd tales and expect me to share a silent understanding with you? You scoundrel. This tarnishes my purity. I shall have my revenge. In an instant, this once mighty figure in the assassination realm became a flustered mess, her mind swirling chaotically. 120 thoughts of vengeance battled within her, yet she could not refrain from reciting the poem over and over again. The crowd of thousands was likewise struck by this poem. It was unlike any of his previous works, an exceedingly rare and perfect love poem. What a splendid piece from last night, a truly colorful poem that encapsulates emotions to the utmost. Lin Chitsai, with a deft touch, indeed lives up to the reputation of his name. An elderly scholar shook his head gently, proclaiming, henceforth, how many secluded maidens shall dream of the vibrant phoenix soaring in pairs? Ding Lao's words ring true. With the emergence of this poem, love poetry shall be rendered obsolete. Another elder remarked, yet more fearsome is the second poem, which transcends mere painting through verse, a timeless enigma. However, this poem presents a refreshing perspective, exuding a natural grace devoid of artifice, with no single reference to painting, yet it vividly captures the essence of the art form. Young Master Lin's command of language and poetry is truly ineffable. A third-person sighed, while you marvel at the brilliance of his verses. I perceive the elegance of his script. His handwriting is effortlessly refined, subtly hinting at a unique style, given time. This young man may well cultivate his script to compose a new chapter in literature. Zhang Yu suddenly jolted, emerging from the sublime realm of exquisite poetry. Her eyes alight with realization. This is the very script she had long sought. The person from the river yesterday is none other than him. Zhao Ji, Zhang Haoyue. And others revealed a genuine fear for the first time. The first two poems had obliterated the entirety of their poetic endeavors, including those penned during the recent imperial examination, rendering them as mere dust. In comparison to this poetry, their own works appeared as childish scribbles, devoid of any semblance of merit. In the realm of poetry, if he is the master, they are but apprentices. Yet in matters of strategy, they remain unconvinced. On the Four Nations recited an elder. The fall of the Four Nations was not due to ineffective military strategy or poor conduct in battle, but rather the corruption of bribery. With a resounding clap upon his thigh, he exclaimed, splendidly written, astutely articulated. Such a statement strikes at the heart, truly a prodigy. The students, in fervent enthusiasm, echoed. Countless citizens weep in yearning for the imperial forces, while the courtiers flaunt their tails like dogs in Luoqing. At this juncture, all eyes converged upon Zhang Haoyue. A dark line of distress crossed his face, for the Luoqing alliance was orchestrated by his father in negotiations with Daegu, resulting in Datsong ceding 4 northern towns and Daegu withdrawing its troops. While the court lauded Lord Zhang Wenyuan for his timely intervention to save the nation from peril, murmurs of discontent circulated among the populace. Today, Lin Su's 2 succinct phrases, countless citizens weep in yearning for the imperial forces, while the courtiers flaunt their tails like dogs in Luoqing, firmly define the legacy of the Luoqing alliance. You are but a dog, sacrificing millions for fear of Daegu. A traitor, a sellout. Should this sentiment spread throughout the realm, his father would be forever tarnished with infamy. The slander would be equally venomous, a pitiful, tail-wagging, broken-backed hound. Lin Jiaoyang laughed heartily towards the heavens. Countless citizens weep in yearning for the imperial forces, while the courtiers flaunt their tails like dogs in Luoqing. A brilliant denunciation. An eternal couplet. Zhang Wenyuan, you old scoundrel, did you ever consider that while you may harm my father, my third brother could ensure you bear the weight of everlasting disgrace? His voice soared to the clouds, yet tears streamed down his face. This line swiftly spread throughout the city, transforming into a tsunami of sentiment. It is anticipated that it will soon resonate across the land, becoming the catchphrase of millions in the Northwest. Zhang Haoyue suddenly stepped forward. Lin Su's insurrection is utterly audacious, daring to question the governance and distort the truth. He ought to. Zhao Ji swiftly intervened, clasping Zhang Haoyue's mouth shut. Zhang Haoyue raised his gaze, his visage gradually paling. The bell ringer at the Confucian temple glared coldly at him, the golden list seemingly infused with an ominous aura. Meanwhile, Lin Su, the instigator of this turmoil, wore an expression of detached amusement as he observed. A chilling realization dawned upon Zhang Haoyue. Lin Su's treatise had already garnered the approval of the Sacred Hall, otherwise, it would have never achieved the honor of being listed among the top scholars. If he were to voice dissent against this treatise, he would meet the same fate as his elder brother, Zhang Xiao. Lin Su was undoubtedly waiting for this moment, feigning an innocuous demeanor while relishing the spectacle. How insidious! How terrifying! This is no place for a man. I long to return home. Collect. A single command echoed, and the scroll was retrieved. The golden list reappearing. The scholars in the front row were drenched in sweat. They had examined the 2 poems and the essay, and found no grounds for dissent. With such poetry and argumentation, who would dare to raise an objection? Not only in the provincial examination, but even in the palace examination would such literary prowess be regarded as exemplary. To witness such talent in the provincial examination was akin to an overwhelming advantage. Of course, that term does not exist in this world, but the sentiment remains unchanged. Newly minted scholars, bestowed upon the literary realm. As the bell ringer concluded his pronouncement, the Confucian temple shimmered with brilliance, countless lotus-like clouds swirling, transforming into a cascade of radiant colors that enveloped the 200 onlookers. The scholars momentarily centered their thoughts, preparing to receive the baptism of the literary realm. Lin Su's consciousness sank into his brow, where a literary domain materialized within the tree of knowledge in his mind. The domain comprised 9 facets, red as the foundation, green as the surface, both grand and solemn. Suddenly, stars twinkled in the air, and the poems he had penned cascaded down, inscribed upon the literary domain. In an instant, his domain was adorned with resplendent hues, filled with all the poems he had previously written, including the freshly composed 10,000 banners Slay Yeluo. Another verse emerged. Landing on a different facet, it was his composition, Butterflies Are Also Flowers. Among the 9 facets of the literary domain, 2 were inscribed with poetry, while 7 remained vacant. The literary domain interconnected with his entire being, amplifying his power wherever it reached, penetrating his mind, which became extraordinarily astute. As the sacred light dissipated, all the scholars simultaneously opened their eyes, each reflecting a mixture of astonishment and joy. The divine illumination infused their beings, the newly granted literary domain significantly enhancing their capabilities. Whether in knowledge, learning aptitude, physical prowess, or societal standing. As the radiance of the Confucian temple faded, the bell ringer's figure gradually merged into the wall behind him. Vanishing from sight, the ceremony had concluded. Before Zhang Haoyue stood a figure, Lin Su. Esteemed scholars, it is now time to fulfill the wager. The 23 scholars appeared ashen, their newly acquired literary domains trembling gently. Yesterday, they had feared Lin Su would not dare to wager. Today, they realized the enormity of the pit they had dug yesterday and who it had ensnared. No rush. One step at a time, Lin Su declared. Let us first fulfill the second wager. 23 individuals inexplicably exhaled in relief, though they were acutely aware that El Bin's situation was akin to a noose around their necks. His demeanor suggested there was no urgency, igniting a glimmer of hope within their hearts. The name El Bin was indeed terrifying. Such actions were unbefitting of a literary luminary. Zhang Haoyue, you shall go first. I have queries for you, Lin Su declared, pointing directly at Zhang Haoyue. Zhang's countenance shifted from pale to flushed. Yet he ultimately stepped forward. I accept the wager, so there is no need for further ado. Proceed with your questions. Despite his bravado, his voice was notably faint. Lin Su furrowed his brow, remarking, your voice is too soft. The audience cannot hear. Which esteemed individual is willing to assist in ensuring that the entire city bears witness to today's literary spectacle? I shall assist. A voice from the periphery chuckled. As the words left his lips, a golden character soared into the arena. Lin Su raised his gaze and saw it was Chio Mo Chi. The character inscribed was expand. Chio Mo Chi, already a jinshi, effortlessly revealed the profundity of his words. Excellent, thank you. Lin Su continued. My inquiry for Zhang Haoyue is this. What heinous deeds has your father, the Minister of War, Zhang Wenyuan, committed? Though spoken in a common tone, the question reverberated throughout the city. The listeners shivered. The first query posed was an audacious affront to inquire about one's father and his moral transgressions. Such a question was exceedingly disrespectful and alarmingly reckless. Nonsense. My father is virtuous and upright. There is nothing he cannot disclose. How could he have ever committed any heinous acts? His voice, amplified by the golden character above, echoed throughout the city. Lin Su coldly retorted, "You are courting disaster." As his words faded, the betting document in his hand suddenly erupted in golden light, soaring into the heavens, instantly connecting the Confucian temple with the 24 individuals bound by the wager, including Lin Su and Zhang Haiyue. A beam of sacred light shot forth from the temple, striking Zhang Haiyue's brow, and with a thunderous crash, the literary realm erupted. Zhang Haiyue let out a harrowing scream, collapsing into unconsciousness. Everyone recoiled, their faces pale with shock. Lin Su declared, "The wager stipulates that one must speak the truth. To deceive with falsehoods is to invite divine retribution." The crowd fell into a profound silence. Ding Hai stared intently at Lin Su, as if just now coming to recognize him. Zhang Yiyu furrowed her brow, also seemingly gaining a new understanding. Lin Su turned to Zhao Ji. "Zhao Ji, it is your turn." Zhao Ji's typically calm demeanor transformed entirely. "Your literary talent is indeed commendable. 10 years of diligent study is no small feat. I do not wish to sever your path, thus I offer you an opportunity for a complete retreat. Will you take it?" Zhao Ji, as if granted a reprieve from despair, responded eagerly, "Brother Lin, please guide me. Reveal one transgression of the Zhang family, and you shall be spared a round of El Ben's fate. Disclose 3, and you shall be exempt from El Ben altogether. Reveal 4, and you need only shout 'I am worthless' 9 times. 5 transgressions will require 8 shouts, and if you unveil 13, you shall escape unscathed." Zhao Ji trembled all over. Having been acquainted with the Zhang family since childhood, he was well aware of their misdeeds. To expose 13 transgressions meant liberation from this lifetime of tormenting nightmares. This is an opportunity, yet his actions have thoroughly offended the Zhang family. On one side stands the Zhang family, and on the other, himself. The dilemma has already yielded a definitive answer. "Very well, I shall say," Zhao Ji remarked. 3 years ago, around May, the patriarch of the Zhang family forcefully seized Lu Xing'er from Shiliu village. The Lu family opposed this, leading the Zhang patriarch to unleash his household servants, resulting in the deaths of 3 members of the Lu family. The crowd was astounded. In the periphery, Zhang Yiyu's eyes sparkled once more. As her mind finally caught up with the unfolding events, she comprehended Lin Su's true intentions. He aimed to eradicate tyranny and uphold justice. Excellent, the first charge. Zhao Ji wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart steadied. Regardless, whether it be 1 charge or 10, he was bound to offend someone. After all, my father holds a higher official rank than Zhang Weiyuan. What is there to fear? Also, 3 years ago, in June, the steward of the Zhang family coerced the closure of Sun S restaurant, resulting in the murder of the restaurant's manager at the West Street night market. One by one, the charges were enumerated, and in the blink of an eye, 13 counts materialized. "Congratulations, Brother Zhao, you may leave." Zhao Ji, like a stray dog, covered his face and melded into the crowd, vanishing. As he stepped out from the throng, he still sensed an unusual atmosphere within the literary circle, now shrouded in a veil of shadow. Though he managed to withdraw unscathed, this humiliation ultimately tarnished the literary realm. Nonetheless, this was far better than Zhang Haiyue's situation, for his literary world still held a glimmer of hope for restoration. The sects of cultivation and the sacred lands of the demon clan possessed spiritual remedies capable of healing such peculiar wounds. Naturally, if he could achieve some accomplishments in the literary path, he could also restore it himself. His complete withdrawal dealt a significant blow to the remaining 21 individuals. "Brother Lin, allow me to speak." A man named Sun Xian took the initiative to step forward. He was perceptive, although the Zhang family's misdeeds were numerous. Not everyone was aware of them. If the preceding individuals disclosed all they knew, would he not be wrongfully condemned? It was imperative to speak first. As he stood forth, he spoke rapidly, and in no time, yet another 13 charges were listed. Upon his departure, the others sensed the impending crisis and began to scramble. Their dialogue, amplified, reverberated across the ears of tens of thousands. The multitude stood in stunned silence. How could such extraordinary occurrences unfold? Those scions of noble families allied with the Zhang family turned against them, desperately vying to expose the Zhang family's heinous crimes. In an instant, the Zhang family had become entangled in over 30 murder cases. The tally continued to rise. The steward of the Zhang family had long gone pale, and by the time others noticed him, he had already fled back to the Zhang residence. The patriarch of the Zhang family had donned celebratory attire, his face alight with joy as he awaited news of good fortune, blissfully oblivious to the reality unfolding outside. Unlike others in the city who could only gaze upon the golden list, unaware of the scene beyond, he had never anticipated that events had spiraled far beyond his expectations. The steward rushed in, tumbling as he entered, and shouted, "Patriarch, a grave matter has arisen." "What?" The patriarch sprang to his feet, his expression darkening. "On a day of such celebration, what nonsense are you spouting?" The steward replied, "The ninth son's literary reputation has collapsed, and he lies in the Confucian temple. Life or death unknown." "What?" The patriarch's hand shot out, seizing the steward's right arm, fracturing it in an instant. The esteemed elder, a master of the literary arts, once held a prestigious position as a third-rank official. Although age has dulled his brilliance due to years of indulgence, his profound understanding of the literary way remains formidable. Upon hearing the steward's report, the elder was shaken to his core. The top-ranked Lin Su was, astonishingly, the very target of their wager. 23 individuals had collectively lost their bets, and the populace began recounting the grave sins of the Zhang family. "Oh, you wretched scion of the Lin clan, ignorant child, how dare you oppose the Zhang family?" he thundered. "Bring him forth, and dispose of him immediately." With this command, numerous servants surged forth, an air of murderous intent palpable in the atmosphere. However, the steward raised his left arm to intervene. "Elder, he is currently at the Confucian temple." "The Confucian temple?" The elder's white beard trembled. "The temple forbids killing. Any individual who dares to commit murder within its sacred grounds would face divine retribution, including the greatest scholars and even the reigning emperor." As time slipped away, Lin Su's progress accelerated. He had already claimed the 11th victim, and the Zhang family now bore the burden of 100 lives lost. A stifling atmosphere of indignation enveloped the city. Is the Zhang family truly this detestable? They act with utter impunity. A woman cried out to the heavens. Such tyrants deserve death. Her furious exclamation ignited the flames of outrage across the city. Let this old scoundrel be torn to shreds. Banish him from Haining. Annihilate his entire lineage. The public sentiment boiled, reaching a critical mass, a spark away from conflagration. In the governor's office, Governor Lei Zhongzhou had just verified the news of the top-ranked individual and was deep in contemplation when his secretary dashed in and whispered urgently in his ear. Startled, Governor Lei sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with determination. Stir the people's sentiment and stand against the Zhang family. Such audacity! He commanded the 3 divisions of constables to mobilize immediately, arming themselves to quell the violence. Under orders, over 300 constables swiftly assembled from various corners. "Let us depart." At the Confucian temple, only 2 individuals remained, their faces ashen. They were not particularly familiar with the Zhang family. How could they know of their transgressions? Those who had heard whispers earlier could offer no substantial evidence. "Can't articulate it, can you? Run. Shout." Lin Su coldly urged. "My brother Lin, we truly—" They stammered. "Do you wish to avoid fulfilling the wager?" His tone was icy. The literary arena buzzed with tension as the 2, consumed by fear, simultaneously shed their garments and dashed towards the crowd, proclaiming in unison, "I am a worthless wretch." The crowd, initially taken aback, found amusement and parted to make way. The previously harmless third son of the Lin family began to be perceived in an entirely new light. This young man was resolutely determined to confront the Zhang family head-on. With a historic adage, he pinned Zhang Wenyuan to the annals of disgrace. Over 200 lives lost would now rest squarely on the shoulders of the Zhang family. In Haining, the Zhang family had become the object of universal disdain. Loathed by all. Initially, it was expected that the Lin family, having suffered so grievously at the hands of the Zhangs, would meet a fate akin to that of countless others who had offended them. Yet, within a mere 2 months, the Lin family launched a desperate counterattack, swift, precise, and merciless, striking at the very heart of their adversaries. The performance before the Confucian temple has concluded. The throng on the street begins to converge, the eye of the storm shifting towards the Zhang residence. Tens of thousands roar that the Zhang family deserves death, advancing towards their estate. Within the governor's mansion, Governor Lei, with a swift motion, captures the city's movements through the official seal in his grasp, a cruel smile unexpectedly gracing his face. "Ah, Lin Su, you have finally erred. Once the crowd erupts, your heinous crime as an instigator cannot be absolved. I shall strip you of your title, take your head, and seize your secrets, all within the span of a thought." As the crowd swells into a fervor, a figure suddenly emerges at the forefront. Arms outstretched, none other than Lin Su. In the midst of the populace's ignited fury, who could possibly stand in their way? Even the officers of the law would likely clash with them, yet there is one who is different, Lin Su himself. Today, the Zhang family's sins are brought to light because of him. He is undeniably the one to confront the Zhang clan. The more they despise the Zhangs, the more they revere him. "My fellow villagers," Lin Su calls out, "I understand your wrath towards the Zhang family. I know your hearts are filled with grief and indignation. Yet, under the heavens and before the saints, with the laws of the land and the rules of the family, we must not act impulsively. Otherwise, our righteous actions will be tarnished. His words bring an immediate calm to the crowd. An elder speaks up, Scholar, what do you propose? We shall heed your counsel. Very well, let us appoint 100 representatives to accompany me to the governor's mansion to voice our grievances. I believe the governor, in his capacity, will punish the tyrants and restore justice for the people. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupts in uproar. Scholar, you do not comprehend the situation. The governor is but a lapdog of the Zhang family. Indeed, for years the Zhangs have acted with impunity. What crime has not occurred under the governor's watch? Seeking redress from him is futile. Lin Su raised a hand. Did we not agree to follow my lead? Trust in my words and proceed as I suggest. With the authority of the literary world, his voice soared, resonating within the ears of the multitude. The atmosphere was subdued. The representatives were chosen, with Lin Su and Xiao Mo-chi at the forefront, followed by a cadre of elders, making their way to the governor's mansion. Governor Lei's seal, linked to the Confucian temple, monitored the entire city, suddenly capturing this scene, his brow furrowing, feeling as though he had stepped into a void. Lin Su's inquiries have ignited the public's fury against the Zhang family, but can he truly be deemed an instigator of the mob? No. He is merely fulfilling a wager, one that has received divine endorsement. No one dares to claim he has done wrong. If ultimately he harnesses the momentum of victory to rally the people against the Zhang residents, it could be construed as incitement. However, when the mob rises, Lin Su does not merely fan the flames, he actively seeks to mitigate them. Is proposing to send representatives to the governor's mansion truly flawed? It is without fault, regardless of the circumstance. However, the magistrate suddenly felt a sense of unease. Initially, he was merely an observer on the sidelines, wielding the imperial sword, surveying the world, and acting as a mediator in the unfolding events, ready to judge others at a moment's notice. Yet now, this hot potato had unexpectedly landed in his hands. The outsider had, in an instant, become an insider. Was this young man playing a grand game? In truth, he had overestimated Lin Su. Lin Su was not orchestrating any intricate plans. He himself was utterly bewildered. By compelling Zhang Haoyue to confess his father's wrongdoings, he was indeed laying a trap. Fully aware that Zhang Haoyue would vehemently deny it. A denial would imply deceit. What kind of person was Zhang Wenyuan? How could he possibly be free of heinous acts? Once deceit was established, the wager's effect could take hold, leading to Zhang's ruin without any doubt. As for the remaining 22 individuals, Lin Su intended to use them to tarnish the Zhang family's reputation locally. His initial thought was to make the Zhang family infamous in the area. He never intended to annihilate them outright, knowing full well that such a feat was impossible. The Zhang family was deeply rooted and established. How could mere rumors bring about their downfall? Yet, he had not anticipated the depth of the Zhang family's malevolence, over 200 lives lost. The moment Zhao Ji spoke, he realized that things would spiral out of control. Indeed, once the heinous crimes of over 200 were exposed, the city erupted in outrage. The populace surging like a tidal wave intent on obliterating the Zhang family. If they truly stormed the Zhang residence, whether the family would be eradicated was still uncertain. However, he, along with the Lin family, would undoubtedly meet their end, without a shadow of a doubt. It was absurd to mobilize thousands, flout the law, and raise the ancestral home of the Minister of War. Who in the world could tolerate such an affront? Not to mention the Minister of War. Even the Emperor would swiftly order the imprisonment of all involved. As the orchestrator, if he did not face the extermination of his lineage, it would be an affront to natural justice. Thus, he had to intervene. The situation had spiraled beyond control. The only course of action now was to hand over the matter. To whom? To the local magistrate, of course. Lin Su had his own motives. The local magistrate was rumored to be a mere pawn of the Zhang family. Very well. He would pass this scalding hot potato into your hands and see how you manage it. The magistrate's 300 constables were sharpening their blades, ready to suppress the rebellion. But suddenly, the situation took a complete turn. The populace ceased their uproar and became rational, selecting a group of representatives to petition the magistrate. What to do now? The head constable was at a loss. Lin Su stood before him, hands clasped in respectful greeting. Esteemed sir, please convey to the magistrate that 100 village elders seek an audience to collectively report this shocking case. We hope the magistrate will heed the emperor's will and show compassion for the people's plight. We request an audience. Such was his absolute grace and eloquence. This was indeed the renowned scholar. The head constable hesitated for a moment before returning the gesture. Please wait a moment. as I will report to the magistrate for a decision." The magistrate paced on the steps, finally sighing. "Let them in." It was customary for the magistrate to meet with the village elders seeking an audience. This was a long-standing tradition. Lin Su met with the governor, who appeared oblivious to the fact that he was the top scholar of the current provincial examination, with a smirk that hovered between amusement and indifference. The governor listened as Lin Su recounted the details of the case. Once he finished speaking, the local elders began to add their testimonies. Their accounts painted a vivid picture of the public sentiment demanding the Zhang family's execution. The governor remarked, "What you have all shared is merely hearsay, devoid of tangible evidence. My office will appoint a dedicated team to investigate the matters you have raised and will inform you of our findings at a later date." Lin Su's eyes narrowed slightly. "Might I inquire, Your Excellency, what date you refer to as later? Could you provide a precise timeline?" The governor replied, "In the administration of justice, one must be meticulous. Until the investigation is underway and the details are clarified, I cannot offer a definitive time frame." The crowd was left in despair. They had anticipated such an outcome. The governor was but a lapdog of the Zhang family. Expecting a dog to turn against its master was an exercise in futility. The so-called investigation was merely a pretext, and he would undoubtedly prolong the matter indefinitely. Lin Su interjected, "Your Excellency, may I interpret your words to mean that it could take 10 or even 20 years without resolution?" The governor, maintaining a facade of decorum, responded, "We too wish for a swift conclusion, but the state has its laws, and families have their rules. We can only do our utmost. Until the situation is clarified, we cannot presume outcomes." A hint of mockery flickered in the governor's eyes as he responded with unwavering steadiness. Suddenly, an elderly man rose abruptly. "If officials protect one another and fail to uphold justice for the people, then we." The other elders stood in solidarity. The governor's expression darkened ominously. "What are you intending? Are you plotting a rebellion? I warn you, anyone who dares to take unlawful action will face severe consequences, including the destruction of their family line. You will receive no leniency. Now, see yourselves out." With that, he swept away in indignation. Another elder attempted to defuse the situation. "Your Excellency, please do not take offense. The elders merely find it difficult to contain their frustrations, which has led to this outburst." "Difficult to contain your frustrations? That is simple enough." The governor retorted with a laugh. "Why not go to the Zhang residence and give them a piece of your mind? That should relieve your anger." "Thank you for your authorization, Your Excellency." The elder stood tall, rallying the others. "Let us heed the governor's directive and confront the Zhang household." The governor retreated into the inner hall, while the elder exited, calling out, "I, an old man under the orders of the governor, am going to reprimand the Zhang family. Please make way." Reprimand? Was that truly the solution? Lin Su was rendered speechless. One had to admit that in a feudal society, human rights were non-existent. To dismantle the Zhang family's influence would require considerable effort. The common folk on the streets, their spirits deflated, showed little enthusiasm for confronting the Zhang residents. They bore the weight of 200 lives lost, stained by blood. Merely shouting insults felt utterly disheartening. Thus, as the elder shouted, few followed him, unwilling to lose face. Yet, undeterred, the elder approached the Zhang residence and unleashed a tirade. "Your Excellency has instructed me to express the people's wrath towards the Zhang family," he bellowed, as the Zhang family listened in disbelief. Lin Su's face fell. He could not help but wonder whose side this elder was truly on. It seemed that a traitor had emerged from within their ranks. With no way to proceed today, Lin Su decided to let public sentiment continue to simmer. "What significance does your grand display of reproach hold? Is it merely an attempt to conclude matters with your scolding?" The servants of the Zhang residence all chuckled, as if directed by the magistrate. Scold away, that can be arranged." The old man began his tirade. "Those of the Zhang family who abduct women from the common folk deserve a death most grievous." No sooner had his voice faded than 10 out of the 18 servants at the Zhang residence collapsed lifelessly. The venerable patriarch seated in the main hall suddenly stiffened, his countenance shifting dramatically, words manifest as law. He raised his hand, clutching his throat tightly, his complexion turning a ghastly hue. "Those of the Zhang family who commit murder and take lives deserve a death most grievous." At that moment, all the servants at the entrance fell simultaneously. And within the Zhang residence, over 100 more succumbed to the same fate. The patriarch's grand chair toppled, crashing to the ground. Lin Su's eyes widened in astonishment. The magistrate Lei, who was remotely monitoring the Zhang residence with an official seal, also turned pale, words manifest as law. "Who is this person?" "Those of the Zhang family who seize wealth from the people deserve a death most grievous." With a thunderous sound, yet another 100 fell within the Zhang estate. Those of the Zhang family who prey upon their neighbors deserve a death most grievous. Suddenly, a beam of golden light erupted from the magistrate's residence, connecting with the Confucian temple like a golden bridge. Magistrate Lei strode across this luminous path, bellowing, "Who dares to commit such indiscriminate slaughter?" The old man raised his gaze, fixing his eyes upon Magistrate Lei, and declared fiercely, "Those who act as accomplices to the tiger possess no right to wield the official seal." As his words fell, a shadow enveloped the official seal, the golden light dissipated, and Magistrate Lei plummeted from the sky, landing before the old man, his face ashen. "Aha! The scolding is done. How refreshing." He stepped forward and suddenly found himself above the Yangtze River, treading upon the void, vanishing without a trace. In a blink, the distance felt insurmountable. Who among the esteemed scholars could it be? Countless observers gazed longingly at the Yangtze, shrouded in mist. Where were the footprints of men? A few constables surged through the air into the Zhang residence, where over 700 individuals lay, reduced to but 70 women and children. The rest had met a tragic end, each victim with ruptured hearts and shattered brows. Even the once mighty patriarch of the Zhang family, a former third-rank official and now a master of literary arts, succumbed to a similar fate, his brow shattered, heart ruptured, and life extinguished. In that moment of vast desolation, words manifested as law. Who was the orchestrator of this calamity? Who could it be? Magistrate Lei's face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. He had wished to protect the Zhang family, for his political future rested entirely in the hands of the Minister of War. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the old man was a scholar of unparalleled literary prowess, wielding the formidable power of words as law. With a single rebuke, over 600 lives of the Zhang family were extinguished. This cursing had nearly obliterated the entire Zhang estate. Remarkably, this very rebuke was bestowed upon him, the magistrate. So, who was it that brought about the demise of the Zhang family? Lin Su? That scholar? Or he, Magistrate Lei Zhongzhou? The weight of uncertainty bore heavily upon Lei Zhongzhou's mind. Lin Su, equally astonished, felt his heart racing, realizing the true nature of such condemnation. Qiu Mo Qi approached from behind. "Do you recognize who that person is?" Lin Su blinked in confusion. "I do not." "Really?" Qiu Mo Qi pressed further. "Indeed." However, his broad mouth and yellowed teeth exuded a certain nostalgic charm, reminiscent of days long past. Qiu Mo Qi laughed heartily. "Junior brother, I shall take my leave. I will return in a few days to enjoy your wine." With a flourish of his hand, a sheet of golden paper appeared before him, inscribed with an elegantly swirling character for boat. He stepped onto the golden vessel and soared towards the Yangtze River, waving lightly as he vanished amidst the waves. Lin Su felt a slight flutter in his heart. Is this truly possible? While not possessing the ethereal state of literary enlightenment, could one wield the power of flight merely by holding a golden page pinned by a master of such skill? Old man Baoshan, cease your enigmatic nonsense and come forth with a heap of golden paper. I wish to soar. The old man from earlier, perhaps unknown to others, was unmistakably Baoshan to him. Lin Su melded into the crowd, disappearing from sight. In a place of strife, one should not linger. His literary reputation had been established. He was already a master. Slipping through the throngs of people, unnoticed, he traversed half the city. Along the way, he encountered two talented scholars, both shouting hoarsely as they ran, "I am a failure." They seemed on the brink of madness. Upon returning to the Lin family estate, Lin Su found his family lined up in 2 rows. Even the workers from the distillery had gathered, all brimming with enthusiasm. As Lin Su crossed the threshold, the 2 lines erupted in unison, "Welcome, scholar." Startled, Lin Su was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yao leaped forth. "Young master, you've become the scholar. The madam said you were to attend the deer call feast. Remember to bring back venison for me." A familiar glimmer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lin Su promptly tapped her on the head. "Who told you there would be venison at the deer call feast? Do you understand the meaning of deer call? It symbolizes students as young deer. To slay deer and consume their meat at such an event would either wish for their boundless success or curse them to their demise. You ought to focus on your studies rather than continually daydreaming about food." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lin Jiaoliang approached from above, embracing Lin Su tightly. "Third brother, mother has prepared the offerings. We are merely waiting for you. Come with me. Today, father will surely smile." Whether father smiled, Lin Su could not ascertain. But he knew for certain that mother was genuinely smiling. The offerings for the ritual were unprecedentedly lavish. Recalling the time when the Lin family had suffered calamity, even ancestral offerings had consisted merely of a few steamed buns. Yet today, there were 5 offerings in abundance, and fine wine filled the air with a fragrant aroma. Mother's eyes brimming with tears. "San Lang, you shall light the first incense stick today," Mother declared. "No, Mother, let me share this with second brother, so we can also honor eldest brother with a stick." Lin Su pulled Lin Jiaoyang, and together they placed 3 incense sticks into the burner. Warmth enveloped Lin Jiaoyang's heart. In affluent families, rivalry is often the norm, but their Lin family was an exception. He was willing to yield to his younger brother because he recognized San Lang's superior talent. Yet, San Lang always remembered his 2 elder brothers. "Father, esteemed ancestors." Lin Jiaoyang bowed deeply. "Today, my 3rd brother has achieved the rank of scholar. This is the Lin family's century-long honor, which we humbly present to our ancestors, so that we may share in this glory." Lin Su stepped forward and bowed, saying, "There is one more matter to discuss today. I must inform you, Father and our esteemed ancestors, that the Zhang family has committed heinous acts, bringing calamity to Haining and inciting public outrage. A formidable figure has intervened, resulting in the annihilation of the entire Zhang clan, numbering over 600 souls. The malevolent Zhang family has been thoroughly eradicated from Haining." Lin Mu suddenly raised her head, and Lin Jiaoyang was equally astonished. "Third brother, you must be unaware of the subsequent events. We shall discuss them in detail shortly." Once the sacrificial rites were completed and the banquet was laid out, Lin Su recounted the entire ordeal. Lin Mu downed 3 cups in quick succession, becoming quite intoxicated. Lin Jiaoyang gazed at Lin Su for a long while. "Third brother, only now do I comprehend the reason behind your gamble. Your cunning is truly beyond my reach. As long as we brothers stand united and work hand in hand, my resources are at your disposal. United in purpose and effort." Lin Jiaoyang clinked his cup with Lin Su's. "With this toast, it is time to share the joyous news with elder brother. This missive of congratulations you shall pen with your own hand. Those of literary prowess can send messages like homing pigeons." It turned out that Lin Su lacked the means to directly write to elder brother before, but now he possessed that ability. He composed the letter with remarkable simplicity and finished it swiftly, but as he was sealing it, he paused. "Third brother, what troubles you?" "Second brother, do you think elder brother, who is waging war on the frontier, also requires a battle poem?" "Indeed," Lin Jiaoyang exclaimed with fervor. "The last battle poem you wrote has reportedly spread throughout the army, becoming a weapon for soldiers in combat. Could it be that third brother has composed another?" The previous poem, "A Sword's Light Chills 40 States," was indeed meant to enhance individual combat prowess, while this new one was designed for collective strikes, specifically to confront formidable foes on the battlefield. "How splendid!" Lin Su took up his brush, inscribing with his distinctive script, "What thoughts accompany the severed head today?" Lin Jiaoyang recited each line, unable to contain the brilliance in his eyes. Another resplendent battle poem had emerged, and as third brother had mentioned, it was a poem for united strikes, perfectly suited for slaying enemies on the field. How joyous would elder brother be to receive such an extraordinary poem? As anticipated, a golden missive soared through the air, landing in the hands of Lin Zheng at the border. Upon opening the gilded paper, Lin Zheng was struck with astonishment. His hands, which had slain countless foes without trembling, now quivered like leaves in the wind. "Young master, what momentous event has transpired?" Lin Zheng gradually lifted his gaze, his face marked with tears. "Third brother has excelled in the provincial examination, securing the top position." "Ah!" The old retainers of the Lin family raised their long spears high, their cheers reverberating like thunder. "He has also inscribed a magnificent battle poem for me. What thoughts accompany the severed head today?" "The path of entrepreneurship is arduous with countless battles fought. This time, I shall summon the old guards." Suddenly, the battlefield was engulfed in turmoil, as countless phantoms surged forth from the iron-blooded arena, stunning the soldiers atop the city walls. Lin Zheng abruptly halted his final words, carefully tucking away the gilded paper. This poem was of great significance. The present moment was not one for combat with the enemy. When formidable adversaries appeared, that would be the moment for this poem to showcase its might, leaving behind remarkable achievements for the Lin family's ironclad guardians on the blood-soaked battlefield. While jubilant cheers and high spirits erupted on their side, a commander on the opposite battlements gazed with fierce intent. The Lin family's iron guards, remarkably tenacious, have survived 3 seemingly fatal battles, relying solely on a martial poem to break through the enemy lines and return alive. What new achievements have they garnered now? Each one revels in their success. Yet, there remains a need for greater effort to utterly annihilate the Lin family's iron guards. In the capital, at the Zhang residence, the venerable elder Zhang Wenyuan sits in the hall, his face brimming with pride, accompanied by his wife. Servants of various sorts are dressed in new attire. As a high-ranking official wielding an official seal, which allows him access to the examination results across the regions, he is already aware that his ninth son, Zhang Haoyue, has secured an impressive 8th place in the provincial examination. As a minister, he has nearly reached the pinnacle of his career, perhaps only a step or two away. Yet these steps are elusive, and he chooses not to dwell on them for now. More than his own political advancement, he is deeply invested in the accomplishments of his sons. What defines a prominent family? It is the possession of real power within the court, the presence of esteemed elders in the ancestral home, and a continuous stream of talented descendants. The Zhang family embodies all these qualities. His greatest pride lies in his progeny. It is often said that the sons of high officials tend to be hedonistic, but this adage does not apply to the Zhang family. Each of Zhang's sons is exceptional in his own right. His eldest son is already the deputy minister of rights. The second son is devoted to the Dao, and the 5th son is well-liked in the capital, known as a local tyrant. The 4th and 6th sons are both successful candidates in the imperial examinations, sure to excel in the upcoming palace exam. As for the 7th son, he is best left unmentioned for now, as he stands out as the sole blemish among a lineage of remarkable talents due to the current turmoil in the literary world. The 8th son also participated in this provincial examination. Although his results were mediocre, he nonetheless passed. The 9th son, however, achieved an impressive 8th place. In a single day, 2 promising literary talents have emerged, a testament to the Zhang family's fortuitous destiny, a legacy of 100 years. This was the exact phrase used by the old steward, a sycophant, who was subsequently reprimanded by Zhang Wenyuan. How could the Zhang family's fortune be merely a century long? Think of a better term, he demanded. The old steward quickly replied, a millennia of prosperity, or perhaps 10,000 years. 10,000 years is too ambitious. Do you wish to invoke the emperor's ire? Laughter ensued, and the master and servant shared a moment of mirth. Suddenly, the official seal at Zhang Wenyuan's waist vibrated. He produced the seal and infused it with his literary and martial essence, causing a spectral figure to manifest before him. It was Lei Zhongzhou, the governor of Haining. Zhongzhou, the provincial examination has concluded. For the forthcoming Lu Ming banquet, do put some thought into it. Do you understand? His meaning was clear. Although his son ranked 8th and thus qualified for the banquet, his position remained relatively low. According to tradition, ranks could not be easily adjusted. Yet there existed methods to elevate certain individuals. For instance, the governor could pose a question at the banquet, prompting the scholars to compose poetry, a topic that could be discreetly shared with Zhang Haoyue in advance, allowing him to shine above his peers. In the world of literature, reputation holds significant sway. One might argue it is ephemeral, yet it possesses a tangible essence. Why is this so? Because when one's literary fame flourishes, it invigorates the spirit and illuminates the literary realm, unlocking even greater potential. Minister, there is a grave matter at hand, Lei Zhongzhou said, his complexion pale and lips trembling. What is it? The literary world of the 9th young master has shattered. What? With a furious roar, Zhang Wenyuan caused the door to the main hall to splinter, sending several servants who were about to enter sprawling backwards, bloodied and incapacitated. At the entrance, the steward, accompanied by an official, suddenly halted. Lei Zhongzhou fell to his knees, trembling as he relayed the circumstances. Zhang Wenyuan stood in the hall, fissures cracking the stone floor beneath him. The air around him swirled violently, almost beyond replication. It turned out that Haining scholar was actually Lin Dingnan's 3rd son. Of course, he was aware of the title of scholar, but it had never crossed his mind. For in his lexicon, Lin's 3rd young master was not a literary figure. Lin Su had engaged in a wager with 23 others, including Zhang Haoyue. Lin Su emerged victorious. According to the terms of the bet, he was permitted to pose questions to the 23 individuals, who were obliged to respond truthfully. The first inquiry he made pertained to the official reputation and character of the Minister of Rights, and upon the 9th young master's response, the literary world was shattered. One more member of the Zhang family had fallen. Zhang Wenyuan erupted in fury. Lin Su, the remnant of Lin Ding'an, audacious enough to strike down 2 of my kin. Lei Zhongzhou had one more matter to report. Within Lin Su's treatise, there was a phrase remarkably detrimental to the minister, which had already leaked from Haining and likely spread throughout the vast expanse of Dezhong. The minister must exercise utmost caution. What was the phrase? The 3 words spoken by Zhang Wenyuan were chillingly calm, perhaps a testament to the composure cultivated through years of high office, capable of regaining tranquility even in the face of profound adversity. Countless subjects, weeping for the return of their sovereign, while the courtiers of the court still fawned over the city of Luo. Upon uttering this, Zhang Wenyuan's eyes blazed with fury. Audacious rogue. Audacious rogue. The treaty of Luo City was decreed by His Majesty. Those who dare to speak against it shall meet death. My lord, however, this treatise has been designated as first class by the Holy Hall. Zhang Wenyuan staggered, nearly collapsing. A first-class designation from the Holy Hall signifies a divine edict. Who would dare to contravene the Holy Hall's decrees? Not even the emperor himself. The Holy Hall had directly nullified imperial authority. This was too terrifying. His illustrious reputation, Zhang Wenyuan's lifetime of honor, was now at risk of plummeting into the depths of oblivion due to these two widely resonant phrases. Wait. A scholar's treatise does not circulate openly. Why was his treatise made public on the very first day? The Holy Hall selects talent without the need for external justification. Thus the scholar's poetry and treatises are preserved within the Holy Hall, not disclosed to the public. For this reason, the world endeavors tirelessly to seek exemplary treatises, with some fetching exorbitant prices. Why did Lin Su's treatise manage to spread so swiftly? Was this his intention? The expression on Lei Zhangzhou's face was ambiguous. A mixture of mirth and sorrow as he replied, My lord, this treatise was indeed not authored by Lin Su. It was the 9th young master and several others who questioned the legitimacy of Lin Su's title as scholar, collectively petitioning the Holy Hall for disclosure. The joint petition of the 23 ultimately led to Zhang Wenyuan's infamy. Zhang Wenyuan felt a surge of pent-up frustration, nearly choking on his own wrath. Minister, there is yet another matter, one of even greater severity. Another matter? More severe? Zhang Wenyuan felt as if his heart had nearly ceased to beat. The Zhang family had suffered a calamity. The patriarch had met with misfortune, and over 600 individuals had perished, leaving only a scant 70 women alive. As Lei Zhangzhou recounted the grim events, Zhang Wenyuan remained utterly motionless, the hall enveloped in a terrifying silence. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Zhang Wenyuan unleashed his fury. The very roof of the hall erupted, disintegrating into ashes. Amidst the swirling dust, he bellowed skyward, Who dares sever the ancestral line of the Zhang clan? I shall have your body torn to shreds, and your entire lineage annihilated. The steward and the attendant at the door exchanged alarmed glances. In Haining, the Zhang family was met with an overwhelming cacophony of wailing from several women, yet no one extended a shred of sympathy. Passers-by furtively tossed refuse over the courtyard walls, while the prominent families that had once allied with the Zhangs shut their doors in unison. Consequently, the 600 corpses lay abandoned in the courtyard, unattended. The weather was still warm, and within a few days, the stench became unbearable. How could anyone continue to inhabit such a residence? The women inside were in a state of panic, though a few younger ones regarded the chaos with cold indifference, displaying no trace of sorrow, even laughing mockingly. Ha! The old Zhang villain has met his match. Heaven has eyes. One young woman boldly emerged from the house, her face tear-streaked yet marked by a wild laughter. Seize that audacious Lu wench and beat her to death. The second concubine commanded with a fierce voice. The two maids exchanged glances, bewildered. Did you not hear? I command you to kill her. The second concubine insisted, her fury escalating. One maid suddenly stood, delivering a resounding slap across the second concubine's face, leaving her momentarily stunned. The old Zhang scoundrel has harmed countless lives, and you are but an accomplice. Heaven has opened its eyes and taken a den of villains. Why allow this wicked woman to remain? Indeed, kill her, kill her. A throng of maids surged forward, and the second concubine, stricken with terror, attempted to flee, only to be tripped by one maid. As 7 or 8 others armed themselves with clubs, her screams echoed. She was beaten into a bloody pulp. And what of that old witch? We shall not stop here. Let us end her as well. Over 30 maids charged into the inner quarters, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed. The matriarchs and concubines within the inner sanctum met their fates in a matter of moments. After barely an hour, a group of blood-soaked maids and young women emerged from the inner chambers. Those who had escaped the clutches of the formidable Master Baoshan ultimately could not evade the wrath of the oppressed women from within. The maids left the Zhang residence and made their way to the magistrate's office to confess their deeds. Lu Xing'er gazed at the grand palace before her. Reflecting on 3 years of torment, she wept and laughed aloud, then dashed headlong into the hitching stone at the entrance. Thus, the entire Zhang estate stood desolate, devoid of life. Lei Zhangzhou had just wiped the sweat from his brow, concluding his conversation with Lord Zhang of the capital, when the resounding gavel echoed outside. A multitude of bloodied maids stood in the hall, boldly declaring that they had slain all remaining members of the Zhang household. Lei Zhongzhou collapsed onto his seat. Realizing that the illustrious Zhang clan of Haining had been utterly eradicated, with no survivors remaining, how could he report this to Lord Zhang? Lin Su had returned to the western courtyard, with Xiaoyao once again assuming the role of the gatekeeper. Although this petite guardian was often carried about by Lin Xiaoyang, she proved remarkably effective in deterring others. He was well aware of what was to come: exchanges, visits, and expressions of admiration, all devoid of genuine intent. Such ostentation was rather tiresome for Lin Su. Why boast about being a top scholar? What words of admiration could possibly be uttered? Perhaps next year. Upon achieving the title of Zhuang Yuan, it would be more appropriate to indulge in such flattery, sparing everyone the trouble of repeated visits and the struggle to craft suitable phrases. This was somewhat reminiscent of a display of false humility. A desk, a cup of fragrant tea, a woman, and a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. This was a fitting description of Xiao Tao. Sufficient, indeed. As Lin Su opened his book, Xiao Tao immediately withdrew in reverence. For the young scholar wished to study undisturbed. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Su's reading was merely a pretense. His gaze transcended the pages, directed towards the attic. Hey, Anyi, are you there? Anye's gaze shifted, caught in a mix of emotions. I have completed my exams, not just passed, but I am also a top scholar. Lin Su declared. It is time to fulfill our promise. Anye's body stiffened slightly, yet her fists gradually clenched. She found this young man rather infuriating. Once you enter a household, you become family. Let us ease the tension between us. You need not maintain such a distant demeanor. And I shall endeavor to forget your previous arrogance. Is that agreeable? Anyi pondered, seemingly accepting the proposition. But what are the grievances you have caused me? You pen lewd verses to provoke me. You inscribed scandalous poetry to tarnish my reputation. Before she could solidify her thoughts, a visitor arrived at the western courtyard. It was the one-armed elder. Dang Bo approached Xiaoyao, inquiring, is the young master inside? I have matters to discuss. No, the young master has instructed that no one is to disturb him, she replied. I shall bring you fried yellow fish tomorrow. Xiaoyao fell silent, her expression conflicted. 2 pieces, she exclaimed, turning away. I shall visit the restroom. I have seen nothing. Dang Bo's face blossomed in surprise as he hurried into the room. Lin Su sat at his desk, rubbing his forehead. Xiaoyao. It matters little if you allow Dang Bo to enter, but why must you fall for his culinary ruse? Your actions make it difficult for me to trust you. Once inside, Dang Bo got straight to the point. Young master, the Zhang family is in turmoil. What? Dang Bo continued. The Zhang girl has violently attacked and killed all the noble women in seclusion. The entire Zhang family is no more. Lin Su was momentarily taken aback. Wherever there is oppression, there is resistance. Such incidents of a servant killing her master do occur. Dang Bo fixed his gaze on him, saying with this, Zhang Wenyuan's hatred toward you has reached its peak. In the future, Lin Su waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such concern. Zhang Wenyuan would not let me off the hook regardless. The enmity between us has always existed, and whether or not these events transpire is inconsequential. Worry not for my affairs. With the Holy Temple as my shield and the Confucian Temple to protect me, along with that unparalleled Confucian scholar serving as a target, he, despite being the Minister of War, would not dare to act against me openly. Dang Bo remarked that while he could not overtly take action against you, this man is cunning and malevolent. He will undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics against the young master. Lin Su chuckled. Underhanded? That merely translates to schemes and counter-schemes. He will certainly lay a trap for me, but I can orchestrate a trap for him too. Who is afraid of whom? Dang Bo's face, once etched with worry, gradually relaxed. Indeed, in the art of manipulation, our young master appears to be on par with anyone else. Who could have conceived of today's events? Only he could. With a newfound serenity, Dang Bo continued, Young master. Outside the Zhang residence, a woman has committed suicide by colliding with a pillar. Her name is Lu Xing'er, the one who was forcefully taken by Zhang the Beast 3 years ago. Precisely. This woman has lost her parents and brothers at the hands of Zhang the Beast. For 3 years, she has pondered revenge, yet found no opportunity. This recent upheaval in her secluded life was indirectly instigated by her. What a pity. Lin Su sighed softly. This woman is not dead, but gravely injured and unconscious. The old servant has just placed her in the West District. No one has noticed. Lin Su was taken aback. Scrutinizing Dang Bo. You lost a hand yesterday and are yourself severely wounded. You've even broken a leg. Young master. You mentioned last night that in Dogzhou's Qishui, 100,000 elite soldiers fell in battle, yet only 400 remain. I know the whereabouts of these 400. Half of them are still in Haining. The one who saved Lu Xing'er is Chen Si, a scout from the Navy known for his exceptional agility and remarkable stealth, able to traverse bustling streets and enter homes without a trace. Lin Su's eyes glimmered with intrigue. No need for further details. Dang Bo, organize them. Currently, the transport of reeds from the refugee camps requires a group of seasoned sailors for escort. This burden falls to you. Each will receive 3 taels of silver per month. Dang Bo's eyes sparkled with understanding. Yes, the old servant comprehends. Lu Xing'er must be treated well. Once she recovers, bring her to the residence. At your command. As Dang Bo exited, Xiao Yao, whose whereabouts were previously unknown, appeared at the courtyard wall, extending 2 fingers from her side, indicating that Dang Bo owed her 2 little yellow fish. Lin Su, with heightened senses, captured all of this, merely smiling a bit more. In the dark night of the loft, a slight tremor stirred within. What does this mean? A group of seasoned veterans from the battlefield has been secretly gathered? What is his intention? Suddenly, the gaze of the dark knight shifted towards the courtyard entrance, sensing a powerful aura belonging to a true master. Zhang Yu stood at the gate, leisurely approaching the steps. The old steward standing at the entrance, raised his gaze, as if suddenly perceiving the blooming flowers around. Please inform the 3rd young master. Zhang Yu, sister of Zhang Haoran from the capital, requests an audience. She did not mention the Baishuasian sect, merely stating her relation to Zhang Haoran, indicating that her visit today was not on behalf of the sect, but purely as a friend. Old He immediately bowed, recognizing her as the sister of young Master Zhang, a close friend of our 3rd young master. Miss, please enter. Old He held a particularly favorable impression of young Master Zhang. Why? Due to 2 reasons. First, the Lin family was in such dire straits that only young Master Zhang dared to visit during that time. Second, young Master Zhang had previously given the 3rd young master a renowned guide on the imperial examination. The 3rd young master's success today in securing the top position must undoubtedly be linked to this divine text. He himself was not well versed in the examination. And even Lin Jiaoliang, who was knowledgeable about it, shared this sentiment. Zhang Yu entered smoothly, yet her progress into the western courtyard was met with resistance. She was obstructed by Xiao Yao, who stood firmly in her path. Zhang Yu, with her gentle disposition, tried reasoning with Xiao Yao for quite some time, but to no avail. With a sigh, Zhang Yu waved her hand lightly, causing Xiao Yao to inexplicably soar over the courtyard wall, landing at the kitchen door. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, upon entering the courtyard, beneath the grand locust tree, Lin Su was already lifting a teapot, pouring tea. Miss Zhang, please. Zhang Yu stared at him, momentarily taken aback. Do not mind that little girl. Next time you come, simply offer her 2 pieces of candy, and I assure you, she will be easily won over. With those words, Zhang Yu smiled, and her smile illuminated the courtyard like blooming flowers. She settled down, facing Lin Su. How did your brother fare in the examination? Zhang Yu lifted her teacup. Your success is his success. Is he also a top scholar? Lin Su laughed heartily. He once mentioned that he intended to participate in the provincial examination 3 years ago, but was captured by his sister and taken to the Bihui sect, thus missing the examination. That sister, if I am not mistaken. It is none other than this headstrong and unreasonable one. Zhang Yu smiled sweetly. Did he ever mention at this point? Zhang Yu suddenly fell silent. Lin Su's gaze turned toward her. Zhang Yu gently set down her teacup. The defenses of the Lin residence are quite formidable. What manner of person resides in the attic? Lin Su fixed his gaze upon her. Sister, I must first pose a very serious question to you. What is it? Can you protect me? What? Zhang Yu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she slowly nodded. Very well. I will speak plainly. The person in the attic is truly a formidable T, claiming to protect the Lin family's interests, but in truth, she is an overbearing figure. It is utterly excessive and outrageous. She even spies on me while I bathe and forces me to write indecent novels. Suddenly, 2 beams of light appeared. Aiming directly at Lin Su's mouth, a radiant glow emanated from Zhang Yu's brow, enveloping Lin Su entirely. As 2 delicate ancient swords materialized at Lin Su's lips, seemingly poised to seal them. Yet within Zhang Yu's realm of music, they remained motionless. With a swift motion, Zhang Yu reached for the swords, which suddenly broke free and flew toward the attic. She then transformed her hand into a magnificent phoenix. A soft thud echoed as the attic trembled, and a figure emerged through the air, suddenly appearing before Lin Su. It was An Yi, 5th realm Dao flower. An Yi's eyes were firmly locked onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu also fixed her gaze upon her. The pinnacle of the peeking into others' realm? Who are you? Martial arts, like immortal paths, also possess varying realms: martial artists, martial masters, martial sects, martial extremes, and peeking into others. What does it mean to peek into others? It is the pursuit of perfecting the entirety of one's being, where the physical form becomes a vessel of will, allowing for introspection into the internal organs and a profound comprehension of the mysteries of the human body, ultimately unleashing its latent potential. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the realm of human perception, the next threshold lies in the realm of void perception, a state that transcends the confines of a martial artist's existence, elevating one to a celestial plane. In this state, the body transforms into a vessel capable of absorbing all things, progressively advancing towards the ultimate martial path, where the physical form merges with the cosmos. An enigmatic figure named Yi is perilously close to this extraordinary realm of void perception, as she has cultivated her eyes to become vessels that can accommodate two treasured swords. Such a martial virtuoso is unprecedented in the experience of Zhang Yu. Yet, she remains undaunted, for she is a practitioner of the Dao, inherently positioned above the martial realm. Even in her early stages within the fifth realm of Dao, she rivals the zenith of the fifth realm of martial arts. In their recent encounter, she held a slight advantage. Lin Su raised his hands, positioning them between the two women. "Ladies, let us not be hasty. Let us converse amicably." Both women directed incredulous gazes toward him, surprised by his attempt at mediation. "Isn't this trouble of your own making?" Lin Su replied. "Anya, my intention in speaking thus was merely to meet you. I genuinely did not mean any offense. You toil tirelessly at the Lin residence every night. I merely wish for you to join me for a delightful meal. I would personally prepare several exquisite dishes, savor a few cups of Baiyun Bian, and engage in discussions of martial arts and philosophy. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Anya's pent-up anger dissipated significantly. Turning to Zhang Yu, Lin Su continued, "Yu, I have long held you in the highest esteem. Your brother has proclaimed you a celestial being, and upon meeting you today, I realized he was utterly mistaken. Is there truly anyone as stunning as you in this world?" He faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Yu regarded him quietly. "And what is that supposed to mean?" Lin Su scratched his head. "I've set the bar too high. I truly do not know what could surpass a celestial being." Both women sighed in exasperation. "What a scoundrel you are. Such a distinguished scholar, yet you behave in this manner?" Zhang Yu decided not to engage further and directly inquired about a matter that piqued her interest. "What was that yellow novel you mentioned? Is it a new literary form?" Despite his rogue demeanor, there was one undeniable quality that commanded respect. His poetry, his prose, and his calligraphy were all exceptional. The yellow novel he referenced was likely extraordinary as well, and perhaps it could offer her brother a breakthrough in his literary pursuits. He was a genius in the realm of literature, and any new form could be immensely beneficial. Though the siblings often quarreled fiercely in crucial moments, she still thought of her brother. At the mention of this, Anya's expression shifted. Lin Su tightened his grip on his head. Discussing the yellow novel was fraught with peril, and he quickly sought to divert the conversation. "How about I prepare some light dishes for you? We can eat, drink, and discuss martial arts." He exited. Calling into the kitchen, "Meng Yang, please prepare some ingredients. I shall whip up a few dishes." Zhang Yu was taken aback. Glancing at Anya, "He is cooking himself?" "It seems so. Has he done this before?" "On several occasions." The esteemed scholar. Engaging in such undignified labor, would his mother not chastise him? Initially, there were intentions of reprimand, but it seemed she grew accustomed to it. Besides, for him, it hardly constituted a breach of decorum. She considered mentioning that the true impropriety lay in his writing of yellow novels to provoke her, but such words remained unspoken. Anya had been here for nearly 2 months and had developed a robust immunity. Zhang Yu, however, was far more susceptible. Watching Lin Su adeptly stir-fry in the kitchen, she felt a wave of disbelief. When he presented the dishes, Zhang Yu took a bite and was utterly astonished by the exquisite flavors. As a cultivator, she had nearly reached the state of fasting from earthly sustenance. What did fasting entail? Abstaining from the mundane pleasures of the world. Yet, upon tasting the dish, she distinctly felt that the flavor of life's simple pleasures held a unique essence. In matters of dining, dark night, and she shared a similar sentiment. Over the past 2 months, the culinary offerings of the Lin residence had repeatedly tempted dark night. It would be disingenuous to claim she had no desire to indulge. However, her extraordinary status precluded her from raiding the kitchen for leftovers in the dead of night. Today's meal awakened her appetite with a single bite, her taste buds igniting instantaneously. Fortunately, years of martial training bestowed upon her the necessary composure. allowing her to maintain her poise as she savored the meal, endeavoring to perceive it as something she had consumed countless times before. Lin Su too was engaged in the feast, drinking and subtly monitoring the nuanced expressions of the two women. His fervent attempts to please them were certainly not without purpose. Dark night, at the pinnacle of martial arts. Zhang Yu, a flower of the fifth realm. Such rare and exceptional women had inexplicably gathered in his humble abode. What a peculiar circumstance. He was not a monk of the four empty realms. He had ambitions. What might those ambitions be? Zhang Yu had bound her brother to the Baishui sect, seeking his assistance to decode the ancient celestial scrolls. He yearned to comprehend what this scroll, intertwining astronomy, the five elements, and mathematics, truly entailed, enough to stake her brother's future upon it. Matters concerning the celestial scrolls were undoubtedly profound secrets of the Baishui immortal sect. He could not afford to appear overly intrigued, lest he arouse suspicion among the sect's higher echelons, which could jeopardize his standing. He needed to afford her time, to cultivate familiarity, and to allow her to broach the subject herself. And what did he seek from Dark Knight? Naturally, it was martial prowess. Unlike others, he was a dual talent, adept in both literary and martial arts. He understood the path of the former, merely a matter of replication. No, it was about surpassing formidable literary challenges. Yet, in martial arts, he found himself in utter bewilderment. Although his father was a master of martial arts, he died still a martial sovereign. His brother, a prodigy, had nearly caught up, also reaching the status of martial sovereign. And this woman before him? A realm of insight. He had previously been unaware that such a stage existed in martial arts. The chasm between them was vast. To possess a martial arts master without seeking guidance would be akin to sitting atop a mountain of treasures for 2 months, only to emerge empty-handed. To pursue these two significant objectives, he spared no expense, cooking personally to win their favor, employing culinary skills that he had never before showcased to curry their admiration. Wine was consumed, dishes savored, yet the two women remained silent, not uttering a word regarding martial arts. This left him perplexed. Had his flattery been in vain? Very well. He would employ another tactic, one he dubbed, casting a stone to attract jade. Martial arts have intrigued me since childhood, and I have gathered numerous tales from the martial world, some quite fascinating. Would you care to hear them? Both women nodded in unison, their gazes drifting, conveying a sentiment of, I shall remain silent and observe your performance. They were not the most gracious of listeners. Perhaps he ought to involve Xiao Tao. If she heard him say this, she would undoubtedly leap up, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with excitement. Young master, do tell Xiao Tao. How passionate that would be. Yet the atmosphere has reached this point, so let the tale commence. The cold wind cuts like a blade, treating the earth as its chopping board and the beings of the world as mere fish to be sliced. A myriad of flying snow transforms the sky into a vast furnace, melting all into silver. The snow may settle, and the wind remains unsettled. When a carriage approaches from the north, its rolling wheels crushing the ice and snow beneath, yet failing to shatter the solitude that pervades the cosmos. He recounts the tale of Little Leaf Flying Dagger. The two women exchange glances, each discovering excitement mirrored in the other's eyes. Familiar with tales from the martial world, the story still captivates them, particularly in its intricate portrayal of the character's inner thoughts. Just as Lin Su has begun to narrate a fragment of his story, he suddenly halts. Zhang Yu inquires, why have you stopped? Little Leaf Flying Dagger, a shot never misses. Little Leaf Flying Dagger, a shot never misses. Lin Su murmurs, I believe I have found my path in martial arts. Yes, this is it. I simply do not possess the luxury of time to practice slowly and elevate my skills. Therefore, I shall seek the most effective means to inscribe my martial journey. Akin to what the elder Tianchi later articulated, if you, Li Xiwenhuan, had practiced Wang Lianhua Lianhua Baojian back in the day, perhaps you would not have achieved such success. Mastery of martial arts does not lie in quantity, but in quality. One skill reigns supreme, surpassing myriad techniques. His excitement burgeons with each word. One skill reigns supreme, surpassing myriad techniques? And Ye's heart stirs profoundly. She is on the verge of entering the void-gazing realm, grappling with similar inquiries about her martial path. What techniques should she cultivate? How can she comprehensively fill the gaps within her abilities? Upon hearing this phrase, it resonates within her like the tolling of a morning bell. Must those voids within her be filled? If her attacks are sufficiently sharp, defense becomes superfluous. If she possesses a single skill capable of overshadowing the world, why must she strive to excel in all aspects? She practices the sword. If her swordsmanship reaches its zenith, what worry is there that it cannot overcome myriad loss? With this thought, Yi feels her blood surging, her realm expanding. Zhang Yu perceives her transformation, astonished. One skill reigns supreme, surpassing myriad techniques. Such a statement carries such profound impact. Why does it seem as though Ye's realm is expanding? Good heavens! Tonight this young man is doing everything he can to persuade Yi to teach him martial arts. Yet by the end, Yi has said nothing. And he is the one who speaks, while Yi appears to have made tremendous gains. With a sudden whoosh, Yi ascends through the air, settling cross-legged in the loft, where dark currents swirl around her, a true harbinger of a breakthrough. With Ye's departure, Lin Su stands in a daze, glancing between the loft and Zhang Yu, scratching his head. Did I tell such a dull story? Did she really just run off? Zhang Yu, uninterested in explaining, replies, "You can tell me the story. I promise I won't run away." Forget it. I overlooked that stories have their audiences. Which young girl would be interested in this? Can you do me a favor? What? Let me shoot you. Zhang Yu's expression shifted, revealing a peculiar mixture of disbelief and indignation. What I mean is, I will throw a flying knife at you, and then you can toss it back to me. Rest assured, I will not harm you, and you can inform me if I have made any progress during my practice. This shooting, this practice partner? Lin Su took a small knife and approached the courtyard wall. Wu Jin's vital energy gradually coalesced at his fingertips, and with a swift motion, the flying knife shot forth, aimed at Zhang Yu. She appeared utterly oblivious, neither lifting her gaze nor her hand. The knife returned to him directly. Lin Su caught it and shot again, only for it to fly back once more. The martial arts energy had transformed him. If he were on Earth in the 21st century, his flying knife would undoubtedly be a lethal weapon, remarkably accurate and immensely powerful, with extraordinary stability. Yet here, he could not even rouse the eyelids of a beautiful woman. After countless attempts, he felt he had made substantial progress. Yet Zhang Yu merely stifled a yawn. That yawn rendered Lin Su utterly deflated, akin to the crushing blow of a girl yawning mid-exertion. Forgive my candor, but practicing in this manner for 100 years would yield no results. Lin Su collapsed in frustration. Are you implying that my direction is fundamentally flawed? The direction is not at fault. Rather, you have overlooked the most critical aspect of martial arts, your internal energy. Your quantity is insufficient, and the quality is lacking. No matter how much you practice, it will prove ineffective. What then shall I do? Allow me to present you with an opportunity. This opportunity, to be precise, is not a gift from me. It is something you have earned. As their hands joined, a pearl suddenly surged into Lin Su's dantian. The moment it entered, an intense warmth enveloped him, and an extraordinary energy surged from his dantian, amplifying the volume of vital energy within his meridians to an unfathomable degree. No, it could not be measured in multiples. If the initial amount was akin to the trickle of fermenting wine, it now resembled the catastrophic rush of a mountain flood. His meridians burst forth simultaneously, in a manner both simplistic and brutal. It was somewhat painful. Endure it. Fear not. Even if your meridians were to rupture, I could mend them. What? Is this merely a bit of pain? Is it more painful than childbirth? Lin Su clenched his teeth, the sound echoing. What on earth is this? The demon core of the Black Flood dragon from yesterday's river. This creature possesses dragon-like traits, and its core harbors extraordinary energy. I have harnessed my sect's mystic arts to temper its ferocity, allowing it to continuously infuse energy into your body for 49 days. If you can withstand this trial, at least 10% of the demon core's power can be transformed into your vital energy. The dragon's core? You. Lin Su's words trailed off as a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, curling him into a tight ball. Yesterday in the river, you severely injured the Black Flood dragon with a battle poem. Had it not been for your strike, I would not have been able to slay it. Hence I say this opportunity is one you have earned. Can I refuse? It hurts. Ah, Lin Su exclaimed. Is a man truly so afraid of pain? I am the Gun, a scholar. Enough, enough. If you insist on making a scene, I shall lift the veil of silence and let the outside world hear how their esteemed Jin resembles a mere fool. Lin Su fell silent. You may label me as a rogue, but you cannot call me a fool. For a full hour, Lin Su rolled from the west to the east, cursing Zhang Yu with fervor, exclaiming the likes of one Buddha descends, another ascends. No wonder Zhang Haoran harbors such contradictions regarding his sister. She is indeed a peculiarity, a striking paradox of appearance and reality. On the surface, she appears graceful and ethereal, akin to a celestial being, yet when it comes to action, she is blunt and coarse, never bothering to inquire whether I consent, but rather forcefully shoving that enormous orb into another's belly. What would you feel if I were to thrust something into your body without your permission? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Lin Su's back, and with a crack, his bones seemed to realign. He felt a remarkable release. The pain had vanished entirely. To his surprise, his meridians remained intact. Zhang Yu glided gracefully before him, declaring, "The Ren and Du meridians are now unblocked. You have reached the martial sovereign realm." Martial sovereign? Lin Su sprang to his feet, and with a powerful push, he soared skyward. Zhang Yu extended her hand, pulling him back down. Lin Su gazed at her, struck by her unexpected beauty at that moment. Her fragrance was intoxicating, and her figure was stunning, making him yearn to indulge. With a whoosh, Lin Su was propelled far away. Zhang Yu's face flushed with anger. What did this mean? Just as he felt no pain, he entertained improper thoughts? His gaze was fixated on something inappropriate? As her eyes narrowed, her fury intensified. This shameless scoundrel. Lin Su's face burned, his body ablaze with heat. The sensations transporting him back to the previous night when he pinned the plum in the golden vase. Suddenly, Zhang Yu was jolted. Heavens, she had forgotten something. The black dragon was male, and dragons are notoriously licentious. This black dragon had once slaughtered 12 villages, inciting Zhang Yu's wrath to the point of wanting it dead. Now, with the demon's essence forcibly infused into his body, how could an ordinary human endure such torment? "Miss Zhang," he began, but she interrupted, her heart racing. Don't even think about it. I cannot bear it any longer. I must release this energy." Lin Su leaped to his feet, shouting, "Receive my blade." With a swift motion, he hurled a knife towards Zhang Yu. Startled, she noted the speed of the strike. It had increased tenfold. With a flick of her wrist, the flying knife reversed course, returning to Lin Su's grasp. Once more, he demanded. Another strike, even fiercer. Again! Again! Lin Su dashed about the courtyard, dust swirling in the air. As he unleashed a relentless barrage of flying knives towards Zhang Yu, each strike growing more ferocious. It was as if every attack drained his very essence. Yet the next blow held even greater power, seemingly limitless. For an entire night, the courtyard was a cacophony of chaos, while Lin Jiaoyang remained blissfully unaware, seeing only what Zhang Yu allowed him to perceive. As dawn broke, a pale light emerged on the horizon. Lin Su, with a swift motion, fell softly to the ground, his entire being appearing as though washed by water, his garments reduced to mere tatters. Zhang Yu, clutching the flying knife, stared blankly at Lin Su sprawled on the ground. What was this? A prodigy? In the course of a single night, his mastery of the flying knife had reached such remarkable heights, rivaling even the martial sect masters in terms of strength and speed. Just a dinner ago, he was merely a martial artist, yet in the span of one night, he had vaulted over the martial master level, transcending a significant realm. After approximately an hour and a half, Lin Su awoke, as if the sun had warmed his skin. Upon awakening, he found Zhang Yu had vanished. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings, gathered a change of clothes from his room, and leapt over the courtyard wall, plunging into the dense thicket beyond. Moments later, he found himself by the riverbank, with a splash. After about half an hour, he returned over the wall, having washed his hair and face, and donned fresh attire, exuding an air of elegance. Yet, Zhang Yu was nowhere to be found. Remarkably, despite the tumultuous events of the previous day, the western courtyard remained entirely unscathed. Had it not been for the surging power coursing through him, he might have thought the previous day was merely a vivid dream filled with both pain and pleasure. With the protection of the ethereal flower of the five realms, a being beyond the mundane, no matter how much he stirred, he could not create any significant disturbance. Truly, she was an excellent sparring partner. Lin Jiaoyang entered, carrying the petite Xiaoao. "Third brother, the provincial examination has concluded. A new task awaits. The imperial examination is upon us, and only 91 days remain." Lin Su's heart sank. Was the countdown on his existence restarting? It seemed endless. "Third brother, do not resent your elder brother for being verbose. Your status has changed. As a top scholar of the provincial examination, failing the imperial examination would render you a laughingstock in the literary world. Therefore, regardless of your pace, second brother will compel you." This was indeed a truthful assertion. Being a top scholar of the provincial examination and failing the imperial examination would be a monumental embarrassment. Lin Su replied, "Second brother, let us not forget that the imperial examination is a challenge we both face together. Tomorrow, I shall take on the role of this human countdown timer and come to your place for the counting down." Lin Jiaoyang's face lit up with joy. "This is precisely what I envisioned for you, dear brother. Together, we shall discuss and strive towards our goal." "Third brother, I have gathered 2 exemplary essays for you. Your treatise on military policy is unparalleled, yet the imperial examination essays may not be exclusively military in nature. It is prudent to embrace a broader perspective and prepare accordingly. He handed Lin Su 2 manuscripts, written on ordinary paper, the ink already faded, marked with candle wax and smudges, presenting an air of antiquity and authenticity. Lin Su picked them up to examine closely. The abatement of commercial affairs. The prosperity of a nation is often spoken of in terms of profit. But from where does this profit arise? It is commerce. Hence, commerce is vital, the nation's cornerstone. He read through it in one breath, then picked up the other. On the perils of water management. The prosperity of a nation lies with its people. The convenience of the populace depends solely on water and soil. The vast Yangtze River, spanning 37 reaches, suffers floods over half the years. He finished reading it in one breath as well, his expression somewhat peculiar. Second brother, you call this an exemplary essay? Of course it is an exemplary essay. These are the model essays from the palace examination 12 years ago, and the topic of the treatise was simply 3 words, the prosperity of the nation. These 2 sample essays were procured through a friend of my father's in the capital. Do you not find these essays utterly nonsensical? Lin Jiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Lin Su, however, took a seat and murmured to himself, how peculiar. Articles of this nature, with such biased viewpoints and absurd arguments, how could they possibly be presented in the palace examination? The quality is abysmally low, is it not? Oh, I think I begin to comprehend. What did he come to understand? He grasped the reason behind the bizarre nature of the political discourses in this world. It all boils down to one aspect. The myriad of sages are distinctly divided, with each school of thought holding entirely different perspectives. As scholars embark on the path of literature, they inevitably label themselves. For instance, the first essay is penned by a miscellaneous scholar who prioritizes commerce, thus inflating its significance while disparaging other doctrines. The second essay, written by an agrarian, magnifies agriculture to an extreme and condemns commerce as a bane to the nation. With such labeled discourses, how could one possibly uncover a truly effective method for governance? Hence, their extreme viewpoints and biases are hardly surprising. In contrast, during China's feudal society, the true civil examinations commenced in the Tang dynasty, and it was then that the political essays found their way into the imperial examinations. By that time, the founders of the various schools of thought had long passed, their influence waning, leading to a phase where diverse perspectives transcended division and entered a stage of integration. This allowed for a more holistic and comprehensive view. Under such ideological currents, the caliber of political essays saw a remarkable elevation. In this world, the sages still endure. Regardless of their physical presence, their influence remains unparalleled, and the lines between schools are distinctly drawn. Thus, it is not surprising that we encounter unique political discourses, each speaking from its own perspective. Lin Jiaoyang completely misconstrued the meaning. His younger brother's military political theories are of the highest standard, naturally possessing a broader vision, making it understandable for him to look down upon these essays. However, in today's world, exemplary political essays are rare to come by. The few outstanding pieces are often hoarded by the prominent families. It is likely that I, as an elder brother, would find it challenging to procure better sample essays for my younger brother. The hidden observer, Zhang Yiyu, felt a spark of excitement. She desired a sample essay. Then come to me, and I shall retrieve a few volumes of sample essays from my collection. She herself was unsure why this thought had suddenly crossed her mind. Lin Su interjected, Second brother, do not trouble yourself. How about this? I shall compose a few essays for you to reference, which may prove beneficial for the examination. Lin Jiaoyang was struck with astonishment, his face suddenly flushed. Zhang Yiyu was equally taken aback. How did the script deviate from her expectations? Lin Su entered the study, picked up a brush, hesitated momentarily, and then began to write. With that stroke, the brush danced across the paper with remarkable vigor. Having mastered the literary arts, the student's thoughts flowed with extraordinary agility, and his writing was endowed with the prowess of a dragon in flight. In essence, a scholar of the literary realm could pen words tenfold faster than an ordinary person. Yet, Lin Su surpassed even that. In less than 20 minutes, he set down his brush, lifted a stack of papers beside him, and exited the study, where Lin Jiaoyang remained deep in thought. Brother, take this and study it well. There's no need to memorize everything verbatim. Understanding it holistically will suffice. Lin Jiaoyang was taken aback. You've completed a treatise in just over a moment? He noticed that Lin Su held a stack of 20 to 30 sheets, each inscribed with minuscule characters containing thousands of words per page. In total, there were 20 essays covering agriculture, industry, commerce, military affairs, civil matters, and governance. As long as you truly grasp these concepts, not only will you excel in treatises, but one day, should you rise to prominence, you will safeguard the peace of your domain. Lin Jiaoyang's eyes widened in astonishment as he trembled while taking the 20 sheets. He glanced at the top page. Titled Water Conservation Treatise, the prosperity of agriculture is the foundation of a nation. As the saying goes, a nation is built upon its people, and the people depend on food. His eyes sparkled with realization. Within those short 10 characters lay a profound summary, almost classical in its essence. Upon closer examination, he found the discourse on water management to be exquisitely thorough. Water is not merely a source of disaster, but a vital resource for irrigation, transportation, and livelihood. Thus, one must not view water as an adversary due to floods, but rather seek to harness it to transform calamity into treasure. Heavens! This water conservation treatise, if presented to the Ministry of Civil Affairs in the capital, would be revered as a treasure. And this was merely what his younger brother had composed in a quarter of an hour. No, his brother had written more. There were additional pieces: agricultural stagnation treatise, 10 regulations for civil governance, 7 notes on border residents, 13 articles of feudal division. Brother Lin Jiaoyang's lips quivered. How did you come to know all this? Do you possess some divine insight? Do not burden me with such grand titles. Take this for your reference. I shall. Lin Jiaoyang rushed back into the study, closing the door behind him to read attentively. Zhang Yiyu surveyed the sky, the ground, the people in the courtyard, and then the study where Lin Jiaoyang had retreated. She discreetly pinched herself to confirm her awareness. The sensation was real, and indeed, she was not dreaming. In a mere quarter of an hour, Lin Su had penned 20 treatises, igniting such fervor in this scholar. She was curious to see what he had written. While most would remain oblivious to the whispers within Lin Jiaoyang's closed study, who was Zhang Yiyu? The ethereal strings of her chin resonated silently, and an intangible string slipped through the window, projecting the script from Lin Jiaoyang's hands directly into her sight. Moments later, the string delved into the drawer, allowing her to absorb all the manuscripts therein in an instant. In the next breath, Zhang Yiyu vanished from the Lin residence, appearing above the Yangtze River. Brother, I have something for you to appraise. The figure of Zhang Haoran emerged, shaking his head resolutely. I have already stated, it is impossible for me to decipher the ancient texts for you. Absolutely out of the question. I refuse, even at the risk of my life. I am willing but unable. It is not about deciphering ancient scrolls, but merely showing you a few pages of a manuscript. Viewing the manuscript? Transforming ancient scrolls into manuscripts? Who do you think you can deceive? I'm not looking at it. I'm off to the looming banquet, preparing to flee. Written by Lin Su. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoran abruptly halted his actions. It was a treatise he authored. Zhang Haoran's expression shifted. The manuscript of the Theory of Four Nations? He had certainly read it, thoroughly scrutinizing it multiple times, each reading reinforcing a singular realization. It was extraordinary. This prodigious work left him in awe, a sensation difficult to articulate. It was uncomfortable, yet exhilarating. The discomfort stemmed from the sudden awareness of his own inadequacies in comparison, while the exhilaration arose from a scholar's profound appreciation for a timeless masterpiece, akin to savoring divine nectar. It was not the Theory of Four Nations, but rather a newly penned piece, encompassing agriculture, commerce, governance, civil affairs, and military matters. As he himself claimed, he had prepared it as a reference for his second brother, boasting that if his brother truly grasped its essence, not only would such treatises be deemed trivial, but he could also become an exemplary official. Quick, give it to me. The treatise transformed into light and shadow, transmitting across vast distances. Before Zhang Haoran, a manuscript materialized in the void. This was the advantage of dual cultivation of literary and Taoist arts, allowing him to transmit information remotely with Taoist implements. Zhang Haoran glanced over, his entire being quaking. Upon finishing the first piece, he exclaimed, "Wonderful! Absolutely exquisite!" After completing the second, he was utterly dumbfounded. The third. Outside, someone called, "Young master, it is time to depart for the looming banquet." Zhang Haoran remained oblivious. The fourth, the fifth. After perusing all 20 pieces, Zhang Haoran fell backward, motionless. "Brother, are you all right? Something is wrong. Your brother is on the brink of collapse. The literary world has been profoundly impacted." Zhang Haoran gradually sat up, his expression remarkably off. Could it be? He merely took a quarter of an hour to draft 20 treatises, and you're affected to this extent? A quarter of an hour? Sister, you must be colluding with him to undermine me. I can see that he surpasses me, but but you shall not persuade me to abandon literature for the Tao. Meanwhile, the urging continued. Young master, the looming banquet. What is the rush? Are you hurrying me to my doom? Ah, father, you personally. Zhang Haoran sprang up, hastily shutting off the communicator. Suspecting his father had intervened to compel him to attend the looming banquet, Zhang Yu stood in a daze, pondering whether this treatise was truly remarkable. Let me see. She examined it herself, finding a plethora of text expounding peculiar principles. Lin Su had ensnared her second brother within the confines of the study with a plethora of mediocre treatises, while the treatises drew Zhang Yu away from the Lin family. He still found no peace. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the void before him. Despite the bright daylight, he distinctly sensed the shadow's utter emptiness, a most peculiar sensation. The night itself felt the shift within. Last night, prompted by Lin Su's words, she had secluded herself for an entire night. Her realm expanded, nearly crossing the threshold of the void viewing stage, just a hair's breadth away from that wondrous and enigmatic line. For a long time, she had been devoid of any stirring emotions, but today a spark of excitement ignited within her, compelling her to share this newfound feeling with another. She found herself standing before Lin Su, yet, unexpectedly, she was taken aback. Have you truly unlocked the Ren and Du meridians and ascended to the rank of martial sovereign? Just yesterday, he was merely a warrior, and now, astonishingly, he had achieved the status of martial sovereign. Had she truly been in seclusion for a decade? No. Her recent retreat had hardly constituted a genuine seclusion. It had only lasted a single night. Was it possible for a warrior to leap to such heights in just one night? She had never encountered such an extraordinary tale. Upon closer inspection, she sensed a peculiar aura within him, vast and boundless, a demon core. So that was it. The young man had indeed invested heavily. With this realization, an unusual sensation washed over her, reminiscent of childhood toys that had yet to be played with, only to be whimsically altered by another before she could even begin to enjoy them. Lin Su remarked, yesterday, I intended to ask for your assistance in guiding my martial arts practice, but you had to leave. Then, Fairy Zhang intervened. I must express my admiration. The top experts of the celestial sects are indeed formidable. With a mere modification, I found myself directly breaking through to the martial sovereign realm. Such heavenly techniques are truly beyond comprehension. It is no wonder that the world places the path of immortality above martial arts. There is certainly merit in that perspective. His face was filled with reverence. In Yi, however, felt increasingly unsettled. What was going on? Was she a top expert? A celestial being? While he was merely a coward fleeing the battlefield. Was martial arts inferior to the path of immortality? Lacking any understanding of martial arts, making arbitrary modifications, and forcibly enhancing oneself. Was that really considered a supreme technique? Lin Su's heart raced. The provocation had taken effect, yet his expression clearly conveyed dissatisfaction. Your assertion is misguided, Fairy Zhang. And Yi abruptly interrupted. Worldly martial arts only focus on brute strength. Without unlocking the 9 shackles, one ultimately remains outside the realm of true martial arts. If you continue down her path, your peak will merely be the martial extreme, and you shall never hope to glimpse the divine. The 9 shackles? What are they? Lin Su inquired. And Yi explained. The 9 shackles are 9 constraints within the human body. These invisible locks hinder the connection between man and the divine. Without unlocking them, one can only circle within the human realm. Regardless of how powerful one becomes, one remains human. Thus, the pinnacle of achievement is merely the martial extreme, where martial arts are but techniques, not a true path. Unlocking the 9 shackles marks the true beginning of martial arts. Lin Su's heart soared, yet his expression remained adorably perplexed. Oh, then when she returns, I shall ask her. And he was thoroughly incensed. She understands nothing. Lin Su looked at her in astonishment. And Yi flicked her fingers sharply, gliding across 9 positions on his body with lightning speed. Feel the 9 mystical gates I've left. Try to break through just one. This represented the 9 shackles of the human body. Each breakthrough signified an elevation, not merely in power but in realm and potential. There is a saying in martial arts, 1 step, 1 leap, 9 steps, break the celestial mystery. I shall give it a try, after all. Fairy Zhang did not forbid other methods. Lin Su thought, as he sensed the 9 mystical gates left by Yi. With his focus, the dragon-like essence within his dantian surged forth. The first mystical gate, whoosh, it shattered. A tremor coursed through Lin Su's entire being, introducing him to an entirely new sensation. The second gate, broken. The third shattered. The fourth, destroyed. As he sat cross-legged, a shockwave erupted from his position, pulverizing the grass beneath him. In the loft, Yi suddenly stood up. Could it be true? Had he broken through a mystical gate? How could it happen so swiftly? She, a genuine genius of martial arts, had taken an entire night to breach the first mystical gate, and her achievement remained a legend in her sect. Another shockwave radiated from him, and Yi stumbled slightly. 2 gates broken? Impossible. Without hesitation, she soared through the air, appearing directly before him. Once again, a wave of intense energy surged forth, causing the knight to widen its eyes in astonishment. A powerful shockwave erupted, threatening to topple the courtyard wall before them. With a swift motion, the knight propelled the shockwave skyward, causing the leaves of the ancient locust tree above to fall. Lin Su opened his eyes, an expression of delightful surprise crossing his face. Your technique is indeed effective. Having unlocked the 9 locks, my senses have become remarkably sharper. The 9 locks, all unlocked. The knight's voice had grown hoarse. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to you. However, what is this? Lin Su raised his arm to reveal a thick layer of grime coating it, and the same filth adorned his legs and more. Pardon me. I need to take a bath. With that, Lin Su leaped into the air, losing control and shooting up to a height tenfold out of the courtyard wall. Ah, he exclaimed lightly, twisting in midair before plunging into the Yangtze River. The knight's eyes slowly shifted. What is happening? Let me think. Last night, he was still a martial artist, having ingested an unknown demon essence. That fool, Zhang Yu, a mere novice, somehow managed to elevate him to the level of a martial sovereign. I had merely pointed out the locations of the 9 profound locks, intending for him to break through one in a few days, hoping to illustrate that the martial path is not so simple. Who would have thought he would shatter all 9 locks in less than an hour? How many years has my sect spent in circles within the 9 locks? How much effort has been expended? How many rare treasures consumed? Why has it all been appended in his case? The knight closed her eyes, searching for answers. After approximately 10 minutes, she opened her eyes, a glimmer of understanding illuminating them. She finally grasped the reason. It was solely due to his inner strength. The 9 locks consumed immense inner power. For the average person, progress in cultivating their inner strength was slow, rendering it difficult to break the 9 locks. Yet he possessed a demon essence within him, a power so formidable that it could not be contained anywhere in his body, including the 9 locks. The 9 locks are an enigmatic phenomenon. To break them requires one to be below the martial sovereign realm. Once one transcends into the martial extreme realm, the body undergoes a complete reorganization, rendering the 9 locks non-existent. Very few within the martial sovereign realm possess the inner strength to fully surpass it. By the time one steps into the martial extreme, their inner strength has become so potent that the 9 locks cease to exist. Thus, the difficulty in breaking the 9 locks. A rustling sound at the courtyard wall caught Lin Su's attention, and he cautiously peeked over, surveying his surroundings before silently descending. Upon landing, he was clean, his clothes immaculate and already dry. This was the capability gained from breaking the 9 locks. His body had become like a furnace, naturally drying itself. Knight, I must say, you are truly remarkable. Lin Su exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Yu. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in the knight's heart as she observed the teasing glint in his eyes. You were setting a trap, she exclaimed. Haha. This is called provocation. I knew you couldn't bear to see anyone flaunting their martial prowess in front of you. Surely you have a way to suppress her. The knight's expression was inscrutable. That impudent rascal, that despicable scoundrel, actually devised a scheme to provoke her into performing before him. Such a stratagem. And she unwittingly fell into his trap. After years of navigating the murky waters of this world, has she truly become foolish? Lin Su remarked. I understand your mission revolves around the secret formula. Given that you have assisted me, I shall offer you a recompense. I can provide you with the formula. A surge of surprise coursed through Anye's heart. Just as she contemplated administering a lesson to this audacious young man, he unexpectedly presented a substantial bargaining chip. He is willing to share the formula with her? Surely, she must have misheard. By Yun Bian, do you comprehend how immensely popular this wine has become? Major sects from the 9 kingdoms and 13 provinces are queuing up to reserve it, including the royal family. A barrel of wine, weighing 10 jin, has skyrocketed to a staggering price of 100 taels of gold. Of course, it is not a straightforward exchange. I can draft an agreement with your associates. The formula will be entrusted to you, allowing you to independently produce and sell the wine. For every jin sold, you shall remit 3 coins of silver to me as a fee for the patent of the formula. Is that true? Anye's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Initially, the agreement between Hai Ning Lu and him stipulated that the Lin family would produce by Yun Bian, settling at a rate of 1 tael of silver per jin, an already exceedingly low price. In just over a month, Haining Lu has reaped a fortune of 100,000 taels thanks to this wine. Compared to the minimal costs, the profits are extraordinarily lucrative. However, there exists a significant drawback. The supply is far too limited, with customers queuing for years, some even having placed orders for 3 years hence. Once the formula is handed over to Haining Lu, wouldn't their production capacity multiply tenfold or even 100-fold? The net profits would similarly surge to unprecedented heights. Contemplating such terrifying figures, Yi was genuinely moved. Her adoptive father had rescued her from despair, granting her a second chance at life. Now, in his time of dire need, she must lend her support. This is what it means to assist. In response to Yi's skepticism, Lin Su nodded affirmatively. What other conditions do you have? Present them all. None. Yi gently closed her eyes. This new contract, Haining Lu's profits will be exceedingly substantial. But why? Why grant this opportunity to Haining Lu? Because of you. Yi's heart, long dormant, began to race anew, and the warmth of her blood surged once more. You have resided in the Lin family for 2 months, confined to this attic. I am aware this is not where your heart lies. You ought to be a phoenix soaring in the skies, a free-spirited sprite, not a canary trapped in a gilded cage. Thus, I intend to unlock your shackles in my own way. Yi's eyes suddenly flickered with a tumult of emotions. A warm current silently enveloped her entire being. To break these chains, she would depart from the Lin family. Of course, I would be reluctant to see you go, but I would prefer that when you return to the Lin family, your intentions are purer. Simply to visit rather than out of obligation. Yi abruptly turned, her chest rising and falling slightly. Last night's stars and winds, the painting tower west of the building. With no colorful phoenix wings to fly together, yet our hearts are in sync, understanding each other with a single thought. At this moment, the poem resurfaced, and her heart was shrouded in confusion. When she first entered the Lin family, her intention was to acquire the secret formula, to avoid delaying her quest for enlightenment. Yet now, he had taken the initiative to unlock her shackles, granting her the opportunity to seek wisdom, and she suddenly felt a pang of sorrow within her heart. You should be a phoenix soaring in the heavens. You should be a free-spirited sprite. I cannot bear to see you depart. However, I hope that when you return, it is merely for the sake of visiting. No one has ever spoken such words to her. No one has ever penned such poetry for her. Indeed, there is no other soul under heaven capable of crafting such verses. Lin Su, Anya whispered softly, I have something for you. What? Anya placed a finger on Lin Su's chest. Apart from the 9 hidden locks of the human body, there are also the yin and yang orifices. I can grant you access to only one, the yin orifice. If you can unlock it, your martial arts realm will ascend to another plane. As for the yang orifice, I have yet to discover it, but you may seek it out. It is said that the yin and yang orifices are the keys to achieving sanctity in the physical form. This is the ultimate secret of martial arts. Will you not return after you leave? Anya vanished without a trace. She did not respond. She feared that if she spoke, she would utter the words lingering deep within her. Perhaps one day I will return, but only if I wish to. She understood the weight of that statement. Hence she dared not voice it. She departed, and Lin Su let out a long sigh. Failure. It was the first time he had taken the initiative to court a girl, and he had not anticipated such a disheartening outcome. Such a formidable woman, on the verge of transcending the realm of mortals, was akin to a martial deity. If only he could have won her over, traversing the world would have been a delightful experience. Who would dare provoke him, knowing he had a fierce partner to defend him? Alas, Lin, the handsome suitor, seemed to lack a certain allure. As for the secret formula, that was not his primary concern. Lin Su understood that a secret formula could not remain secret indefinitely. Although this world may lack technological advancement, it is rich in sects of cultivation, and the demon clans possess extraordinary abilities in manufacturing. The secret to distilling liquor would inevitably be exposed. Moreover, if the secret formula remained solely with the Lin family, it would render them the center of envy and strife from all directions. He was but a slight figure, unable to withstand such tumult. One misstep, and he could be devoured by those ferocious beasts, leaving not a trace behind. Perhaps it would be best to relinquish the secret formula. Securing equity would be far more satisfying. He still had ample resources regarding the secret formula and modern technology. Thus it was unnecessary to tread the path of distilling liquor to the bitter end. What was truly regrettable was Anya, such an exquisite figure, so delightful and so practical. It was a pity to let her slip away. But then again, she was a martial deity. If she wished to leave, there was no way to retain her. He resolved to devote himself to martial training, as the pursuit of martial arts is indeed addictive. Anya had left behind a yin orifice with such solemnity. This must be a valuable gift. Focusing his consciousness, he gradually reached the point she had left behind. A convergence of meridians within his body. There were no visible meridians, no tangible locks, only a singular junction. Was this the orifice? Indeed, it was a hidden orifice. Without her guidance, Lin Su would never have noticed such obscure details. Even if he had, he would never have contemplated the potential contents within. As before, his mental focus heightened, and his vital energy began to surge with increasing velocity. The convergence point of this energy became sensitive and enigmatic. The mysteries remained hidden. He pressed on with greater speed. At some unknown moment, beads of sweat poured from his forehead. A radiant glow flickered at the center of his brow, indicating that his literary prowess was also engaged in this grand undertaking. Moments turned into quarters of an hour. The flow of his vital energy reached an astonishing pace, and suddenly, this concealed orifice underwent a remarkable transformation, morphing into a black hole that voraciously consumed his energy, drawing it in with ever-increasing speed. Fortunately, the power of the demon core was immeasurably profound. No matter how much was drawn in, the strength flowed ceaselessly. With a thunderous roar, Lin Su's mind fell into a void as the orifice opened. He felt as though the world before him had been completely transformed. His senses became extraordinarily acute, and as he turned his gaze inward, he found boundless vitality coursing through every cell. Is this the power of the yin orifice? The unlocking of both the yin and yang orifices is indeed the key to achieving sanctity of the physical form. But where, then, is the yang orifice? The Dark Knight herself admitted she had not located it, and it was clearly beyond his reach. Yet, something felt amiss. He distinctly sensed he had uncovered a point of insight. What point? The operation of the yin orifice revealed the surrounding flow of vital energy, tracing a figure resembling the number 8, strikingly similar to the Bagua. If the yin orifice adheres to the principles of the Bagua, then the yang orifice must lie right here. Upon introspection, he indeed discovered the convergence of vital energy at that location, mirroring the earlier operation of the yin orifice, yet in reverse direction. Open it up. This was a command. Lin Su concentrated all his attention, directing his efforts toward the yang orifice. In Haining Tower, the Dark Knight's figure flickered and appeared in the basement, where the wall before her illuminated. Foster father. The Dark Knight bowed deeply. Is there any new development? Lin Su agreed to hand over the secret formula. The middle-aged man on the wall's countenance suddenly brightened. What conditions? Just one condition. Haha. Splendid. The middle-aged man bellowed thrice, immediately signed the agreement with him. He would even willingly increase the fee for using the secret formula to 5 coins. 1 or 2 would suffice. The sound of boisterous laughter echoed throughout the basement. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's laughter ceased. Step forward. The Dark Knight took a step closer, and the middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon her. You are but a step away from void gazing. Indeed, the child experienced a significant breakthrough last night and is expected to reach void gazing within a month. The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, and he fell into silence. Foster father. The middle-aged man sighed deeply. Can you contain it? Why must it be contained? The Dark Knight did not understand. Breaking through to the realm of void gazing should be the ultimate dream of countless martial artists. Some might even commit heinous acts, such as using children as a means to this end, despite their own capacity to break through. Why then suppress it? Just look at your face. As the Dark Knight raised her hand, she removed the mask she had never taken off, revealing a face marred by chaotic black lines that twisted like serpents, evoking a sense of dread. The expression on her face shifted dramatically. Years ago, by a fortuitous chance, she had opened the yin orifice, which had led her to become the ruler of the Dark Knight. However, solitary darkness does not endure, and malevolence remains. While she could suppress it in the realm of spying, once she truly broke through to the void, the power of the yin orifice would amplify tenfold, leading her inevitably to madness with no chance of escape. Her body trembled violently. She had once considered the opening of the yin orifice to be a monumental blessing, a stroke of fortune that had propelled her to become an unparalleled genius. Yet now, she recognized it as a double-edged sword. The only solution lay in seeking someone who had opened the yang orifice to harmonize their yin and yang, thereby preserving her life. Among the living, I am aware of only 3 individuals who have opened the yang orifice: General Ling Xiangtian of the ancient kingdom of Tiannan, the eminent monk Hongyi of the southwestern Buddhist kingdom, and the notorious thief Taohua Luo of the Great Yu. A wave of despair washed over her heart. She was familiar with all 3. General Ling, a man who had seduced 10 women, with none surviving. Even his war horses were not spared. The monk Hongyi, the revered, left no none unscathed from his sinister grasp. And as for the thief Taohua, he was the epitome of scum. How could she possibly engage in such compromising acts with one of these wretches? In this world, every matter has two sides, at the pinnacle of martial arts. The ground is paved with bones. I suggest you seek out the thief Tao Hua and, afterwards, eliminate him. Your loss of virtue will remain a secret, not impeding your ascent to greatness. Father, please. I would rather die. Suddenly, Dark Knight's voice faltered, her complexion paling to a ghostly white, save for the chaotic black lines that adorned her face. A horrifying thought struck her. She had just advised Lin Su on the Yin orifice. If he were to cultivate it, would she not be leading him to ruin? She might sacrifice herself, but he could not. How could she ever bring harm to him? It was imperative that she did not. In silence, Dark Knight departed from Haining Tower and rushed to Lin's residence, her heart pleading, "Do not cultivate. For heaven's sake. Do not." If it were anyone else, she would not be troubled. Even if they attempted to cultivate, it would be impossible for them to achieve success so swiftly. Yet with him, she felt unease, for she understood how terrifyingly rapid his breakthrough past the Nine Xian Gate could be. If he succeeded in his cultivation, she would never forgive herself. Lin Su shuddered, his mind momentarily blank. He was disoriented, unable to ascertain his location or even his own identity. He felt detached from his body, yet acutely aware of everything around him. It was as though he lingered in the mundane world while simultaneously transcending it. Gradually, his consciousness returned. In the Lin family courtyard, he was free and unrestrained. A whisper of wind stirred, and he distinctly sensed a figure within it. Pinpointing the shadow of Dark Knight, her eyes filled with urgency. "Lin Su, I implore you, do not practice the Yin orifice." "I have." In the dark of night, a heart plummeted to the depths. "Moreover, I must confide a secret. I have discovered and unlocked the Yang aperture. And I believe I am a genius." "Huh?" Anya's fingers pressed gently against his lower abdomen, as if turned to stone. Within him, two entirely distinct streams of vital energy swirled and intertwined, ever-changing. There was no malevolent aura, rather, a sensation that enveloped her in comfort. A unique warmth emanating from the Yang aperture. She was a moment too late. He had ultimately opened the Yin aperture, but he had simultaneously unlocked the Yang aperture. My heavens! Lin Su gazed intently into her eyes and caught a whiff of her fragrance, and in that instant, the surging warmth from the black serpent demon Dan threatened to rise once more. "Anya, you truly possess an enchanting scent." Anya suddenly flicked her hand, retracting her fingers, and vanished without a trace. "What was that about? Must you behave like a hedgehog?" "I said nothing, yet you flee at the slightest provocation." This remark went unheard by Anya, for she had already exited the Lin residence and submerged herself in the depths of South Lake. Her ability to peer into the void was tantalizingly close, yet utterly uncontainable. Her original plan was to find someone with an open Yang aperture within a month, to harmonize Yin and Yang. In this world, only 3 individuals had opened their Yang apertures, each more repulsive than the last, just like the Yin and Yang apertures. The 9 mysterious passages must also be opened within the martial sect realm, and once one surpasses this realm, the opportunity is forever lost. Those within the martial sect cannot even locate the Yin and Yang apertures. How can they hope to unlock them? Thus, those capable of unblocking their apertures are solely the fortunate ones. Yet now, there was one more who had unlocked the Yang aperture him. She no longer needed to roam the world. All she required was to harmonize with another, a choice far more arduous than death itself. But with him, Anya felt a warmth spreading throughout her body, her heart racing, compelling her to seek solace in the chilling waters of the lake. Ding Hai approached, signed the agreement, and departed with a heart full of joy. The Lin family, initially disheartened by the change in the secret formula, found renewed hope as Lin Su provided them with a resolute assurance. "Rest assured, the Lin family winery will continue to operate, and Jiang and Tingmi will persist in its acquisitions. We can brew our own wine to enjoy, gift, or sell on the streets, and directly supply the Haining restaurant, which will continue to purchase at the original price. The only change is that another Haining building will join in brewing Baiyun Bian wine. Are you worried he will monopolize the business, leaving us with nothing? The world is vast, and the market is boundless. Even accounting for our 2 families, adding 10 or 20 more would still not fill the market void." In an instant, spirits were lifted once more. Lin Mu nodded. Sanlang's decision is indeed commendable. A common man is innocent. It is the wall that bears the blame. While the secret formula is a valuable treasure, withholding it can easily invite calamity, much like your father, had he not commanded 100,000 strong. Would the civil officials have dared to feel apprehensive? Lin Su was taken aback, astonished that her mother had come to such enlightenment. Even the profound truth that a common man is innocent while the wall bears the blame had been realized. It was a significant honor for a woman of the inner chamber. However, Lin's mother's subsequent words were not to his liking. San Lang. There are only 90 days left until the imperial examination. You must devote yourself to diligent study. Upon hearing such pressing exhortations to read, Lin Su became somewhat restless. Fortunately, news from outside brought word of a visitor. Who is it? Lin Su inquired, only to be met with a shake of his mother's head. San Lang, he told you yesterday that you are the top scholar. You must learn the proper decorum in speech. Look at those officials. Which one resembles you? Who is it? This was the format of speech typical of a common innkeeper. The correct manner for the top scholar should have been, pray, who might it be? The esteemed governor wishes to host a Lu Ming banquet tomorrow and hopes you will attend punctually. Lin Su paused, slightly taken aback. The Lu Ming banquet. He had not anticipated this aspect. Other places had commenced their gatherings today, yet Haining had postponed until tomorrow, the sole reason being that the circumstances were exceedingly unique. Among the 10 individuals qualified to attend the Lu Ming banquet, 2 had fallen short. One was Zhang Haoyue, whose literary reputation had shattered. He could hardly be considered a young deer. The Lu Ming was irrelevant to him. Perhaps a frog-croaking banquet might be more fitting. The other was a fellow named Lin Su, who reportedly ran 3 laps around the city yesterday and, to this day, refused to don clothing. His parents had brought garments to his room, only for him to leap up and exclaim, I am worthless. How could the Lu Ming banquet proceed with only 8 individuals? The governor was undoubtedly exasperated, ultimately deciding to supplement the remaining 2 positions, thus assembling a diminished Lu Ming banquet. Since all the provinces hosted Lu Ming banquets, a tradition upheld for centuries, it could not be forsaken. Please relay to the esteemed governor that I am currently afflicted with a chill and am unwell, confined to my bed, and shall not attend, Lin Su declared emphatically. Lin's mother's eyes widened in astonishment. The maidservants, Xiao Xue and Xiaoya, were equally taken aback. Young master, how can you so boldly utter such blatant falsehoods? The messenger's eyes bulged in surprise as well. Lin Su waved his hand. Just convey my words to the esteemed governor. And rest assured he will not fault you. He will commend your diligence. The messenger, filled with doubt, hesitated for a moment, then bowed slightly and departed. Lin's mother descended the steps. San Lang, the Lu Ming banquet is a grand event in the literary world, a coveted opportunity for all young scholars across the land. You truly will not attend? Mother, the Lu Ming banquet is, at its core, merely a means to leave a favorable impression on officials and foster relations with fellow scholars. Do you truly believe I can cultivate a good rapport with them? Lin's mother gazed upward, lost in thought for a moment. Indeed, after her son's actions yesterday, he had likely offended half of the literary circle in Suzhou and a significant portion of the bureaucracy as well. What favorable impression could possibly remain? It was likely that 9 out of 10 attending the banquet would wish to gnaw at his flesh. If he were to attend, it would be a miracle if no conflict arose. San Lang, the literary path, alas, it is fraught with difficulties. She pondered whether it was truly right for him to embark upon this literary journey. Lin Su was taken aback. Mother, you have come to a realization. You now question the righteousness of stepping onto the literary path? Such a transformation is rather abrupt, isn't it? Fear not, Lin Su declared. The way of literature cannot be governed by that wretched emperor. He cannot obstruct my path. As for those worthless officials, they are of no consequence. Lin's mother gasped in shock, admonishing him, do not speak nonsense. Her gaze shifted to the 2 young ladies, Xiao Shui and Xiao Yu. Did the 3rd young master say nothing today? Do you understand? The 2 girls bowed in unison, explaining. The 3rd young master has caught a slight chill and has remained in the western courtyard, not emerging at all. Lin Su was taken aback. Realizing that even the girls had come to understand, he turned to enter the western courtyard, claiming to be unwell. At the governor's office, a constable reported to the governor. Recounting the situation, Scholar Lin Su has caught a chill and is bedridden. I have come to inform you that he cannot attend the Deer Song Feast. I hope you will be lenient. The governor's face, once twisted in consternation, relaxed after a moment of hesitation. What a pity. Very well, you may leave. You have performed your duties well enough. You are granted a day of rest. The constable was astonished. This was indeed a reward. The subordinates, however, were unaware of the intricacies of higher-level thoughts. The Deer Song Feast was a grand event following the local scholars' examinations, attended by officials, local gentry, and renowned figures. Such an occasion was an opportunity for emerging talents to gain renown through poetry. If Lin Su were to attend, the feast would effectively center around him. Given his extraordinary talent, those scholars, already worn down by his prowess, would likely wither like chicks under the wings of a phoenix. This triennial event would ultimately become a solo performance by Lin Su. Who would wish to witness such a spectacle? Certainly, Lord Zhang from the capital would not. Nor would Lord Zhao. His own Zhao Ji, determined to secure the position of scholar, had already suffered psychological distress due to Lin Su's presence. Upon being informed of the deer song feast, his first reaction was to shake his head. Now that Lin Su was ill and unable to attend, the other scholars would indeed come forth. The feast would not devolve into a farce. He would not be despised by the lords of the capital for facilitating Lin Su's triumph. Initially, he had high hopes for this local examination, as two lords from the capital had entrusted their sons to participate in the Haining exams, indicating their confidence in him. If all went well, he would be directly associated with these two prodigies, making his future in the officialdom considerably smoother. However, Lin Su, the disruptor, had turned a promising situation into a nightmare, leaving him at a loss as to how to mend his relationship with his powerful allies in the capital. Suddenly, another constable rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, the Red Banner has arrived." The governor sprang to his feet. The Red Banner was an elite unit under the Ministry of War, directly governed by the minister, akin to the personal guard of Lord Zhang. Why have they not provided advance notice of their arrival in Haining? The constable replied, "The Red Banner has come to handle matters for the Zhang family. Young Master Zhang Haoyue has boarded a ship returning to the capital, and over 700 corpses have already been loaded onto the vessel, which will soon set sail, refusing the involvement of local constables throughout the process." What? The bodies are not to be buried in the ancestral graves of Haining? Lei Zhengzhou exclaimed in astonishment. How could it be that a body is not buried in the ancestral grave, but instead transported thousands of miles to the capital? Is it not customary for the fallen leaves to return to their roots? To speak candidly, even if Zhang Wenyuan were to die at this moment, it is most likely that he would be returned to the ancestral mountain in Haining for burial. Yet, remarkably, over 700 members of the Zhang family perish in Haining, choosing to forsake the nearby ancestral mountain in favor of a distant journey to the capital. Could it be that the Zhang family fears the common folk would disturb their ancestral graves? One might say there indeed exists such a possibility. The constable remarked, "I inquired of General Shan, who leads the red flag troops. The general stated that Haining is no place of repose. The treacherous mountains and vile waters breed unscrupulous people, thus the spirits of the Zhang family shall not find rest here. Moreover, the troops stationed at Leigong Island have been withdrawn, reportedly to reinforce in the southern demon battleground, which has turned dire." As anticipated, the governor nodded. But suddenly his expression soured. The demon battleground has turned hostile? The garrison at Leigong Island has retreated? Indeed. Then how shall we deal with the marauding pirates of the Thousand Islands? The constable replied, "I asked the same question, and General Shan assured me that the pirates have been eradicated in recent years, so there is no cause for concern." Eradicated? Eradicated? A myriad of emotions flickered across Governor Lei's face. He knew better than anyone. That contingent had been stationed there, consuming countless resources, with women sent in several batches. Had they ever set sail to combat pirates? What, then, could be their means of eradication? Zhang Wenyuan, how cruel you are. In your wrath against the people of Haining, you seek to wash the city in blood by the hands of pirates. Haining, under his governance, had always been a place of culture and elegance. Yet now it has transformed into an eye of the storm. He could not remain here. He must depart. Tonight's Deer Call banquet demands a serious discussion with Zhao Ji. As for Zhang Darren, he, Lei Zhengzhou, has been entirely forsaken. The arrival of the red flag troops without notice serves as irrefutable evidence. Only the hope rests on Lord Zhao's son. Lin Su returned to the western courtyard. Xiaoyao rushed over to pour him a cup of tea, then leaned over the table, gazing at him with her large, expressive eyes. "What is it now? Do you wish for something to eat?" Lin Su tapped her forehead. "Brother, why do you always mention food upon seeing me? I am not edible. And today I only consumed 3 sticks of fried dough." "Oh, that is indeed progress. You had 5 sticks the day before yesterday." Xiaoyu beamed at the praise. A voice from outside interrupted. "Xiaoyao, you indeed only ate 3 sticks of fried dough today. But how could you neglect to mention the large fried cake you also devoured?" Xiao Tao had arrived, immediately exposing Xiao Yao's fib. Xiao Yao, undeterred, retorted, "Xiao Tao, you ate even more than I did. You had 2 fried cakes." Xiao Tao replied, "That was at the lady's behest. She said I was too thin and needed to gain some weight." At this, Xiao Tao's cheeks flushed. The lady's original words were, "Xiao Tao, would you be willing to serve the third young master? If so, then you must eat more. Being too thin is unacceptable." The lady's implications were not lost on her. It was clear that she intended for her to be the third young master's warm bed maid. A woman ought to have some flesh on her body, as it provides a pleasing touch for a man. Thus, in recent days, she has been diligently eating more than before. Alas, after years of possessing a rather slender physique, the endeavor to remedy it is not an easy task. Above the Yangtze River, Zhang Yu finally perused all the treatises, which were indeed vast and varied. She found it incomprehensible how one individual could possess such extensive knowledge. As a man of letters, a great poet, and a distinguished scholar, it is plausible that he understands the intricacies of brothels, yet he also comprehends governance, commerce, and military affairs. The principles articulated within those texts seemed profoundly logical, yet Zhang Yu must concede that this is not her area of expertise, and she sincerely struggles to grasp it. Now, she faced the crucial decision of whether to invite him into the fold to decipher the ancient tome. The ancient tome is of paramount significance, representing the absolute secret of the Bai Shui sect, and ordinary individuals are strictly forbidden from involvement. However, the greatest conundrum faced by the Bai Shui sect is that this tome is enigmatic, with no adept having fully comprehended it. External assistance is imperative. She had once summoned her elder brother to the mountain, where he diligently studied for 3 years and ultimately deciphered one scroll, proving that it is possible for someone to unravel its mysteries, not a practitioner of the Dao, but rather an erudite scholar, well-versed in various disciplines. Lin Su appears to be a natural candidate, possessing exceptional literary talents and remarkable knowledge across a broad spectrum, such as wine, which is indeed a form of eclectic scholarship. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he truly masters the arithmetic, astronomy, and elemental theories required to decode the ancient tome. Why not give it a try? What if a miracle were to unfold? While the sects of cultivation may seem lofty and serene, beneath the surface, turbulent currents swirl, and competition is fiercely intense. The ancient tome bears the weight of the sect's prosperity and even its security. With a swift motion, Zhang Yu caused the 20 treatises to dissolve into ethereal light. Her destruction here also meant that her brother's copies vanished as well. Should anyone claim she pilfered another's work, she would deny it vehemently. After all, her brother had read them too, and with his intellect, he could easily recall every detail. Zhang Yu's figure shimmered and transformed into a phoenix, its ethereal form flickering before she materialized in Lin Su's small courtyard. Xiao Tao was reporting to Lin Su. Young master, today marks the inaugural day of the new agreement. Boss Ding has established a large workshop in the East City, a distillery. Old Zhou assisted him in the construction, and the ingredients for the brewing and the millet were supplied by us. The first batch of liquor has already been produced, and Old Zhou is currently weighing it, totaling 863 pounds. We charge 3 coins of silver per pound, which amounts to 33 times 9, 36 times 18, 38 times 24, totaling 2,589 coins, or 258 taels and 9 coins of silver. Young master, we have suffered a significant loss. Had we adhered to the original agreement, he would owe us 863 taels. Lin Su smiled. You must adopt a perspective of development. One must have vision. What does it matter if we earn less today? Haning Lu plans to build 8 such distilleries, and in the future, they will expand. Just think, 8 distilleries. At the same scale, how much silver will they yield daily? 8 distilleries, each generating 258 taels and 9 coins. Young master, I cannot calculate that in my head. I shall draft a calculation. Xiao Tao's doe-like eye sparkled with a hint of playful charm. Agreed, with a flourish. Xiao Tao picked up the chopsticks from the table and inverted them, sketching a calculation in the earth. Soon, she arrived at the result, 2071 taels and 2 coins. Excellent. The answer is indeed correct. Lin Su inquired. So, have we earned a great deal, or merely a little? Young master, your wisdom surpasses mine. Little Tao beamed with joy, her financial gains multiplying, and as the diligent stewardess, her happiness knew no bounds. Suddenly, she was startled by the appearance of a woman clad in white, who stood before her, gazing vacantly at the ground where the calculation she had just completed lay. The newcomer was none other than the celestial being who had visited the young master the previous day. Zhang Yu observed the intricate calculations on the ground with utter bewilderment, confronted by an array of bizarre symbols, none of which she recognized. How could this young girl, with a mere flick of her intellect, arrive at the solution to such a convoluted arithmetic problem? 863 pounds, at 3 coins per pound, what would that total? If posed the question, she would surely falter, needing to laboriously compute with counting rods for hours. Yet this young lady had answered effortlessly, claiming it was all mental arithmetic. What about 2,589 coins for one distillery? How much for 8? The enormity of the numbers was staggering. Even the counting rods would reach towering heights if one were to calculate in such a manner. Yet, this young woman crouched on the ground and arrived at the answer in mere moments. Good heavens, she was a mathematical prodigy. But what calculations was she performing? Did she even comprehend them? Little Tao, what method of arithmetic is this? Zhang Yiyu slowly raised her gaze, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. How would I know what method it is? It's all taught by my young master, Little Tao replied proudly, tilting her head upward to inquire of her master. Her chest puffed out with pride, seemingly elevated above even the celestial sister before her. Multiplication, of course. Did you not spend 3 entire nights memorizing it? Don't you know its name? Zhang Yiyu was further perplexed. Multiplication? What is multiplication? In these symbols, Lin Su was momentarily transfixed. Lost in the realm of mathematics, oblivious to his surroundings. In this world, there existed no multiplication or division. All multiplication had been transmuted into addition and subtraction. For instance, if one were to calculate 8 distilleries at 2,589 coins each, a common person would immediately resort to deploying 20,000 counting rods, counting each one painstakingly. Moreover, how could they comprehend Arabic numerals? All numbers were represented in Chinese characters, and in traditional form at that. I must ask, how can one possibly survive? This was a novel system of counting symbols. This represented 1, this represented 2. As for multiplication, it was distilled from addition and subtraction, offering a far more convenient method of calculation, enhancing efficiency 100-fold. Zhang Yiyu's heart raced. Her brother had indeed claimed mastery over diverse disciplines, yet she had not anticipated such profound expertise. A self-created secret method that enhanced efficiency 100-fold. An ancient tome of wisdom, surely he was unparalleled. Little Tao, I have a matter to discuss with your young master. Would you kindly step outside? Little Tao cast a glance at the young master. Lin Su gently nodded. Go to the distillery and inform Boss Ding that there is no need for daily cash transactions. We shall settle accounts monthly with silver notes. There is no necessity for a heap of coins in the residence. Understood. Little Tao exited. Lin Su poured a cup of tea for Zhang Yiyu, his heart racing quietly. If he was not mistaken, she was about to mention the ancient scroll of heavenly texts. Zhang Yiyu lifted the cup gently, savoring a sip. While internally reviewing all her plans for confirmation before speaking, I wonder if my brother has ever mentioned something to you, namely, the ancient scroll of heavenly texts. Lin Su furrowed his brow. I don't believe he has. What is this ancient scroll? The ancient scroll, known as the W heavenly text, was obtained by a top elder of the Bishu sect during an overseas expedition a decade ago. The contents were profound and intricate, and countless cultivation masters spent 7 years deciphering it without success. Subsequently, the members of the Bishu sect speculated that the title W in heavenly text implied that only a genius in literary arts could unravel its mysteries. Thus, her brother was brought to the mountain and, after 3 years of diligent study, managed to decode one of its volumes. Indeed, a literary genius proved effective. However, his interpretation led the masters of the Bishu sect to believe that the scroll's decipherment was not related to cultivation levels, but rather to disciplines such as arithmetic, the 5 elements, and astronomy. The connection to arithmetic was intriguing, but I feared I could not partake, as this was a closely guarded secret of the immortal sect. The title W in heavenly text indicated that only those versed in literary arts were the chosen ones to interpret it. To engage in such decipherment would align with the will of heaven. How could the immortal sect oppose fate? They would only be eternally grateful to you. Of course. I believe what you say. Perhaps I should give it a try. I might find myself incapable of deciphering it. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Yiyu conjured a book that appeared in her palm, its cover adorned with 4 prominent characters, W in heavenly text. Lin Su opened the cover, and upon reading its contents, his heart raced anew. In an instant, he comprehended that the masters of the Bishu sect had entirely misconstrued the meaning of the W in heavenly text. It did not pertain to literary scholars deciphering it, but was intimately connected to a figure named W in Zhou W in, to be precise. Why? Because the material contained within was something he was profoundly familiar with, the principles of the Bagua. Zhou W in belonged to the Zhou dynasty, which predated the philosophies of various schools by over 6 centuries. Yet, in this world, the significance of Zhou W in remained elusive. While there were works by various scholars, none referenced Zhou W in. Now, suddenly, an ancient scroll had emerged, documenting the Bagua. He had seen the Bagua diagrams before, now vividly present in his extraordinary memory. He read rapidly, the first chapter marked with new ink, clearly inscribed by Zhang Haoran, representing the result of 3 years of meticulous deciphering. This indicated that the ancient scroll was not an original, but rather a rubbing. Otherwise, he would not have been permitted to leave his marks upon it. Yet, Lin Su was left bewildered, for the content described therein seemed to diverge from the Bagua he recalled. In his memory, the Bagua began with a diagram followed by a detailed explanation. But where was the diagram? From the first chapter to the 10th, there was not a single image. Without the Bagua diagram, how could one discuss the Bagua? Speaking without substance was akin to presenting mere words of the heavenly texts. Suddenly, Lin Su paused, pondering whether this was indeed the fundamental reason the text was deemed heavenly. The most crucial diagram of the 8 trigrams is missing. He closed the book and slowly raised his head, only to find Zhang Yiyu's enchanting gaze fixed upon him, brimming with hope. Have you discerned anything? Is it truly that simple? Let me take another look. Lin Su immersed himself in his reading, beginning with the first chapter. The positions of Qian, Zhan, Kuan, the convergence point of Earth energy, the apex of a parabolic trajectory, and the natural landing point of Earth energy unfolded in his mind. The intricate diagram of the 8 trigrams expanded within his consciousness, allowing him to compute these positions with remarkable clarity. Indeed, Zhang Haoran was truly exceptional. He had managed to calculate such numerous points. Despite lacking a solid foundation in modern mathematics, he could still derive the parabolic equations, albeit with a slight margin of error. It took Lin Su merely half an hour to complete the calculations for the first chapter. As the various points converged in his mental diagram, an unusual dynamism seemed to emerge from the 8 trigrams, as if performing a sophisticated formation within his mind. Yes, a formation. He comprehended fully that the ancient text documented a formation based on the principles of the 8 trigrams. The absence of the trigram diagram rendered it incomprehensible to others. Although Zhang Haoran was exceptionally gifted and possessed a wealth of knowledge, he too had failed to decipher it. The first formation was the simplest. Yet he had made 2 minuscule errors. Even the slightest miscalculation in a formation could lead to catastrophic failure. Lin Su spent the entire morning engrossed in calculations. At noon, he reclined on a lounge chair to rest. Zhang Yiyu, a formidable master of the 5th realm, poured him tea and seemed eager to offer him a back massage. After all, he was in need of assistance. Though Lin Su did not truly sleep during his midday respite, he had, through meticulous calculations, accurately determined the positions of 108 points across 3 formations, with each formation comprising 36 points. He felt a sense of awe. These formations were formidable. Why was this the case? While formations existed in this world, they were rather rudimentary, typically serving to protect a residence, disorienting intruders, inducing illusions, or suppressing cultivators' abilities. However, the Wang 8 trigrams formation was far more advanced. Its coverage could extend over 100 miles. The rejection formation, once established, would prevent any entry. The confinement formation, once set, would ensure no one could escape. The killing formation, once activated, would spell doom for those within. Could he entrust such a formation to the Bihui sect? What if the Bihui sect were an evil organization that used this formation to slaughter innocents? Who would bear the responsibility? Lin Su was no stranger to the name Bihui sect. He had first encountered it on the riverside, where countless refugees toiled day and night to cultivate rice for the sect, only to end up perishing from starvation. Thus, to him, the Bihui sect did not represent a noble institution. Their character was questionable. Of course, Zhang Yiyu was somewhat decent, but would she consent to be his wife? Why should he aid a sect in such a significant endeavor? Yet, now that this ancient text had fallen into his hands, withholding all its secrets was not a viable option. What could he possibly relinquish? It was indeed a perplexing dilemma. For the time being, he decided to focus on deciphering the entirety of the ancient text before addressing the matter of what to share. In the afternoon, he continued to decipher the ancient text, discovering no new formations but a novel theory, that formations can be upgraded, and the 36 foundational bases can yield infinite variations. 1 gives rise to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 births myriad things. The methods of transformation also necessitate calculations, which pose a considerable challenge for Lin Su. It can be confidently asserted that if Zhang Haoran were to calculate, he would be utterly perplexed, unable to arrive at a conclusion even after a millennium. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Su completed the entire text, which comprised 10 volumes. With his unique advantage, Merely having seen and touched it was tantamount to replication, though he anticipated that fully calculating everything would require a substantial amount of time. Nevertheless, he had essentially completed the decryption of the ancient text, as only the calculations remained. Lin Su returned the ancient scroll to Zhang Yiyu. Zhang Yiyu was disheartened. Is it impossible to decipher? Just one day had passed, and he had returned the scroll to her, evidently without any significant findings. There are some insights I need to consolidate and contemplate on several key issues, but I no longer require the ancient scroll. Well, Zhang Yiyu stored the scroll away. Stay here. If you have any inspirations, we can communicate at any time. Zhang Yiyu glanced around, feeling somewhat awkward. What's wrong? Shouldn't a cultivator be more carefree? Are you afraid of what I might do to you? Lin Su chuckled. The scales of Zhang Yiyu's heart tipped. Indeed. She had descended the mountain in search of enlightenment, lacking any specific tasks or obligations. After a few brief exchanges with the enigmatic figure last night, she had gained profound insights, while the renowned scholar Bao Shan had reportedly achieved a breakthrough in his literary pursuits due to Lin Su. This young man continually surpassed her expectations. Perhaps being in his company would yield unexpected delights. Besides, as he had stated, she had nothing to fear from him. Upon her acquiescence, Lin Su felt elated. To cohabit with such a beautiful woman? Over time, would he still fear her ascension? More importantly, she was an exceptional sparring partner, unbeknownst to her. That night, Lin Su, as his flying knife shot forth, Zhang Yiyu was astonished. What is happening? You've undergone some changes. Perhaps his prowess had not significantly altered, but the knife now emanated a peculiar aura that rendered it unpredictable. After you left in the morning, and Yi came by, she mentioned that your method of transformation last night was rather crude, as you do not comprehend martial arts. Thus, she corrected some of your mistakes. And I believe the results were immediate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiyu became displeased. What do you mean she doesn't understand martial arts? True, she may lack knowledge in that realm, but she is a fifth realm Dao flower. How could a mere martial artist judge the Dao? With a flick of his hand, Lin Su summoned the flying knife. Why not devise a means to prove that you are indeed superior to her? You should first prove yourself, Zhang Yiyu retorted, sending the flying knife straight towards Lin Su's forehead. What the? Are you angry? Lin Su took the flying knife, infusing it with the power of Yin, causing the ominous sound of the wind to abruptly vanish. Zhang Yiyu was secretly astonished. If this knife were to be used in a surprise attack from behind, even an ordinary martial artist might find it impossible to evade. With the next strike, Lin Su applied the power of Yang, launching the knife with such momentum that it resembled the blade of a celestial deity. However, the true essence of the next strike was silent and stealthy. Despite the grand appearance, as the night wore on, Lin Su collapsed from exhaustion once more, while Zhang Yiyu held the flying knife, lost in thought. In merely 2 nights, his mastery of the flying knife technique had already reached such a remarkable level. If he were to practice for a year or 2, would he not truly live up to his claim as Shaoli? Shaolin, with his knives, never misses? A single skill dominating over myriad techniques? This young man is indeed extraordinary. After his modification, he had the Night Guild assist him in stoking his flames. At the onset of the previous night, he had employed tactics to compel her into further aiding him. If she genuinely fueled his flames, would he not then turn to the Night Guild once more, seeking their assistance? Why did she suddenly feel that he was calculating on both sides, attempting to drain them both? With this thought in mind, her gaze upon the young man shifted. Had he truly deciphered the ancient scroll? If not, given his relentless pursuit of excellence, would he so carelessly return the scroll to her? He would undoubtedly find a way to record a copy. His speed in writing was astonishing, and if she let her guard down, he could easily succeed. The fact that he returned the scroll without recording a copy, feigning a lack of desire, was indeed suspicious. Perhaps he had already unraveled its secrets. Zhang Yiyu's expression shifted with the winds. If he had deciphered it and still chose to keep her around, then that would pose significant issues. He might either desire her for her abilities or wish for her to be his training partner. Both motives were within his reach. It was time to test him, to implement some strategy. Zhang Yiyu's eyes subtly flickered. As the sun rose high in the sky, Lin Su leaped from the courtyard, plunging into the Yangtze River to cleanse himself once more. As he emerged from the water and began his journey home, he encountered an elderly man with white hair, holding a rod inscribed with the words fortune-telling. Young man, would you like your fortune told? The old man asked, his eyes a dull gray. He was blind. Not interested, Lin Su replied, walking past him. The old man's voice followed him. 3 days ago, you were in grave danger. Today, however, The heavens have opened wide for you. Who can say whether, in 10 days, your life will still be spared? Lin Su halted, slowly turning back. The old man's gray eyes remained fixed upon him. First, tell me if I have any money on me. You have no money, but fortunately for you. The old man does not require payment for your fortune. No payment. Why not? It is customary for me. A fortunate fate is worth 100 gold pieces, but a perilous one, I demand not a single coin. The old man strode toward the riverbank. Under normal circumstances, the one seeking a fortune would pursue him, inquiring about the reasoning behind such statements. Yet, Lin Su simply turned and returned to the courtyard. Under the locust tree, Zhang Yu looked back at him. What's wrong? Lin Su's expression darkened. I fear I have encountered a ghost by rising too early. Encountering a fortune teller. I was informed that my life would be in peril within 10 days. I was incensed and dismissed him, not even inquiring further. The world is replete with extraordinary individuals, and those who possess knowledge of the heavens often wander among us. When such claims are made, there must be a reason behind them. But what of that old man? He had just been by the river. Lin Su raised her gaze, yet found no trace of him by the riverside. Zhang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. She abruptly exited the courtyard and headed towards the direction Lin Su indicated. Moments later, she returned, her demeanor peculiar. What's the matter? Do you wish to hear the good news or the bad news first? Zhang Yu's countenance was far from normal. I choose the good news. The good news is, what that person said is largely inconsequential. He is not affiliated with the heavenly secret sect, and he lacks any true understanding of fortune-telling. Indeed, that is quite favorable news. And the bad news? That individual is not human, but rather a water creature. What does that imply? It means, the black serpent demon core implanted within you has been revealed, and the water beings will come seeking retribution. For them, the most intolerable act is the consumption of their demon cores. While damaging their physical forms may be overlooked, devouring their cores will invoke their relentless pursuit of vengeance. Lin Su's eyes widened in astonishment. You knew all along? This is common knowledge and cultivation. He banged his head heavily against the locust tree behind him. Then you should promptly inform the Water Clan that this demon core was forcibly implanted in my body by you. I am innocent of any wrongdoing. If there is to be retribution, it should be directed at you. The Water Clan is known for their obstinacy. They would only sense the dragon core within you. Even if I wished to take the blame, it would be utterly impossible. Zhang Yu lightly spread her hands. Thus, you are in quite a predicament. What do you mean by taking the blame? It is a fact that you killed the black dragon, is it not? And it is a fact that you forcefully shoved the dragon core into my belly, is it not? Why is it that you commit these acts? Yet I bear the brunt of the trouble? He danced around in frustration while Zhang Yu rested her chin on her hand, sipping tea. Once he had finished his antics, she spoke. Indeed, why is that so? Gazing at her innocent demeanor, Lin Su's heart was filled with 100 plans. Zhang Yu added, could it be that your character leaves much to be desired? Lin Su cursed inwardly. I suspect you have indeed uncovered some information from the celestial tome. Yet you deliberately refuse to share it with me, correct? Lin Su stared at her in silence. By behaving this way, you truly appear to lack integrity, Zhang Yu remarked. Let us be frank. Share with me what you've deciphered, and I will reveal to you the rules for survival. Lin Su sighed skyward. Oh, you. Why must you be so astute? I merely wish to keep you around a little longer. Is it truly a crime to have affection for someone? Alas, it is ultimately a case of unrequited love. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled, and it was uncertain if she had been swayed by his words. In any case, her silence quelled the emotional display. Follow me. Lin Su entered the study, and Zhang Yu joyfully followed. He picked up his brush and began to draw. Zhang Yu's heart raced. A formation diagram. This celestial tome is, in fact, a formation chart. Your brother deciphered half of it, while I deciphered the other half. When combined, it constitutes a complete formation diagram. As for the power of this formation, I am utterly clueless. I'll leave that to you. Zhang Yu took the diagram, her smile blooming like a flower. Now, tell me, what should I do? Your issue is quite easily resolved, Zhang Yu stated. That black dragon belongs to the Sea Clan, and only they can seek vengeance on its behalf. The human and sea clans have always had an agreement. High-ranking sea creatures are prohibited from entering inland rivers. Therefore, as long as you refrain from venturing out to sea, you will be safe, while high-ranking sea creatures are prohibited. It stands to reason that there are some lesser beings that may enter, correct? Zhang Yu replied. Naturally, however, if those lower sea creatures dare to attack you, it would be tantamount to delivering seafood as a gift. That was a rather pleasing sentiment. But wait. Why was that black dragon able to enter the inland river? Are you suggesting it is a lesser sea creature? Zhang Yu clarified. It is certainly not considered lowly. Its entrance into the inland river was a violation, which is why it perished there. Is there a problem with that? Lin Su pondered for a long moment and found no fault in her reasoning. Looking up, he realized that Zhang Yu had already vanished. The young lady possesses a clear objective, arriving solely to decipher the celestial tome. Once the tome is unraveled and the array diagram obtained, she vanishes without a trace. Could she not linger to foster some emotional bonds? Both the knight and the illustrious Lin have departed, leaving the two prodigies to vanish in an instant, leaving Lin, the handsome commander, devoid of any sense of accomplishment. After approximately an hour, Zhang Yu descended upon the master peak. The array diagram was entrusted to the hands of the sect leader. With a mere lift of his hand, 8 elders materialized, and the array diagram began to spin in the void, igniting the eyes of all 9 individuals with brilliance. The array of repelling enemies. It encompasses a radius of 100 miles. Once the array is formed, no army can breach it, and regardless of how the enemy disguises themselves, they cannot infiltrate, proclaimed an elder with a white beard. The headquarters of the Bai Shui sect lies precisely 100 miles away. An elder resembling a scholarly figure remarked, "If this array can be employed as the sect's protective formation, our sect shall remain untroubled." The sect leader rejoiced. Elders, immediately gather the required array stones. Arrange them according to this diagram and test its effectiveness. In merely 3 hours, a soft hum resonated. Within the mountain gate, all remained unchanged, while outside, the location of the Bai Shui sect had completely vanished from sight. The grand entrance of the Bai Shui sect, surrounded by towering mountains, suddenly disappeared entirely. It seemed as if the Bai Shui sect had transcended the mortal realm, making it impossible for even the most formidable masters to target it, as there was no point of leverage. What an astonishing array, capable of rendering the mountain gate into the void, proving to be tenfold, 100-fold stronger than anticipated. The sect leader's excitement reddened his face. At this moment, the immortal sect truly embodied its essence. The white-bearded elder sighed. Yu's achievement is indeed remarkable. Yu, who deciphered this celestial tome's array? In response to Master, Zhang Yu stated, "This celestial tome was deciphered half by my elder brother and half by Lin Su of Haining, combined into a wondrous array. Truly a prodigy, exclaimed the sect leader. I shall elevate your brother to a direct disciple of the sect. As for Lin Su, inquire if he would be willing to join the Bai Shui sect. If he desires, I shall also grant him the title of direct disciple." Both of them are devoted to the literary path and reluctant to pursue cultivation. The scholarly elder commented, "This is not surprising. Both gentlemen are top scholars of our province. How could they bear to forsake such a promising future?" Suddenly, an elder descended from the heavens, declaring, "Sect leader, this protective mountain array is indeed miraculous. But it harbors a critical flaw." Everyone gasped in unison. "What?" "The consumption rate of the array stones is alarmingly swift. With 36 array stones, it is anticipated to sustain this formation for merely 3 days. Furthermore, it requires 36 Dao flower-level experts to guard the array's foundation long-term, without deviation. While Dao flower-level experts are not a concern, there are hundreds within the Bai Shui sect, and rotating shifts would be a trivial matter. The consumption of array stones is strikingly alarming. Array stones are no commonplace commodity. Each stone is worth 10,000 taels of silver. Even while stationary, they would consume 12,000 taels daily. Despite the Bai Shui sect's considerable wealth, such expenses are unsustainable. The most pressing issue is the limited stock of array stones, and acquiring more poses considerable challenges. Beneath the heavens, there exist but 3 places that yield the treasures of the supernatural realms: the holy land of the demon clan, the realm of the demonic tribe, and the southwestern Buddhist kingdom. The demon clan is somewhat more amiable, while the demonic tribe stands in opposition to humanity, refusing to sell their precious array stones to the human race. The inhabitants of the Buddhist kingdom are even more contemptible, despite possessing array stones. They refuse to part with them. Their sentiment is clear. Why engage in conflict when we could all simply coexist in peace? They declare that they will not sell any materials related to warfare, for they are not in need of wealth. Even if they were, sending monks to beg for alms would suffice. Ultimately, the sect leader made a decision. There remain some array stones in stock, thus, it is imperative to procure more from the holy land of the demon clan. The great array of the Bai Shui Xian sect need not be activated frequently, but should an unforeseen event arise, these stones will serve as a contingency. Little did anyone anticipate that Lin Su had decrypted 3 array diagrams from the celestial tome. The diagram he submitted to the Bai Shui Xian sect was, in fact, the least potent of the trio. The array of repelling enemies merely serves to obstruct foes. The array that ensnares adversaries, however, confines them effectively. In combat, it is evidently more advantageous than simple repulsion. The most formidable of all is the killing array. Had the Bai Shui Xian sect obtained this lethal formation, the scenario would have been drastically altered. Upon the enemy's arrival, they could activate the Great Array, annihilating the enemy's vital forces, thereby negating the need for numerous array stones and achieving a lasting resolution. Moreover, they could not fathom the revelations contained in the latter part of the celestial tome. The latter section encompasses the derivations of array formations. Once thoroughly studied, the 3 sets of formations could yield 64 variations. Lin Su sequestered himself in his study, diligently exploring these transformations. Despite his knowledge surpassing that of his contemporaries, he found himself utterly confounded. The realm of formations is capricious and unfathomable. When one reaches a profound mastery, one can effortlessly arrange formations, whether they be diminutive enough to eliminate a solitary foe or grand enough to envelop the heavens. In the Western Sea, where azure waves stretch infinitely, the Dragon Palace lies concealed beneath the waters. A dark fish, emerging from the distance, penetrates the gates of the Dragon Palace and transforms into an elderly man, resembling the fortune-teller Lin Su had previously encountered. Your Majesty, the dark fish bows deeply. From the wall ahead, a colossal black dragon head slowly extends. Have you found it? Indeed. The young master's demon core resides within the belly of a human in Haining. A cultivator? The Dragon King's eyes widened in fury, shaking the entire hall. Nay. He is but a scholar, the top candidate of the recent provincial examination in Haining. Why not slay him and bring him back? The dark fish replied. This individual is well versed in both literature and martial arts. To attain the position of top candidate necessitates an exceptional intellect and a breakthrough into the martial sovereign realm. I could not possibly defeat him with a single strike, and he is accompanied by formidable allies. Acting recklessly would only lead to our demise. Infuriating. The Dragon King seethed. As his words echoed, the dark fish fled the Dragon Palace, collapsing amidst the waves in a state of despair. Suddenly, a flamboyant figure emerged from the opposite wall. Your Majesty, do not be vexed. Solutions always exist. What solutions? The higher sea tribes cannot infiltrate the inland rivers. Should I suggest that you breach the treaty, Your Majesty? The sea concubine replied. The human sea treaty is the Dragon Emperor's edict. How could I dare counsel you to violate it? But, Your Majesty, do not forget, there remains one within the lines. Impossible. Establishing a covert presence in the human realm for the sea tribes is exceedingly arduous. We cannot act upon such matters lightly. If one were to expose their flaws, the consequences would be dire. I am not referring to that hidden pawn, the lady remarked. I speak of the one within the abyss of no Dao. The abyss of no Dao? The Dragon King's eyes gradually brightened. The abyss conceals myriad depths. It does not reside within the mundane world, yet it connects to it. Very well, let him take action. Inform him to eliminate that human and reclaim the dragon pill, and I shall grant him a Dao-generating herb. In the study, Lin Su finally set down his pen and looked down in astonishment. Goodness, is all of this my calculation? It is far too much. The room was filled with paper, each one meticulously inscribed with fine, thread-like handwriting of mathematical formulas. To accomplish such an extensive work in merely 3 days. In that world, I am a top scholar, a genius. He picked up a piece of precious paper, changed his pen to a treasure pen, and inscribed the character, wind. As the character took form, a gust of wind arose, lifting the manuscript papers into the air. With another stroke, he wrote, fire. Flames erupted, turning a pile of papers to ash. He inscribed another wind, and the window opened, sending the ash flying outside. A smile adorned Lin Su's face. Impressive. I can wield the power of the literary Dao now, though I cannot soar into the sky with a single character as Baoshan does. I can summon wind and fire. Tell me, am I not remarkable? Suddenly, someone jumped in from next door. It was Lin Jiaoyang, who gazed at Lin Su in astonishment. Third brother, what are you doing? Second brother, I am practicing the power of the literary Dao. His joy failed to resonate with his elder brother. Lin Jiaoyang wore a pained expression. Third brother, you have already established your literary realm with your precious pen and paper. Inscribing wind and fire naturally manifests them. There is no need for further training. And yet, you waste 3 sheets of precious paper. What a squander. To second brother, who valued thrift and cherished literary materials as a traditional scholar. Wasting 3 sheets was lamentable. However, for Lin Su, it was of no concern in his worldview. All things were mere tools. Once more, if I wish to do it, I shall. Lin Su wrote the character for boat, and the golden paper transformed into a small vessel. He stepped onto it, only to hear a pop as the precious paper tore. He then inscribed the character for blade, which flew forth, severing a few leaves, and vanished. Having returned to the study, Lin Jiaoyang could no longer contain himself. Stepping out again, he said, "Third brother, let me impart some wisdom. The literary realm of a scholar can imbue characters with some mystical powers, but such powers are not yet of practical use. The character for wind can clean the house, fire can cook, and blade can cut leaves. Yet it lacks the finesse to sever willow branches. The only practical function is to send messages, best not to toy with it. If you have an abundance of precious paper, you might as well share it with your second brother. To what extent then does it possess practical value?" After second brother's lesson, Lin Su finally grasped the essence of being a practitioner of the literary Dao. A novice, the power of the literary Dao, when not manifest, merely enhances cognitive function and maintains health. The scholar, with a nascent display of literary prowess, experiences an enhancement in writing speed and memory. His brush glides gracefully across precious paper, exuding an air of mystique akin to celestial beings, enabling him to send messages akin to the flight of wild geese. One must not underestimate this ability. In an era devoid of mobile phones and WeChat, such a skill is indeed a divine art for those unversed in literary pursuits. As a graduate, the manifestation of literary strength becomes more profound. With the brush upon the precious paper, he crafts vessels that can ferry others, and winds that can raise clouds of dust, even toppling houses with the strokes of his pen. The words inscribed can bring forth death. Upon reaching the status of a champion, one's capabilities ascend to an extraordinary realm, exhibiting true celestial techniques. In the early stages, the literary path appears unremarkable, perhaps even trivial. To illustrate, consider Zhang San, who cultivates literary foundations, literary circles, and literary mountains, while Li Si dedicates himself to martial pursuits as a warrior, master, and sect leader. In a confrontation, a martial artist can effortlessly overpower a mere literary aspirant. The disparity is stark. A martial master can send a literary figure flying with a mere kick. However, as one progresses, the dynamics shift. When a literary mountain faces a martial sect leader in close combat, the martial artist may hold the advantage, yet in actual combat, it is often the literary mountain that prevails. Why? Because the literary adept can strike from a distance, delivering devastating blows that incapacitate the opponent. At this stage, victories and defeats are both present. Upon reaching the level of literary enlightenment, a decisive imbalance occurs. Those of profound literary insight wield words that hold boundless power and unpredictable transformations, rendering martial prowess insignificant. They can effortlessly contend with the highest echelons of martial arts. Ascending yet further into the realm of literary mastery, with a single stroke, they can alter the very fabric of reality, leaving even the mightiest demon lords and extraordinary beings in disarray. In the later stages of literary cultivation, myriad divine arts are manifested, becoming increasingly unfathomable. Thus, the literary path represents a higher echelon of understanding, firmly establishing its primacy among the 5 paths. Lin Jiaoyang's lesson is animated and full of life. The crux of his message is this: "Third brother, you are the chosen one. The path of literature is vast and boundless. Pursue it diligently and do not be distracted by trivial studies. Do not think I am unaware of the 2 women who frequently visit your quarters. One is a practitioner of the way, and the other a martial artist. Be wary of their potential to lead you astray." Lin Su sighed, expressing a desire to be led astray by them, yet lamenting their lack of interest in engaging him. "Well then, you go study. I shall take a stroll." Just as he reached the door, he encountered Uncle Deng, who had come specifically to seek him out. "Is there something you require?" Lin Su inquired. Uncle Deng leaned in, whispering into his ear, "Young master, Lu Xingou has nearly recovered from her injuries and is eager to see you. Would you like to bring her here now? It may be inconvenient with too many eyes around. Perhaps we should visit her instead." Lu Xingou, a member of the Zhang family, bears the title of the 18th concubine and plays a pivotal role in inciting internal strife within the Zhang household. The local magistrate is searching for her, and the Zhang family will not spare her, even in the public sphere, given the devastation the Zhang family has wrought upon many. If her identity as a concubine were to be revealed, her life would be in grave danger. Her situation is exceedingly precarious, and entering Lin's residence blindly poses a significant risk. Upon exiting the Lin residence, they found themselves on the bustling main thoroughfare of Haining. Along this lively route, the atmosphere was vibrant and prosperous. However, they chose to traverse through a narrow alley, which quickly descended into desolation. The winding paths twisted and turned through several meandering lanes until they arrived at the entrance of a tightly shut courtyard. Mr. Deng knocked gently on the door, which soon creaked open to reveal a woman who immediately knelt before him. Chen Si, remnants of the Eastern State, pays her respects to the young master. Lin Su was taken aback. The remnants of the Eastern State? Is she truly Chen Si? Mr. Deng had previously mentioned that Chen Si was once a scout of the naval forces, renowned for her extraordinary agility. Though she had suffered a grievous injury that left her crippled, she had heroically rescued Lu Xing'er. An image of Chen Si formed in Lin Su's mind, a slender, aged figure, a legless hero reminiscent of Lu Xingfeng, the forsaken disciple from the Peach Blossom Island in the legend of the Condor Heroes. Yet, the woman kneeling before him was a stark contrast to his expectations. She was beautiful, curvaceous, and most astonishingly, she walked as if unimpeded. Mr. Deng chuckled, "Young master, it seems you are entranced by her legs. She hails from the Thousand Mechanisms sect, and these legs are her own ingenious creation. To the uninformed, they are mere prosthetics, shrouding her true identity." Lin Su's eyes brightened as he extended his hands to help her rise. "Sister Chun, please, do not address me as young master." Rise quickly. Chun Si lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Young master, what did you call me?" "Sister Chun, if I may call him Mr. Deng." "What is the harm?" she protested. "This is unacceptable, utterly unacceptable. I am but a sinner saved by the Marquis, a servant of the Marquis household. What does it matter?" "Sister Chun, please stand. I am overwhelmed with joy to see you." Chun Si straightened, taken aback by Lin Su's elation, feeling both astonished and apprehensive. Good heavens! Why does the young master gaze at me with such fervor? Surely, he cannot be so indiscriminate in taste? I am already 30. Little did she know. Lin Su's keen interest lay in the Thousand Mechanisms sect itself. He was aware that it was a once legendary sect, renowned for its mastery in creating various contraptions. Each member was an exceptional craftsman, with remarkable practical skills. Yet, due to a deeply taboo incident, the sect had faced total annihilation. The sect's stronghold was razed, and its surviving disciples vanished without a trace, leaving their esoteric knowledge nearly lost. Lin Su's fascination was not with the sect's lost arts, but rather with a plethora of design concepts swirling in his mind, yearning for realization. Encountering a genuine disciple from the Thousand Mechanisms sect felt akin to discovering a treasure from the heavens. However, today's priority remained the meeting with Lu Xing'er. Following Sister Chun, Lin Su entered the dimly lit inner chamber, where a woman slowly turned to face him. Instantly, his vision brightened. Lu Xing'er, 3 years ago, was the unrivaled beauty of Shiliu village. Otherwise, the elderly Zhang patriarch would not have been so consumed by desire as to massacre her entire family in his pursuit of her. Now, she had shed the innocence of a village girl, blossoming into a breathtaking beauty. Her demeanor appeared nonchalant, her entire being radiating indifference. With a body as delicate as a young willow and a heart as cold as ashes, she embodied the very essence of that phrase. Within the confines of the chamber, the formidable Lin Su entered, yet Lu Xing'er remained unperturbed. Sister Chen spoke. "Lu Xing'er, this is Master Lin Su." Lu Xing'er was struck with astonishment, her countenance shifting dramatically, and she fell to her knees. "Lu Xing'er pays her respects to Master Lin. I am eternally grateful for your righteousness in avenging my family's grievances." Having reached this juncture, she no longer cared for the affairs of the world, yet there was one individual she could not disregard. This person had brought ruin upon the Zhang family, and it was this very individual who avenged the enmity against her parents and brother. That person was none other than Lin Su. Lin Su extended his hand to assist her. "Miss Lu, there is no need for such formality. The Zhang family is not only your adversary, but also mine. I have come today to inquire about certain matters. Please ask, sir. I assure you, I shall share all that I know," she replied earnestly. Lin Su sought to uncover information regarding the Zhang family. In 3 months, the imperial examinations would commence, leading to the palace examination, where a fierce confrontation with the Zhang family was inevitable. Given their formidable influence, he could not afford to enter the capital without adequate knowledge of his opponent. Thus, he required deeper insights into the Zhang family. Discovering their vulnerabilities or incriminating evidence would provide him with a means of counteraction. Although Lu Xing'er had spent 3 years within the Zhang household, Her unique position as a concubine rendered her circumstances precarious. Despite her elevated status, everyone in the Zhang family was aware of her discontent, effectively placing her under a form of soft captivity. How could she possibly acquire evidence of their wrongdoings? However, her years of keen observation had revealed certain clandestine matters. She had discerned that the Zhang family was entangled with the water bandits of Qiandao Lake, though the specifics of their collaboration remained elusive to her. Upon hearing this, Chen Si and Dang Bo simultaneously slammed their thighs. Infamous. The Qiandao Lake bandits are indeed a ruthless bunch, unlike the typical water thieves of feudal societies, who often resort to crime due to oppression. These bandits are a mix of rogues, martial artists, renegades from legitimate sects, and defected military leaders, each with a criminal history. Such individuals associating with the Zhang family is scandalous, wouldn't you agree? It is crucial to remember that the Zhang family hails from the home of the Minister of War. What is the role of the Ministry of War? Suppressing bandits is inherently their responsibility. No wonder the garrison stationed on Legong Island has made so much noise, but little progress in eliminating bandits. Perhaps they are engaged in covert dealings, or even fostering these criminals. Thank you, Miss Liu, for this invaluable information. Lin Su said. What do you plan to do next? Lu Xing'er gently shook her head, uncertain of her own intentions. Perhaps she had never truly devised a plan. For someone like her, death might be the only viable path. Rescued from the brink of death, her future appeared bleak. She could not remain in Haining City, nor could she return to Shiliu Village. Wandering the world would undoubtedly lead to her being exploited and mistreated. If you do not mind, come with me to the Lin residence. My west courtyard is spacious and in need of someone to manage it. Lu Xing'er's eyes brightened. Thank you for your kind offer, sir. And what of you, Qinjie? Do you have a family? Chen Si's eyes sparkled, as a disabled woman. How could I possibly have a family? Does the young master wish for me to join him at the Lin residence? Indeed, in the future. I may require your skilled hands for certain tasks. Chen Si was overwhelmed with joy and knelt down, exclaiming, Young master, your extraordinary talent is the hope for the revival of the Ho family. It is my lifelong wish to follow your command and bring a smile to the Lord in the afterlife. Then it is settled. Lin Su replied. Dang Bo, you take these two back to Lin Mansion and say they are my maidservants. This is Qinjie, and this is Xing'er. Moreover, from now on, do not address me as young master. Understood. Lin Su smiled and exited. Chen Si turned to Lu Xing'er, saying, Xing'er, do not feel wronged. Although entering Lin Mansion as a maidservant may not compare to being a concubine in a wealthy household. Qinjie, please do not say that. I despise concubines. I dream of being a simple maidservant, especially when serving my benefactor, which is a tremendous blessing. Lin Su strolled along the long street, contemplating various matters. Was there any way to address the issue of the water bandits? It seemed unlikely. Lu Xing'er had no grasp of the relevant evidence, and even if she did, how could it be presented to the emperor in the Golden Hall? The corrupt feudal lords would not act justly. If he were to traverse back to the Tang or Song dynasties, facing such high officials, he might indeed feel utterly powerless. However, in this world, imperial authority does not tower above all. As long as he becomes truly powerful, all authority becomes trivial. Lin Su approached a shop selling magical artifacts. Run by the demon clan, it had become customary for the demon race to open shops within human territories, conducting business as usual. If the owner was benevolent, other shopkeepers would invite them to dine together. Naturally, one must not engage in reckless behavior, such as exploiting the unique abilities of the demon race for nefarious purposes. Doing so would be tantamount to courting death. Upon entering the shop, an elderly man greeted him warmly. Shopkeeper, do you have any formation stones? Indeed. We just received 3 pieces, and they are of the highest quality. How much for each? 12,000 taels, but young master. The formation stones are not ordinary goods and require a permit from the Ministry of War for sale. Do you possess such a permit? Lin Su's heart raced. He had neither of the required items. 12,000 taels for a single stone was an astronomical price he could never afford, let alone the permit from the Ministry of War, which was even more unattainable. He had deciphered the Wenwang Tian Shu, which contained 3 sets of formations, and he had meticulously calculated all the details, seemingly able to set up the formations in an instant. Yet, he realized that deciphering a formation and actually setting it up were worlds apart. Each formation required 36 formation stones, amounting to a staggering 430,000 taels just for the stones. Moreover, they were simply unavailable for purchase. Additionally, 36 experts at least at the fifth realm of Dao flower were needed to guard the formation's foundation and inject their essence. In the few months since his arrival, he had only encountered one Zhang Yu. Could he possibly replicate her 36 times? Forget it. There was no need to overthink it. Formations were not a solitary endeavor. They were grand national projects. Lin Su exited where the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo wafted through the air. Upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback by the sight of numerous enchanting maidens above, playfully waving their handkerchiefs and jesting with those below. A rose-hued sign loomed overhead, Jade Fragrance Pavilion. Esteemed scholars, fresh from the provincial examinations, gathered in Haining, and the Jade Fragrance Pavilion had tailored a game specifically for these students, allowing them to gain both literary fame and beauty. A voice from the crowd exclaimed, "Come now, who does not know of your Jade Fragrance Pavilion? You sell art, not bodies. Merely showcasing your beauty does not constitute a gain." The gentleman's assertion held merit for 3 decades. The pavilion had indeed upheld the principle of selling art and not flesh. Yet, if a true literary genius were to emerge, what harm would it be to break tradition? Below, fine paper and pens were provided. Those with literary talent could compose a poem. Those who left a verse would be granted complimentary spring fragrance wine on the first floor. A white ink poem would earn entry to a private chamber with the exquisite white cloud edge wine, accompanied by a talented maiden. Those who penned a silver ink poem could ascend to the second floor, where fine wines and delicacies awaited, with the liberty to choose a companion from the maidens. A golden ink poem would grant access to the third floor, where one could select any beauty as a companion for the night. A colorful poem would elevate one to the fifth floor, where the unparalleled courtesan, Prajna, awaited, her famed red pill ready for the deserving. The crowd erupted in excitement. For 30 years, the pavilion had adhered to the tenet of selling art and not bodies. Yet today, the rules were relaxed. Merely writing a silver ink poem allowed one to summon a beauty for companionship. A colorful poem could even secure the famed red pill from Prajna. Who was Prajna? The undisputed star of the pavilion, as beautiful as a celestial being, captivating all with her dance and song. She had outshone the finest of Haining-esque courtesans. The thought that one could win her coveted red pill was not merely about pleasure. It was a ticket to everlasting fame, unparalleled throughout the realm. Just imagine the Jade Fragrance Pavilion, breaking its 30-year tradition for you. And you could claim the red pill of the unrivaled courtesan. These 2 simple lines could send your name echoing across the world. Lin Su was astonished. Prajna? It was her. A flicker of impulsive exhilaration surged through him. How brazen she had been before him, daring to tread upon the Jade Pavilion. Today, he sought to avenge his sister-in-law's honor. Was it not merely a colorful poem? Had he not always been capable of crafting such verses? With a resolute step, he moved forward. Unbeknownst to him, on the 5th floor, 2 women's eyes sparkled with excitement. He has truly come. One said, "We agreed you would greet him when it comes to the real companionship." "I shall take over." Prajna, surprised, responded, "Why? I could handle it as well. No need for a switch 3 bottles of golden incense." "Will that suffice?" The woman on the right retorted fiercely. 5 bottles. Agreed. 5 bottles it is. Just as Lin Su approached the entrance, a sudden flash caught his eye, and the sound of rushing wind filled his ears. On the 5th floor, Prajna gasped in astonishment. The net was nearly closed, but who had managed to slip through? The woman on the right shouted, "It's her." "Who? Damn it. You wretched scoundrel, you dare to harm my reputation and still covet my man." Her features morphed slowly, revealing the very maiden from Haining who had once held a zither. As Lin Su opened his eyes, the bustling city had vanished, leaving only a solitary figure in the dark night. "Your experience in the martial world is rather lacking, isn't it? Did you not realize that today's Yuxiang game was tailor-made for you?" Dark Knight remarked coldly. "Tailor-made?" Lin Su's eyes widened. Upon reflection, he couldn't deny the serendipity of it all. The moment he appeared at the entrance of Yuxiang Tower, the rules of the game were announced: a limited time of 1 hour, entry based on poetry, and a chance to win the coveted prize. It was indeed rather coincidental. Who was orchestrating this from behind the scenes? What was their purpose? On the 5th floor, there were 2 women. One was the celebrated poetess, and the other was the mastermind. "Who?" Lin Su inquired. "That girl playing the zither at Haining Tower, a fox demon. She offered 5 bottles of golden fragrance as a price to persuade the poetess to entertain you, but during the actual rendezvous, it would be the fox demon who would replace her." Lin Su was left speechless. "Now do you comprehend the perils of the martial world?" Dark Knight pressed. "You call this perilous? I would gladly endure a dozen such dangers." Lin Su retorted, "What is going on with all of you? I've already stated that a fleeting encounter with her would merely be taxing, hardly fatal. Why does everyone act as if it's the end of the world? The first opportunity was thwarted by Baoshan, the second by you, Dark Knight. Have I desecrated your ancestral graves, or owe you money? Of course. He refrained from voicing these thoughts aloud, and instead posed another question. Is the golden fragrance truly valuable? The finest fragrance from the demon clan. A single bottle is worth at least 100 taels of gold. By heavens! Lin Su exclaimed, slapping his thigh. If you're spending 500 taels on a middleman, why not negotiate directly with me? Such extravagant waste. Dark Knight regarded him with a peculiar expression. Lin Su fell silent, beginning to lament. The martial world is truly treacherous. I must express my gratitude. Truthfully, I had no intention of entering Yuxiang Tower. I merely sought to see if anyone could craft exquisite poetry, which is why I ventured closer. Did you not notice my change in attire today? I had no intention of revealing my true identity. How could I possibly write poetry? Dark Knight believed him. He had indeed altered his appearance, resembling a warrior. Had she not coincidentally been nearby and particularly attuned to his aura, she might have failed to recognize him altogether. If he intended to indulge in debauchery, a scholar's headscarf would serve as an excellent tool for seduction. Why then would he don the garb of a warrior? Despite his audacious words and penchant for composing risque literature, he was fundamentally quite honorable. During her months at Lin Manor, she had never witnessed him engage with any woman. Has Zhang Yu left? Lin Su sighed. Yes, she has. The courtyard is unguarded now. I'm surrounded by enemies everywhere. I dread the day a formidable opponent emerges from the shadows to claim my head. I will accompany you back. Lin Su stared at her in astonishment. You don't want me to go? Of course not. How could I? Lin Su pondered. It's just that. You reside in that dilapidated attic, exposed to the elements, and I can't bear the thought. In the depths of the night, a tumultuous wave stirred within Lin Su's heart, as her mind echoed the cliché romantic phrase from the 21st century, which unexpectedly struck her. Upon returning to the Lin household, the night vanished once more without a trace. For someone like her, if she chose not to reveal herself, no one could discover her presence. Not even a master like Chen Si. Both Chen Si and Lu Xing'er had arrived. The western courtyard had undergone a transformation. Lin Su nearly failed to recognize it upon entering. The weeds had been entirely cleared away, replaced by pristine bluestone slabs, with only a few blades of grass intentionally left in the crevices. Each room was immaculate and had been meticulously organized, with a lounge chair placed beneath the old locust tree, far more exquisite than the previous one. As Lin Su settled into the chair, she immediately felt its comfort. The chair had several buttons. A gentle press caused a table before her to part, revealing a teapot that rose from below, beginning to heat water with a soft hissing sound. As Lin Su lifted the teapot, she noticed a red stone beneath it. This was a fire demon stone from the demon clan, requiring only one to sustain usage for a month. When tea was needed, it would heat up, and when no longer needed, it would automatically detach. Young master, you have returned. Chen Si approached, holding a pillow, likely one she had just crafted. Lin Su remarked, Sister Chun, your craftsmanship has truly astonished me. The young master would never guess that for the past decade, I have not created a single item. Why is that? The Marquis issued a strict decree. The 400 remaining guards must not reveal a single hint of their existence, even if the fate of the Marquis residence hangs in the balance. Why? Because the Marquis foresaw this day. He knew that his generation would eventually face extinction. He once stated that the Marquis residence would be destroyed, but the Lin clan must not be eradicated. Our ultimate purpose is to protect the Lin heir and assist in their resurgence. Until the final moment, we must not expose ourselves easily to avoid detection by enemies, who could eliminate the remaining guards in one fell swoop. During this time, she was aware of the Marquis' situation and was in discussions with other remaining guards about whether to provide necessary assistance to the Marquis residence, but consensus had yet to be reached. They understood that Zhang Wenyuan was continuously pressuring the Marquis residence, forcing them to reveal all their trump cards. In such circumstances, exposure would inevitably lead to disaster. Lin Su's heart trembled. Is it time now? The young master has decisively unmasked Zhang's stronghold, sounding the horn for a full confrontation. What reason do we have to remain hidden? Good. Regardless of whether this constitutes a full confrontation, I find strength in numbers quite appealing. Lin Su said, Sister Chun, please assist me in creating something. Sister Chen's eyes brightened. What do you need? Could you make me a chamber pot? What? A chamber pot? As a legitimate descendant of the Qianji sect, you ask me to assist you with this? I must confess, I can no longer endure the unsanitary conditions of this place. The filth and disorder are intolerable. It makes me yearn to emulate the likes of Zhang Yiyu, seeking solace in the wilderness, forsaking all earthly needs. Allow me to illustrate a design for a water closet, which I shall aptly name the toilet. Xing'er, please fetch me some paper and a pen. Xing'er, having just finished drying the freshly laundered clothes, promptly responded with a cheerful, "Certainly, my lord," and hurried into the study to retrieve the requested items. Lin Su began to sketch, while Sister Chen observed with a smile. Being a member of the Qianji sect, she had seen countless designs as a subordinate. She would not question his orders, merely watching in amusement. However, her expression soon transformed. The upper semicircular design aligned perfectly with the human form, providing optimal seating comfort, while the curved lower section facilitated the flow of water to carry away waste. Remarkably, there always remained a small amount of water below, which served to trap any foul odors, a clever touch indeed. Upon completion, Sister Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. "My lord, whose design is this?" "Why, it is mine," Lin Su replied. Sister Chen, filled with skepticism, pondered whether an esteemed master of the Qianji sect had secretly joined Lin Su's ranks. For such an impeccable design would have been revered even within the sect. If the master chose to remain silent, there was little she could do. Just as she prepared to commence construction, Lin Su had another thought. "Wait, we should also incorporate a bathing apparatus." Sister Chen halted her actions while Lin Su resumed sketching. Soon, another design emerged. Upon inspection, Sister Chen was left speechless. This was an intricate system for water intake and distribution, complete with a spray feature. An automated shower in a feudal society was akin to a fantasy. Without electricity, solar energy was too complicated, and expecting a servant to simultaneously boil and fetch water hardly constituted automation. Yet here, peculiar innovations existed, such as the fire magic stone that heated water more swiftly than electricity. Gazing towards the mountains behind Lin Su's residence, she realized that water could indeed flow down to facilitate his design. Her excitement surged. As she set to work, Lin Su was utterly astonished. What extraordinary craftsmanship! In the modern world, such skill would yield a staggering daily output. With an oddly shaped trowel in hand, Sister Chen effortlessly excavated a trench measuring 30 feet in length and 10 feet in width, as neatly as slicing tofu. A small vial filled with water was poured into the ground, transforming the soil into a substance harder than stone, shimmering faintly with a jade-like luster. The waterproofing challenges that plagued modern society were effortlessly resolved in her capable hands. A large sheet of metal morphed at a dazzling pace into two elongated pipes, and with a mere touch of water, the joints sealed seamlessly, becoming entirely leak-proof. In a moment of distraction, Lin Su found the courtyard brimming with construction materials, utterly unaware of their mysterious origin. In the next moment, the imagined bathroom materialized before their eyes. Pipes were connected to channel water flowing down from the mountaintop, while several fire magic stones were installed. With a slight bow, Sister Chen gestured gracefully. "Young master, please test it out." Lin Su stepped into the bathroom. Momentarily bewildered, was this magic? In barely an hour, a modernized bathroom had appeared in his courtyard. The toilet, cast in brass, gleamed with a polished golden hue along its smooth edges. With a press of a button, water swirled within the bowl before flushing away. Perfection. Next, he tested the shower. A gentle tap on the button caused the fire magic stones above to descend from their panels, slotting seamlessly into the pipe grooves. As water flowed through, it instantly heated. Closing the hot water valve below, the stones disengaged from the conduit. Stripping off his clothes, Lin Su indulged in a blissfully warm shower. How exhilarating! How fulfilling to have constructed a bathroom in another world. Then, a thought struck him. "Dark night," he murmured, too softly for even Chen Si outside to hear. "Care to join me for a bath?" Up in the loft, Dark Knight's lips curved into a faint smirk. "You little rascal," she mused. "I won't punish you now, but tonight, we'll settle this." Emboldened by the lack of retaliation, Lin Su grew bolder. "Let me tell you, there isn't a second bathroom like this in the entire world. I am the foremost pioneer of bathing here. Would you like to be the second? The choice is yours." Dark Knight shot a glance in his direction, one that, had Lin Su seen it, would have quickened his pulse, for it carried an expression entirely unlike her usual demeanor. Fresh from his shower, Lin Su felt utterly refreshed, save for one minor grievance: the absence of soap or body wash, and the inability to belt out a song under the steaming water. "Well, it's passable," he conceded. Stepping out, he found two pairs of eyes fixed on him, Sister Chen and Xing'er. "You two should try it as well," he suggested. It's truly remarkable. The women exchanged uncertain glances, scarcely believing their ears. Could they? No, this was the young master's private sanctuary. How could they possibly intrude? Their refusal came as a relief to dark night in the loft. Had either woman ventured inside? She wasn't entirely sure what she might have done, perhaps dismantled the bathroom outright or severed its pipes. For reasons unclear, even to herself. The thought of others sharing his bathing space unsettled her. Young master, Sister Chen ventured eagerly, your design is nothing short of miraculous. Might I replicate it? Xing'er and I could then bathe and attend to our needs more comfortably. I've only just realized how unsanitary it is to keep chamber pots indoors. Separate facilities for men and women? Lin Su mused. Male and female baths, lavatories apart? Humanity's march towards civilization takes another stride forward. Of course you may, he agreed. In fact, if time permits, you could install more throughout the Lin estate, for my mother, my elder brother, the maids. Especially my mother. Keeping a chamber pot in her room stifles the air and invites pests. As a mortal, she is more susceptible to illness. Sister Chen leaped with joy, her excitement uncontainable. Lin Su scratched his head, having never encountered such a woman before. While other women would leap at the chance to perform minor tasks. Have you ever seen one who would joyfully jump at the prospect of working overtime in the restroom? Perhaps it had been a decade since she had been active. And Chen Jie, after dinner, immediately set to work. Her first task was to attend to Lin's mother. Upon learning that the newly appointed maid was now overseeing her needs, Lin's mother felt a twinge of unease. However, Chen Jie politely informed her, the third young master requests your presence. Upon arriving at the western courtyard for an inspection, Lin's mother was instantly intrigued. Quickly, prepare one for me as well. Chen Jie dashed away. And by the time Lin's mother reluctantly exited the restroom, her exclusive facility was nearly complete. The entire Lin residence was abuzz. The maids lit torches and joined in the construction of the restroom. Lin Su reclined in a chair, softly uttering a single phrase, come. In the dimly lit western courtyard, an additional figure appeared, an enigmatic presence. Come over, sit. The mysterious figure approached, but did not take a seat, merely observing him. This is for you, Lin Su said. Gently pressing a button, the stone table before him parted, releasing a delightful aroma, an ample bowl of braised pork, accompanied by rice and wine, all steaming hot. The enigmatic figure gazed at the bowl of meat in silence, contemplating that she did not necessarily require dinner every evening, having reached her current level of cultivation. She was unlike ordinary humans. Yet, the words remained unspoken. It was his thoughtful gesture. Lin Su remarked, the meal is not complimentary. You must accompany me tonight. To engage in some activities. Her heart raced. Was this to occur tonight? Such directness was unexpected. She had indeed intended to share such an experience with him, especially as she was on the verge of entering the void-peering realm. It was crucial that she engage with him before making that leap, and time was of the essence. However, his forthright proposal left her feeling flustered. What is it? Are you unwilling? Well, not exactly. The enigmatic figure picked up the bowl and began to eat. The meal, undoubtedly delectable, was lost on her. Her mind was filled with a tumult of emotions, shame, sweetness, anticipation, and a hint of fear. You probably know that Zhang Yu forced that demon essence into me. So, every night, I find it difficult to control myself, needing a rather intense release. Intense? Her heart raced even faster. Surely, he wouldn't expect that. I need to take a bath first. I'm feeling rather hot. Next, a voice rang out. Startled, the enigmatic figure instinctively raised her hand to catch a flying knife, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Throw it to me. The knife returned to Lin Su's grasp, and he swiftly hurled another, this one even more forceful. The enigmatic figure waved her hand, sending the knife back. Good heavens. When he mentioned engaging in activities tonight, did he mean this? Accompany you in knife practice. As dawn approached, the courtyard finally fell silent. The restrooms had all been completed, and Chun Si and Xing'er returned to the western courtyard. Just as they reached the entrance, Deng Bo raised his hand to block their path. Chun Si's gaze shifted towards the courtyard, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Flying knives. The young master is practicing with flying knives, at times silent and elusive, akin to a phantom in the dark night, and at other times radiating an aura of lethal intent. A seemingly innocuous flying dagger astonishingly embodies the might to sweep across the world. Before him stands no one. At least, she cannot perceive anyone. Yet, regardless of the direction in which the dagger is hurled, it is invariably rebounded. Accompanying the young master in his practice is an unparalleled master of the blade. Xing'er, go sleep with Xiaoyao, Chen Si instructed. Sister Chen, I'm not sleepy, replied Lu Xing'er, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, she felt no weariness. Since entering the Lin family, she had been particularly exhilarated. For the reality of the Lin household was entirely different from her expectations. The masters treated their servants with remarkable kindness. The family of over 10 members resembled a warm and loving clan. She adored this place, and even if she were to retire for the night, slumber would elude her. If you truly aren't tired, accompany me in crafting something, he proposed. What shall we make? The young master's weapon. Lu Xing'er and Deng Bo were both thrilled. Throughout the night, Lin Su expended all his energy, and when dawn broke, he sheathed his blade, drenched in sweat. He slipped into the bathroom, hot water cascading down. The dark night felt her heart race as she gripped the flying knife. How much time had passed? His prowess with the dagger was already formidable. It was certain that few at the martial sovereign level could evade his strikes. Amidst his peers, he truly exemplified the notion of the little Lin's flying dagger. Striking true every time. This was a statement he had once made, and he had now validated this theory through action. Emerging from the bathroom, Lin Su urged. You should wash up too. The Dark Knight hesitated for a moment. Should she go? At her level of cultivation, she was impervious to the elements. Unless engaged in extreme combat, she would not perspire. Thus, theoretically, she had no need for a shower. However, this was his bathing chamber. And given his habit of inviting women into this space, it was only a matter of time before some woman crossed that boundary. Why should she allow others to take the lead? She resolved, I shall have the second bath in the world. Upon entering, warm water poured down, flowing over her exquisite form as her hands glided gently, a tumult of emotions stirring within her. This body was flawless, yet her face resembled that of a specter. She could not allow him to see her visage. She could only let him remember the boundless beauty of her form. When would she take that step? This body was ready. Yet, it seemed he was suddenly oblivious. She had thought he intended to pursue something last night. But who could have anticipated that this blockhead would have her practice throwing daggers instead? Must she prompt him? That seemed too daunting. Would that rascal burst in unexpectedly? Peering out, the Dark Knight found the little rascal fast asleep. Lin Su, having slept only 2 hours, awoke after that brief interlude. And once again, she was nowhere to be found. Stepping out of his room, he encountered Chen Si, who presented a belt before him. Young master. This is a belt specially crafted by Xing'er and me for you last night. Please give it a try. Lin Su took the belt and marveled at its beauty. It was resplendent in silver, neither leather nor wood, perfectly fitting when fastened around his waist. Suddenly, his heart leapt as he sensed the extraordinary nature of the belt the moment it was secured. This is a belt capable of storing items, and it contains something within. He was taken aback, his mind sinking in disbelief. Inside were 18 throwing knives. With a mere thought, one knife materialized in his palm, its sleek black surface emanating a chilling aura, its texture exquisite, entirely devoid of a handle, evidently tailored specifically for him. With a flick of his wrist, the knife transformed into a streak of cold light, vanishing into the air, silently severing the willow branch he intended to cut, embedding itself in a grand willow tree outside the courtyard. It felt remarkably effortless, perfectly aligning with his desires. In the next moment, the knife abruptly returned. Akin to a fledgling returning to its nest, seamlessly rejoining the belt. Lin Su's eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with disbelief. Chen Si smiled and remarked, My lord, this belt is crafted from the hide of an ancient void beast, capable of storing items, while the throwing knives are forged from extraordinary stones, unbreakable in nature. The concealed compartment for the knives is made from the mother stone, which can absorb the knives and return them automatically. In theory, my lord, you could wield an endless supply of throwing knives in battle. Chen Jie, this gift, is it not too extravagant? Chen Si chuckled. As long as it serves my lord, I would spare no expense, even depleting all my resources. Chen Jie, you are too kind. I truly appreciate you. Up in the loft, and you rolled his eyes, exclaiming, Virtue. Chen Jie laughed heartily, her joy evident. A figure entered from outside. It was Deng Bo. His expression somewhat peculiar. My lord, Lei Zhongzhou has resigned. Lin Su was slightly startled. Has he been promoted or demoted? He has been reassigned to the capital. With no specified new position, merely instructed to await orders at the Ministry of Personnel, it is said that this was Lei Zhongzhou's own request. Following the path of the left minister Zhao Sun, under the influence of Zhao Ji, is it a strategic withdrawal from a perilous situation? Lin Su's gaze flickered. It seems so, Chen Si replied. He was unable to safeguard the Zhang family, and Zhang Wenyuan has already expressed disappointment in him, indicating a desire to abandon him. Recently, The red flag arrived in Haining, even without notifying him, which instilled a significant sense of crisis, prompting his shift to Zhao Sun. Leaving this treacherous place is indeed reasonable. Let us observe the unfolding events. I sense it is not as simple as it appears. Does he harbor a premonition of impending upheaval in Haining? Dang Bo remarked, if your suspicions are correct, it is highly likely that the Thousand Islands water thieves are involved. Zhang Wenyuan, that scoundrel, is utterly unscrupulous. With over 700 members of the Zhang family unburied in their ancestral land, relocating to the capital while simultaneously withdrawing the garrison from Legong Road could very well enable the water thieves to annihilate Haining. Chen Xi's eyes sparkled with intensity. Under normal circumstances, no official would resort to such malevolence. Yet Zhang Wenyuan is capable of any treachery. If he truly possesses such malice, and if the water thieves are indeed linked to the Zhang family, then once they invade Haining, the Lin family would be the primary target. Zhang Wenyuan would undoubtedly leverage the water thief's strength to obliterate the Lin family entirely. My lord, I will immediately mobilize our brothers to defend the Lin family. No, Lin Su replied, our esteemed uncles are advanced in age and primarily trained in naval warfare. They cannot serve as ordinary guards for the Lin residents. You must merely gather relevant information and refrain from engaging the water thieves directly. In Weichong City, the seat of the Tuzhou prefect, truly it is a scene of literary grace, a picturesque boat amidst the mist and rain. Although it is the height of summer, the gentle waves still linger, and the painted boats are woven like a tapestry. A singular white boat, elegant in its simplicity, carries within it a lady who leans against the window, cradling a stack of poetry manuscripts, lost in contemplation for an unknown duration. Fourth miss. You spend your days in the manor poring over poetry, are you not yet satisfied? Come out and enjoy the summer, you still wish to read. A maid remarked beside her. The autumn waters of Nan Lake are smoke-free at night. Can we not drift up to the heavens? Murmured the lady, Xiao Chu. Shall we not return tonight? I wish to see if the lake at night is also devoid of smoke. I long to borrow a lake's moonlight from the celestial realm. To buy wine for the boat. Miss, you are bewitched. Truly, you are bewitched. That person. He cannot possibly have any ties with her Zhou family. The third Miss's engagement has already been rescinded. Nonsense. The young lady retorted, he is the top scholar. The one who penned the unparalleled verses with no colorful phoenix wings to fly, yet a heart that resonates with a single thought. He is the brightest star in the poetry world. How could our Zhou family let such talent slip away? Within 3 days, my family will come to renew our bond. Perhaps they have already set forth. That will not happen. Truly, it will not, protested the maid Xiao Chu. Both master and young master have declared that the Lin family scion has offended half of the literary circle in Suzhou and has also incurred the wrath of powerful figures in the court. Though the world is vast, there is no place for him, and we must not engage with him. How could this be? The lady gasped in surprise. Miss, you are still young and do not understand these matters, nor do I. Why should we concern ourselves with them, whether he withdraws his engagement or not? He is not your fiancé. Regardless of his engagement status, he is not your fiancé. The fourth miss fell silent. As the lake breeze stirred the azure waters, 10 days passed. During this time, Lin Su departed from the Lin residence and ventured to the valley by Nan Lake, where human presence was scarce, allowing for unrestrained training. With a flick of his wrist, a flying dagger was summoned forth, swift and silent. A boulder on the cliff face exploded from 100 meters away. In quick succession, more daggers shot forth, piercing and pinning 4 smaller stones to the rock face in a neat row. The flying daggers returned to their master, leaving behind a simple yet profound symbol, an exclamation mark. This encapsulated the explosive force that shattered the stone, the penetrating power of the daggers, the precision of their placement, and the ability to adapt to the unfolding battle. As the wind swept across the cliff, a shadow appeared below, smiling faintly. After 10 days of arduous practice, your flying daggers have nearly reached mastery. Nearly mastered? Does that imply that Shaolin's daggers never miss their mark? Below the martial sovereign, they never miss. Lin Su felt a pang of dejection. Still the martial sovereign? Huh? What? Are you not satisfied? You are merely a martial sovereign yourself. Undefeated within your realm, what more do you desire? The shadow smirked. As your cultivation progresses, your flying dagger skills will soar to new heights. When will I catch up to you? Catch up to me? You truly dare to dream. The shadow cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you think you can use your pitiful daggers to slay me? How could you say that? Would you really let me? For the past 10 days, you have accompanied me in the wilderness, enduring the elements, and my heart aches for you. I wish I could unleash all 18 throwing knives to fashion a sunshade for you. An enigmatic gaze from the knight pierced through him. "Let us return, tonight. We shall forego knife practice, and I will regale you with tales." The knight quickened his heartbeat. What stories would be told? Surely, it could not be the tale of Pan Jinlian, for if so, I doubt even your stoic heart could withstand it. Upon our return to the western courtyard, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Qinci approached, his expression grave. "Young master, several prominent merchants departed from Haining 3 days ago, closely associated with the Zhang family." Lin Su was taken aback. Were they arriving sooner than anticipated? A storm was imminent. The ants sensed danger and prepared to relocate. As night deepened, silence enveloped the world. No stars, no moon, only the Yangtze River gently lapping against the banks. Suddenly, a disabled elder by the riverbank raised his head sharply. In the murky darkness, several ominous black ships had appeared upon the waters. Something was amiss. He must alert others. The elder sprang into action, despite his broken arms, relying solely on his legs. Just as he and a companion leaped forward, hundreds of dark figures surged from the ships. Over 30 heading straight towards them. In an instant, they crossed the wide river, clearly masters of martial arts. The elder was alarmed. He lifted his leg, sending a flare soaring into the sky. With a whoosh, 2 gray-haired heads were severed from their bodies. "Exterminate the Lin family," a voice echoed from an unknown source. And all 30 figures leapt ashore, vaulting over the Lin family's courtyard wall. Lin Su's eyes snapped open. The moment he did, he witnessed the flares streaking past the wall. In the next heartbeat, he found himself in the courtyard, silent as a shadow. Another figure appeared beside him, Qinci, wielding a peculiar sharp cone. The wind howled as dozens of figures simultaneously vaulted over the wall. A chill coursed through Lin Su. He extended his hand, and a throwing knife struck down one foe. In a swift motion, he spun, unleashing 4 more knives. A blade suddenly lunged from behind him, sending a shiver down his spine, but with a deft push of his toes, he soared into the air, his garment torn as he released 5 knives in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, over 10 adversaries lay slain by his hand. Qinci had also dispatched 3. All were martial arts practitioners, moments ago. One had nearly claimed his life, a master of the highest caliber, now clutching his throat in disbelief, a knife embedded in his neck. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, and a figure appeared before Lin Su, moving with such speed that he could not discern the trajectory of the attack. Qinci flickered, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Su. The black-clad assailant's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, the air thick with an oppressive aura of death, palpable and suffocating. A peak martial arts master, his very presence felt as if it could cleave through legions without drawing his sword. In Qinci's eyes, despair was evident. A seasoned warrior. She was all too aware of the formidable prowess of such masters. She had encountered similar experts before. It was a lone warrior of this caliber who had once single-handedly annihilated a warship in the past at Qishui, resulting in her own leg being severed beneath the sword energy of a martial peak. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, this master was cleaved in 2. Amidst the carnage, a hooded figure draped in black materialized before Lin Su. In the darkness of night, Lin Su let out a sigh that echoed through the air. Dark Knight abruptly raised his gaze, and at that moment, over 100 figures above the Lin estate disintegrated simultaneously, transforming into a mist of blood that filled the sky. It was then that Lin Jiaoyong burst through the door, only to be greeted by a rain of blood. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 intruders had perished, regardless of their status as martial lords, martial extremes, or those at the threshold of human perception. The pinnacle of martial insight had nearly transcended the mundane arts of combat, wielding techniques akin to those of deities. The Lin estate was left desolate, steeped in an eerie silence. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the city, as it was apparent that the bandits had split into several factions and infiltrated the urban landscape. At Haining Tower, Ding Hai ascended with fervor, his sword light illuminating a radius of 300 meters in exquisite detail. With a single strike, countless water bandits were stained with the blood of the Yangtze River. In the southwestern corner, at Yuxiang Tower, over 40 pirates lunged simultaneously, but the structure quaked violently, sending them spiraling into a mist of blood before they could stabilize. Within the governor's residence, over 100 constables clamored and fought, and in an instant, casualties were reported on all sides. A master leaped into the governor's estate, and suddenly, a beam of golden light erupted. Above the Confucian temple, a golden radiance ascended, enveloping the area like a shimmering curtain. Within this golden veil, 3 supreme masters emitted anguished cries. The official seal, reduced to ashes. On the golden bridge, an elderly figure stood suspended in the air, cradling an official seal, which radiated light that reached the heavens. The official seal is a peculiar artifact to ordinary individuals. It is merely a stamp devoid of any extraordinary power. Yet, in the presence of demons, monsters, and chaotic lawbreakers, it possesses the essence of a divine instrument. Nearly invincible as long as it remains within 100 miles of the Confucian Temple, for it embodies the strength of the sages. However, its limitation lies in its narrow range. It can only safeguard the governor's residence, utterly incapable of quelling the simultaneous bloodshed erupting throughout the city. In the northwestern corner, a densely populated commercial district bustled with activity. Some night market vendors had yet to close their stalls when they suddenly witnessed countless shadows emerging from the depths. "Water bandits! Run!" they cried. The speed of the water bandits was astonishing as the gleaming blades threatened to sweep across Haining Street. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared before them, raising her hand to conjure a magnificent image in the air, a blazing inferno. As the bandits surged forward, they were instantly turned to ashes. And one person stepped forth from behind her, revealing Chiao Mochi and, "We must hasten to the Lin estate. The water bandits will undoubtedly pursue him." "Very well." The woman flicked her brush once more, and another extraordinary painting emerged, a depiction of a winding corridor. As the corridor descended, it transformed into a labyrinth. With another stroke, a flying sword materialized, and she and Chiao Mochi ascended upon it, soaring towards the Lin estate. At that moment, from a black vessel on the river, a beam of light shot upward, morphing into a colossal blade. As the blade emerged, it seemed to absorb all the starlight around it. Descending upon the Lin estate with lethal intent, a tremendous and enigmatic pressure descended, causing both the ant and Chiao Hongqi's flying swords beneath their feet to transform into streams of light, resulting in their simultaneous fall. As the ant clasped her hands together, a lotus flower manifested beneath them, and they both plunged into its embrace. Her countenance shifted dramatically, the pinnacle of martial arts, the realm of void insight. In an instant, a colossal blade loomed above the Lin residence, descending with lethal intent, cleaving the estate in twain. Anya's typically serene gaze abruptly altered. Void insight? Two flying swords surged from her eyes, converging to dare to form a singular blade, piercing through the void, each moment amplifying in intensity. With a thunderous crash, the clash of blade and sword sent radiant light soaring 10 miles away, the Yangtze River erupting into towering waves, while within the Lin residence, the tallest pavilion was reduced to ash without a trace. Anya staggered back 3 steps, blood spattering from her lips. "Anya!" Lin Su rushed forward. "Go!" Anya's voice rang out sharply, her eyes suddenly turning pitch black. Her foe's cultivation surpassed her own. In this battle, she had to summon every ounce of her strength. She needed to forcibly enter the realm of void insight. Only by entering this realm could she contend with a formidable adversary and safeguard his life. Yet, upon entering the realm of void insight, she would undoubtedly risk losing herself, perhaps forgetting him entirely. On board the black ship, a figure laughed heartily, a mere Lin residence, yet it harbors a half-step into void insight. Excellent, slay them. As the command was given, a shadow shot skyward, reaching out in the air, a massive blade absorbing the light from all directions. Suddenly, the sky erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, clouds dispersing, stars descending. Their luminescence transformed into the brilliance of his blade. Anya's long hair billowed as the flying sword fell into her grasp, its blade beginning to radiate light. "After this battle, I shall no longer be myself. Lin Su, I initially wished to share tender moments with you, to enter void insight only after shattering my shackles, but now time is of the essence. Such is the unpredictability of fate. If I am to be consumed by madness, then so be it." Abruptly, Lin Su stepped beside her. "We fight side by side." With a flourish of his hand, he inscribed golden ink upon parchment, completing it in one stroke. The noble are constrained, the dragon soars and the phoenix dances. A hall filled with flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. A single sword's light chills 40 states. The prismatic rays of dawn penetrated Anya's flying sword. The light of the flying sword surged forth. An original battle poem. A master in the sky bellowed. The flying sword ascended towards the heavens, slicing through the air, the sky seemingly cleaved in two. As the master's blade shattered, and the figure was torn asunder, Shenxi leaped up, and beyond the courtyard walls, countless voices erupted in cheers. Anya trembled all over, gradually collapsing, the flying sword diminishing, returning to her gaze, yet it seemed distant and unfocused. "Anya, what has happened to you?" Lin Su clasped her tightly. Anya trembled. "Allow me a moment to sit." Breaking free from Lin Su's embrace, she settled down. Before the final strike, she had broken into the realm of void insight. Thus, Empowered by Lin Su's battle poem, she was able to slay a master whose prowess exceeded her own, averting the crisis, yet she found it difficult to turn back. Her descent into madness was an unavoidable consequence. However, Anya's nature was remarkably tenacious. She refused to succumb to eternal damnation. She was willing to take a gamble. Defying the heavens, she resolutely fell from the realm of void insight once more. This act was a grave transgression and cultivation. The situation had reached a dire impasse, akin to a torrent of true energy surging back with overwhelming force. Her dantian was struck into disarray, and the excruciating pain caused her body to seize uncontrollably. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the courtyard. Lin Su, poised with a flying knife in hand, instantly relaxed as he exclaimed, "Brother Chiyo, is that you?" The newcomers were Chiyo Imo-chi and a beautiful woman. "Lin brother, you are unharmed, thank the heavens. This is my aunt. Her name is Chiyo Shui Huaping." Chiyo Shui Huaping, his aunt? How old could this girl be? Perhaps not yet 18. Lin Su's gaze wandered to the ample bosom of Chiyo Shui Huaping, a bit too pronounced for her age. Oblivious to his scrutiny, she gazed at the heavens, sensing something amiss. The ominous clouds had dissipated, revealing a canopy of brilliant stars. However, when Lin Su raised his gaze, he found only an impenetrable darkness, devoid of starlight, a blackness he had never before encountered. The city was shrouded in darkness, the river blackened, and even Chiyo Shui Huaping's face appeared veiled in shadow. Something was awry. The dark dojo has manifested. Life has fled from this land. Chiyo Shui Huaping spoke slowly. Has the ghostly path of the Thousand Island Bandits arrived? Indeed. A booming voice echoed from the depths of the darkness, rolling ominously around the Lin estate. Ghostly path, that you have strayed into the abyss, you remain a disciple of the Dao. Do you not fear that you shall never reap the fruits of your path for partaking in such nefarious deeds? Haha, how naive you are, little girl. There are countless paths to the Dao, which one cannot be traversed. The voice from the darkness chuckled. Today, I shall absorb your painting power, this boy's literary prowess, and this girl's martial strength, perhaps breaking through the final barrier and truly attaining the Dao fruits. With a swift motion, Chiyo Shui Huaping raised her hand, slicing her fingertip to draw a single droplet of blood, which glimmered like a candle flickering in the night. The blood, as pure as jade, was used to sketch a courtyard, the Lin estate. The outline she created merged seamlessly with the original Lin estate, illuminating the surroundings and dispersing the darkness. This was the divine art of painting, using blood as a medium to forge a wondrous realm, impervious to malevolence. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Blood like jade. Bones like a lotus pedestal. Such beauty is rare in a millennium. No wonder you are self-taught in the extraordinary art of painting. Hand it over. As the voice faded, the darkness abruptly closed in, enveloping the miraculous realm once more. Chiyo Shui Huaping cried out, 10,000 Buddha's radiance, break. A spray of blood erupted, resembling a scattering of stars, the starlight piercing through the gloom, transforming into countless Buddha figures. The luminous figures turned the courtyard into a sanctified land, while a crimson lotus blossomed on her forehead, evoking a celestial presence. Yet, in mere moments, the oppressive darkness descended like a mountain, crushing the Buddha figures. Chiyo Shui Huaping's complexion turned as pale as parchment, and soon her face was swallowed by darkness, leaving only a faint glimmer at her fingertip, like a candle flickering in the wind. Suddenly, the eyes of the dark knight snapped open, exuding a menacing aura. Yet as she attempted to rise, she found herself immobilized. Her true energy was in complete disarray. How could she act? Just then, a voice resonated from the sky, scatter. As the command echoed, the omnipresent darkness shattered, and the onlookers felt as if they had pushed aside towering mountains to see the light of day once more. Above the Lin estate stood a figure clad in black robes on the left and a robust scholar on the right, unmistakably Bao Shan. Master! Chiyo Imo-chi shouted with elation. The autumn waters painted a pale visage that revealed a fleeting smile, as the body softened and was embraced by Qin Si. Bao Shan, you too cannot hinder me. This night, my Dao fruit shall surely manifest, declared the Taoist on the left coldly. As his voice echoed, the sky suddenly darkened, unleashing myriad black lines that descended like a colossal net upon Bao Shan. With a swift motion, Bao Shan summoned a wine flask into his palm and tilted his head back to drink. The Dao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Dao. The multitude of black lines swayed. What is beyond the Dao? All the black lines shattered, as words became law. The interpretation of the Dao flowed freely, truly deserving of the utmost literary spirit. The cloaked Taoist laughed heartily. Alas, you remain unaware that I too have broken through. The myriad severed lines converged, and the surrounding darkness amalgamated into a black hole, from which a peculiar fruit faintly glimmered in its center, exuding an immensely terrifying and mysterious force that pressed outward in all directions. Bao Shan's countenance changed drastically, the embryonic form of the Dao fruit. Indeed, I have already attained the embryonic form of the Dao fruit, a mere step away from the great Dao. You are but the pinnacle of literary spirit, a full layer behind me in realms. No matter how extraordinary your talents, how can you bridge the chasm of Dao realms? The embryonic Dao fruit stands at the pinnacle of the fifth realm, a hair's breadth from the sixth. The literary spirit is the zenith of the fourth realm, just a thin line away from the fifth. The path of literature is the foremost of the five paths, typically. The pinnacle of literary spirit can be equated with the five realms of cultivation, meaning Bao Shan, Zhang Yu, and the Night of Shadows all belong to the same echelon. If this spectral underworld path before him were merely the realm of Dao flowers, Bao Shan would harbor no fear. Yet, the spectral underworld path before him was indeed a half-step Dao fruit. Do not underestimate this half-step. It is tenfold more challenging than the day Bao Shan ascended from the peak of literary spirit to reach its zenith. Correspondingly, its power is also tenfold greater. Black threads fell like rain, enveloping Bao Shan entirely. His wine flask transformed into a gargantuan black vessel. As he drank, the spout suddenly gaped wide, resembling a monstrous serpent ready to strike back. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Bao Shan bellowed, 5 flower steeds and 1,000 gold furs. Summon my son to exchange for fine wine. Upon uttering the words fine wine, the darkness enveloping the flask dispersed. Truly a prodigy. A single exquisite poem can indeed transmute into your Dao principle. The spectral underworld swept away the void. You transformed the Dao fruit. And I shall be your sect. A surge of black mist arose, tightly encircling Bao Shan, spinning violently. Not good. I shall come. At the feet of Qiu Shui Huaping, a lotus flower ascended, soaring towards the heavens, her 10 fingers fully spread. The black lines in the air split into 10 artistic paths. Outside lay the spectral underworld, while inside flourished with the sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms. Bao Shan, drawing upon her aid, transformed a poem "Let Us Drink" into a resounding bell, each word striking like a mountain against the surrounding black veil. Qiu Mo Qi was drenched in sweat. The Lin family felt their hearts racing in unison. Qiu brother, lift me up. Lin Su shouted. No way. Qiu Mo Qi gasped in shock. Quick. With a raised hand, a golden character appeared. Rise. He was a scholar, capable of wielding the power of literary Dao. Yet his strength was limited, only able to elevate Lin Su to his aunt's location. Lin Su surged upward against the wind, and Qiu Shui Huaping caught sight of him, utterly astonished. Where is this place? The battleground of top-tier masters. Do you dare to ascend? Are you courting death? As Lin Su's brush danced across the paper, he penned, before Mount Huaiyue, 2 paths diverge, a few thatched cottages by a stream of clouds. The master's words weigh heavily, revealing his intentions. Amidst the shifting tides of humanity, their voices fade into silence. With the final stroke, a resounding echo emerged, vibrant colors cascading like a myriad of rays. The oppressive black mist dissipated in an instant, leaving only the myriad hues enveloping Lin Su. The specter of the underworld trembled profoundly. He seemed to behold his revered mentor, a figure once steeped in the authentic teachings of the Dao. It was by the cottages at the peak that his master had guided him in the ways of cultivation. Yet, in betraying his sect, he had forsaken the righteous path. His master had searched tirelessly for him, while he concealed himself within the rivers and lakes for over a decade, fearing to reveal his whereabouts. Today, at last, his master had found him. Lin Su pointed towards the specter of the underworld, unleashing a furious roar. The great Dao does not beseech the ghostly path. A man ought not to degrade himself to that of a dog, yet you dare seek the fruit of the Dao? You are unworthy even of its roots, let alone its fruits. Your path is nothing but a farce. As his voice thundered, countless colorful clouds enveloped the specter. The specter quaked with doubt. Have I erred? Have I truly gone astray? My master has utterly denounced me. In this moment of realization, cracks appeared in his essence of Dao, as the boundless principles of the colorful clouds infiltrated, twisting his once noble fruit into a grotesque form. Suddenly, the specter comprehended the truth. His master had never denied him, only lamented his betrayal. The manifestation of his Dao fruit bore witness that his path was not entirely devoid of merit. With this understanding, he recognized that he had fallen into a trap. Facing him was not his master, but the young Lin Su. Ah, you dare to destroy my Dao fruit. The specter howled, enveloped in a swirl of black mist as he retreated to the river, vanishing without a trace. A voice filled with venom echoed. Lin Su, Bashan. Within 10 days, I shall leave no trace of you in Haining. Lin Su plummeted from the heights. Autumn water painting extended a hand, catching him. And together they descended upon a lotus below. Lin Su raised his gaze, meeting the enchanting eyes of autumn water painting, which previously seemed modest but now appeared as towering peaks. Bashan also descended from above. Everyone gathered around Lin Su, and the long night exhaled a sigh of relief, settling into a state of calm. Brother Lin, the poem you just recited was not a battle hymn. How could it so profoundly wound the specter of the underworld? Autumn Mochi expressed his astonishment. Indeed, even autumn water painting was bewildered, despite their esteemed prowess. They could barely survive beneath the specter's Dao fruit. Yet here was Lin Su, a mere novice in the literary world, who had managed to severely injure the specter with just a single poem. Such a feat was utterly unfathomable. Lin Su remarked, "This is certainly not a war poem. It is a poem of the Dao. Though its circulation in the world may be limited, within the realm of Taoism, it holds significant weight." Being penned by the esteemed scholar Chen Tuan, a figure rarely seen in a millennium, Chen Tuan's comprehension of the Dao is nothing short of profound. The primary purpose of Taoist poetry is to consolidate the principles of the Dao. The ghostly path of the underworld has strayed from its course. And at the most critical juncture of consolidating the fruits of the Dao, any fissure in one's resolve is most perilous. Lin Su's Dao poem has disrupted his Dao heart. Rather than saying Lin Su has harmed him, it would be more accurate to say he is cast out upon his own path. To conceive of using a Dao poem to unsettle his heart and to disrupt his Dao fruits with the righteous principles of the Dao is truly an act of brilliance. Dear Lin, the autumn ink pool is filled with admiration. It is not difficult to arrive at this realization, but the challenge lies in the Dao poem itself. A radiant Dao poem can indeed stir the principles of heaven and earth. However, Lin, being no practitioner of the Dao, how could he possibly craft such an exquisite poem? Autumn Water's eyes, like exquisite paintings, fell upon Lin Su's face. I have always been one to stray from the path. Lin Su's words trailed off abruptly. A few individuals entered through the courtyard gate, bearing 2 lifeless bodies. Dang Bo also entered, tears glistening in his eyes. Once, for 100 remnants of the guard. Tonight, 2 have perished in battle. Lin Su gazed at the 2 elderly figures on the stretcher, their pale heads resting with closed eyes, and slowly raised his gaze. The Thousand Island Bandits. Each word was laced with bitterness. Third brother, the old man spoke, within 10 days. Lin Jiaoyang said cautiously. With those words, a chill swept over everyone present. The Thousand Island Bandits, a congregation of various rogues from the 5 paths, commit heinous acts of murder and plunder, deserving of the utmost condemnation. Why has no one eradicated them? It is simply because it is beyond your capabilities. These individuals are devoid of humanity in their actions, yet one fact remains undisputed. Their prowess is unparalleled. The events of this night make it evident. Truly, masters abound. With 10 pirate ships, the entire city of Haining was ravaged in a mere half hour, resulting in countless casualties. How many pirate ships are there throughout the Thousand Islands? Surely not fewer than 1,000. How many formidable individuals have gathered at the Lin residence today? The darkness of night reveals the pinnacle of martial legends. The embrace of mountains epitomizes the zenith of literary Dao. This young beauty, with her transcendent artistry in painting, is capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the embrace of mountains, appear among the high achievers. Each of these individuals is akin to a deity, and today, they nearly met their demise. Had it not been for Lin Su's Dao poem disrupting the principles of the ghostly path at the final moment, the entire Lin family, along with these masters, could have descended into the abyss. What if the ghostly path returns after healing? Can this Dao poem harm him again? It is futile. This poem merely incited his inner uncertainty. It possesses no lethal force. The true harm to the ghostly path arises from his own self-doubt, akin to the chaos experienced during one's cultivation. As long as he remains vigilant, he is impervious to harm. The embrace of mountains spoke solemnly. The ghostly path is merely one among the leaders of the water bandits in the Thousand Islands, and its strength is not particularly formidable. If, in 10 days, the masters emerge en masse, Haining shall be in peril. Lin Su was taken aback. Chun Si gradually straightened to confront the water bandits. We must rely on the military formations. Only military formations can suffice. To truly forge an impenetrable fortress, Mr. Baoshan, might we? Baoshan slowly shook his head. The garrison at Leigong Island has withdrawn, claiming to embark on an expedition against the demonic tribes, when in truth, they have not ventured south at all. Zhang Wenyuan's singular aim is to utilize the water bandits' hand to wash away Haining in blood, avenging the massacre of his family. The military is utterly unreliable. Even if summoned by force, it would only bring calamity rather than fortune. Indeed, the veteran Dang Bo and others nodded in agreement. If we were to call forth a battalion allied with the water bandits, the situation would become even more uncontrollable. Three-pronged approach. Lin Su pondered. First, consult with the governor. If military assistance is sought, it must be through him. Second, Qiankuan Academy boasts 3,000 students, with over 100 esteemed professors and instructors above the level of Wenxin, representing a formidable force. Third, the nearest sect is Bihui's sect, which bears the responsibility of safeguarding the land and its people. Excellent. Let us proceed together, Baoshan declared. Lin Su cast a glance around. Dang Bo, please scour the battlefield perimeter and ensure the fallen are laid to rest. Upon your return, I shall pay my respects. Certainly, Sister Chen. I entrust the matters within Lin Manor to you. Understood. Lin Su approached the seated Yi, gently placing his hand upon her forehead. Are you well? Yi raised her hand, pressing it against his. I am fine. I shall recover by dawn. I will carry you to my study to recuperate. Lin Su lifted her and strode towards the study, laying her upon the bed, while Yi's gaze remained fixed upon him. What troubles you? You seem anxious. It is nothing. Please leave. Lin Su exited, and Yi slowly sat up, her hand resting on her face, the dark shadows upon her visage palpable even through the veil. She had indeed felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that he might unveil her mask. If he were to do so, her disfigured face would be exposed to him, irrevocably ending their bond. Fortunately, he did not pry. I must hasten my recovery. Her priority was to restore her internal energy, a process that could be lengthy or brief, but it had to be completed before his return. Otherwise, this rogue would surely devise a means to remove her veil. Her current state rendered her unable to resist him. Lin Su and Baoshan descended from the sky, landing at the governor's residence. Had it been the previous governor, Lin Su would not have even feigned illness to visit. Yet the office had changed hands to an elderly man, reportedly quite disheartened. This man, once a successful scholar, had ranked among the top 100 in the imperial examinations. Those who followed him had all ascended to positions of prominence, while he remained relegated to the most remote and impoverished prefectures as a governor. His appointment to replace Lei Zhongzhou as the governor of Haining was considered the pinnacle of his bureaucratic career. However, upon his arrival, he was met with a water bandit assault, indicating that his tenure was not a herald of prosperity, but rather a burden he must bear. At this hour, before dawn, all pertinent information had been relayed to the governor. Governor Yang Wenza trembled with white hair. The death toll stood at 3,700. With countless valuables plundered and 2,000 houses destroyed, 3 major thoroughfares were rendered impassable, and over 100 merchant vessels had been entirely seized. Zhang Wenyuan, you old scoundrel, is this what you refer to as the eradication of the water thieves of Thousand Islands? Is this the outcome you sought by relocating the garrison from Leigong Island? The demise of over 700 members of the Zhang family is a consequence of their own misdeeds, a retribution for the transgressions of your clan. Yet you choose to vent your wrath upon the common folk of Haining, allowing the water thieves to pillage and massacre? Are you not concerned that the Zhang lineage may face dire repercussions in the future? An announcement from outside interrupts. My lord, a guest has arrived. Who is it? Governor Yang inquires impatiently. It is Master Baoshan, the instructor from Qiankuan Academy, along with Lin Su, the top scholar of this county's examination. Governor Yang's demeanor shifts abruptly. Master Baoshan? And Lin the scholar? Please, show them in. Baoshan strides in confidently, and Governor Yang bows deeply, hands together. Master Baoshan. Brother Wenza. Baoshan returns the gesture, both men acknowledging the passage of time since their last meeting 20 long years. It has indeed been 2 decades. Upon my arrival, I heard of your remarkable achievements, Master Baoshan. Congratulations. I have raised 3 cups of Baiyunbio in your honor. Laughter fills the air, dispelling the earlier gloom. Baoshan, however, soon composes himself. I have come today for a singular purpose. The recent massacre of Haining by the water thieves places the Lin family at the epicenter of this crisis. The leader of the thieves, the ghost of the netherworld, proclaimed that within 10 days, Haining would be left devoid of life. Yang's white beard trembles with concern. After a long pause, he responds, in matters concerning the water thieves, the military is our most effective weapon. Ordinarily, I would promptly petition the provincial government and the Ministry of War for reinforcements, but you must understand, Master Baoshan, this may prove futile. Indeed, Zhang Wenyuan's relocation of the garrison from Leigong Island reveals his sinister intentions. He seeks to unleash the water thieves to wash away Haining in blood. Governor Yang. Lin Su interjects. Given the urgency of the situation, I shall dispense with pleasantries. May I share my thoughts? Yang Wenza nods. I hold great respect for your intellect and integrity, Lin Scholar. Speak freely. Lin Su continues. It is highly unlikely that the military will respond, yet you must adhere to the necessary protocols, as their attendance is beyond your control, while your actions will reflect upon you. Of course, Governor Yang replies. Should I neglect this process and calamity befall Haining? Zhang Weiyuan could easily use my head to quell the outrage. I cannot provide him with such an opportunity. Very well. Lin Su asserts, let us proceed to Qiankuan Academy. With a swift movement, they ascend into the sky, arriving at the academy in an instant. The sound of a silver bell resonates as they approach the headmaster, Feng. What brings you here, Bashan? A voice calls from the peak. The tone is not loud, yet in the sweeping winds, it resonates as if a tangible force, gently enveloping their ears as if in conversation. Headmaster, Haining has just endured a massacre by the water thieves, resulting in over 3,000 casualties and countless losses in property. The headmaster sighs. The teachings of the sage advocate for self-cultivation, familial harmony, governance, and global peace. If even thieves were to cultivate themselves, how could evil arise? If officials could govern effectively, the realm would know tranquility. If families lived in harmony, perhaps there would be no roots for thievery. The discourse on profound truths flows like a divine message, yet Lin Su cannot help but furrow his brow in concern. Finally, after an extended discourse from the dean, Baoshan interjected, Dean, the leader of the bandits has declared that he will return in 10 days. At that time, it is likely that a multitude of thieves will emerge, plunging Haining into peril. Thus, I earnestly beseech you, Dean, to consider the welfare of the populace and allow the esteemed professors, instructors, and advanced students of Qiankuan Academy to venture forth and eliminate these water bandits. What? The dean's voice grew heavy. 3,000 students, all disciples of the sacred path, have yet to complete their studies. How can they risk themselves midway? 200 instructors, too, are the light of the great way, adhering to the teachings of sages, seldom encountering bloodshed. Matters of banditry are to be handled by the authorities. What concern is it of yours? Lin Su stepped forward, esteemed dean. If the authorities are capable of handling this, then why do Mr. Baoshan and his disciples seek assistance from Qiankuan Academy? It is precisely because the officials in the court disregard the lives of the people that Haining faces such dire straits. Qiankuan Academy, founded upon the teachings of sages, should recognize that the lives of millions are the utmost priority. Impudent, ignorant child, what qualifications do you have to expound on the sacred way? Silence. As the voice fell, Lin Su felt an immediate constriction envelop his entire being. He could scarcely breathe, let alone speak. Bashan raised his gaze, his eyes glinting with determination. Dean, it is rumored that you are aligned with Zhang Weiyuan. Is that true? All who practice the sacred way are of the same school. There should be no factional divisions, the dean replied coolly. Bashan retorted, Zhao Qianqiu, do you insist on this? Zhao Qianqiu had taken to directly addressing the dean by name. Fu Baoshan, how dare you, as an instructor, show such disrespect to the dean and flout propriety? Is this your interpretation of the sacred way? Haraha. Fu Baoshan erupted in laughter, and with a wave of his hand, the bindings on Lin Su dissipated. The two simultaneously raised their heads, glaring at the mountain peak. Paths that diverge cannot conspire together. Fu Baoshan bellowed. I, Fu Baoshan, hereby sever ties with Qiankuan Academy. With a crack, a jade tablet at the pinnacle of Qiankuan Tower shattered into ethereal smoke, signifying his departure from the academy. Lin Su raised his head and spoke slowly. Dean, Lin Su, indeed do not merit discourse on the sacred way, but I possess a modicum of pride in poetry. Since I am in this hallowed place, I shall compose a poem to convey my respect. With a flourish, he wrote, the virtuous ascend, while the vile retreat. As Haining faces death, across the river, spring awaits. As the poem was completed, a kaleidoscope of colors radiated. Ha ha, splendid poem, splendid poem. Fu Baoshan laughed heartily. Esteemed students of Qiankuan Academy, behold this. With another wave, the precious paper soared into the air, illuminating Qiankuan Academy with radiant hues. Countless scholars looked up, witnessing this vibrant poem. At the sight of the colorful verse, any lingering drowsiness evaporated, their spirits invigorated. The virtuous ascend, while the vile retreat. Marvelous lines, marvelous lines. Who is the author? The seven-colored madman, Lin Su. It is he. No wonder. As Haining faces death, across the river, spring awaits. What does this mean? Is Haining in trouble? Is the academy merely watching idly? Just received news. Painting City is beset by water bandits, over 3,000 lives lost. Lin Su implored Qiankuan Academy for help. But the Academy refused to assist, igniting Lin Su's fury, prompting him to compose a poem chastising the Dane. The students were all in an uproar. In Haining, a troubling incident has arisen, prompting the question of whether assistance should be rendered. Some argue that by studying the teachings of sages, one must understand the path of righteousness and cannot turn a blind eye to suffering. It is indeed inappropriate for the Academy to remain a mere bystander in such dire circumstances. Others contend that the Academy's primary focus is on scholarly pursuits, citing the sage's warning that a gentleman does not position himself beneath a precarious wall. Further voices raise concerns that should the Academy fail to act, the horrific events in Haining would echo through history, tarnishing the reputation of the Academy for eternity. There are those who suggest that had the Academy initially pledged assistance, it would have sufficed. However, now, under duress from poetic pressure, their actions appear as if born from guilt. A tempest of disputes has erupted, throwing the Academy into disarray. At the helm, the Dean's expression darkens, his fingers trembling lightly. The couplet, "The virtuous ascend while the vile recede," is indeed an exquisite line. Such profound verses, once unveiled, are destined to be immortalized. With just these two lines, coupled with a harrowing account recorded in the Chronicles of Haining, the Academy could find itself forever shackled to disgrace, alongside Zhao Qianqiu. Lin Su, your biting words have indeed cast Zhang Wenyuan into a state of disrepute. Now he finds himself ensnared by the very claws he once wielded. For someone of your ilk, to remain unpunished is a transgression against natural order. Let us observe your fate in 10 days' time. Fu Baoshan chuckles lightly, remarking on the recent slip of the seven-colored madman, noting that today's work falls short of the illustrious standard. Feeling somewhat discontent, he muses that next time, he shall compose a poem specifically for the Academy. Truly, the Academy is fortunate indeed. And with that, the two vanish into the vast skies. Lin Su's recent poem, though vibrant, lacks the brilliance of his previous seven-colored works. And the shortcoming lies in the latter couplet. The first two lines are the work of Ouyang Xiu, while the final lines are his own creation. The brilliance of Ouyang's contribution shines through, yet Lin Su's foundation remains somewhat lacking. Thus Ouyang could only elevate him to a mere five-colored status. Nevertheless, Lin Su takes pride in his ability to compose original verses. He need not rely solely on imitation, and occasionally infusing personal touches can be quite delightful, cannot it? Their next destination is the Bihui Xin Zone, which represents their last glimmer of hope. Haining cannot withstand the encroaching tide of theft. The military will yield no results, and the Academy has already declined assistance. Only the path of cultivation remains, and Lin Su harbors hopes for the Bihui Xin Zone, for he had recently resolved a significant dilemma for them, thus granting the sect a considerable boon, a magnificent array. This is a matter of life and death for the sect. Surely, they would not disregard such a favor? Upon reaching the mountain gate, they announced their arrival. The disciples of the Bihui sect instructed them to wait at the base of the mountain, and they endured a lengthy wait until dawn broke, when an elder finally appeared. Without casting them a glance, he gazed skyward and recited a passage as if rehearsed. The path of the celestial sect is one of detachment from worldly affairs. Engaging in earthly vendettas is a grave taboo of our order. Speak not of lending aid, depart at once to avoid attracting misfortune. Lin Su, stifling a surge of frustration, managed to restrain himself. Might I inquire if Zhang Yu of your esteemed sect is present? I humbly request an audience. The reply came coldly. Fairy Zhang travels the world and is not within the sect. Depart. With a wave of his hand, he turned away. The massive mountain gate slowly closed. Baoshan gazed at the sky, his eyes icy. Lin Su smiled bitterly. Is it truly tragic? Those who study the sage's teachings seem oblivious to the human tragedies of cities crumbling and lives lost. The so-called path of enlightenment, sequestered from the world, leaves only the two of us, with our hearts tied to the countless lives of Haining. I am indeed taken aback. Bearing the weight of 1,000,000 souls upon my shoulders, the way that can be spoken is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Baoshan recited loudly, striding forward. Where are you going? Among the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. I refuse to believe I cannot find a third companion. With a sudden leap, he ascended into the sky. Wait for me. I can't fly. Lin Su shouted. But Baoshan had already vanished into the distance. Lin Su descended the mountain with large strides. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. The morning mist unfurled like a curtain, revealing a picturesque scene before him. Flowers bloomed vibrantly, drums and strings resonated. A beautiful woman cradling a guzheng sat beneath a peach blossom tree, petals fluttering around her. She was none other than the fox demon, Xiaojiu, the former guzheng maiden. Having once ventured into the Lin residence, she was wounded and dared not return, waiting at the periphery for Lin Su to leave his safe haven. And now that he finally had, her spring had arrived. She was so excited that she nearly made a move. Is it really you? Lin Su glanced around, realizing he had fallen into the fox demon's illusion. Does the young master still remember me? I thought you had long forgotten Xiaojiu. Tears welled in her eyes, evoking a sense of pity. How could that be? I have always thought of you. I even scolded that old coot Baoshan for meddling. He noticed you earlier and intended to strike you down, but I stopped him, saying Xiaojiu is my beloved. If you dare harm her, we shall sever ties. He relented. Xiaojiu was utterly bewildered. Shouldn't she be the one using her charm to attract him? Why was he the one drawing her in upon their first encounter? This was all reversed. To engage with him, she had been deceived by Prajna several times, even gifting him 7 or 8 vials of fragrant dew. Xiaojiu, may I embrace you? Xiaojiu's heart raised as Lin Su extended his arms, pulling her into his embrace. She closed her eyes, feeling a sweet sensation slowly envelop her. Her sisters had said that associating with human men was a joyful experience. They were skilled and playful. This man before her hadn't even begun. Just a simple hug allowed her to experience such joy. Was this what it meant to play or tease? Lin Su sighed gently. Xiaojiu, today, being able to spend a moment with you fulfills my final wish. Even if I truly perish in 10 days, I can close my eyes in peace. Xiaojiu abruptly opened her eyes. No, young master, I absolutely refuse to let you die. You cannot die. In 10 days, a calamity will strike. I must perish. Unless what? Unless you can assist me in accomplishing an exceedingly arduous task. My lord, please speak. I, Xiaojiu, would willingly sacrifice my life to aid you. I desire your survival. I yearn for your affection. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Su's heart softened instantly, abandoning the pretense, laying all cards on the table. I require 36 demon kings of exceptional prowess, and I also need 36 erase stones. Xiaojiu's brows furrowed tightly. Lin Su's heart constricted painfully. To bind Xiaojiu with emotional ploys was not her intention, yet in this critical moment, she was the sole individual capable of turning the tide. The demon clan is a formidable force. Moreover, they are his only potential allies for successfully executing the Grand Array plan. The distinction between humans and demons is profound. Engaging with demons may compromise the integrity of a scholar, but to hell with that. You speak of integrity, yet you lack the courage. You are devoid of humanity. The array stones are not an issue. Xiaojiu responded. But what of the 36 demon kings? Does your clan not possess such formidable experts? How many do you have? Lin Su's heart raced. How could the Qingxiu Fox clan lack such talents? Yet the predicament lies in, the clan is currently facing dire straits, with nearly all the demon kings embroiled in a life and death struggle against the Red Wolf clan, which has emerged from the abyss of fallen souls, leaving no one available to assist. What is the situation? Please clarify. Lin Su became aware of the specific circumstances. The Qingxiu Fox clan had no previous dealings with the Red Wolf clan, which resided billions of miles away in the Wanyao Mountain. Their ancestors had never envisioned a day when they would engage in direct conflict with the Red Wolf clan, separated by countless nations. A decade ago, an ancient seal was broken. This seal was remarkably enigmatic, revealing a valley, the far end of which astonishingly led to the Wanyao Mountain, a distance that had been reduced to a mere step. The Red Wolf clan could simply stride through. This entry was of grave consequence. Should this passage be fully opened, the Red Wolf clan would invade, and although the Qingxiu clan could resist them, the myriad demons of Wanyao Mountain would also breach the borders, leaving the Qingxiu Fox clan in utter ruin. Thus, every member of the Qingxiu Fox clan stood ready for battle, resolutely determined to prevent the Red Wolf clan from encroaching even a single step. In recent years, the Red Wolf clan's assaults had intensified. The clan's fighting strength, worn down over a decade, had become somewhat depleted, with nearly all capable warriors engaged in battle, leaving only those of lesser power, like Lin Su, who possessed remarkable lineage, off the battlefield. Lin Su's heart raced. Take me there. I will help you reseal this barrier. A permanent resolution to the conflict. Do you understand ancient seals? Xiaojiu leapt 8 feet high. I know a great many things. Lin Su replied. A mere seal is nothing to be concerned about. If you can truly resolve this calamity for your clan, my mother will surely grant you any request. Xiaojiu's face flushed with excitement. Your mother? My mother is the current leader of the Qingxiu Fox clan. Let us go. We shall not pursue that matter today. Lin Su's eyes widened in disbelief. My heavens, how remarkable it is that you have voluntarily suggested not pursuing that today. The War of the Fox clan presented him with an opportunity. In order to secure the unwavering support of the Fox clan, he must offer an equivalent price. Generally, he could not afford such a cost, which was why he had resorted to the disgraceful act of courting the clan's ninth princess. Now, he suddenly realized that he need not descend to such depths. He could genuinely assist the Fox clan in achieving something monumental. Though he did not comprehend ancient seals, he was well-versed in formations. At worst, he could use a barrier to block the Red Wolf clan's forces on the other side. A flash of red light, and Lin Su and Xiao Jiu arrived at Qingqiu. Xiao Jiu circled a cliff 9 times, and suddenly, the surroundings transformed dramatically into pavilions, flowing streams, countless beauties, and handsome men. It must be said that the members of the Fox clan, regardless of gender, were all exceptionally attractive. Princess Jiu, the clan leader is sending people to search for you. A beautiful Fox clan maiden emerged from the bushes, standing before Princess Jiu. My mother is looking for me? What is the matter? It is said, the clan intends to abandon Qingqiu. What? How could this be? The Red Wolf clan had gone mad, waging a relentless war against the borders for several days, vowing not to cease until they breached them. Our elders cannot hold them back. In just 3 days, over 10 elders have perished. The clan leader has declared that we must withdraw from Qingqiu. And where will we go? To the Lingyun Valley of the Two Realms Mountain. Lingyun Valley, the territory of the Fire Fox clan. The Fire Fox clan leader had long coveted the beauty of the clan leader, promising that if the clan leader became his queen, he would permit his people to relocate to Lingyun Valley. This is too much. My mother is also employing her charms. No, I must go meet her. Lin Su was taken aback. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue, and even in solitude, the same holds true. Who could have anticipated that the society of the demon race mirrors that of humankind, replete with survival, choices, calculations, and sacrifices? In Qingqiu, the clan reigns as royalty, and the ancestral mountains serve as the royal palace. Within the palace, a gathering of elders engaged in serious discourse. These were powerful demon lords capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth with their movements. Yet at this moment, they bore no semblance of their regal stature, deeply engrossed in a matter of humiliation. The clan leader, at great personal cost, endeavored to secure a place for all his kin to survive. The leader's noble spirit commanded the respect of the elder statesman. Leader, this is unacceptable. The Fire Fox clan is predominantly male, while our clan is primarily female. We reside under their roof, relegated to a subordinate status. How can we allow our women to be subjugated? If this continues, what remains of the Qingqiu bloodline? Began one elder. Hufeng, do not be disrespectful. The clan leader is willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of our people. How can we not follow suit? The merger of our clans, the coexistence of our bloodlines, would only enhance our strength. What is there to oppose? Hufeng was incensed. Healy, during your recent envoy mission to the Fire Fox clan, what benefits did they bestow upon you? Must you annihilate our own clan to fulfill the treacherous ambitions of those scoundrels? Healy retorted with equal fury. Leader, Hufeng harbors an unfounded prejudice against the Fire Fox clan. If we were to ally with them, it would undoubtedly endanger our kin. Such a course must be reconsidered. Suddenly, a white figure flitted past, ascending the platform beside the clan leader. The leader, already fraught with worry, looked up to see his daughter, momentarily taken aback. This girl had audaciously intruded upon the royal council. This was not her place. Even amidst the peril of Qingqiu's demise, rules must still be upheld. Mother, I have brought someone who claims he can restore the seal of the fallen soul abyss. With this declaration from the ninth princess, all contention ceased. Restore the seal? If that were possible, what was there to dispute? Qingqiu would persist, and the shameful pact would become irrelevant. The clan leader's heart leapt, but soon the light in her eyes dimmed. How could the seal be restored? Countless elders were engaged in research, having even summoned numerous experts from afar. Who could achieve such a feat? Healy waved his hand dismissively. Ninth princess, this is the council chamber. You cannot ascend the platform. Step down at once. I am here to partake in the discussion. My opinion is of great significance. Nonsense. Guards. Healy bellowed. As his voice echoed, a figure entered from outside, the very Lin Su himself. Countless gazes turned towards him. Lin Su, devoid of any emotion, addressed the clan leader. I am Lin Su, a humble human from the lineage of mankind. I pay my respects to the clan leader. He bowed slightly. A human? The clan leader's voice was melodious. Indeed. You claim you can restore the ancient seal? I have yet to behold the seal, and it is premature to discuss its restoration. However, I can assert that if the Qingxiu Fox clan does not attempt to try, extinction is undoubtedly imminent. Preposterous. You spread falsehoods to mislead the masses, Gulai coldly remarked. Our clan still has an avenue of retreat. How dare the human children retreat? Huh? Is living under the eaves of others truly a retreat? Is the unchecked bullying of our womenfolk a retreat? Perhaps the lexicon of our human race differs from that of your demon clan. In my dictionary, that is not a retreat but a dead end. Even if the flesh remains, the spirit has crumbled. With vitality extinguished, what are we but walking corpses? A symbol of our clan's annihilation? Conversely, if our entire clan unites in the struggle for survival, even if but a single soul remains, the Qingxiu clan shall endure amidst heaven and earth. Elder Hu Feng rose with vigor, exclaiming, "Well said." Excellent. Applause echoed from beyond the hall. The clan leader inquired, "Are you truly willing to take the lead?" "I am willing," came the reply. "Why assist our clan?" The mention of this sensitive topic brought peculiar expressions to the faces of the gathered. The ninth princess on stage gently waved her hand, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. Had she not gestured, some might have remained oblivious. However, her flushed cheeks and trembling hand betrayed her, revealing the unspoken truth. Lin Su almost let slip the righteous energy that flowed through him. "What are you flailing about?" he thought, taking a deep breath. "I wish to propose a transaction with the clan leader. Should this endeavor succeed, I request the leader to lend me 36 demon kings for a certain task, and additionally, grant me 100 formation stones. If this plan succeeds, forget the 36 demon kings and the 100 formation stones. The entirety of our clan would rally forth to fight for the young master. So what of it?" "Splendid." Lin Su's heart surged with astonishment. "No." Elder Hu stepped forward. "Clan leader, this must not be." "Elder, what is your concern?" The clan leader asked calmly. "This individual is not one of our kin. His heart must differ from ours. How can we allow him near the sacred ground?" Before Lin Su could respond, the ninth princess interjected vehemently, "Elder, you are speaking nonsense." Her words halted abruptly, as embarrassment washed over her, lowering her gaze. The assembly bore expressions of restrained amusement. In the Golden Hall, the esteemed elder, who stood as the pinnacle of authority within the clan, was publicly chastised by the ninth princess. Lin Su cleared his throat, though the ninth princess's words may be blunt. They hold truth. The sacred ground of Qingxiu can only be preserved if it is safeguarded. If it cannot be defended, is it truly sacred? This statement bears significant weight. If your clan cannot protect itself, what sanctity remains? When the Red Wolf clan arrives, they will urinate upon your sacred ground without fear of retribution. No one could offer a valid counter to his words. The clan leader rose. "Let us proceed to the Soul-Descent abyss." Lin Su felt as though he were soaring through the clouds, momentarily disoriented, when suddenly the sounds of battle erupted around him, a clash unlike any he had ever witnessed. Countless crimson figures danced through the skies, accompanied by myriad azure shadows. Light intermingled, mountains and rivers shattered. Merely witnessing such a grand conflict was enough to unsettle his spirit. To partake in this battle would surely lead to his obliteration. Before him stood an ancient stone monument. Do not emulate the majority who, upon seeing my book, become restless. A fissure appeared in the stone tablet, and Lin Su's gaze fell upon it, evoking an eerie sensation. The crack, merely 2 inches wide, bore an inexplicable quality. He could not see through it to the other side. It seemed as if the fissure both existed and did not exist at all. The stone tablet appeared fractured yet also intact. With the stone tablet cracked and the valley opposite it split, theoretically, if the stone tablet were to close, the valley would too. Yet, countless elders of his clan, despite their utmost efforts, could not bring the tablet back together. "Young Master Lin, do you possess any solution?" "Let me take a look." Lin Su's gaze shifted downward, where he observed several peculiar patterns etched into the stone tablet, causing his heart to race. The Bagua, the Qian character. This was a depiction of the Qian hexagram from the Bagua, not merely letters, but a series of lines of varying lengths. Indecipherable to all in this world, akin to an alien script. Yet, Lin Su recognized it immediately as the Qian hexagram. What secrets did the Qian hexagram hold? Lin Su extended his hand, pressing it against the stone tablet, and in his mind's eye, the Bagua manifested. The Qian hexagram seemed to respond, resonating with the vision in his mind. Suddenly, the image within his mind quivered, transmitting through his arm to the stone tablet. His literary tendrils, numerous and fine, cascaded down his arm to envelop the tablet, and it felt as though he had stepped inside the Qian hexagram itself. Abruptly, he was startled. Within the stone wall, there lay a drop of blood. A drop of black blood. It was this very drop that severed a line within the Qian hexagram. What blood could this be? Lin Su's literary tendrils gently probed, but upon contact, they abruptly severed, the front half dissipating into nothingness. A jolt coursed through Lin Su's entire being. In that fleeting moment of contact, he sensed a bizarre and malevolent force, one that seemed capable of dissolving his literary prowess. What terrifying power could obliterate even the essence of literary strength? Lin Su's mind raced, swiftly recalling a fragment recorded in the Wenwang Tian Shu. There exists a great path of heaven and earth, from which the Qian and Kuan derive their essence. The force of the formless stands in opposition to the force of the great path, as fire does to water. The force of the formless. What is this force of the formless? It is a mysterious power that corresponds with the great path of heaven and earth. Akin to the relationship between matter and antimatter on earth. No one has thoroughly studied antimatter within the realm of matter. Just as no one can fully comprehend the formless power within the realm of the great path, it is understood that this power is yet another force within the world, diametrically opposed to the great path. Consequently, any practitioner of the Tao must avoid contact with the formless power. Otherwise, it would result in mutual annihilation, leading to the diminishment of the great path's strength or, in the worst case, death. From where did this drop of blood originate? Lin Su could not ascertain, but he had concluded that this drop was the key reason for the seal's failure. He focused intently on his observation. Elder Hu Lai observed coldly. The other elders gazed anxiously at the battlefield. The clan leader stood atop the cliff, beside her, the ninth princess, whose face remained flushed with excitement as she watched Lin Su, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Jior, the ninth princess awoke from her reverie, looking at her mother. A gentle hand from the mother rested upon her shoulder. What is the purpose of his request for aid from the Fox clan? I do not know. He did not say. He mentioned nothing, and yet you brought him here directly? Why? Because our clan faces a grave crisis, and he is the most capable individual. This statement was indeed astute, solid, and unassailable. Is his sole condition merely to borrow troops? Well, no, actually. There is another condition. Jior lowered her head, her eyes subtly shifting. What is it? He said. In addition to 36 demon kings and 100 array stones, he also desires a daughter. The chieftain's expression darkened. Jior, entirely oblivious, continued to weave her little dreams. He remarked that he particularly likes daughters, and I primarily considered that if he truly aids our clan in such a significant manner, there would be little to repay him. Thus, I agreed. No. Jior was taken aback, her head snapping up. Why not, mother? I have already consented. Others may, but you cannot. Jior leaped up, indignant. On what grounds? Is there no law? I brought him here, and I spent 7 or 8 bottles of golden incense. Lin Su suddenly opened his eyes. Chieftain, is there a container that can withstand all destruction? The chieftain raised a hand, tossing a small box to Lin Su. This is crafted from the bark of the world tree. What is the world tree? It is a wondrous tree within the universe, encompassing all things, both tangible and intangible. Lin Su received the box, and with a sudden thought, a droplet of blood leapt silently from the stone tablet into the box made from the world tree. A thunderous sound erupted from the valley ahead, suddenly closing in, while the stone tablet also began to seal shut. On the battlefield, all were taken aback, as the crimson shadows leaped forth, transforming into streaks of light racing towards the valley behind, while the azure shadows surged forth, launching an unprecedented onslaught. In a brief moment, the stone tablet completely sealed, and the opposing valley also closed, leaving no time for the crimson shadows to escape. As they perished under the fierce assault of the azure shadows, cheers erupted on the battlefield. Hu Lai's mouth hung agape. The surrounding elders rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Young master, the ninth princess leaped from behind, embracing Lin Su joyfully, nearly pulling him off the cliff. The entire Fox clan sprang up simultaneously, each face aglow, kneeling before the intact stone tablet, exclaiming fervently for their ancestors' manifestation. All right. Let us consider it your ancestors' manifestation. Lin Su wished to express humility, but the ninth princess whisked him away. Surely they are not taking him to handle affairs at this moment? In his awkwardness, Lin Su halted as the ninth princess was seized by her mother, who pressed her head down to bow before Lin Su. Young Master Lin, with your marvelous skills, you have saved the Qingxiu Fox clan from peril. The Qingxiu clan is immensely grateful. We beseech you to enlighten us on the nature of the disturbance with this stone tablet. Lin Su held up the wooden box. Chieftain, please take a look. The chieftain opened it to reveal a droplet of blood, emanating an eerie aura. Blood of the unfathomable. Her expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, A drop of malevolent blood has been injected into the stone monument, obstructing the vital energies of heaven and earth contained within. The Crimson Wolf has invaded, a treachery orchestrated by an internal traitor. The chief's eyes shimmered with intensity. Is this all to integrate our clan with the Firefox lineage? Truly disgraceful, utterly despicable. As her voice faded, her tail suddenly lifted, soaring infinitely towards the heavens. With a swift motion, she seized the elder who lay by the neck, bringing him forth. Speak. Was it you who injected the unprincipled blood into the stone? Her gaze was as profound as the endless night. Yes. Damn it. In an instant, Hulai was reduced to mere flesh and blood, and a phantom of a fox ascended into the sky, obliterated by a flick of the chief's tail. Lin Su widened his eyes, astonished by her decisiveness and execution. Was it truly so effortless? Not even a question of reason. After all, they were of the demon clan. The chief's eyes slowly turned to him, shifting from tyrannical to unexpectedly gentle. Young master, what I promised shall certainly hold true. The 36 demon kings are ready to accompany you now, and here are the 100 formation stones you requested, each of the finest quality. The ninth princess barely uttered a word before the chief's tail flicked again, transforming her into a shooting star that vanished into the distant sky, lost to any corner of the realm. Lin Su inhaled sharply. Thank you, chief. The 35 demon kings stood in perfect alignment behind the chief, each exuding an aura of formidable power, or rather, an overwhelming demonic presence. Lin Su surveyed them. 35. Counting again, it remained 35. Chief, I require 36 demon kings. The chief chuckled. I am also a demon king. Wow, what? How could I dare accept such a title? Lin Su felt a flutter of unease in his heart. The chief exhibited a capricious nature, shifting from gentle to ruthlessly decisive in an instant, leaving him uncertain of her true intentions. Would the formation be compromised in her presence? Never mind. Risking a little for the sake of eliminating thieves is a small price to pay. Chief, the destination we seek is... He spoke cautiously while observing the chief's expression, which remained unchanged. Upon completing his statement, the chief nodded. The realm shuttle. With a swift motion, wind surged around them. And in the blink of an eye, a vast lake appeared below, their realm shuttle completely concealed within the white clouds. Ahead lay Thousand Islands Lake. Though it boasted the name Thousand Islands, in reality, there were merely a dozen substantial islands amidst countless uninhabitable islets. Each of the 10 major islands exhibited varied climates, populated by numerous formidable individuals, akin to the likes of Xiangzhang and Yi, with at least hundreds of such beings on each island. Elder Hu Feng spoke solemnly. Chief, young master, the individuals on these islands possess considerable strength. If we engage in a direct assault, victory remains uncertain. Should I return to summon 100 demon kings to our aid? Lin Su replied, I appreciate Elder Hu Feng's goodwill, but we shall not engage in direct confrontation. Not a direct confrontation? The chief's enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue. Young master, you have requested 100 formation stones. Could it be that you intend to deploy some exquisite grand formation? Your insight is remarkable, chief. Lin Su affirmed, indeed, that is precisely my intention. His hand rose, a precious pin in his grasp, as he deftly sketched upon a stone of the formation, then another, until, in the blink of an eye, 36 stones were inscribed. Esteemed elders. Lin Su bowed deeply. These ruffians slaughtered 4,000 innocent souls in Haining last night, and in 10 days, they intend to wash Haining in blood. Though humans and demons may tread different paths, the desire to protect one's home and kin remains universal. You are all valiant warriors, willing to shed blood for the Fox clan. Will you today stand with me in battle? The eyes of the demon kings glimmered with fervor as they turned to their leader. The leader smiled gently. I am not merely a valiant warrior. I repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Young master, for the sake of the Qingxiu clan, we shall fight. To battle, roared the 36 demon kings in unison. As their voices echoed, a thick smoke surged toward Thousand Island Lake. At Thousand Island Lake, a leader suddenly looked up. The demonic aura rises. The demon clan approaches. Fear not. Even if the demon kings come to attack, they shall meet their demise upon our island. The 36 demon kings swiftly took their positions, uniting their hands as the stones of formation coalesced into a singular entity, shrouding 13 great islands. A massive, peculiar grid materialized in the sky. The onlookers gasped. And one leader shouted, which noble brother has come to visit? The leader replied with a playful laugh, I am Hu Qingqiu, esteemed brothers. Your heroic spirits are not far. Fare thee well. The grid suddenly descended, and lightning crackled violently. 10 miles from the island, the sky was filled with lightning, with scarcely a moment of respite. The first leader, Duan Changsheng, was taken aback. It's a formation. Break it. His hands spread wide, and a golden Dao fruit shot skyward. With the emergence of the Dao fruit, the world fell under his dominion, as was customary. However, as his Dao fruit ascended, the lightning above intensified 100-fold, crashing down with a resounding boom, shattering the Dao fruit. A once mighty cultivator, having forged his Dao fruit, succumbed in an instant. The most powerful among them perished first. Why? What could be the reason? A flying shuttle pierced the clouds, atop which a young man coldly declared, "For haining." In an instant, an island was obliterated. Every soul upon it was annihilated, reduced to a mist of blood. Even those with Dao fruits could not escape. As countless practitioners and the primal spirits of the demon clan burst forth, only to be ensnared by the golden net, dissipating into smoke. This slaughter was so tyrannical it defied earthly comprehension. On one island, a leader stumbled back, landing on the mountainside, seizing another by the collar. "You may. The people of Haining have come for retribution. What powerful figure did you offend yesterday? Lin Su, Baoshan. They are no powerful figures." He suddenly lifted his gaze to the sprawling net above, screaming, "The formation!" The leader cried out to the heavens, "Great One, spare me. The Yume ghost path offended a powerful figure yesterday. I shall have him torn to shreds." "Very well, show me," echoed a voice from above. Yume ghost path looked up in shock. Lin Su. With a rush, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and countless weapons fell simultaneously, reducing Yume ghost path to mere mud. The several chieftains raised their voices in desperate cries. The ghostly path has angered the young master, and they have already met their demise. Thousand Island Lake still harbors countless rare treasures. As long as the young master is willing to show mercy, all conditions are negotiable. Such earnestness in their words. Lin Su replied, "No matter what I desire, will you all agree?" "Agreed." The chieftains responded in unison. "Excellent. I feared you might perish with resentment, haunting me even in death. Since we can reach a consensus, then it is settled." Lin Su nodded. "I seek nothing more than your lives." The chieftains turned pale, cursing Lin Su's ancestors in unison. As the formation descended, the last island was cleansed. A golden light surged, penetrating the earth, and at that moment, the few chieftains who had just drawn a breath transformed into blood mist simultaneously. The golden light, still not the end, seeped into the sea, where countless demonic beings, aquatic creatures, and cultivators cried out in anguish, the blood sea roiling violently, with thousands of warships at the island's edge echoing their screams. Thus, the energy of the 36 formation stones was entirely depleted. With a gentle sound, they shattered, and the entire band of Thousand Island water bandits was swept away. The killing formation was exceptionally peculiar, annihilating all living beings while leaving inanimate objects such as pots and pans completely unscathed. Lin Su was taken aback. This killing formation was overwhelmingly tyrannical. The formation enveloped everything in its path, leaving no room for escape. All were slaughtered. The Thousand Island water bandits were thus annihilated for offending someone they should not have. The swift shuttle pierced the air as 35 demon kings returned to Qingqiu. The clan leader flicked her tail, and Lin Su floated upon it amidst the clouds. "Young master, your methods even astonish me. This formation is truly beyond mortal capabilities." The formation harnessed the power of heaven and earth, transcending mere mortal strength. Lin Su, sitting uneasily upon her tail, felt a sense of discomfort. "I have a request that may be excessive. Might Lin Gongzi be willing to oblige?" "What is it? Could you grant me a formation?" "I do not dare ask for the finest. Merely a defensive formation will suffice." "A defensive formation? One akin to that of the Bai Shui immortal sect?" A sudden revulsion surged within Lin Su. Had anyone made such a request yesterday, he would have refused outright. For that formation did not belong to him but to the Bai Shui sect. Yet today, the Bai Shui sect had provoked him. "How can a mere sect like yours possess a defensive formation while others cannot? Do you believe you are worthy? If you dare offend me, let it be known that I am no man if I do not retaliate. Not only will I grant formations to other sects, but I shall provide them with even better ones." "Clan leader, this is a substantial deal." The clan leader's eyes sparkled like spring water. He did not refuse. Heavens! He did not refuse. "Young master, feel free to speak. If you desire wealth, the Qingqiu treasury stands ready for you. If you seek treasures, the Qingqiu vault shall also be opened for you. Let it be this: I seek nothing but a promise from the clan leader. Speak. In the future, should I require assistance, will the clan leader be as supportive as today? It is a promise. Upon my return, I shall take some time to organize my thoughts, and in a few months, you may send Jiu'er to collect them." The clan leader smiled gently. "Very well. Please escort me back." with a flick of his tail. The clan leader created a dazzling spectacle, and Lin Su found himself by the southern lake, where a single strand of fox fur floated by. Young master. I still hope for words to hold meaning. He soared through the skies towards Yindang Peak, where dwelled a person, his closest friend. This friend had once proclaimed that among the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, he would not believe he could not find a third kindred spirit. Yet, after an entire morning, he had traversed 7 locations, and astonishingly, he had yet to encounter this third individual. The 7 great scholars, when discussing the path of sages, spoke eloquently, each capable of lecturing for 3 consecutive days. However, when asked to accompany him to Haining to engage in a fierce battle against the bandits of the Thousand Islands, not one was willing. The bandits of the Thousand Islands were a formidable force indeed. Among them were cultivators, demon kings, masters of the literary path, and those at the pinnacle of martial arts. These individuals adhered to no rules, bound by no constraints. A mere disagreement could lead to annihilation of families, making them one of the most perilous factions in existence. While other factions might be reasoned with, crossing paths with this one would invite calamity. Haining was not his homeland. Why should he concern himself? Even if some carefree wanderers had no family to worry about, they must still value their own lives, mustn't they? Inviting a few companions to protect Haining? That would be tantamount to seeking death. After searching 7 establishments, his heart gradually grew cold. As he traversed the clouds above, he suddenly recalled that young man's bitter smile. In the vast expanse of Haining, with its millions of souls, it struck him that only the 2 of them remained to care for each other. Suddenly, he felt a tremor. There was a trace of the Dao in the air. As a master of the literary path, he was acutely aware of the transformations of the Dao within the universe. The lingering remnants of a Grandmaster's Dao were present here. Could it be that someone had just attained enlightenment? Had the heavens been graced with insights regarding the Dao? No. Upon further contemplation, he was astounded. This was not the trace of enlightenment, but rather the essence of transformation. 1 strand, 2 strands, heavens. At least over 10 Grandmasters had simultaneously undergone transformation. Each individual possessing the Dao fruit was at the pinnacle of cultivation, and the demise of even one was a significant event. How could it be possible for more than 10 to fall at once? Had a celestial battle transpired? He followed the remnants of the Dao, his heart increasingly alarmed, discovering traces of the demon king's annihilation, the shattering of the Dao fruit, and the marks left by a literary grandmaster. Below lay a vast lake, with 13 great islands, the waters now completely stained red. Bao Shan's eyes widened in shock. Thousand Island Lake. All the thieves of Thousand Islands had been eradicated. The shattered Dao fruit he had sensed. The traces of the Demon King's death all originated from the upper echelons of the bandits. What had transpired? Which unparalleled master had obliterated the bandits of Thousand Islands? With a swift motion, Bao Shan inscribed a single character in the air, return. As the character fell, time reversed, and countless demon clans emerged. Demons? How could it possibly be demons? There were no formidable demon factions nearby. Which demon could possibly annihilate the water bandits of Thousand Islands? His gaze settled upon a woman of the Qingqiu Fox clan. It was Hu Qingqiu. He remained troubled, his doubts only deepening. Having engaged frequently with the sacred realm of the demon clan, he possessed a considerable understanding of the situation in Qingqiu. The land itself was on the verge of collapse. How could it possibly have the capacity to undertake such a task? Moreover, what justification existed for such an endeavor? Suddenly, a flying shuttle appeared in the sky, revealing a familiar visage, Lin Su. Hu Qingqiu, riding on her tail, soared over Changhu, her smile sweeter than blossoms. My heavens! Young man, you have truly made a name for yourself. Hu Qingqiu, a formidable figure, had always been the seducer, leading others to ruin. Yet here you were, reversing the roles, drawing her into an act of audacity that defied convention. Such audacity was simply astonishing. The mountains and rivers would be forsaken. I shall return to Haining and drink the white clouds of your household dry. With fervor, he wrote the character for wind with wild abandon, and the mountains followed suit. As the waves of Changhu churned, within the Lin family courtyard, the battlefield had been cleared. This nighttime raid had wrought devastating casualties throughout the city. Yet the Lin family remained relatively unscathed. 2 outer guards had perished, but no one within the courtyard had suffered harm. Only Lin Mu's face had lost the smile that had graced it for months. Even the company of the extraordinary beauty, Zhou Shui Huaping, could not alleviate the heaviness in her heart. Young lady, you hail from the Qingkuan Academy. Might your institution lend a hand to shield the people of Haining? Zhou Shui Huaping gently shook her head. Madam, I am not a teacher of the Qingkuan Academy. I am merely a lodger. Mr. Baoshan and your son visited the academy early this morning, but it has since refused assistance. The students of the sacred path, having not yet completed their studies, must not engage in perilous ventures. What nonsense! To read the sacred text is to grasp the essence of the sacred path. A voice resonated from outside, deep and furious. Faced with the imminent demise of the city's populace, to cling to life in fear is to never attain the sacred path. Regardless of others, I, Chimachi, shall certainly stand firm. I inscribe the sacred path with my heart. Well said, Brother Chiao, Lin Jiaoyang declared loudly. In 10 days, I, Lin Jiaoyang, shall also be there. I inscribe the general's legacy with my blood. Haha, Brother Jiaoyang, have you now become a general? I have always come from a military lineage. I merely deviated to the civil path for a time. Why can I not return to the role of a general in 10 days? Within the room, Lin Mu's expression gradually relaxed, and she slowly rose to exit. Old Deng. Here. At the entrance stood a one-armed elder, Deng Bo. You claim to be a loyal guard under the late Marquis, dedicating your life to the restoration of the Lin family? Indeed. Very well. In my capacity as the matriarch of the Lin estate, I command you to assemble all remaining forces. In 10 days, let us fight to the death for Haining. With no need to defend the Lin family, but solely to slay the enemy on the battlefield. At your command. Deng Bo knelt on one leg. At your command. From beyond the courtyard walls, countless voices echoed. Though their numbers were only in the hundreds, they surged forth like a torrent, igniting the fervor in the hearts of all present. Xiao Shui Huaping's ever-calm demeanor was instantly transformed, no longer tranquil. For 30 years, she traversed the paths of her homeland, gliding along the gentle currents of her native stream, wandering the trails of northern Shu, inhaling the fragrant blossoms beyond the frontier, and witnessing the resplendent sunsets over the vast desert. Though youthful in appearance, her heart bore the weight of age. Now, the fervor emanating from this modest courtyard infused her with a novel essence. Autumn's ink pool inscribes the sacred path with the heart, while Lin Jiaoyang etches the legacy of a warrior with his blood. The elderly matron cast aside the safety of her home, altering the decree of the Ho residence. No longer would she safeguard the Lin family, but rather, she would seek to vanquish the enemy. And what of me? How shall I paint my own journey? I have illustrated nature's splendor too abundantly, yet how might I depict the iron-willed battleground and the ancient ballads of the city? And I wonder if my master and his companions from the Bai Shui Xian sect will prove effective. The autumn waters of the painting screen remained silent. But a voice from the ether proclaimed, Bai Shui Xian sect, utter nonsense. Merely 8 words extinguished the last flicker of hope within the autumn waters of the painting screen. She was well aware of the sect's true nature. Before the common folk, they appeared as celestial beings, untouched by the mundane, their feet never treading upon the soil of the earth. In times of crisis, their habitual response was to evade with an air of profound confidence. After all, the seclusion of their mountain doors meant avoiding the entanglements of worldly disputes was their duty. It had now been confirmed. The sect would not come. 9 days hence, Haining would be engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos. The spineless would flee in advance, while the valiant would perish within the city, and the ordinary populace would suffer a cataclysmic fate. Yet, amidst the descent of the Baoshan, why did it exude an air of unyielding exhilaration rather than despair? What twist of fate awaited? There was no need for concern about the water bandits. The 1,000 islands had been cleansed of their presence entirely. One pronouncement from Baoshan sent hearts racing. What did it mean that there would be no more water bandits? Would the impending calamity in 9 days be averted? In the study, the dark night, having just aligned its internal energies, suddenly erupted into chaos once more, nearly succumbing to madness. Master, what does this mean? Autumn Ink Pool inquired. Baoshan erupted into laughter that echoed across the heavens, only to suddenly temper his mirth. The bandits of the 1,000 islands have been eradicated entirely. The multitude of thieves numbering in the tens of thousands have been reduced to blood mist, with 13 leaders of the Dao fruit, 17 demon kings, and 29 martial masters. None have escaped. Autumn Ink Pool sprang to her feet, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Xiao Tao and Xiao Yao embraced and danced joyfully. Chen Si and Deng Bo exchanged bewildered glances. Which force had intervened? Which divine being had taken action? A loud exclamation resounded from above as an elderly man, radiating golden light, descended, none other than Governor Yang. Upon sensing Baoshan's arrival in the city, he had hastened to follow, enduring the most tormenting half-day of his life. Upon hearing Baoshan's earth-shattering declaration, he nearly lost control, teetering on the brink of collapse. The demon race. The Qingqiu Fox clan has intervened. The Qingqiu Fox clan? Why? Governor Yang was beset with questions. He was unfamiliar with the Qingqiu Fox clan. Yet he understood the long-standing enmity between humans and demons. How could the demon race possibly assist humanity in such a monumental undertaking? If the demons had allied with the water bandits to besiege the city, he could comprehend that, for both factions shared a common disdain. But the notion of demons aiding the common folk in vanquishing the water bandits, what kind of performance was this? Bao Shan laughed heartily, remarking that the primary reason for the actions of the demon clan lay with our esteemed young master Lin Su. This young man is remarkably talented. It seems he has unknowingly enchanted the demon empress of Qingqiu, for she charges into battle for him without a second thought, ready to risk her life. Governor Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to copper bells. Sacrifice S? G luring the demon empress? All for the demon clan's fervent support. In the study, the turbulent energies within Anya finally settled, only to erupt once more. Qiu Shui, her mouth agape, could hardly believe it. The demon empress of Qingqiu, renowned as the unrivaled beauty of the demon realm, could bring millions to their knees with a mere smile. Today, this young man had ignited her fervor? She was willing to do anything for him, even forsaking her own principles? Lin Mu stumbled slightly, nearly losing her footing on the stairs. As a mother, she often held double standards regarding her children. If her daughter was led astray by someone from outside, she would be filled with wrath. Yet if her son captivated another's daughter, she would swell with pride. But this was beyond the pale. You have ensnared a demon empress? Is he still with the demon clan? Governor Yang asked, his gaze fixed intently. He should still be there. Bao Shan chuckled, saying, given that the demon empress has done something so significant for him, it would be remiss not to express gratitude for several days and nights. I sincerely hope this young man can return, leaning against a wall in a few days. Such words were rather inappropriate. Qiu Shui felt her cheeks flush. Unable to remain any longer, now that the crisis has passed, I shall take my leave. With a swift gesture, she departed gracefully. Lin Su strode down the street, returning home. As he entered, a collective gaze fell upon him, laden with intense scrutiny. Mr. Bao Shan, oh, Governor. Lin Su offered a slight bow, surveying the room. What is the matter? Why are you all looking at me like this? San Lang, cough. Come in for a moment. Lin Mu turned abruptly. Upon entering his mother's chamber, Lin Su's eyes widened in astonishment as she spoke. Bao Shan, do you possess no sense of boundaries? Do you lack any moral integrity? How dare you spread such rumors? That is the leader of the Fox clan, a demon empress. A figure of immense renown. To cast such slander upon her is like placing a chamber pot upon her head. Are you not afraid she might strike you down with a mere flick of her tail? Immediately clarify. But as he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? The truth was far too perilous. If the world discovered his mastery of formations, the disciples of the Bai Shui sect would surely come seeking trouble. Where did you acquire such formidable formations? Why do they possess such overwhelming power? It turns out you deciphered more than one formation from the heavenly book, gifting our sect with the least effective one. Your formations, originating from our sect, ought to be returned. Furthermore, your malicious deceit towards the immortal sect nullifies any prior favors. You might as well prepare for your demise. This outcome was entirely foreseeable. It was a certainty that such a situation would arise, without exception. The death of the water thief could not be concealed. It was the work of the demon clan. And that too would be evident. The world harbors countless means of tracing such events. Yet, no one knew that the formations were provided by him. The demon race has always symbolized mystery, with their skills remaining largely unknown to the outside world. Their myriad enchanting formations are hardly an exaggeration. They are exceptionally adept at concealing truths. They are exceptionally skilled at helping him maintain secrecy. Thus, upon hearing the rumors surrounding Bashan, Lin Su resolved to remain ambiguous. I am merely friends with a member of the Fox clan and have a casual acquaintance with the clan leader, the Demon Empress. The leader values loyalty and is assisting me. It is certainly not as Bao Shan claims. Seriously, one must consider the stature of a demon emperor. How could such a figure bestow favor upon a mere mortal like myself? This statement was accepted by the elder. However, it wasn't long before another question arose. Is the demon youth you are friendly with male or female? Female. Is her status significant? The ninth princess. Lin's mother comprehended the implications. The governor understood as well. Bashan's eyes widened, slowly nodding in realization. In the dimly lit study, the pieces on the chessboard fell into place, leading to a more profound understanding. He was not merely courting the demon emperor, but rather the ninth princess, The emperor acted out of regard for his son-in-law. This logic was impeccable. The ninth princess of the demon race, the one who played the zither, had expressed her intentions fervently at Haining Tower. Subsequently, she infiltrated the Lin residence, remaining steadfast even after sustaining an injury. At Yuxiang Tower, she willingly offered 5 bottles of golden incense to secure a chance to share a night with him. It would be abnormal for a spirited little demoness like her not to seek him out. Finding him was entirely natural. Lin Su exhaled in relief, silently comforting the ninth princess. Dear Jiao, I truly do not wish to tarnish your reputation. The precariousness of this situation is terrifying. Being intertwined with your mother is quite inappropriate. Our connection is merely for amusement, granting those troublemakers a bit of imaginative space. In a way, you are shielding your mother from scrutiny. 3 incidents from Haining spread almost simultaneously. The first, the water bandits would no longer come. The crisis had been averted. Why? The demon race intervened, utterly annihilating the water bandits. Upon hearing this news, the city erupted in jubilation, with countless individuals emerging from their homes to visit the demon race's shops, purchasing various demon-related items. No matter the price, they would not haggle. In an instant, the demon race's wares were completely sold out, filling their coffers and leaving the demon shopkeepers astonished. Could business truly be conducted in such a manner? For the first time, the demon race gained recognition in the realm of humans, reveling in their newfound prominence. The second incident, Lin Su's connection with the ninth princess of the demon race, leveraging the demons to eliminate the water bandits. It is unclear who initially spread this tale. It likely originated from a dubious source, embellishing the details of their rendezvous with poetic flair, referring to it as last night's stars and last night's wind, and including even more sentimental phrases that are too risky to utter. The ninth princess, upon discovering this, was utterly flabbergasted, finding herself in a predicament of unspoken passion, persistently clinging to the demon emperor, which prompted the demon army's mobilization. The chronicler of this event may have initially intended it as a disparagement, hoping to tarnish Lin Su's reputation. Look at this scoundrel, devoid of shame and principles. Where is the noble integrity of a scholar? They might have scoffed. Yet, little did they realize that this narrative would take a completely different turn. The common folk hardly cared for one's scholarly integrity. They were only concerned with preserving their lives. Haining was safe, and the process was of no consequence. The tale of Lin Su outsmarting the ninth princess and deftly eliminating the bandits of Qian Island swiftly spread throughout the city, becoming a cherished legend of Haining. Without an ounce of disparagement, it instead cultivated a remarkable aesthetic. If this event crafted a beautiful legend for Haining, the third occurrence merits even greater intrigue. The third matter pertains to Lin Su's homage in poetry to the Qian Kuan Academy. This veneration, however, has tarnished the Academy's reputation. In ancient times, scholars were held in high esteem, and the Qian Kuan Academy, representing these learned individuals, was revered. Yet today, the narrative has shifted. As the water bandits threatened to massacre the city, Mr. Baoshan and Lin Su personally approached the Academy for assistance in saving the populace from this calamity. The Academy, however, turned a blind eye to their pleas, while it was the demon clan that emerged to rescue the citizens. Is this not ironic? In the past, equating the Qian Kuan Academy with the demon clan would have been a source of shame for all scholars, yet now the townsfolk juxtaposed the two. And the Academy even lost in public opinion polls. One might say the higher-ups of the Academy have been thoroughly humiliated. In the capital, at Green Willow Villa, Zhang Haoran laughed heartily, enticing a demonist to quell the bandits. Truly unconventional. In the study, a middle-aged man gazed at this vibrant poem and sighed softly to Zhang Yu. A single examination has led to the downfall of half of Haining's literary circles. An essay has ruined a lifetime of reputation, and now a poem has embroiled the illustrious Qian Kuan Academy in scandal. To conjoin demons and bandits may be a commendable tale in Haining, but it is held in utter disdain among the human populace. This individual is indeed a literary instigator. How can I elevate myself through him? Zhang Yu pressed her forehead, equally pained. With the bandit raid on Haining, you seek my help? Am I to be outdone by the demon clan, a proud member of the Baishuaxian sect? Who are you belittling? In the end, your reputation is ruined. And the Baishuaxian sect also bears the brunt. She, however, remains unaware that Lin Su had indeed sought the aid of the Baishuaxian sect. In the Zhang residence, Zhang Wenyuan sat in his study, gazing southward, lost in thought. Colluding with the demon clan to annihilate the bandits of Qian Island? Such a terrifying force, utterly vanquished? A chill crept down his spine. If he could ally with the demon clan to eliminate the bandits, What was to stop him from conspiring against Zhang Weiyuan himself? The Zhang family is the true adversary of the Lin family. What is there that such a morally bankrupt individual might not do? Alone, Lin Su is but an insignificant ant to Zhang Weiyuan, but with the demons suddenly involved, the situation becomes intricate. The demon clan is shrouded in mystery, and no one knows the extent of their unfathomable capabilities. At the Lin residence, Mr. Baoshan did not hold back, directly addressing Meng Yang. Look, the governor has come personally. You must present the dishes designed by your third son. Oh, the ones from Bai Yunbian, bring them all forth. Meng Yang cast a furtive glance at the third young master, and upon Lin Su's nod, she sprinted away. Soon, the table was adorned with 8 main dishes and 4 side dishes, reminiscent of a grand imperial banquet, leaving the governor utterly astounded. Despite his modest status, he had mingled within the affluent circles of the capital, yet he found himself unfamiliar with any of the exquisite dishes before him, each a delightful blend of color, aroma, and flavor. Although the ingredients were commonplace and merely home-cooked fare, the execution elevated them to an extraordinary level. Mr. Baoshan remarked, high-end cuisine often emerges from ordinary ingredients, a sentiment that struck a chord with the governor. In truth, this adage was borrowed by Baoshan, who had artfully repurposed it across various domains. For instance, premium wines frequently originate from unremarkable brewing materials. High-end weaponry is derived from commonplace substances. Profound truths are concealed within the fabric of daily life. As several jars of Bayunbian were brought forth, the governor's spirits lifted. Indeed, this was not a case of ordinary materials yielding refined tastes. This young man was genuinely affluent. How much does a jar of Bayunbian cost? The market price is 100 taels. As a governor, if he refrained from greed, his annual salary might afford him 3 jars. Some officials in the capital had subtly advised him that upon his appointment in Haining, the famed Bayunbian was produced there, suggesting he should consider bringing a few jars back to the capital if the opportunity arose. Such remarks from higher-ranking officials ignited a fire within Governor Yang. He too desired the luxury, yet could he indulge? Today, however, in the Lin residence, was there any distinction between Bayunbian and ordinary wines? At their table, several elderly men with disabilities at another table were also served 2 jars of Bayunbian. Having enjoyed his meal and drink, Baoshan, in high spirits, casually handed his wine flask to Lin Su, saying, "Young man, fill this for me." Lin Su frowned. "How much can this flask hold?" "You must provide me with a reasonable estimate. Fill it to 1,000 jin. No need to fill it completely. Just 100 or 80 jin will suffice." Governor Yang nearly toppled beneath the table. "Baoshan, your demands are exorbitant. What if the lad suffers a heart attack from fright? 100 or 80 jin. Do you even comprehend the cost? Are you attempting to pilfer the entirety of his family's wealth in one go?" "Old Zhou," Lin Su called out. Old Zhou at the adjacent table sprang to his feet. "Young master, your command? Prepare 10 jars of Bayunbian. Deliver them to Governor Yang." Upon hearing the first half of the request, the governor's face drained of color. 10 jars, that was indeed 100 or 80 jin. This young man was exceedingly generous, indeed loyal to Baoshan. Yet, upon hearing the latter half, his expression shifted dramatically. "What? To be given to him?" "Governor," Lin Su continued, "I have heard Mr. Baoshan and my elder brother speak of you. You care for the people as if they were your own children, embodying sincere dedication. Officials like you are the ones I, Lin Su, admire. Thus, I present you with 10 jars of wine, without ulterior motives, simply to celebrate Haining's triumph over adversity." The governor's heart swelled with emotion. "I have heard that the former governor Lei specifically invited you to the Lu Ming banquet, yet you declined due to illness. I am a man who believes that wine shared with a kindred spirit is never enough. Conversely, words exchanged with those who do not resonate are overly abundant." "Splendid, truly splendid. A fine saying, when one meets a kindred spirit, 1,000 cups are but few. When conversation fails to resonate, even a single word is excessive." Oh, the vibrant and whimsical Lin Chizai. If these lines were to be continued, would they still retain their colorful essence? Haraha. Both individuals chuckled. Baoshan, with eyes as round as copper bells, surveyed this and that, unable to contain himself. "Young man, I asked you to procure some wine for me. Why have you not arranged it?" Indeed, even Lin Jiaoyang found himself wishing to assist the third brother, regardless of the circumstances. Baoshan held a deeper connection than the newly appointed governor. The governor had yet to voice a request for 10 jars, but if Baoshan asked, surely one would not hesitate to part with them. Lin Su laughed. "You need not arrange anything. What? From now on, you shall simply reside here. Why burden yourself with so much wine? Drink as you please. Bao Shan shook his head vehemently. You are being unreasonable. I drink your wine. And still must guard your home? How dare you? Lin Su chuckled. If you were still an instructor at Qian Kun Academy, I would not dare to keep you. But you have resigned. Mr. Bao Shan, pray tell, what lies ahead for you? What lies ahead? Everyone pondered. Bao Shan had already reached the pinnacle of literary prowess, thus. The path ahead was the path of literature. This path is extraordinary, requiring extensive reading, deep understanding of the classics, broadening of perspectives, and journeys across distant lands. Therefore, it is only natural that Mr. Bao Shan's next step is to traverse the world, and he ought not to remain in one place. Mr. Bao Shan, your next step is to embark on the literary journey. According to your aspirations, it should involve exploring the world and visiting esteemed individuals. May I inquire? If all goes smoothly, how many years do you anticipate before you embark on this literary path? How many years before I embark on this literary path? Bao Shan was at a loss for words, for he possessed no certainty of being able to initiate this journey, let alone the ability to define a timeline. The pathway of literature is fraught with challenges, and the most daunting aspect lies here. The roots of literature, the literary circles, the mountains of literature, and the heart of literature, these possess a mapped course for cultivation. One can merely follow the steps as prescribed. However, once one reaches the realm of the literary journey, there are no established rules for practice, and he was, in truth, engulfed in uncertainty. The initiation of a literary path becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. What is conceivable has been conceived by all, yet the avenues for innovation dwindle. For a considerable duration, there may exist no individual capable of embarking on the literary journey. What does this signify? It signifies that there is an issue with the pathway of literature. This literary path must possess ascending steps. If, upon entering the realm of literary heart, no one can embark on the literary journey, does it not imply that the pinnacle of literary achievement is merely the literary heart? Upon reaching the realm of literary heart, one can no longer advance. Those who practice martial arts find no obstacles in the realm of the literary heart. The demon emperor cannot obstruct you. The monster emperor cannot either. The sixth realm of Dao fruit cannot be hindered. So, who do you, the foremost of the 5 paths of literature, truly revere? Indeed, one might assert, if I were to embark on the literary journey, what fear do I have of the demon emperor? Yet, the crux of the matter is that you cannot embark. In the face of the existence or demise of the great path, the sanctuary conceded. It began to acknowledge a novel approach to the literary path, which involves a reinterpretation of the classics of the sages. As long as your interpretation receives the endorsement of the temple, it is considered an opening of the literary path. Creating a new script also counts. Devising a new form of performing arts is equally valid. Any innovation within the 6 arts of the gentleman is regarded as significant. This is a deliberate loosening of the constraints surrounding the literary path, effectively lowering the barriers to entry, thereby allowing for further ascension in the literary way and providing the temple with a justification to bestow upon you greater literary power, with the aim of suppressing the other pathways. Even with this lowered threshold, how many are there in the world who possess a literary heart? To embark upon the literary path remains an exceptionally arduous endeavor. Countless individuals have poured their hearts into interpreting the classics of the sages, only to be ultimately dismissed by the temple, leaving them gray-haired overnight. The pursuit is exceedingly challenging, the literary path difficult to traverse, such as the consensus of the world. Bao Shan raised his cup and took a hearty gulp. Who can determine the passage of time? Should I remain in the Lin family? If I cannot open the literary path within 3 years, I shall fill your wine jar, pack your belongings, and send you on your journey of 1,000 miles. 3 years. Bao Shan fixed his gaze upon him. 3 years. Very well. I shall stay for 3 years. Bao Shan turned to Lin Jiaoyang. Young man, your difficult days are upon you. Your third brother is too slippery. I find it challenging to manage him, but you, my boy, are much easier to handle. If I do not extract a bit of gold from this stubborn iron, would it not be a disservice to these barrels of fine wine? Lin Jiaoyang sprang up. Thank you, sir. He, being a traditional scholar, would never indulge in jest. He knew that with Mr. Bao Shan and the Lin family, the family was free from internal and external troubles, and a great banner had been added to their ranks. Both he and his third brother now had a guiding light above the literary way. His third brother is indeed clever, having devised such a grand scheme to retain this eminent figure. Bao Shan laughed heartily. Young man, in truth, even if you had not retained me, I intended to stay for a while with the Lin family. The wine of the Lin family, the food of the Lin family, and your constant stream of ingenious ideas are too tempting to resist. If I do not indulge in these, my travels would leave me restless. Haha. More importantly, there is also Brother Wenzi here, who has recently acquired 10 barrels of fine wine. If I do not accompany you, you will surely feel lonely. Governor Yang's aged face changed color. He had just been pondering how to explain the 10 barrels of wine to his colleagues in the capital, and now Bao Shan had directly extended his hand, demanding his share. Could he not wait a few days to discuss friendship? As the crowd dispersed and darkness fell, Lin Su had consumed a few cups of wine and felt a slight intoxication. He entered the study and immediately spotted Yi meditating on his bed. From this angle, her skin beneath the black clothing appeared strikingly fair. Yi channeled a breath of true energy throughout her body, finally illuminating her dantian and qi si, feeling as if she were electrified. This signified the restoration of her cultivation. Upon regaining her strength, she sensed Lin Su's presence. What was this little rascal up to? Yi opened her eyes and found his gaze fixated on her, seemingly observing. Oh my, his eyes were directed at her chest. He was so close that it felt as if he wished to burrow right in. Lin Su instantly sprang up, casually remarking, "Hungry, are you? Let me fetch you something to eat." Turning back gracefully, she closed the door with an air of elegance. In the dark of night, her heart raced. Last night, she experienced a profound sense of regret. If time could flow backward, she would have resolved matters with him sooner, freeing herself from the greatest shackles of the voyeuristic realm, allowing her to step into the realm of perception without fear. In matters of the world, reaching the hypothetical point of time flowing backward generally leaves little room for retreat. Yet, a miracle occurred within her. Time truly flowed backward, crisis averted. She regained the opportunity to choose. Wasn't that akin to time reversing? No one could predict where the next crisis might arise, and she could no longer afford to gamble. She did not wish to face the same existential torment when the next crisis approached. The little rascal appeared spirited tonight, taking advantage of her trainings. His gaze lingering on her chest was a testament to that. The clumsy oaf seemed to be metamorphosing into something more refined, a positive sign. The next step was to solidify her plans. First, a shower was in order to avoid missing any opportunities when the time came. As she stepped out of the study, her figure flickered and vanished without a trace. Moments later, she slipped into Lin Su's exclusive bathroom to bathe. Lin Su entered the study with a tray of food, only to find it empty. Damn it, you little minx. I was hoping for some breakthroughs tonight. You never change. Leaving just like that. Disappointment washed over her. Suddenly, the study door creaked open, and Yi re-entered. Lin Su's gaze fell on the droplets of water glistening in her hair, her heart racing with curiosity. Did you take a shower? Yes. You should too. I still have training tonight. Your flying daggers have reached their current pinnacle. No further training is necessary. Lin Su's heart skipped a beat. What did that mean? Yi lowered her head to eat. But how could Lin Su, perceptive as she was, fail to read the expressions on her